In a land of fire, within the village of Konoha, lies the Uchiha compound and a ninja tool shop. Cat Granny Dada, Baisher has arrived, please take a seat. The plump figure of Cat Granny sat cross-legged, holding a pipe from which she exhaled a ring of smoke, only to have it disrupted by an orange cat leaping up beside her. Upon Baishi's entrance, the surrounding ninja cats turned their heads, observing him with tilted heads and wide, curious eyes, despite this not being his first visit. I have something to discuss. Please go ahead, Cat Granny. From today onward, this ninja tool shop shall be entrusted to you. Baisher. Excuse me? Baisher was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected news. Cat Granny continued. I must embark on a journey that will take some time. I may not return for 3 to 5 years, or perhaps even longer. This shop and these little ones will be in your care. But, Cat Granny, I'm not sure I can manage. There are no buts in this matter. I have faith that you will do splendidly. Otherwise, this establishment will have to close, and these little creatures will become mere strays. Very well, I will take good care of the shop and them. Baisher had no choice but to acquiesce. Cat Granny smiled. Thank you for taking on this responsibility. With that, she stood, stowed her pipe, cleared her throat, and added, now that you've agreed, I have nothing left to worry about. I shall take my leave. Before Baisher could respond, a puff of white smoke enveloped Cat Granny, and she vanished. One by one, the ninja cats approached Baisher, sniffing at him as if to memorize his scent, nuzzling against him affectionately. Baisher reached out, stroking the head of a tabby cat. Meow. The tabby squinted its eyes, seemingly reveling in the affection. Ninja cat cultivation system activated. Absorb human affinity upon reaching 90. Collection can commence. After collection, requests can be made to various realms for responses, granting the ninja cat the power of the responder. Rewards obtained by the host are determined by the strength of the ninja cat. Baisher raised an eyebrow slightly. So, increasing human affinity can enhance the ninja cats, and I can receive rewards afterward? The stronger the ninja cat, the more substantial the rewards I receive. That sounds rather promising to a transmigrator who had entered the world of Naruto. Baisher initially felt a surge of excitement. However, upon discovering that he had become an Uchiha, his spirits dampened, especially given the lackluster talent of this body. Yet, the emergence of the system rekindled a flicker of hope within him. A figure approached the ninja tool shop. Baisher, where's Cat Granny? Baisher looked up at the newcomer. Young, with short black hair and a Konoha forehead protector adorning his brow, he bore a somewhat delicate appearance. Clad in a gray short-sleeved shirt and brown trousers, with a ninja tool pouch at his waist, he appeared bright and sunny, though a hint of worry lingered in his eyes. Good morning, Shisui. Baisher replied. Cat Granny had some matters to attend to, so the shop and the ninja cats are now my responsibility. Did you come to restock on supplies? Uchiha Shisui nodded. I need 9 shuriken, 3 explosive tags, and a short blade. Please wait a moment. Baisher entered the storeroom, quickly gathering the requested supplies. Upon emerging, he found Shisui seated on the ground, petting a plump orange cat, which purred contentedly. Here are the supplies you requested. Baisher handed over the pouch. Thank you. How much do I owe you? Baisher quoted the price set by Cat Granny. Shisui retrieved a stack of bills from his pouch and handed them to Baisher, who then stored the money in the cabinet. Meow. The orange cat, displeased by Shisui's pause, voiced its complaint. My apologies. Shisui said with an apologetic smile, resuming his affection for the cat, which soon closed its eyes again, purring happily. Baisher sat beside Shisui. A line of text appeared above Shisui's head. 82. Baisher is quite a decent person, though regrettably, his ninja talent leaves something to be desired. It was evident that the preceding number represented Shisui's affinity for Baisher, while the subsequent statement reflected Shisui's evaluation of him. An affinity of 82? Is it? Only a short distance from 90. If I strive a little harder, perhaps I can reach that milestone. Given Shisui's attributes, the responder is bound to be formidable. There is no denying that Uchiha Shisui was a genius. According to the system's logic, the greater Shisui's talent, the stronger the responder would be. The stronger the responder, the more significant the enhancements granted to the ninja cats. The more enhancements the ninja cats received, the greater the rewards for Baisher. Though they were of similar age and had interacted during their time at the Ninja Academy. One was a prodigy, while the other was merely average. Nevertheless, they had become good friends, which accounted for Shisui's current affinity of 82. You seem troubled. Shisui remained silent for a long moment before letting out a sigh. You must be aware of the current situation regarding the Uchiha clan. Our relations with the other villagers have deteriorated increasingly. I've tried to mend those ties, but to no avail. The situation is worsening. I have a nagging feeling that something dire may happen if this continues. Many within our clan have begun to harbor radical thoughts, contemplating an internal conflict to overthrow the current village leadership and seize control. But how could they possibly succeed? The Uchiha clan stands no chance against the village's leadership as it is. Should conflict arise, the consequences would be catastrophic. Not only would the Uchiha face utter destruction, but countless innocent villagers would also perish in the ensuing strife. The devastation could rival that of the Nine Tails incident. Yet, it is exceedingly difficult, nay, impossible to suppress the radical sentiments within our clan. Shisui lowered his gaze. The sentiments he expressed aligned closely with Baishi's understanding of Shisui through the original storyline. A deep-seated dissatisfaction with the Uchiha's treatment in the village, but an inability to change that reality, that he wished to shield the Uchiha from harm while also protecting the villagers. Thus, until a more viable solution could be found, he felt compelled to stifle the radical thoughts within the Uchiha clan. Shisui would hold on to this belief until his last breath, which is why he had proposed to the village leaders the use of the Kodoa Mitsukami to exert control over Uchiha Fugaku, aiming to suppress those radical thoughts and gain the trust of the village's higher-ups. Initially, Shisui had a chance at success. However, the ambush orchestrated by Danzo extinguished that hope. Upon the loss of one of his Manjiki Sharingan, Uchiha Shisui realized that he had relinquished his ability to control the affairs of the Uchiha clan. As a result, he made a profoundly audacious decision to entrust his remaining Manjiki Sharingan to Uchiha Itachi. By orchestrating his own demise, he aimed to provoke Itachi into awakening his own Manjiki Sharingan. Shisui firmly believed in Itachi's innate talent, confident that he could indeed unlock the power of the Manjiki Sharingan. He was certain that, with 3 Manjiki Sharingan at his disposal, Itachi could suppress the radical ideologies within the clan, thereby earning the trust of the village's higher-ups and preventing the outbreak of civil war. However, Shisui could not have anticipated that Itachi's convictions were far more radical than those of anyone within the Uchiha clan, albeit in a different direction. Itachi systematically eliminated every member of the Uchiha clan, leaving only Uchiha Sasuke alive. In a certain light, this could be seen as a resolution to the issue at hand. Yet, was this truly the resolution Shisui desired? Was this what the Uchiha clan so desperately needed? Shisui, have you consulted the clan leader regarding this matter? I have. Shisui shook his head, a hint of disappointment etching his features. However, the clan leader expressed that he has no viable solutions. He cannot control the situation within the clan. Baisha furrowed his brow. In his view, while Itachi was undoubtedly the most direct perpetrator of the Uchiha massacre, Uchiha Fugaku bore significant responsibility, perhaps second only to Itachi himself. As the leader of the Uchiha, Fugaku had proven to be a dismal failure. Faced with the rift between the Uchiha and the village, along with the ensuing conflicts, he had failed to conceive any strategies to resolve or alleviate the tensions. Even if he could not rectify the unjust treatment the Uchiha received within the village, nor lead them to victory, he at least could have quelled the more extreme notions within the clan. If he could not even accomplish that, what sort of clan leader was he? Even on the night of the massacre, Fugaku remained passive, merely watching as his fellow clansmen fell to Itachi's blade, and ultimately, as he himself was slain. If such passivity were exhibited by others, they might be seen merely as victims. Yet, for Fugaku, as the clan leader, such inaction rendered him culpable. Cannot control? Why is that? Is he not the clan leader? Indeed, he is unable to exert control. Shisui elaborated. I have conducted a discreet investigation and found that the Uchiha are currently divided into 2 factions, one conservative and the other radical. The clan leader is, in fact, aligned with the conservative faction. The leader of the radical faction is the 8th generation elder. The clan leader can manage those within the conservative faction, but he is powerless against the radicals. The 8th generation elder, known as Uchiha Hakadai, was a member of the Konoha Guard. He likely felt the village's exclusion and unfair treatment of the Uchiha more acutely than others due to his extensive interactions with them. However, I believe this should not serve as an excuse. Baishur interjected, Shisui, while I may not possess your depth of understanding regarding ninjas, after my extensive interactions with the shinobi, I perceive a resemblance between a clan and a pride of cats, that a pride of cats inevitably has a leader, even if not all cats share the same thoughts as the Cat King, and indeed may harbor differing opinions. At critical moments, all must heed the king's command. It is imperative for a Cat King to achieve this. If he cannot, then his position as king is destined to be usurped. Without this capability, one lacks the right to maintain such a position. Shisui paused, contemplating the implications of Baishur's words. Baishur, are you suggesting? A white cat approached and lay down at Baishur's feet, prompting him to affectionately rub its belly. Shisui, you are a prodigy of the Uchiha. It is precisely because of this that you ponder such matters. At your age, while I am not privy to the specifics of the Uchiha's current relationship with the village, your description has illuminated something for me. By suppressing the radicals within the clan, the tensions between the Uchiha and the village could be alleviated. It's merely that the current clan leader is incapable of this. What if someone else were to take his place? If your strength were sufficient to replace the existing leader, you could assume the position yourself. In that case, you should be able to manage the internal situation effectively. With your talents, Shisui, it should be within your grasp. Shizui's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity as he contemplated Baishur's insights. If I were the clan leader, his thoughts expanded, envisioning numerous possibilities for change within the Uchiha and how to mend the relationship between the Uchiha and the village. Shisui realized that the prospect of civil war might indeed be averted. However, the clan leader is still in his prime. Even if my strength surpasses his, would it be appropriate to usurp his position directly? Shisui, if the Uchiha situation is truly as dire as you describe, then fixating on such trivial details is of little consequence. This is an inconsequential matter. Shisui remained silent for a moment. Indeed, Baishur, your reasoning is sound. With that, Shisui exhaled deeply. Your words have clarified my thoughts significantly. The Uchiha's plight has not yet reached a point of no return. Baishur, thank you have inspired me greatly. With that, Shisui rose to his feet. I must attend to matters now. Shisui felt an eagerness to take action. Baishur looked back at Shisui, who now bore an altered expression above his head. 91. Baishur is indeed a remarkable individual, though regrettably lacking in ninja aptitude. A voice echoed in Baishur's mind. Detected that Uchiha Shisui's favorability has reached 91. Would you like to collect this data? Collect. Collection successful. Do you wish to proceed with the request? A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Baishur's eyes. Given the attributes of Uchiha Shisui, who would respond amidst the myriad realms of existence? Once the responder had replied, what abilities would the chosen ninja cat acquire? To what extent would its power reach? Furthermore, what rewards would be bestowed upon him? Proceed with the request. You have sent a request to the myriad worlds, and amidst the vast cosmos, countless gazes turned towards you. A being named Hirako Shinji has responded to your request. You have received an A-grade response. In the next moment, a sphere of white light materialized in Baishur's hand. Hirako Shinji. Baishur recalled the details of this character. In the world of Soul Reapers, Hirako Shinji had limited appearances and a lackluster track record. However, he was nonetheless a captain-level figure, and the abilities of his Zanpakuto were quite intriguing. Upon its initial release, the blade would emit a fragrant aroma, causing anyone who inhaled it, regardless of their position, above, below, to the sides, or in front, to have their perception of direction completely inverted. In its final form, this ability would reach its zenith, even altering cognition itself. However, this power does not discriminate between friend and foe, making its application rather stringent. Yet, in the appropriate circumstances, it could wield immense influence. One person could indeed turn the tide of an entire army. Given Uchiha Shisui's proficiency in illusions, it stands to reason that the responder would also be adept in the art of deception. Moreover, the two shared certain similarities in their respective narratives. In their original timelines, Both were betrayed by those close to them, Hirako Shinji by his lieutenant, and Uchiha Shisui by Shimura Danzo, each entangled in a web of complexity. Perhaps this is why Hirako Shinji would respond to the characteristics of Uchiha Shisui. However, the significance of this A-grade remains uncertain. Baisher cast his gaze towards the multitude of ninja cats nearby. He tossed the white sphere towards them, but the majority seemed unaware of its existence, only perceiving Baisher's motion. Once they realized he had thrown nothing, their interest waned. Only one small yellow tabby noticed the white sphere. This orange cat, not the rotund type, was slender and appeared somewhat languid at times, yet its eyes often sparkled with intelligence. Drawn by the white sphere, the orange cat pounced. The instant it made contact, the sphere entered its body. In the next moment, a brilliant white light erupted from the orange cat, enveloping it entirely and forming a cocoon. Shortly thereafter, a crack appeared in the cocoon. Crack! A figure emerged, breaking free from the chrysalis. It was an orange cat, but not the same as before. Now it stood upright, clad in garments reminiscent of a booted feline, yet its attire bore a striking resemblance to the Shinigami garb from the Soul Society. Its aura echoed that of Hirako Shinji. Within the Uchiha compound, there exist two distinct types of ninja cats. One type consists of immature ninja cats, which, while physically stronger and more intelligent than ordinary felines, are otherwise quite unremarkable. The other type comprises mature ninja cats, capable of human speech, donning clothing, and utilizing ninja tools. This is somewhat akin to the distinction between the ninja dogs of the Inuzuka clan and Kakashi's ninja dog. However, the orange cat before Baisher at this moment exhibited a level of human-like traits surpassing that of the mature ninja cats. Hinata Shinko, at your service, my lord. A few words appeared beside Hinata Shinko. Name: Hinata Shinko, cat. Gender: male. Strength: elite jonin, potential for enhancement. Weapon: reverse caress, initial release. Abilities: temporal fall. Instant step. Baisher nodded slightly, surveying Hinata Shinko with a sense of excitement. An elite jonin-level ninja cat had far exceeded Baisher's previous expectations, and this was merely the beginning. The potential for this ninja cat's strength to further enhance was significant, and should it ascend beyond the elite jonin status, it could reach the level of a Kage, a position of considerable esteem in this world. Even amidst the era of the Fourth Great Ninja War, when jonin were often regarded as inferior to mere dogs, a Kage-level ninja would still command a formidable presence. For Baisher, with the appearance of Hinata Shinko, he believed he had acquired a semblance of self-defense. An elite jonin who obeyed his commands would render him relatively safe, provided he was not confronted by a Kage-level ninja or multiple elite jonin. Moreover, this was merely his first ninja cat. Once he garnered further human goodwill, he could obtain additional ninja cats. At that moment, how formidable would his overall strength become? As long as he amassed a sufficient number of ninja cats, the threat of the Night of Annihilation would be rendered inconsequential. Even if it were to occur, he could survive unscathed amidst the turmoil. Soon after, another voice resonated within Baisher's mind. You have successfully nurtured a ninja cat and earned a reward. Would you like to claim it? Without hesitation, Baisher responded affirmatively. Claim. You have received an enhancement. A surge of power flowed into Baisher's body. He distinctly felt an increase in the amount of chakra within him, and this newfound strength began to converge upon his eyes. In the next moment, a crimson hue manifested in his gaze. A tomo slowly revolved beside his pupil, his Sharingan. Baisher stood before a mirror, feeling a sense of reflection wash over him. The innate talent of this body was, indeed, lacking. At 13 years of age, he had graduated from the Ninja Academy a year prior. Yet the rank of Chunin remained a distant dream, while contemporaries like Uchiha Shisui had already attained the status of elite jonin. The moniker of Instant Shisui was well known throughout the ninja world. However, awakening the Sharingan at 13 was not particularly late. Even Uchiha Madara had activated his Sharingan in his teenage years. Uchiha Madara's prowess stems from his connection to Indra. However, I possess my own strengths, particularly through the ninja cat cultivation system, which undoubtedly surpasses Indra's abilities. Baisher glanced at the ninja cats, activating his Sharingan. In this awakened state, an entirely different sensation enveloped him. The peak of dynamic vision allowed him to perceive countless details previously unnoticed, significantly enhancing his observational skills. It is no wonder that Uchiha ninjas experience a considerable boost in power upon activating their Sharingan. Merely the dynamic vision it offers provides immense assistance. Not to mention the unique Jinjutsu accessible through its activation. At this moment, my fundamental attributes have nearly reached the level of a Chunin, a transformation brought about by the appearance of Hirako Shinji. Quite impressive. With a single enhancement, I can activate my Sharingan. With several more, my inherent strength may very well ascend to the level of a Kage, or even beyond. Baisher's thoughts shifted, his eyes returning to their normal state. The Tomo vanishing and his irises reverting to black. He then resumed his previous seat, leaning back slightly. He pondered the next suitable target for increasing his rapport. Uchiha Shisui had once been a friend of Baisher's, yet he had few companions. At that moment, two figures approached the ninja tool shop, one following the other, carrying two explosive tags and a katana. The first ninja quickly articulated his request. "All right, please wait." Baisher turned and entered the storeroom to gather the items the customer required, depositing the payment in the cash box. Afterward, he turned to regard the second figure entering the shop. Baisher-senpai, clad in a standard ninja uniform. The boy had short black hair, slightly longer than Uchiha Shisui's, reaching shoulder length. He appeared somewhat older than his 9 years, likely due to pondering matters beyond his years. "Itachi, good morning. Baisher-senpai, is Granny Cat not here?" "Granny Cat has gone on a distant journey. During her absence, I am overseeing the shop. Just tell me what you need, and I will fetch it from the storeroom." Itachi shook his head. "I came to find Shisui-senpai. I just heard someone mention that he was here at the ninja tool shop. Your timing is unfortunate. Shisui just left not long ago after purchasing some tools. Do you know where he went?" "That I do not know." "All right, thank you." With that, Itachi turned and departed. Baisher observed Itachi's retreating figure, raising an eyebrow slightly. For he had not anticipated that Itachi's fondness for him had reached a commendable 66, a rather significant figure. This revelation surprised Baisher, as their interactions had been limited, and their encounters few. When Baisher was at the Ninja Academy, Itachi had yet to enroll. By the time Itachi entered, Baisher was still attending the academy. Even when Itachi graduated early, Baisher remained a student. Their only common connection lay with Uchiha Shisui. Baisher is a friend of Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Itachi is also a friend of Uchiha Shisui. Baisher speculated that perhaps this is the reason why Uchiha Itachi harbors a certain level of affinity towards him. A score of 66. While 66 is not far from 90, it is still Uchiha Itachi. After careful contemplation, Baisher ultimately decided against designating Uchiha Itachi as his second target. His impression of Uchiha Itachi was not particularly favorable. Both of them are connected to the Uchiha clan's tragic fate, yet, in Baisher's perspective, the stance and motivations of Uchiha Shisui differ significantly from those of Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Shisui holds the village of Konoha dear, but he also cherishes the Uchiha clan. Conversely, Baisher perceives that Uchiha Itachi places a much greater emphasis on Konoha. The very fact that he could kill ordinary members of the Uchiha clan is something Baisher cannot reconcile. If he truly feared a civil war, believing it would inflict great losses upon Konoha, and that the radical faction within the Uchiha clan was the root cause of such a conflict, then eliminating the radicals would suffice. Thereafter, he could become a rogue ninja, bearing all the responsibility himself. The conservative faction within the Uchiha would undoubtedly direct their ire towards Uchiha Itachi. Thus, the conflict with the village could naturally ease. In that scenario, Konoha's higher-ups might not feel compelled to eradicate all members of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, Uchiha Itachi's proclivity for independent thought further dissuaded Baisher. Such an individual would only trust his own conclusions and beliefs, making it exceedingly difficult to persuade him or to accept alternative viewpoints. Therefore, Baisher concluded that elevating Uchiha Itachi's favorability would prove to be a formidable challenge. Does the master not favor that individual? Hirako Shinji approached Baisher. Did you notice? Baisher inquired. Hirako Shinji nodded, acknowledging his sensitivity in this regard. Baisher reflected that in the world of the Soul Reapers, Hirako Shinji might have been one of the first to detect the issues surrounding Aizen, suggesting that the ninja cat Hirako Shinji had perhaps inherited some of this perceptive talent. Indeed, there is a certain aversion. Shall I monitor him? Hirako Shinji proposed. That won't be necessary, Baisher replied, shaking his head. Hirako Shinji, your primary responsibility is my safety. There is no urgent task at hand for you at this moment. Remember to temper your presence when others are around. Understood, my lord. Hirako Shinji retreated to a corner. The other ninja cats in the shop continued their usual routine, eating, sleeping, and occasionally frolicking outside when the mood struck, or curling up next to Baisher, exposing their soft bellies and squinting their eyes in contentment. A white cat leapt onto Baishir's lap, curling into a ball. By noon, Baishir retrieved a large bowl of food prepared by the old cat lady for the ninja cats. The cats gathered around eagerly. Baishir then departed from the Uchiha encampment and made his way to Konoha's commercial street. The enticing aroma of ramen wafted into Baishir's nostrils. I have arrived. Uncle handcrafted ramen, Sister Ayame, Baishir announced as he settled at the counter. What would you like to eat, Baishir? A bowl of tonkatsu ramen, please. With extra servings. Certainly, it will be ready shortly. In no time, a steaming bowl of noodles was placed before Baishir. He first savored a sip of the broth before lifting his chopsticks to grasp a handful of noodles, bringing them to his lips. The familiar taste enveloped him. However, Baishir's visit to the handmade ramen shop was not solely for the purpose of indulging in ramen. His circle of friends was limited, with even his rapport with Itachi Uchiha rated at a mere 66. Yet, he frequented the Ichiraku ramen shop often, prompting him to gauge the affection levels of the two individuals towards him. As he relished the ramen, he cast a glance at Shouta and Ayame, the daughter of Shouta. A line of text appeared above Shouta's head. 76. Those who enjoy ramen are seldom lacking in character. To his surprise, a rapport of 76 was quite commendable. However, to judge a person's worth based solely on their fondness for ramen seemed rather trivial. He then turned his gaze towards Ayame. 85. Baishir is a gentle, handsome, and mature younger brother who is destined to become a wonderful husband. Instantly, the way Baishir looked at Ayame transformed. This 85 rapport surpassed the 82 he initially shared with Shisui Uchiha. It was evident that with just a bit more effort, he could reach a 90. Ayame, noticing Baishir's gaze, looked over and inquired, Baishir, is something the matter? Not at all. I was just reflecting on how consistently excellent Shouta's skills are. Each visit is a guarantee of satisfaction, something other establishments fail to achieve. Upon hearing Baishir's words, Shouta broke into a smile. Of course, if I couldn't manage that, what would be the point of making ramen? Ayame's tonkatsu broth is exceptionally fragrant as well. Thank you. By the way, Shouta, have you ever considered opening a branch? A branch? Yes. When I was in school, I could conveniently stop by here, but now that I've graduated and taken over a ninja tool shop, it's not as easy to visit. Baishir continued. Fortunately, it wasn't busy today at noon, allowing me the time to come. I've been looking forward to this ramen for many days. Shouta, how about letting Ayame open a branch near our Uchiha residence? That way, I could indulge in ramen every day, and I would be utterly content. To enhance rapport, one must understand the desires of others. Shisui Uchiha was concerned about the Uchiha clan situation, fearing internal strife. Thus, when Baishir proposed a new idea to Shisui, his fondness for Baishir significantly increased. As for Shouta and Ayame, all they sought was acknowledgement of their culinary talents. Additionally, girls typically appreciate compliments on their beauty. Delicious ramen paired with the lovely Ayame was indeed a flawless combination. Ayame's cheeks flushed slightly, and Shouta chuckled heartily. To receive your recognition for our ramen, Baishir, brings me great satisfaction. It validates my years of dedication to ramen and Ayame's early mornings spent preparing the broth. However, establishing a branch is not an easy endeavor, and Chopu's skills still leave much to be desired. Hand-drawn politely declined Baishir's proposal, which elicited a hint of disappointment on Baishir's face. What a pity. It seems that your standards are exceedingly high, hand-drawn. In my eyes, Sister Chopu's craftsmanship is truly commendable, perhaps only second to your own. Unbeknownst to him, Baishir had already finished an entire bowl of ramen. After placing his chopsticks down, he lifted the bowl once more, savoring every last drop of the broth. Delicious, utterly satisfying. At that moment, Baishir glanced again at Hand-drawn and Chopu, noticing the numbers above their heads had changed. Hand-drawn's number had transformed to 78. But Baishir's attention was more captivated by the number above Chopu's head, 90. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Baishir's eyes. Detected that Chopu's favorability has reached 90. Would you like to initiate collection? Yes. Baishir answered without hesitation. Collection successful. Would you like to make a request? Just a moment. Collection requires the target to be within his line of sight, but a request does not. So Baishir planned to wait until he returned to the ninja tool shop to make the request. Afterward, he could choose the ninja cat directly. Baishir stood up and excused himself. Hand-drawn, Sister Chopu, I have matters to attend to at the ninja tool shop this afternoon, so I must take my leave. Take care. Goodbye, Baishir. Upon returning to the ninja tool shop, he found that it was still before opening hours. The shop was not centrally located, Nestled within the Uchiha compound, relatively secluded with few passers-by, its address chosen by old Cat Granny. It was several dozen meters before encountering other buildings, with a road in front and woods behind, beyond which flowed a stream. Meow? As Baisher stepped inside, the ninja cats immediately turned their attention to him. However, upon noticing Baisher's empty hands, their expressions fell to disappointment. To these ninja cats, Baisher's outings typically meant hunting, but his lack of spoils indicated a failed endeavor. One of the cats approached him, nuzzling against him as if to offer comfort. Another cat emerged from a corner, presenting a bone to Baisher. With a smile, Baisher knelt down and patted the cat's head. The young ninja cats lacked much intelligence, resembling ordinary domestic cats in their whimsical thoughts, which Baisher found endearing and even touching. I'm not hungry. You should eat it yourself. Afterward, Baisher settled into a chair. Initiate request. Anticipation bubbled within him for this second request, especially since his previous endeavor had yielded considerable rewards. What might he acquire this time? You have sent a request to the myriad realms, and amidst the vast universe, countless gazes turned toward you. As a being named Nakiri, Alice responded to your request. You have received a sea-level response. In the next moment, a sphere of white light appeared in Baisher's hand. Sea-level response, Nakiri Alice. Baisher mused over the information regarding this character. In the world of Food Wars, a realm where chefs reign supreme, Alice Nakiri stands out as an exceptional figure. Born into the esteemed Nakiri family, her father is the rightful heir, and her grandfather is a prominent leader in the culinary realm. Her cousin possesses the divine gift of a god's tongue. Alice herself is endowed with remarkable talent, particularly in the domain of molecular gastronomy, where she explores innovative techniques. The response she received from the chef Shibu was a C grade, 2 tiers lower than that of Itachi Uchiha. However, this outcome aligned with Shiraishi's expectations, as Itachi and Shibu represent entirely different realms of expertise. Itachi is a prodigy within the Uchiha clan, capable of unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan, while Shibu is merely a ramen chef. It is Alice, not Erina, who perhaps shares a closer bond with Shibu, as Erina's relationship with her father is strained, while Shibu enjoys a strong connection with his mentor, resembling Alice more closely. It remains uncertain what powers the chosen ninja cat will acquire. Shiraishi gazed at the ninja cat before him and tossed the white orb in his hand. As before, the majority of the ninja cats could not perceive the white orb's presence, but one small white cat noticed it. As the orb approached, it raised a paw and gently tapped it. In the next moment, the white orb entered the small cat's body. A burst of white light erupted from the cat, enveloping it entirely and forming a cocoon. Shortly thereafter, a crack appeared on the cocoon. With a sharp sound, a figure emerged, having broken free from its confines. The small white cat had completely transformed. Now standing upright in a human form, it wore a white chef's uniform and a matching chef's hat. Its eyes had turned red, exuding an air of youthful vivacity akin to that of a charming young lady. Alice, at your service, my lord. Some text appeared beside her. Name, Alice Nakiri, cat. Gender, female. Strength, genin, upgradable. Weapon, none. Ability, culinary skills. A ninja cat with a penchant for culinary pursuits. Shiraishi assessed Alice and felt no disappointment. After all, his target for rapport was Shibu, and it was only natural that the chosen ninja cat possessed culinary abilities. This had its value for Shiraishi as well. For the kitchen at the ninja tool shop could now be revived, having lain dormant for many years under the care of the cat elder. Shiraishi, who was not adept at cooking, nodded slightly. Now what of the reward? A voice resonated in Shiraishi's mind. You have successfully nurtured a ninja cat and earned a reward. Would you like to claim it? Without hesitation, Shiraishi replied, claim. You have acquired the ability, God's Tongue. Shiraishi's gaze flickered with intrigue. The Divine Tongue, a gift of the Nijirai family, is a hereditary trait passed down through the female line, endowing its possessor with formidable culinary abilities. However, this extraordinary skill is accompanied by significant drawbacks. Upon consuming a dish, one can discern its flaws and weaknesses, subsequently suggesting methods for improvement. Prolonged use of the Divine Tongue, however, may lead to the onset of anorexia. Fortunately, my Divine Tongue differs from Erina's. Mine is an active ability that I can choose to wield or refrain from using, thus mitigating the risk of developing such an affliction. Though I am not a chef, the capabilities of my Divine Tongue are not entirely without merit. It allows me to analyze the components of ingredients, which can be applied in various contexts. For instance, a mere taste can reveal whether the food contains any issues, thus preventing potential poisoning. Baishir glanced over at Alice. Alice, come with me. Yes, my lord. Baishir led Alice to the kitchen of the ninja tool shop, a surprisingly spacious area cluttered with various debris, having remained untouched for an extended period. Dust and cobwebs lent it a disheveled appearance. This kitchen has not been used for ages. Let us clean it together this afternoon. My lord, I can manage on my own. Let us work together. We must be swift, for I am eager to sample your culinary skills tonight, Alice. Upon hearing this, Alice relented. Very well. Heikiko Masako also joined them. Baishir, a chunin, Heikiko Masako, an elite jonin, and Alice, a genin, thus operated with far greater efficiency than ordinary individuals. Despite their smaller physiques, Heikiko Masako and Alice possessed considerable strength, and their productivity was on par with anyone else. Curious, the ninja cats outside gathered to peer in, only to be met with a cloud of dust. Achoo! Exclaimed a tabby cat, grumbling as it sauntered away. Baishir and Alice exchanged amused glances, chuckling as they tidied the kitchen. Yet, as they worked, Baishir pondered a pressing question: the selection of individuals to enhance his favorability. He had scoured the Uchiha compound and the village of Konoha, finding no one with particularly high regard for him. Moreover, his interaction with the irises had yielded only Alice's response. It would be unjust to say that Alice was unworthy. However, Baishir presently sought formidable ninja cats. The rewards derived from such powerful allies would be considerably greater. This reality narrowed his target demographic significantly, increasing the challenge compared to his previous endeavors. He reflected on his social network. Family was no more, classmates had scattered, leaving only Uchiha Shisui as a friend. Within the confines of Konoha, the individual with the highest regard for him was the ramen uncle, yet pursuing his favor seemed of little significance. Among the Uchiha, the one who held the most esteem for him was Uchiha Itachi. However, elevating Uchiha Itachi's favorability is an exceedingly challenging endeavor. Suddenly, Baishir had a thought. Uchiha Itachi excels in independent thinking, making it arduous to increase his affection. What about Uchiha Sasuke? Social connections resemble a web. An individual initially has links to only a few points, which then expand outward from that center, enlarging the web. In essence, a friend of a friend is also my friend. Uchiha Shisui is my friend, and from him extends to Uchiha Itachi. Yet, Uchiha Itachi seems unapproachable. Therefore, let us consider Uchiha Itachi as a point of connection, reaching out to Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Izumi, particularly Uchiha Sasuke. Baishir could now ascertain that the response and the talent of the one being engaged should indeed correlate, and Uchiha Sasuke's giftedness is undoubtedly the strongest among the current Uchiha clan. After all, he is the reincarnation of Indra. In terms of potential, he surpasses both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui. A method to connect must be devised. At 2 in the afternoon, the kitchen was finally cleaned, its pristine condition a stark contrast to its former state. However, to prepare a meal, several items were still lacking, particularly kitchenware and ingredients. Alice, Hinata Makoto. Let us venture out to procure supplies. Yes, my lord. Alone with 2 cats, they departed from the Uchiha residence and arrived at the bustling commercial district of Kanehagakure. Alice, please specify what kitchenware is needed. I am not as knowledgeable in this area as you are. Understood, my lord. Under Alice's guidance, they swiftly completed their purchases, acquiring not only kitchenware but also an array of seasonings and various ingredients. Unable to carry everything alone, Baishir opted for a small cart. Baishir pulled it from the front, while Hinata Makoto pushed from behind, and Alice sat atop the cart, surveying their acquisitions. A figure turned their gaze toward them, eyes widening in curiosity. Another figure suddenly appeared beside them. Sasuke, what are you looking at? Uchiha Sasuke pointed in the direction Baishir had gone. Uchiha Itachi followed his gaze. Is that Senior Baishir? Brother, do you know him? Yes, Senior Baishir is a friend of Shisui's. He now manages the ninja tool shop inherited from Granny Cat. When time permits, I can take you there, as most of our Uchiha clan procure their ninja tools from that store. Sounds good. In the afternoon, 2 or 3 customers arrived, not many. The entire Uchiha clan comprises thousands, yet only a few hundred are true ninjas. Some lack the talent to become ninjas, while others choose not to pursue that path. Among these few hundred, even fewer embark on missions. Some hold positions within the security department, interacting with the ordinary civilians of Kanehagakure, where combat scenarios are rare. Within frequent battles, the wear on ninja tools is minimal. Others serve within the Uchiha clan, similarly encountering few opportunities for combat. As evening approached, Alice began to prepare dinner. A delightful aroma wafted in from the kitchen, drawing Whitestone's attention. The culinary experience encompasses color, fragrance, and flavor. Yet, from merely the scent, Whitestone could ascertain that Alice's dish would surpass even the finest handmade ramen, and by no small margin. Handmade ramen is already considered an exquisite delicacy in Konoha, frequently indulged in by elite ninjas like Kakashi, which speaks volumes. Before long, Alice's voice resonated. "Master, I am finished." As soon as she spoke, she emerged from the kitchen, carefully carrying a plate towards the dining area. Whitestone hesitated for a moment before rising, with Hirako and Mako following closely behind. 6 exquisite dishes were arranged on the table, nearly covering its entirety, the mingling aromas of various cuisines enhancing rather than detracting from the appetite. The outside Nin cats, having caught a whiff of the enticing fragrance, made their way toward the dining room. "Alice, thank you for your hard work," Whitestone acknowledged. "Oh, it is nothing, master. This is my duty," Alice replied, her chest slightly puffed with pride. Hirako maintained a neutral expression. Yet Whitestone could discern that the array of dishes held tremendous allure for her as well. He noticed her swallowing saliva discreetly several times. "Let us commence," Whitestone declared. With 1 human and 2 cats, they picked up their chopsticks. Whitestone selected a piece of meat and placed it in his mouth. The moment it touched his palate, an explosion of exquisite flavors erupted, quickly filling his entire mouth. He found himself involuntarily chewing. Even after swallowing, the deliciousness lingered, refusing to dissipate. "Delicious, truly delightful," he exclaimed. Regardless of his past life or this one, none of the dishes he had tasted compared to Alice's culinary creations. They were leagues above the handmade ramen. Was this the essence of cuisine from the food world? Truly, it was a testament to the Tatsuki Culinary Academy and the Nakiri family. It felt like a dimensional strike. Even though Whitestone was not a gourmet, he could vividly perceive the vast chasm between Alice's dishes and those found in the numerous establishments of Konoha. In terms of color, aroma, and flavor, there were no flaws to be found. He turned to Alice and said, "Alice, your cooking is exquisite." Alice beamed with joy, replying, "I am glad you enjoy it, master." In no time, the entire spread was consumed in a whirlwind of 1 human and 2 cats, leaving not a trace behind. This left the Nin cats circling the dining table feeling quite disappointed. "Mew mew mew. After such a long wait, not even a morsel of meat was left for us." After dinner, Whitestone returned to the lounge. The entire ninja tool shop could be divided into 6 sections, with the storefront being the first. Upon entering through the main door, one would find an array of ninja tool samples displayed on the shelves, showcasing a diverse assortment. In addition to ninja tools, the shop also offered various pieces of information. The Ramal, or ninja cats, are not merely confined to tool shops. They are scattered throughout the entire ninja realm. These feline companions possess the remarkable ability to communicate with ordinary cats, thus enabling them to gather a wealth of intelligence. For an extended period, the information provided by the Ramal served as a primary source of intelligence for the Uchiha clan. However, due to the Uchiha circumstances, Konoha has grown wary of the Ramal, resulting in a significant decrease in the number of stray cats within the village and consequently diminishing the intelligence-gathering capabilities of the Ringmas. A small door leads to a storage room, which houses a substantial collection of ninja tools. This constitutes one part of the establishment. The other consists of living quarters, including a lounge, bedroom, kitchen, bathroom, and a backyard adorned with several fruit trees. Sitting back in a recliner, Baishu reflects on his earlier feelings regarding his appearance. While he was neither disappointed nor particularly elated, his satisfaction with her presence has notably increased. Although her culinary skills may not directly resolve the Uchiha's predicament, they undeniably enhance Baishu's quality of life and may prove beneficial in other aspects in the future. In this world, humanity is driven by desires, power, status, strength, and even lust. Food is but one of these desires. Currently, throughout Konoha, or rather, the entire world of Naruto, no one possesses culinary prowess that surpasses that of Unrivaled. A series of knocks interrupts his reverie. "Who is it?" "Baishu, it is I," comes the voice of Uchiha Shisui from outside the door. Baishu opens the door. "Shisui, what brings you here at such a late hour?" After stepping inside, Uchiha Shisui takes a generous sip of tea before settling down across from Baishu. letting out a long sigh of relief. Baisher, he begins, his demeanor turning serious as he scans the surroundings to ensure privacy. I have made my decision. I wish to become the clan leader. Previously, he had never contemplated this direction. Feeling troubled and believing that reconciling the relationship between the Uchiha and the village was nearly impossible. Whether aligning with the Uchiha or the village, he felt it was unfeasible. However, after our conversation today, I reflected deeply and examined the situations of both the conservative and radical factions. I realized that if I were to become the clan leader, it might indeed prevent civil strife. Lord Fuyert has not done enough. His capabilities fall short. Had he been sufficiently competent, there would not be both conservative and radical factions, but rather only the Uchiha as a singular entity. Since he lacks the necessary ability, he is unfit to continue as clan leader. If I ascend to that position, the Uchiha circumstances will certainly differ. A subtle shift occurs within Baishi's heart. Hearing Uchiha's declaration, he understands that the narrative has been altered by his influence. In the original storyline, Uchiha never harbored ambitions to seize the leadership position, ultimately suggesting only the use of Gatenshun to control Uchiha Fuyet. Alas, that plan was thwarted. Several years remain until the fateful night of the clan's annihilation, yet Uchiha Shisui has already proposed to seize the position of clan leader. While Shisui's ascension to leadership may not entirely mend the strained relations between the Uchiha and Konoha, nor thwart the upper echelons of Konoha from targeting his clan, it would at least not be worse than the circumstances surrounding the night of the massacre. What are your intentions, Shisui? He was asked. Shisui replied, to become the clan leader, my strength must first be sufficiently formidable. This is essential. Currently, I am a 3-tomo elite jonin, yet I believe that is inadequate. Secondly, I require support. Within the Uchiha clan, there are 9 elders. Currently, 6 ardently support Lord Fugaku, leaving only 3 who harbor some discontent. I must find a way to secure the backing of at least 6 elders. Thirdly, Lord Fugaku must make a mistake, without an error on his part. Even if I and the elders cultivate an amiable relationship and my strength significantly increases, it would be exceedingly difficult to unseat Lord Fugaku from his position. After a moment's hesitation, Hakushi inquired, Shisui, are the elders divided into factions of radicals and conservatives? Indeed, Shisui affirmed. The 6 elders belong to the conservative faction, while the 3 are radicals. Correct, Shisui nodded. However, this will not be an easy endeavor. It requires a gradual approach. Until I possess true assurance, I cannot reveal my intentions, or I will undoubtedly face obstruction. For now, I can only discuss these matters with you, Hakushi, as my circle of trust is limited. Hakushi gazed out the window and remarked, in my view, the situation is not as complex as it seems. What are your thoughts, Hakushi? The Uchiha is not a particularly large clan, at least not in terms of numbers, so I believe support and influence may not be as crucial, he stated. In the past, Uchiha Madara did not deliberately seek anyone's endorsement. Nevertheless, no one doubted his capability to lead the clan. In the world of ninjas, strength holds paramount importance. I believe that as long as you, Shisui, possess sufficient strength, you will qualify for the position of clan leader regardless of whether others support you. The remaining issue is to remove the current leader from his post. Shisui bowed his head in contemplation. Absolute personal strength, you say? Your words carry a semblance of truth. Hakushi, yet achieving such prowess is no simple task. Considering the strength of Uchiha Madara, do you think I can attain that level? Hakushi shook his head. There is no need to reach the strength of Uchiha Madara. It suffices to surpass the current leader's power. You possess significant advantages, your reputation, your lineage, and your exceptional talent. Perhaps you yourself have not realized this, but if you were a few years older, and if the current leader were to suddenly perish, your prospects of assuming the position of clan leader would be greatly enhanced. When Izuna Uchiha perished, and Madara Uchiha departed, alongside the sacrifices of Kagami Uchiha and the death of Tobirama Uchiha, it became evident that the Uchiha clan had not produced any remarkable talents for quite some time. Shisui Uchiha has been the most outstanding among them in recent years, though Itachi Uchiha possesses considerable talent. He is younger than Shisui and has had fewer opportunities to gain renown, unlike Shisui, whose name, Shisui of the body flicker technique, has resonated throughout the ninja world. I remember that in the original storyline, following Shisui's demise, many expressed dissatisfaction with Itachi, suspecting that he had betrayed Shisui. Clearly, Shisui had a solid foundation of support within the Uchiha clan. Additionally, Shisui is a descendant of Kagami Uchiha, a rather unique figure within the clan, who became a disciple of both the first and second Hokage. He shared a brotherly bond with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Nara Shikaku, Mito Kage, and Akimichi Torafu. Thus, Shisui garnered greater recognition from the common folk of Konoha than other Uchihas. Die suddenly. Shisui furrowed his brow. Baishir continued, in a group of cats. A common cat can easily ascend to the position of Cat King by challenging and defeating the reigning king. However, within a ninja clan, the dynamics are far more intricate. Shisui nodded. This aligns with what I previously stated. Lord Fugaku must err for me to seize an opportunity. While a sudden death is one possibility, I cannot resort to such means. Baishir, although Lord Fugaku has his faults, it does not warrant his assassination. I cannot bring myself to do that. To strip Fugaku of his position as clan leader, he must either commit a grave error or perish. Both scenarios have crossed my mind. Yet, at present, I am unable to harbor any murderous intent towards Fugaku. Shisui, I believe you could approach Itachi Uchiha, Baishir suggested. Itachi? Shisui replied. I am not well acquainted with him, primarily through your descriptions. However, I trust your judgment. From your accounts, Itachi does not seem to prioritize familial bonds over those of the clan or village. I think you could negotiate with Itachi. He may be more amenable to uncovering his father's mistakes than others. Shisui hesitated. However, Itachi is still Lord Fugaku's son. Baishir's proposal left Shisui uncertain. Would a son truly oppose his father for the sake of a friend? Is it likely that he would align with a friend's perspective against his family? Shisui pondered the unlikelihood of such a scenario. Despite his close relationship and profound understanding of Itachi, Baishir's words now left Shisui feeling perplexed. Is Itachi truly that kind of person? Baishir's assessment of me may have been erroneous, or perhaps I genuinely perceive Itachi in such a light, portraying him as such a person without my own awareness. Baishir's judgment of Uchiha Itachi, of course, is not derived from Uchiha Shisui's account. If one could ascertain the nature of an individual whom they scarcely know, solely through the descriptions of others, it would be quite an exaggeration. Baishir's understanding of Uchiha Itachi stems from the original narrative. For the sake of the village, Uchiha Itachi annihilated his own clan, including Uchiha Fugaku. Thus, the mere identity of a father. In light of Uchiha Shisui's appeal to the greater good of the village and the will of fire, holds little significance for Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Shisui fell silent for a moment. This is indeed perilous, yet what you propose is certainly a viable method. After a brief hesitation, Uchiha Shisui raised his gaze to Baishir. Baishir, could you do me a favor? What kind of favor? Uchiha Shisui replied. Please observe Itachi for me. Your suggested method is certainly worth a trial. Should I gain Itachi's assistance, securing the position of clan leader would undoubtedly become easier. However, I cannot fully trust that Itachi would choose such a path. Yet, I lack the ample time to adequately observe and test him myself. Baishir's brow furrowed slightly. Very well, how can I assist? Uchiha Shisui's proposal aligned perfectly with Baishir's desires. Engaging more with Uchiha Itachi would provide greater opportunities to connect with Uchiha Sasuke. I will bring Itachi here, establishing this as a regular meeting place, allowing you to interact with him and find opportunities to gauge his intentions. Are you not concerned that I might inadvertently expose our intentions? Uchiha Shisui smiled lightly. Baishir, I am well aware of your capabilities. It is merely your talent in ninjutsu that lags slightly behind. In terms of intellect, however, you surpass me. Back in the Ninja Academy, I never bested you in that regard. Were your aptitude for ninjutsu a tad higher, you would undoubtedly be a top-tier ninja by now. Itachi is indeed clever, but he does not compare to you. Baishir nodded in agreement. Very well, Shisui, you may proceed with your arrangements. I shall assist in your inquiries. Thank you. You are most welcome. By the way, Shisui, what are your own plans? I intend to join the security force. Uchiha Shisui stated. My reputation and qualifications are still insufficient. Yet with the absence of war, I have contemplated that the security force might serve as the most advantageous platform. The current state of the security force is dire, with strained relations with the village's civilians and a lack of attention from the village's higher-ups. There are even numerous grievances within the Uchiha clan concerning the security force. I plan to secure a higher position within the security force first, then initiate reforms. As long as I can significantly enhance the situation within the security force, my reputation and qualifications will surely suffice. Baishir recognized this direction. He recalled that, In the original narrative, Uchiha Shisui also joined the security force. However, the situation within the security force is quite complex. To excel is no simple feat. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to inform me. Very well, I shall. Uchiha Shisui nodded. With you, by sure, I shall not hold back. For you are my dearest friend, and our aspirations align, both for the Uchiha clan and for the betterment of our village. Perhaps the destiny of the Uchiha lies within our hands. Now, by sure, it is getting late, and I must take my leave. Upon finishing his words, Uchiha Shisui rose. Baisher hesitated for a moment before calling out to him. Shisui, what is it? Uchiha Shisui turned back. Baisher continued, in addition to offering strategic counsel. Should any issues arise concerning combat, I am capable of providing assistance as well. Uchiha Shisui paused momentarily. Hirako Masako, please come forth. As Baisher's words echoed, Hirako Masako stepped out from the shadows. My lord. Uchiha Shisui's gaze fell upon Hirako Masako, his pupils narrowing slightly. He had encountered ninja cats before, those fully matured beings. Formidable in strength and endowed with human-like intellect. However, the aura exuded by Hirako Masako was entirely distinct. Baisher introduced, this is my ninja cat, Hirako Masako. Quite capable in combat. Turning to Hirako, he added, Masako, this is my friend, Uchiha Shisui. Hirako Masako offered a slight bow to Uchiha Shisui, who returned the gesture. Pleasure to meet you, Hirako Masako. After departing, Uchiha Shisui glanced back. Hirako Masako was likely a guardian left by the cat matron to ensure Baisher's safety, and its prowess should be commendable. Nonetheless, unless absolutely necessary, he could not allow Baisher to assist him in this regard. However, with Hirako Masako by Baisher's side, his safety should be well assured. Uchiha Shisui had always harbored concerns that his actions might inadvertently jeopardize Baisher. Yet, apart from Baisher, he had no other confidant. Within the Uchiha clan, Baisher was the one he trusted most. Furthermore, Uchiha Shisui believed that the other Uchiha members were too narrow-minded, lacking the insight necessary to truly comprehend the Uchiha clan and the village's situation. Only Baisher could rationally arrive at sound conclusions. Now, witnessing the presence of Hirako Masako, Uchiha Shisui felt a measure of reassurance regarding Baisher's safety. The world is indeed unfair. If only Baisher possessed a bit more talent as a ninja, then together we could significantly enhance the likelihood of resolving the issues plaguing the Uchiha and the village. Uchiha Shisui sighed. Baisher withdrew his gaze and secured the doors and windows. After freshening up, he entered his bedroom, with Hirako Masako standing sentinel at the door, ready to provide immediate support should any situation arise nearby. With Uchiha Shisui's connection, Uchiha Itachi would likely harbor fewer suspicions, allowing for contact with Uchiha Sasuke. Uncertain of the sentiments surrounding Uchiha Sasuke, one wonders whose responses it might elicit. However, the rewards I anticipate are unlikely to pertain to practical life skills. Baisher felt a surge of expectation. For him, possessing a single tomo and being of Chunin rank is insufficient. While Hirako Shinko's prowess is commendable, Baisher yearns for an elevation in his own capabilities. The following morning, Uchiha Shisui arrived, accompanied by Uchiha Itachi. Good morning, Baisher, Shisui greeted. Good morning, Shisui, Itachi, Baisher replied. Unfortunately, their timing was less than ideal. A customer was presently in the shop. Baisher hastened to the storeroom to gather the necessary ninja tools, fulfilling the customer's request, collecting payment, and then turning his attention to Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. The departing customer couldn't resist glancing back, for after all, these were the illustrious Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, two prodigies. You've arrived just in time. Alice has prepared some breakfast. Let us indulge together, Baisher invited, leading them into the adjacent lounge while leaving Hirako Shinko in charge of the shop. The Uchiha had encountered mature ninja cats before, so they were not particularly surprised to see Shinko tending the store, merely intrigued. As Shisui and Itachi settled in, their initial indifference towards the breakfast began to dissipate. Once seated and confronted with the feast laid before them, the aroma wafting through the air was undeniably enticing, awakening their appetites. Please, do not stand on ceremony. Help yourselves, Baisher encouraged. He gestured towards Itachi, saying, Shisui is my dear friend, and as you are his friend, Itachi, you too are a friend of mine. Consider this place your home. With that, Baisher took the initiative, grabbing a piece of the delightful fare. Shisui followed suit, and soon Itachi joined in. Upon tasting the dish, Their eyes widened in astonishment, as if they had stumbled upon a newfound realm. Delicious, Shisui exclaimed, turning to Baishur. What is this? The flavor is exquisite, crisp, and refreshing. I have never savored such a delightful dish before. It feels as though all the fatigue from yesterday has vanished. Itachi gazed at Baishur with equal anticipation. Previously, his favorite food had been dumplings, and he had believed that his affection for them would last a lifetime. However, in comparison to the dish before him, all prior preferences faded into insignificance. This culinary creation, known as rainbow vegetable jelly, was the brainchild of Alice, the chef responsible for the culinary offerings at the ninja tool shop. Baishur explained, in reality, this dish originates from the realm of Shokyuji no Soma, crafted by Erina Nakiri. It just so happens that Alice is capable of replicating it, as we procured all the necessary ingredients yesterday. The night prior, after Shisui suggested bringing Itachi along, Baishur had pondered deeply. Focusing on Uchiha Shisui, we delve into the relationship with Uchiha Itachi. From the perspective of Uchiha Itachi, we explore the connection with Uchiha Sasuke. Regarding the enhancement of Uchiha Sasuke's affection, Baishur has already formulated a strategy. However, he has not entirely relinquished the pursuit of elevating Uchiha Itachi's fondness. Attempts yield opportunities. Without them, prospects are non-existent. Baishur reflected deeply on the details concerning Uchiha Itachi and subsequently conceived a method to augment Itachi's goodwill, cuisine. Most humans possess a penchant for culinary delights. Baishur recalled that in the original narrative, Uchiha Itachi had an affinity for visiting dessert shops and relished dumplings. In this world, Alice's culinary prowess is akin to a dimensional onslaught, and Baishur firmly believes that Alice's creations would undoubtedly captivate Uchiha Itachi's palate. As anticipated, the situation unfolded just as Baishur had envisioned. If you both enjoy it, feel free to come often. I can have Alice prepare a little extra. Is that truly possible? Of course, we are all friends. As Baishur spoke, he glanced at Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. At that moment, the number above Uchiha Shisui's head had transformed into 92, while Uchiha Itachi's figure had slightly shifted from 66 to 68. 68, regarded by Shisui as a rather commendable individual. A mere 2 points, indeed. Enhancing Uchiha Itachi's affection is no simple task. By numerical evaluation, Uchiha Itachi's fondness increased by 2 points, while Uchiha Shisui's only rose by 1. However, the foundational affection levels of the two differ significantly, resulting in varying degrees of challenge. The difficulty of gaining 1 point from Shisui is far greater than that of garnering 2 points from Itachi. You two should indulge a bit more. I can relish it daily. Then I shall not hold back. Uchiha Shisui, fatigued from recent endeavors, truly did not hold back, for indulging in the exquisite dish provided a fleeting respite. Uchiha Itachi partook of a few pieces as well. Before long, the entire rainbow vegetable jelly was devoured, and Baishur cleared the plate. Upon Baishur's return, Uchiha Shisui turned to Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, let us designate this place as our future gathering spot. Uchiha Itachi paused, taken aback by Shisui's unexpected suggestion. This location, secluded and secure, ensures our conversations remain undisclosed, making it a superior choice compared to the woods or waterfall. Uchiha Shisui continued. Moreover, Baishur can assist us as a reference. While his innate talent as a ninja may not be exceptional, here Shisui gestured to his head, I have never bested Baishur. Our current predicament as the Uchiha is indeed precarious, and it is imperative for our younger generation to exert themselves. Furthermore, we are both preoccupied with our respective affairs and may not always have the time. Yet, Baishur remains steadfastly present. We can communicate with Baishur separately, allowing him to summarize and convey our discussions. This approach will significantly enhance our efficiency. More importantly, Baishur is someone we can trust completely. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Itachi nodded in agreement. Once he consented, the atmosphere relaxed considerably. Both Uchiha Shisui and Baishur achieved their objectives. Uchiha Shisui could enlist Baishur's assistance to observe and gauge Uchiha Itachi. With frequent interactions with Uchiha Itachi, Baishur would soon have the opportunity to connect with Uchiha Sasuke through him. Uchiha Shisui briefly mentioned his intention to join the security department, but subsequently focused more on discussing the current situation of the Uchiha clan. However, Uchiha Shisui's assumptions about Uchiha Itachi were somewhat misguided. He believed that Itachi would lean more towards the Uchiha clan than the village, especially as he was the son of Uchiha Fugaku. Thus, He emphasized a more cautious approach given the present circumstances of the Uchiha clan. In reality, Uchiha Itachi leaned more towards the village than the clan. Time passed swiftly. Uchiha Shisui glanced outside and quickly rose to his feet. I nearly forgot. There is something important I have yet to attend to. I must take my leave now. But we have so much left to discuss. Uchiha Shisui patted Uchiha Itachi on the shoulder and said, Itachi, I must go now. You and Baishur can continue your conversation. When I have the time, I will return, and whoever is present can relay the discussion to me. With that, Uchiha Shisui vanished in an instant. Uchiha Itachi hesitated. Baishur-senpai, let us pause our discussion for now. Alice's lunch should be nearly ready. Since Shisui has left, let us eat more so as not to waste it. We can resume our conversation after lunch. Uchiha Itachi pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well, I appreciate your help, senpai. No need to mention it. We are friends. The two entered the dining hall. 4 exquisite dishes were already arranged on the table, the enticing aroma wafting through the air, tantalizing their appetites. Itachi, let us eat. Yes. Baishur-senpai. As Baishur ate, he observed Uchiha Itachi. At merely 9 years old, Itachi had shed all traces of childhood, exuding an air of maturity. Baishur recalled that in the original narrative, even at the tender age of 6, Uchiha Itachi began to contemplate the meaning of life and death. Beneath an old tree, he pondered what truly constituted the will of fire, as the leaves danced in the breeze and the flames continued to burn brightly. How does it taste? Excellent. Uchiha Itachi replied, It is the most delicious meal I have ever had. That is wonderful, do enjoy it. After lunch, the two returned to the lounge. Baishur looked at Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, before we officially discuss the matters concerning our families and the village, shall we converse about something else first? What does Baishur-senpai wish to discuss? You have a younger brother, correct? Yes. Long ago, I had a younger brother. Regrettably, he fell gravely ill during his childhood and could not be saved to grow up as he should have. This event has lingered in my heart as a profound sorrow. This is a genuine account. Baishur speaks no falsehoods. By sharing this memory, he feels it may bridge the gap between himself and Uchiha Itachi, fostering a modicum of goodwill. Moreover, mentioning Sasuke would seem quite natural in this context. My apologies, Baishur said, waving his hand dismissively. This has nothing to do with you, Itachi. There is no need for an apology. Besides, the matter is long past, and I have come to terms with it. After a brief pause, Baishur continued, By the way, Itachi, could you share some experiences regarding your relationship with your brother? Uchiha Itachi fell silent for a moment. When Sasuke was born, I was quite young myself. At that time, I had little understanding of what it meant to have a brother. However, the moment I laid eyes on Sasuke, I sensed an inexplicable bond. Strangely, while our parents were in tears and chaos, Sasuke would quiet down instantly upon seeing me. He was truly adorable. Shortly after Sasuke's birth, a significant incident shook the village, the Nine Tails turmoil. At that time, Sasuke was merely a few months old, yet he seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation outside, exhibiting remarkable composure and causing me no trouble as he allowed me to hold him peacefully. However, due to my current commitments, my time with Sasuke has diminished considerably. I am aware of his disappointment, yet there is little I can do. Itachi sighed as he spoke. Indeed, the situation is dire, Baishur acknowledged. The relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village has deteriorated significantly, and this burden increasingly falls upon your shoulders. In my discussions with Shisui, we considered 2 approaches. One is to address the current poor relations between the Uchiha and the village without delving into the reasons behind their discord. The other is to explore the underlying causes of this rift in order to devise a solution. What is your perspective, Itachi? Itachi regarded Baishur thoughtfully. Baishur-senpai, I believe the former may be more appropriate. Tracing the origins involves too many complexities, and the process of resolution would be exceedingly slow, with uncertain outcomes. I share your viewpoint, Baishur replied. However, it is a challenging endeavor, as the discord has persisted for an extended period. Many within the Uchiha have harbored considerable dissatisfaction towards the village, and curbing their sentiments will not be an easy task. By the way, what is the clan leader's stance on this matter? Itachi shook his head. Father has made attempts at control, but the results are far from ideal. Shisui's perspective is to infiltrate the security department, as it is the primary point of interaction between the Uchiha and the outside world. He hopes to alleviate tensions between the Uchiha and the village through this avenue. The issues within the security department are indeed substantial. The two continued their discussion. Yet Baishur could discern that Uchiha Itachi harbored a certain level of mistrust towards him. The genuine thoughts and perspectives remained unspoken. This is evident from the affinity level of Uchiha Itachi, which was previously at 68. After sharing a lengthy conversation with Itachi over lunch, it astonishingly did not increase even by a single point. Time was not on their side. Senior Baishur, I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Very well. Uchiha Itachi rose to his feet. Baishur escorted Itachi to the door and presented him with a small bag. Here are some afternoon tea treats made by Alice. Please take them back for Sasuke. Itachi hesitated for a moment before accepting it. Thank you, Senior Baishur. As he watched Itachi's retreating figure, Baishur's expression grew contemplative. Such a heavy sense of vigilance and wariness? Despite their relationship with Shisui and the delightful food crafted by Alice, Itachi had merely echoed Baishur's words, displaying no hint of his true intentions. In other words, did Itachi not possess sufficient trust in Shisui? Baishur shook his head. His previous assessment had proven accurate. Elevating Itachi's affinity would be exceedingly challenging. Even with the exquisite culinary skills of Alice, it had only just begun to rise by 2 points. This is the nature of an independent thinker. However, he found solace in the fact that, despite Itachi's lack of trust, he would still deliver the afternoon tea to Sasuke, ensuring that Itachi would not perceive the treats as unworthy. This would significantly enhance Baishur's opportunities to engage with Sasuke. Before long, Itachi returned home. Father, Mother, Sasuke, I'm back. A woman looked up towards the door and, upon seeing Itachi, beamed with a gentle smile. Itachi is back. Your father is out, and Sasuke is in the backyard. Have you eaten? Itachi shook his head. No. I just returned from the tool shop. I had lunch there and brought back some snacks. Mother, would you like to join me? The old cat's tool shop? Yes. Itachi nodded. But currently, the old cat isn't there. Senior Baishur is managing the shop. The snacks were made by Alice, the chef there. Alice's skills are exceptional. No, they are outstanding. Better than yours? Asked Mikoto with a smile. Itachi remained silent for a moment. Different styles. Upon hearing this, Mikoto understood that Alice's culinary prowess must indeed surpass her own. Otherwise, Itachi would not have made such a remark. I truly wish to try them. Let us head to the backyard. All right, brother, mother. The moment Sasuke spotted Itachi, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he rushed towards him, leaping lightly as he reached Itachi. Itachi extended his arms and embraced Sasuke. Brother, it has been so long since you returned. Can you accompany me to practice shuriken throwing today? You promised last time. Uchiha Itachi initially intended to refuse, but after a moment's hesitation, he acquiesced. Very well, thank you, brother, Uchiha Sasuke exclaimed joyfully. Itachi gazed at Sasuke, a tender expression flickering in his eyes. However, such warmth seemed reserved solely for Sasuke. It was unlikely to be directed at anyone else. Let us enjoy some snacks I brought back. They are quite delectable, Itachi said, placing the treats on the table. As soon as the package was opened, the delightful aroma wafted through the air, causing Uchiha Mikoto's eyes to glimmer with interest. She quickly reached for a small piece. Indeed, this is quite good, she remarked. Sasuke wasted no time in devouring the snacks. These are delicious. Brother, you must try some too. Itachi shook his head gently. I have already eaten. These are meant for you. Sasuke glanced at the assortment on the table, his pace of consumption slowing as he picked up a piece and offered it to Itachi. Brother, just have one more, please. This time, Itachi did not refuse. All right. Sasuke then set aside a portion. These are for father. By the way, brother, where did you purchase these snacks? I want to buy some next time. I did not buy them. I brought them from the ninja tool shop, Itachi replied. Sasuke paused, curiosity evident in his eyes. Which ninja tool shop? Itachi hesitated momentarily. How about this, Sasuke? Tomorrow I shall take you there. Besides tools, the shop has a variety of ninja cats, and the owner, Shiraishi, is a decent person. That sounds great. Thank you, brother. Itachi reached out, affectionately ruffling Sasuke's hair. Sasuke squinted his eyes in delight, relishing the moment, much like a contented cat. While Itachi did not fully trust Shiraishi, he held a certain level of confidence in him, considering him a respectable individual. Moreover, within the Uchiha compound, no one dared to harm Sasuke. Itachi felt a pang of guilt regarding Sasuke, and recalling Shiraishi's mention of his own brother, combined with Sasuke's fondness for the snacks, prompted Itachi's desire to take him to the tool shop. After enjoying the treats, Itachi led Sasuke to a nearby forest for practice. They continued until dusk, the sky darkening before they returned home. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shisui arrived at the ninja tool shop. Shiraishi, he greeted. Shisui, Shiraishi replied, having asked Alice to prepare a late-night meal. As they savored their food, they engaged in conversation. I never imagined the chef at the ninja tool shop would possess such culinary skills. Shiraishi, I find myself envious of you. If you enjoy it, feel free to come by often. It merely requires a bit more ingredients and utensils. If you're concerned about costs, just contribute a little for the meals, Shiraishi offered. Is that so? Then I shall not hold back. With that, Uchiha Shisui produced his purse. You can keep this. I rarely use it anyway. However, after placing down the pouch of money, Uchiha Shisui hesitated for a moment. But wouldn't this be somewhat unfair to Baishir? After all, Alice is the chef at the ninja tools shop. If she were to feel dissatisfied, could it be that when Granny Cat returns, she would blame you, Baishir? Not at all, Baishir replied. I share a very good relationship with Alice. With that, Uchiha Shisui felt relieved. Earlier today, what discussions did you have with Itachi? Did you manage to glean anything? Itachi's trust in me is not particularly high yet. We merely conversed briefly about the current state of the Uchiha clan and the village. Nothing significant emerged. However, I have identified a potential breakthrough. What is it? Uchiha Shisui inquired. Uchiha Sasuke, Baishir stated. From what Itachi conveyed, he seems to be quite concerned about his younger brother, Sasuke. Therefore, I plan to reach out to Uchiha Sasuke and see what useful information I might obtain from him. Uchiha Shisui nodded in agreement. That could indeed work. And what about you, Shisui? How is the progress with the security department? I have already secured a position and will officially assume my duties tomorrow. I will lead a small team responsible for a specific area. I have yet to devise a concrete plan. I suppose I shall see how things unfold. What are the main responsibilities of the security department? Uchiha Shisui asked. Primarily, it involves enforcing the village regulations and mediating conflicts among the villagers. Both tasks can easily lead to animosity, which explains the poor reputation of the security department among the villagers, and it has tarnished the image of the Uchiha clan as well. I intend to observe how other members of the security department conduct their duties. If I can modify our approach to ease the relationship between the security department and the villagers, that would be splendid. Baishir then asked, Shisui, is the entire Konoha security department currently manned by members of the Uchiha clan? Indeed. Who formulates the village regulations? Naturally, it is the higher-ups of the village. Uchiha Shisui responded, and after saying this, he seemed to recall something, his gaze flickering slightly. Baishir continued, the higher-ups of the village establish the regulations. And when the villagers violate them, the Uchiha, as members of the security department, must enforce these rules, which inevitably leads to conflicts with the villagers. Failing to penalize the villagers would result in criticism from the village's higher-ups. Shisui, I actually have an idea. Uchiha Shisui instinctively asked, what idea? In this process of handling issues, the villagers harbor significant grievances against the security department, yet they do not express as much discontent towards the higher-ups who formulated the regulations. This suggests that the regulations themselves are not the problem, nor is the act of punishment. The issue lies in the interaction. Therefore, if we could introduce an intermediary layer between the security department and the villagers, it might improve the situation. This intermediary could be comprised of ordinary ninjas or even hired from among the villagers. In this way, the direct interaction between the security department personnel and the villagers would be significantly reduced. The security department would also evolve into a higher authority. Humans are complex beings. Yet at the same time, they are remarkably simple. Uchiha Shisui pondered deeply and realized that what Shiraishi said indeed held a kernel of truth. Were the architects of the regulations in the wrong? Certainly not. Were those who enforced the rules mistaken? Again, no. All parties were blameless. Yet conflicts with the villagers were prone to arise. Ultimately, human nature is tethered to self-interest. Different perspectives inevitably yield divergent attitudes. Those who are in direct contact are often susceptible to feelings of animosity, while those in positions of power may harbor disdain, albeit to a lesser extent, often accompanied by a sense of reverence. It seemed plausible. A spark ignited in Uchiha Shisui's eyes. Shiraishi, you are nothing short of a genius. The implementation of this method would indeed pose its challenges. However, if successfully executed, it could potentially transform the current state of the guard division. The fact that Shiraishi could devise such a strategy merely through external observations and the discourse we shared was remarkable. Uchiha Shisui could not help but marvel inwardly. If only Shiraishi's ninja aptitude were more pronounced. In truth, for Shiraishi, This was not particularly daunting. It was merely a matter of transcribing insights from a previous life. This world had yet to evolve to that level of understanding. The collective consciousness of the people remained mired in an outdated mindset, unlike Shiraishi's former existence, where nearly everyone possessed a solid grasp of politics, class stratification, and the dynamics of conflict. Shiraishi remarked, the challenges are still significant. Firstly, obtaining the assent of the village's high-ranking officials is essential. More personnel translates to greater expenditures, and the upper echelons may not readily agree to such fiscal commitments. Secondly, concerning the specific dynamics within the guard division, I am unaware, but it is certain that some members may regard the division's authority as their own, reluctant to share it with others. They relish the feeling of superiority that comes from interacting with the villagers. This segment of individuals may voice their dissent. Uchiha Shisui furrowed his brow. I believe the internal issues of the guard division can be resolved. Today, I engaged with several members of the division, and as you mentioned, Shiraishi, such situations are indeed rare. The majority of the members are not particularly fond of this role. They find it tedious, and if given an alternative, they would likely pursue other opportunities. As he spoke, Uchiha Shisui seemed to have an epiphany. Shiraishi, what do you think of this idea? If securing the village's approval for increased expenditure is indeed arduous, could we not circumvent the need for additional funding? By directly reducing the number of Uchiha members in the guard division, we could reallocate those resources. Uchiha Shisui continued. We could utilize this funding to employ ordinary ninjas and civilians. In this manner, the high-ranking officials of the village would undoubtedly be amenable, and among the Uchiha, aside from a few who might object, the vast majority should have no qualms. This could effectively resolve the issues within the guard division and ease the tensions between the Uchiha and the villagers. Shiraishi nodded thoughtfully. I find your proposal to be feasible. Shisui, it is certainly worth exploring. The darkness had completely enveloped the sky. Uchiha Shisui departed, and Baishir returned to his chamber. He harbored certain doubts regarding the security department. Baishir entertained two conjectures. One was that the affairs of the security department were, in essence, a conspiracy orchestrated by the higher echelons of Konoha against the Uchiha clan, utilizing this department to exacerbate the rift between the Uchiha and the villagers, ultimately aiming to tarnish the Uchiha's reputation within Konoha. The second possibility was that within the security department, certain Uchiha members possessed a notoriously arrogant disposition, and having acquired a modicum of power, regarded themselves as elevated figures. Alternatively, it could be a combination of both scenarios. Uchiha Shisui busied himself, seeking ways to petition the higher authorities. 2 days later, two figures approached the weapon shop. Baishir-senpai. Baishir beamed upon seeing the two figures enter the store. Good morning, Itachi. He then turned his gaze to the figure beside Itachi. This must be Sasuke? Uchiha Itachi nodded. Sasuke, this is Baishir-senpai. Uchiha Sasuke curiously scrutinized Baishir. Good morning, Baishir-senpai. Good morning, Sasuke. Baishir gestured. Please, come in and have a seat. He led the two into the lounge and signaled to Hirako Mako nearby. Mako, I entrust the shop to you. Yes, sir. Mako leaped gracefully onto the counter, arms crossed, a sword sheathed at her waist, exuding an air of earnest authority. Uchiha Sasuke examined Mako with curiosity. Brother, is this the ninja cat? Uchiha Itachi nodded. Then, do you have a ninja cat? Uchiha Itachi shook his head. A flicker of disappointment crossed Uchiha Sasuke's face. Itachi then remarked, our Uchiha clan has a close bond with ninja cats. If you like them, Sasuke, when you grow a bit older, you can seek one out as a companion. I don't have one because I chose a crow. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes sparkled anew. All right, then I shall find a truly formidable ninja cat. Uchiha Itachi turned back to Baishir. Baishir-senpai, I apologize for the sudden visit today. The pastries you allowed me to take last time were exquisite, and Sasuke has been yearning for them since. I came to inquire if I might purchase some. If it's too much trouble, I completely understand. Saying this, Uchiha Itachi produced his coin pouch. Baishir waved his hand dismissively. No need to purchase. Whatever you desire, I shall have Alice prepare it. No. If that were the case, I would feel embarrassed to bring Sasuke again. Very well, then just cover the cost of the ingredients. Such delectable pastries cannot be compared to ordinary fare. How could they be less expensive than the dumplings sold outside? That would be taking advantage of you. It should at least be double. No, even that would not suffice. Uchiha Itachi shook his head. Let us settle on the price for the meatball shop. I shall not sell beyond that, for I am not primarily engaged in this business. After all, The cost of the materials is not exorbitant. It is too low. Let it be agreed thus. We are friends, and should you raise the price again, it would signify a disregard for our friendship. Baisha feigned anger. This time, Uchiha Itachi did not persist further. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest, Baisha-senpai. Baisha turned to Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke, what do you fancy eating? Bonito rice balls and tomatoes. All right, I shall ask Alice to prepare some bonito rice balls shortly. Baisha made his way to the kitchen, exchanged a few words with Alice, and returned to the lounge with a small snack in hand. By the way, Itachi, let us have lunch here today. I have already instructed Alice to prepare the ingredients. Uchiha Itachi hesitated slightly. Last night, Shisui had some words for you that I should convey. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi nodded. Then I shall trouble you, Baisha-senpai. Baisha presented the snack to Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke, give this a try. Alice made it, and it tastes quite delightful. Uchiha Sasuke looked forward to it, but first glanced at Uchiha Itachi. Only upon receiving a nod from Itachi did he happily open the snack bag. It smells wonderful. After opening the bag, he took a small piece to taste. It's delicious. However, instead of consuming the second piece himself, he offered it to Uchiha Itachi and then handed the third piece to Baisha. Baisha-senpai, you should have some too. Thank you, Baisha replied as he accepted it. While enjoying the snack, Baisha glanced at the top of Uchiha Sasuke's head. A small line of text appeared, visible only to Baisha. 36. A big brother who can provide delicious treats. Baisha was not surprised by this number. Within the Uchiha clan, individuals with whom Baisha had little interaction typically had a favorability rating around 30, with minor fluctuations. Outside the Uchiha clan, within Konoha, the ratings ranged from negative to 20. Those with negative ratings were regarded with disdain. This indicated that the Uchiha standing in Konoha was indeed less than favorable. While most members within the Uchiha clan still shared a familial bond, recognizing one another due to their shared lineage. Uchiha Sasuke's favorability rating of 36, with the additional 6 points, likely stemmed partly from Uchiha Itachi and partly from Alice's culinary delights. The trio engaged in light conversation. Before long, it was lunchtime. Sir, lunch is ready, Alice's voice rang out. Thank you, Alice, for your hard work. Baisha turned to Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke, saying, Itachi, Sasuke, lunch is ready. Let us proceed to the dining area, which is conveniently located beside the washroom. All right. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke rose. The three made their way to the dining room, washed their hands, and sat down. Uchiha Sasuke was filled with anticipation. Even Uchiha Itachi felt a hint of eagerness. Even at a tender age, Uchiha Itachi began to engage in independent thought, his mind brimming with reflections on the relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan, infused with the will of fire. Yet, he possessed a fondness for culinary delights as well. There were 4 exquisite dishes, each portion ample and the colors tantalizingly vibrant. It was time to indulge. Baito picked up his chopsticks, while Uchiha Sasuke eagerly grasped his own. At just over 3 years old, nearing 4, Sasuke had already acquired a wealth of understanding and could manage a life of independence with relative ease, though he still received care from Uchiha Mikoto. In contrast, his peer, Naruto Uzumaki, truly lived on his own, reflecting the remarkable maturity of the individuals in this world. Baito reminisced about the early days in the Ninja Academy, where even before officially enrolling, students were already discussing their crushes, a phenomenon of premature romantic inclinations. How does it taste, Sasuke? Delicious, Sasuke replied after a brief hesitation. It's the best I've ever had. Then do indulge further. As lunch progressed, Baito noted that the numerical value above Sasuke's head gradually increased. When the meal concluded, all 4 dishes had been devoured without a trace left behind. The gathering cats, once again, left in disappointment. A cat nuzzled against Baito's leg. During the midday break, which lasted 2 hours at the ninja tool shop, Baito instructed Hirizumi Mako to close the door. He then led Itachi and Sasuke to the backyard. Sasuke expressed great curiosity towards Hirizumi Mako, prompting Baito and Itachi to create some distance from him. The previous night, Shisui and I had deliberated on a significant decision. What is it, Baito-senpai? He inquired. Baito explained, in the current context, the principal issue lies in the discord between the Uchiha and the village. Should this conflict continue to escalate, it would undoubtedly result in considerable turmoil. Either the Uchiha would suffer grave repercussions, or the village would, or both would endure severe consequences. The discord stems from 2 sources. the dissatisfaction within the Uchiha clan concerning village policies, and the villagers' grievances towards the Uchiha. Shisui and I discussed a potential solution to the latter issue, to reassign some Uchiha members from the Konoha Guard to return to their families. Subsequently, we could recruit ordinary ninjas or even civilians with these positions to form a new department dedicated to direct engagement with the villagers. The Guard would oversee this department's interactions with the village's higher echelons. This approach would alleviate the villagers' discontent towards the Uchiha. Shisui and I have already validated this plan and deemed it feasible. However, we have yet to devise an effective strategy concerning the first issue. Itachi, do you have any insights? Uchiha Itachi fell silent for a moment. In the earlier part of the conversation, I pondered the method proposed by Baishur to address the villagers' dissatisfaction with the Uchiha clan. In the latter part, I contemplated the questions raised by Baishur. Senior Baishur, what do you believe is the reason for the Uchiha's discontent with the village? There are numerous causes, Baishur replied, glancing at Uchiha Itachi and shrugging his shoulders. For instance, the Uchiha and Senju clans jointly established Konohagakure, yet the Uchiha have not received the treatment befitting founders. They have even been relegated to the outskirts of the village. Moreover, conflicts tend to accumulate over time. The longer they persist, the more pronounced they become. After a brief pause, Baishur added, furthermore, some members of the Uchiha are excessively radical, extreme, and proud. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi's expression seemed to shift slightly. After a moment, he responded, I believe we can approach the situation from this angle. What angle? The mindset of the Uchiha members you just mentioned. Uchiha Itachi continued, I feel that many Uchiha still remain entrenched in the era of Uchiha Madara, lacking a clear understanding of the current circumstances. Baishur was somewhat taken aback. This remark revealed a glimpse of Uchiha Itachi's true inner thoughts, which he would never have expressed in front of me before. Suddenly, Baishur noticed that the number above Uchiha Itachi's head had changed to 70, and it dawned on him. No wonder. The increase in favorability must have diminished his distrust towards me, allowing him to speak his mind. Was it because my previous statement resonated with Uchiha Itachi's perspective? This revelation filled Baishur with a sense of delight. Initially, he had determined that elevating Uchiha Itachi's favorability would be quite a challenging endeavor, especially since Alice's cooking had forcibly raised it by 2 points. However, after tasting Alice's cuisine a second time, there was no change in favorability, which solidified Baishur's assessment. Yet now, he had discovered a new avenue to enhance Uchiha Itachi's favorability, which piqued his anticipation. Although Baishur held a disliking for Uchiha Itachi and disagreed with his views, he acknowledged Itachi's strength and talent. Making requests based on Uchiha Itachi's favorability would surely yield favorable responses, and the enhanced Ninkat he would acquire would undoubtedly be exceptional. Baishur was well aware of Uchiha Itachi's beliefs, to uphold the will of fire, prioritizing the village over the clan. However, he previously thought that given Uchiha Itachi's level of independent thought and his initial attitude during their first conversation, even if he agreed with Itachi's perspective, it would be difficult to raise his favorability. Yet, it appeared he had misjudged the situation. Uchiha Itachi seemed to desire validation for his views. Baishur's thoughts shifted, and he remarked, indeed, the current circumstances of the Uchiha are no longer what they once were. Previously, they were a solitary ninja clan. Now, he has become a member of Konoha. If one continues to confine their thoughts to the past, it is certain that problems will arise. Uchiha Itachi nodded. Senior Baishur, regarding the need to alter the mindset of the Uchiha clan members, I previously discussed this with Senior Shisui, but he did not endorse my ideas. Baishur turned his gaze towards Uchiha Itachi. At that moment, the number above Itachi's head changed once more, shifting from 70 to 72. What is your perspective, Itachi? It's disheartening, Uchiha Itachi replied. Persuasion, reasoning, reminders, these all prove ineffective. The Uchiha clan members possess an excessive degree of self-importance, making it difficult for them to heed the words of others. In this situation, only through experiencing failure can they awaken to reality. We must seek an opportunity to inflict a profound defeat upon the Uchiha. Baishur observed Uchiha Itachi with a composed demeanor. Self-important, difficult to listen to others? Is there anyone in the Uchiha clan who embodies self-importance more than you do? Who is more resistant to the counsel of others? You perceive the faults of others, yet remain blind to your own. What sort of opportunity? Itachi continued. Only through the deaths of multiple elite Uchiha ninjas can a blow be delivered that is sufficiently devastating for the Uchiha clan, Otherwise, they will remain unawakened. However, Senior Shisui disagrees. He believes that we should not resolve matters through the deaths of innocents. That would be wrong. This time, Baisher did not blindly align with Uchiha Itachi. Although he wished to bolster Itachi's favor, he recognized that mindlessly agreeing could provoke Itachi into rash action, potentially resulting in the deaths of innocent members of the Uchiha clan, an outcome Baisher wished to avoid. Shisui's considerations were not without merit. The situation may not yet have deteriorated to such an extent. By the way, Itachi, have you discussed this with your father? What are Faye's thoughts on the matter? Uchiha Itachi paused in silence. No, he replied, his tone slightly stiff. Baisher noted that the number above Itachi's head had once again changed, but this time it had decreased, from 72 to 71. Baisher mused, is it merely that I did not fully align with Uchiha Itachi? I offered no rebuttal. And yet my favorability has diminished? My father has seldom discussed these matters with me, believing that I lack sufficient understanding. In his eyes, I may still be perceived as a child yet to mature. Baisher raised an eyebrow slightly. However, Itachi's words revealed a hint of dissatisfaction towards Uchiha Faye, which provided Baisher with an opportunity to further investigate Uchiha Itachi as per Shisui's commission, thereby advancing Shisui's path towards the position of clan leader. Once Uchiha Shisui ascended to the position of clan leader, the circumstances surrounding the Uchiha clan underwent a profound transformation. Moreover, Baisher possessed the ability to influence Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Sasuke approached the two, addressing them as brother, Senior Baisher. Their conversation came to an end, and Baisher glanced at the number above Uchiha Sasuke's head, which had fluctuated more than that above Uchiha Itachi's, rising from 36 to 40, indicating an increase in favorability by 4 points. By the way, Senior Baisher, how much longer until the refreshments are ready? It will take a while longer. Itachi, do you have something to attend to? Indeed, there is a matter I must address. How about this? I will take Sasuke with me for now, and once I have completed my tasks, I shall return. Would that be acceptable? Does Sasuke have something to do as well? Uchiha Itachi hesitated momentarily. Not particularly. If Itachi is at ease with it, you may leave Sasuke here. Once the refreshments are prepared, I will escort him back. How does that sound? You have your own responsibilities, so focus on them without distraction, Baisher suggested. Perhaps it was the influence of the favorability rating of 71 or the imploring gaze of Uchiha Sasuke that swayed Uchiha Itachi, who, after a brief moment of contemplation, acquiesced. Then I must trouble you, Senior Baisher. It is no trouble at all. I am the sole attendant at the ninja tool shop, so the presence of another makes it more lively, and I shall have someone to converse with. Uchiha Itachi departed, and Baisher along with Uchiha Sasuke escorted him to the entrance. Once they witnessed the complete disappearance of Uchiha Itachi's silhouette, Baisher led Sasuke back to the rear courtyard. A few ninja cats lay languidly asleep in the yard. Senior Baisher, may I pet that one? Uchiha Sasuke fixated on a plump tabby cat. Of course. Baisher nodded and remarked, the ninja cats in the shop possess amiable dispositions. As long as you harbor no intent to harm them and wish to befriend them, they will surely take a liking to you. Uchiha Sasuke's hand gently descended upon the tabby cat. Meow. The tabby stretched lazily. How adorable. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes sparkled with delight. The number above his head increased by another point. Senior Baisher, when I grow a bit older, how should I go about choosing a ninja cat? Are all ninja cats formidable, or is my brother's crow superior? Each has its own strengths, Baisher explained. To choose a ninja cat, one must first earn its recognition, which is not an easy task. Many Uchiha do not possess ninja cats. Some simply do not prefer them, while others have yet to find a suitable match. Selecting a ninja cat is akin to choosing a companion. Mutual trust and reliance are essential for optimal cooperation. Uchiha Sasuke glanced back toward the shop. Is it similar to the relationship between you and Hizi Shinji? Quite similar, Baisher paused before adding. In fact, I once had a younger brother. Senior Baisher, you had a younger brother? Where is he now? He has passed away, succumbing to a severe illness that could not be remedied. I am truly sorry. It is of no consequence. It has all passed, and thus I find myself rather envious of Itachi for having a younger brother. It is evident that Itachi genuinely cares for you, his sibling, without a shadow of a doubt. This is not merely based on Itachi's own words. Throughout the original narrative, Itachi annihilated the entire Uchiha clan, sparing only Sasuke, which speaks volumes of his intentions. Baisher remarked, previously he shared some insights about you all. Sasuke, I assume you hold a fondness for Itachi, do you not? Indeed, he is my favorite brother, Sasuke replied earnestly, nodding. My brother is incredibly talented. I aspire to be as formidable as he is in the future. Alas, ever since he graduated, he has been exceedingly busy, leaving little time for us to play together. Itachi, too, is bound by the demands of being a ninja, especially for a prodigy of his caliber. Sasuke, displaying maturity beyond his years, responded, I understand. I hold no grievances against my brother. Baishur extended a hand and gently patted Sasuke's shoulder. Is there a game you wish to play? What activities do you and Itachi enjoy together? We practice shuriken throwing, Sasuke replied. Shuriken throwing, you say? Baishur pointed towards a corner of the backyard. There is a target over there, and I have a plethora of discarded shuriken. I shall summon Hinata to accompany you in practice. What do you think? That sounds wonderful. Sasuke's eyes sparkled with excitement. Before long, Baishur prepared the necessary items. Hinata, come here for a moment. Yes, sir. Please assist Sasuke in practicing shuriken throwing. Of course. Sir. Hinata cast a fleeting glance at Sasuke. Though he found the young boy somewhat exasperating, he was unwaveringly obedient to Baishur's command. Baishur then returned to the shop, for his primary objective was to enhance Sasuke's fondness towards him. In tandem, he sought to elevate Itachi's affections as well. Though he was uncertain if he could raise Itachi's fondness to above 90. Yet uncertainty did not equate to surrender. Baishur had identified two methods to increase Itachi's fondness. One was through the exquisite culinary creations of Alice, and the other was by aligning with Itachi's viewpoints. Both approaches had their merits, but also their challenges. The former was a slow process, while the latter proved to be unpredictable. Both required time and patience to cultivate. To enhance Sasuke's fondness, 3 avenues presented themselves: through culinary delights, the allure of ninja cats, or by extolling Itachi's virtues in Sasuke's presence. At this juncture, Sasuke held Itachi in high esteem, and praising Itachi before him would surely earn Sasuke's approval. However, it was essential to be mindful of one aspect. Sasuke harbored a deep admiration for his brother, while Itachi was equally protective of his younger sibling. Baishur can show kindness to Uchiha Sasuke, which would earn the gratitude of Uchiha Itachi. However, he must not spend too much time in close proximity to Sasuke. Otherwise, Itachi may grow wary and resentful. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of shuriken striking the target echoed. Baishur was calculating in his mind. Once he raised Uchiha Sasuke's favorability to 90, it would be time to choose the next target. Images of potential candidates flickered through his mind. Uchiha Izumi, Uchiha Hakudai, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Makoto. Aside from these few, there were hardly any other suitable prospects within the Uchiha clan. However, once I request something using Sasuke's favorability and receive a positive response, strengthening my ninja cat, my overall strength will undoubtedly undergo significant transformation. At that point, my options will expand considerably. An enticing aroma wafted from the direction of the kitchen. Baishur peered outside, noting the empty street. Clearly, no guest would be arriving anytime soon. He proceeded to the kitchen, where Alice stood on a stool, diligently preparing a meal. Physically capable and strong, Alice, being a low-ranking ninja cat, was already superior to ordinary individuals in terms of stamina, though her height posed certain challenges. Alice was earnestly focused on her cooking. Master. She turned to Baishur during a brief pause in her work. Alice, thank you for your hard work. Baishur felt increasingly satisfied with Alice's presence. Not only did she enhance his quality of life, but she also provided him with a highly effective method to boost others' favorability through the allure of delicious food. A temptation few can resist. It's truly enjoyable to cook, and it's an honor to assist you, Master, she replied. How much longer until it's finished? Approximately half an hour. All right. Once done, please place it in the lounge. Yes, Master. Half an hour later, Baishur made his way to the backyard. Uchiha Sasuke appeared quite cheerful, drenched in sweat from his efforts, yet fully absorbed in throwing shuriken, exclaiming in excitement whenever he hit the target. Senpai Hirako, again. However, Hirako noticed Baishur's arrival and paused. Sasuke followed suit. Senpai Baishur, he greeted. Sasuke, are you enjoying yourself? Thank you, Senpai Baishur. I am very happy. Sasuke replied with a smile. That's wonderful to hear. The snacks are ready, and it's getting late. I should escort you home. If we linger too long, Itachi may grow anxious. Sasuke cast a reluctant glance back at Hirako and the target, but nodded. All right. As they reached the entrance, Sasuke suddenly looked up at Baishur. Senpai Baishur, may I come again in the future? Of course, you are welcome anytime. This was precisely what Baishur had hoped for. Yet, he knew he must not openly express his desires. Given Itachi's nature, any such overture would surely raise suspicion. Not merely Uchiha Itachi, but also Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto would harbor suspicions. However, Uchiha Sasuke's proactive suggestion would significantly mitigate the risks involved. Before long, Baishur escorted Uchiha Sasuke to the entrance of his home. The gate was closed. Suddenly, it swung open, revealing a figure emerging from within, an unfamiliar Uchiha ninja. Clad in standard attire, exuding an air of competence. Upon spotting Uchiha Sasuke, the ninja scrutinized Baishur for a moment, ensuring there were no issues, before departing. Sasuke, you may enter now. I shall leave you here. Senior Baishur, want you come in for a while? Not at the moment. I have merely accompanied you back. There are matters to attend to at the ninja tool shop, and I have already been away for quite some time. Baishur replied with a smile, shaking his head. Uchiha Sasuke then pushed open the gate, turning back to wave farewell to Baishur. Goodbye, Senior Baishur. Farewell. As the gate closed, Baishur turned and walked away. A fine elder brother. In just one day, Uchiha Sasuke's favorability rating had risen by 10 points, increasing from 36 to 46. Baishur felt quite satisfied with this outcome. At this rate, even if the pace of Uchiha Sasuke's favorability growth slowed in the future, it would not take long to elevate it to 90. After all, Uchiha Sasuke's situation was not as complex as that of Uchiha Itachi. Bang! A sudden commotion of hurried footsteps echoed, and as Baishur rounded the corner, a figure abruptly collided with him. Had Baishur been the same as before, he might not have reacted in time. However, following a recent enhancement, his reflexes had improved considerably. He sidestepped swiftly, avoiding the oncoming figure. Thud! A small body tumbled to the ground. Baishur then discerned the identity of the individual, a young girl. Of an age similar to Uchiha Itachi, lacking a ninja headband, evidently still a student of the ninja academy. With long hair, she raised her head, revealing a small tear mole beneath her right eye, her features exquisitely delicate. Uchiha Izumi. The name surfaced in Baishur's mind. A prodigious Uchiha. She had awakened her Sharingan on the night of the Nine-Tails attack, and by the time of the clan's tragedy, she had already attained the level of 3 Tomo. Her temperament was gentle, kind-hearted, and empathetic. Ouch, that hurts. Uchiha Izumi slightly furrowed her brow. Baishur extended his hand. Can you rise? Uchiha Izumi glanced at Baishur, hesitating for a moment before grasping his hand to assist herself in standing. I can, thank you, senior. Baishur observed that Uchiha Izumi's knee had sustained a significant injury upon her fall, with blood seeping from a wound that had made contact with the stones, dirt embedded within. I am now the proprietor of the ninja tool shop. Your injury appears rather severe. We are quite close to the shop. Allow me to take you there to tend to your wound. Uchiha Izumi hesitated slightly. Senior, I'm perfectly fine. There's no need for concern. Baishur remarked. If this wound is not treated promptly, it may leave a severe scar. Baishur could sense Uchiha Izumi's wariness. Although they were all of Uchiha lineage, the clan was still numerous. Uchiha Izumi, unfamiliar with Baishur, naturally harbored some reservations. It is not uncommon for familial ties to vary within a clan, especially one as notable as the Uchiha. Members of the Uchiha clan tend to exhibit a more pronounced individuality compared to other ninja families, resulting in a significant number of those with problematic temperaments. Nevertheless, the mention of Granny Cat's ninja tool shop alleviated some of Uchiha Izumi's apprehension. Very well, then I shall trouble you, senior. He led Uchiha Izumi back to the ninja tool shop. The moment they entered, Pingzi Jinzi glanced over and leaped down from the counter. Pingzi, go fetch some tools and medicine for treating external wounds. Yes, sir. Uchiha Izumi cast a curious glance at Pingzi Jinzi. Senior, is this a ninja cat? Indeed. Soon. Pingzi Jinzi returned with the necessary tools. Baishur began to clean Uchiha Izumi's wound, a fundamental skill for any ninja, even in an era devoid of medical ninjas. He proceeded to clear debris, apply medicine, and then wrap the wound in bandages. That should suffice. Thank you, senior. Please, take a moment to rest. It is still early, and there is no rush for you to return. Allowing your wound to stabilize will aid in your recovery. Would you care for a drink? No, thank you. Baishur took a seat across from Uchiha Izumi, maintaining a respectful distance. The door of the tool shop stood ajar. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Uchiha Baishur, having graduated from the Ninja Academy over a year ago. Currently, I serve as a genin, primarily overseeing the ninja tool shop, while Granny Cat attends to other matters. Uchiha Izumi nodded in acknowledgement. Senior by sure, I am Uchiha Izumi, presently a student at the Ninja Academy. Your instructor must have mentioned a particular name. Which name? Uchiha Shisui. Shisui-senpai? Uchiha Izumi's eyes widened in surprise. Baisher continued. Uchiha Shisui and I were classmates. However, he graduated early while I completed my studies at the usual pace. Nonetheless, we share a good rapport. Uchiha Izumi nodded thoughtfully. I have indeed heard of Shirsu-senpai. Our teacher speaks highly of him, and the elders often mention him as a prodigy of our Uchiha clan, exceptionally formidable. Indeed, Shirsui's talents are remarkable. Senior Baisher, you are quite impressive as well, managing an entire ninja tool shop on your own. The tasks at the shop are not overwhelming, especially with the assistance of the ninja cats. A curious calico cat approached Uchiha Izumi, stealthily observing him before sniffing at the unique scent he bore, causing Uchiha Izumi to feel a tad anxious. He instinctively glanced toward Baisher for reassurance. It is of no concern. The ninja cats will not harm you. They are merely curious since it is your first visit. Uchiha Izumi is the one who can relax. The calico cat nuzzled against Uchiha Izumi. Meow. In that instant, Uchiha Izumi felt somewhat enchanted. Senior Shiraishi, may I pet it? Of course. Tentatively, Uchiha Izumi extended a hand toward the calico cat, which noticed the gesture but did not resist, even lifting its head slightly in invitation. So adorable. So fluffy. It feels wonderful to touch. Uchiha Izumi chuckled, momentarily forgetting the pain in her knee. Above her head, only Shiraishi could see a line of text that floated. 39, a very kind senior. Encountering Uchiha Izumi was a delightful surprise for Shiraishi. He had previously resolved to regard her as a target for increasing his favorability. Initially, Shiraishi's plan was to leverage Uchiha Itachi's connections, given that Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Izumi were classmates. However, it seemed unnecessary to go through Uchiha Itachi now. Furthermore, the speed at which Uchiha Izumi's favorability was increasing pleased Shiraishi. It had progressed from an initial 30 to 39, advancing even more swiftly than Uchiha Sasuke's. At this rate, it was conceivable that Uchiha Izumi's favorability could surpass 90 before Uchiha Sasuke's reached that milestone. Shiraishi signaled to Alice. Soon, Alice was bustling about in the kitchen, and an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Uchiha Izumi caught a whiff of the scent and instinctively inhaled, though she remained silent. Before long, Alice emerged with several cups of hot beverages. All done, 4 cups in total. Shiraishi took 1 cup and handed another to the nearby Hirako Masako, while Alice brought the remaining 2 cups to Uchiha Izumi. This is fruit tea made by Alice. It tastes delightful. Given your recent injury, drinking this will aid in your recovery. Everyone has some, so please don't hesitate. Choose a cup. Uchiha Izumi hesitated momentarily before selecting one. Alice returned with another cup and resumed her place beside Shiraishi. The previously scattered ninja cats gathered once more, mewing in hopes of receiving some food. Hirako Masako quickly finished an entire cup of fruit tea. In contrast, Alice sipped delicately, taking small sips. Her little feet swayed playfully. Uchiha Izumi brought the cup to her lips, and before tasting, an intense aroma of fruit burst forth, instantly refreshing her lungs. So fragrant. After a gentle sip, the flavor exploded in Uchiha Izumi's mouth. Refreshing. The balance of sweet and tart was perfect. Delicious. Uchiha Izumi paused and looked toward Shiraishi. Izumi, how does it taste? Senior Shiraishi, it's very tasty. Thank you. No need for thanks. Baisher waved his hand and remarked, speaking of which, your injury is partly due to my involvement. No, it was my own recklessness, Uchiha Izumi replied, shaking her head repeatedly. I almost collided with you, Senior Baisher. If it weren't for your assistance in bandaging my wound, my condition could have been far worse. I truly appreciate your help, Senior Baisher. With the arrival of the fruit tea, the number above Uchiha Izumi's head changed again, rising from 39 to 43. Although it was slightly lower than Uchiha Sasuke's approval rating, the increase was significantly more substantial. Senior Baisher, Uchiha Izumi said after finishing her fruit tea, rising from her chair and looking at Baisher. It's getting late, and my injury has improved somewhat. I shall take my leave now. Take care and walk slowly, Baisher advised. Be safe on your way back. Of course. I will be careful. Baisher accompanied Uchiha Izumi to the door. Feel free to come over and visit. I see that these ninja cats are quite fond of you. I rarely have time to play with them, and they would surely be delighted by your presence. The previously mentioned calico cat poked its head out. gazing in Uchiha Izumi's direction. All right, Senior Baishur. Baishur watched as Uchiha Izumi departed. 43, a warm-hearted, kind, and admirable senior. Alice, indeed remarkable, Baishur remarked, glancing back at Alice. Currently, he was quite satisfied with both ninja cats. Hirako had the strength of an elite jonin, capable of ensuring Baishur's safety, while Alice possessed culinary skills that were practically an overwhelming advantage in this world, enhancing Baishur's rapport with others. This would prove beneficial for Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Izumi, and would undoubtedly be advantageous for others in the future as well. Should he consider visiting the hand-pulled noodle shop to enhance his rapport there? Perhaps he could strengthen another ninja cat with notable culinary prowess? Or should he choose someone skilled in other life skills? After all, there are many ways to improve rapport, not solely through gastronomy. Culinary delights are merely one aspect. For now, Alice's abilities were already sufficient. Upon returning home, Uchiha Itachi immediately sought out Uchiha Sasuke, feeling relieved only when he spotted him in the backyard. Sasuke, brother. Upon hearing the voice, Uchiha Sasuke displayed an expression of joy. You have finally returned. He quickly raised the bag in his hand and asked, Brother, would you like to share some fish rice balls with me? Sure. Uchiha Itachi sat down beside Uchiha Sasuke. The two opened the bag and began to savor its contents. Delicious. Uchiha Itachi inquired casually, Sasuke, did you have fun at the ninja tool shop today? Very much so. Can you tell me about it? Of course. Uchiha Sasuke replied, after you left, Senior Baishur stayed with me for a while. He left only when a guest arrived. And then he had Senior Hirako accompany me. We practiced shuriken throwing in the backyard. Brother, I have made significant progress. Would you like to see? Uchiha Itachi's brow furrowed slightly. Senior Hirako? It concerns the esteemed Senior Baishur and his Nina cat, that yellow creature, likely an orange tabby. Senior Hirako is indeed formidable, and I aspire to possess a Nina cat as powerful as his. Uchiha Itachi wore a look of realization as he recalled the visage of Hirako Shinji. Subsequently, Uchiha Sasuke beamed with excitement. Very well, let me take a look, he said, eagerly producing a kunai. As night fell, Uchiha Shisui arrived at the ninja tools shop. However, at that moment, Uchiha Shisui appeared rather unwell, exhausted and disheartened, as though he had suffered a tremendous setback, his spirits visibly diminished. Shisui, what troubles you? Uchiha Shisui merely shook his head. 8th Hokage did not consent to our proposal. Did not consent? Baishur offered Uchiha Shisui a cup of tea. What reason did the 8th Hokage provide for the refusal? Shisui replied. The 8th Hokage stated that sacrificing the Uchiha's power, status, and prestige for such minimal benefits is inadvisable. Is the 8th Hokage a radical or a conservative? A radical, Uchiha Shisui answered. The 8th Hokage's response was that, given the current circumstances, the Uchiha situation is already precarious. The security department represents the remnants of our power and standing. Should we lose this, there will be no place for the Uchiha within Konoha. Baishur's brow furrowed slightly. This assertion cannot be entirely dismissed, but it must be considered within a specific context. If the higher-ups of the village prioritize stability, then the 8th Hokage's perspective holds merit. However, if their stance diverges from this, then the security department becomes akin to a slow poison for the Uchiha, a desperate measure. How did you counter this? I argued that the current state of the security department is more detrimental than beneficial to the Uchiha. Persisting in this manner will only tarnish our reputation further and exacerbate our discord with the villagers. But the 8th Hokage insisted that it is unnecessary to concern ourselves with the opinions of ordinary villagers, for this is a world of shinobi. Indeed, Uchiha Shisui nodded. However, I maintain that the views of ordinary villagers are not insignificant. A few might not wield much influence, yet when their numbers swell, they can yield a profound impact. Yet, I could not persuade the 8th Hokage. We both clung to our beliefs, convinced of our righteousness. Uchiha Shisui sighed. Baishur's viewpoint aligned with Uchiha Shisui's. The opinions of a handful of villagers may indeed seem trivial, but when the populace is sufficiently large, it can incite a qualitative change. Many shinobi have family, friends, and neighbors who are ordinary villagers. These connections can indeed wield considerable influence. Even within the Uchiha clan, there exist numerous common folk. Furthermore, the village's various aspects concerning livelihood are predominantly managed by ordinary individuals. The environment, in subtle ways, can profoundly alter a person's perspective. Thus, Even if ordinary ninjas or those from other clans have never engaged in conflict with the Uchiha, and even lack any form of interaction, the prevailing environment naturally fosters animosity. Cultural invasion and the guidance of public opinion are, in fact, crucial elements, intangible and obscure, yet undeniably real. Why is it that some individuals, born in the land of sand, remain confined to their small towns throughout their lives, harboring an intense hatred for the people of the land of water whom they have never encountered? Conversely, others, hailing from the land of grass, and similarly never leaving their hometowns, speak of the land of fire with an affection akin to that of their true homeland? Were Uchiha Madara still alive, the Uchiha would have no need to be concerned about such matters. However, the current strength of the Uchiha cannot be deemed formidable. Perhaps we should consider a different approach, suggested Shiraishi. What approach? The 8th Hokage was a radical, correct? Indeed. So what were the 8th Hokage's thoughts? To actively confront the village's higher-ups, seize all available resources to bolster the strength of the Uchiha, and refuse to yield an inch, maintaining a posture of dominance while accumulating power. Yet, such a strategy would not effectively amass significant strength. Shiraishi remarked, I believe the 8th Hokage was radical, but not radical enough. Under his leadership, the security department could merely maintain the status quo, unable to advance. Furthermore, as these conflicts escalate, the tensions between the Uchiha and the village's leadership would inevitably intensify, leading to an eventual violent civil war. Previously, Shisui, did you not uncover that some radical members intended to utilize civil war to overthrow the current village leadership and seize control? If a civil war is imminent, then the Uchiha must bolster their strength. Presently, they are insufficiently equipped. The security department occupies many of the Uchiha's ninjas, who, due to their duties, are unable to devote the majority of their time and energy to enhancing their abilities. Therefore, if we were to relinquish the responsibilities of the security department to other ordinary ninjas or even common villagers, this segment of the Uchiha could be freed for specialized training. Uchiha Shisui furrowed his brow. But wouldn't this lead to an increase in Uchiha wishing for civil war? If that occurs, the situation could spiral out of control. Shisui, do you believe that inaction will prevent such Uchiha from multiplying? Shiraishi retorted. Uchiha Shisui fell silent for a moment. They would indeed increase. Since they will increase, why not proceed in this manner? At the very least, it could mitigate the further deterioration of the Uchiha's reputation within the village, providing an additional benefit. Shiraishi paused before continuing. Moreover, a civil war only truly exists if the village's leadership remains unaware. Thus, if it does not transpire, it cannot be deemed a civil war. A civil war that does not occur does not count as one. Additionally, should the 8th Hokage intend to accumulate strength, he would certainly keep it concealed from the outside world, suggesting to the village's leadership that the Uchiha are retreating. The village can enter a phase of stability for a certain period. By the time the 8th Hokage believes that he has accumulated sufficient power, you, Shisui, within the Uchiha clan, should possess significant influence. As long as you wish to avert civil strife, you can suppress the Uchiha. Thus, our objective will be accomplished. Shisui Uchiha organized his thoughts. First, we feign alignment with the radical faction to persuade the 8th Hokage to adopt a more aggressive path. However, this is merely a deception aimed at the 8th Hokage. Our true intent is to reform the guard department according to our vision, to enhance the Uchiha's reputation, and to mitigate the conflicts between the Uchiha and the villagers. The 8th Hokage and his associates are secretly conducting specialized training for the Uchiha who have withdrawn. Once they return from their training, the power and status will be firmly within my grasp. I do not wish for a civil war, and thus, they will not instigate one. Baisha nodded. Indeed. However, there is one aspect that differs slightly. The matter of civil war, in Baisha's view, can be genuine or feigned, depending on future circumstances. It seems feasible. I shall attempt this approach. By the way, Baisha, have you made any progress with Itachi? Yes. Shisui Uchiha's eyes brightened slightly. What do you mean? During my previous conversation with Itachi, he expressed dissatisfaction with certain members of the Uchiha clan, primarily targeting the radicals, hoping for a severe blow against the Uchiha to make them realize their own situation. Shisui nodded. Itachi has mentioned this to me as well, but I find it outrageous. To calm some Uchiha members, does he suggest killing several elite Uchiha ninjas? I cannot accept that. Baisha continued. Later, I inquired whether Itachi had discussed this with Fugaku. His response was negative, but the key lies not in the absence of discussion, but rather in Itachi's expression at that moment. I could discern that Itachi harbored discontent towards Fugaku. This discontent arises from Fugaku's inadequacy in addressing the Uchiha circumstances as clan leader. Shisui, I believe you underestimate Itachi. He is not the type to prioritize paternal affection over the welfare of the Uchiha clan as a whole. Itachi's temperament extends beyond that. In fact, familial bonds hold little significance for Itachi. Therefore, Baishi's assertion is not without merit. It merely skews Itachi's portrayal towards a more favorable light in front of Shisui. After all, at this stage, the relationship between Shisui Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha remains amicable. Once I conclude my duties with the guard department, I will rely on you, Baishi, to continue observing Itachi. Our plan must not encounter any unforeseen complications. I still cannot entirely place my trust in Itachi. No trouble at all. I am also a member of the Uchiha clan. Baishi gestured towards the door. In truth, the one who bears the greatest burden is you, Shisui. Ping Zijunzi approached with 2 bowls of porridge. Have some porridge for a late-night snack? Alice has just prepared it. Uchiha Shisui sniffed the air, inhaling a delightful fragrance. He turned to Haku, saying, honestly, Haku, I find myself increasingly grateful for your presence within the Uchiha clan, and I cherish the bond we have forged as friends. Your thoughts and perspectives are remarkably clear, were it not for your Uchiha lineage. I might even mistake you for a member of the Nara family. Moreover, having a talented chef like Alice here is a true blessing. After a long day, indulging in Alice's culinary creations rejuvenates both my body and spirit, alleviating fatigue significantly and instilling me with renewed motivation. Haku, do you believe we will succeed? Haku nodded affirmatively. Certainly. Yet he recognized that relying solely on Uchiha Shisui would not suffice. Even if he persuaded Shisui to fully support the Uchiha cause, the clan's strength paled in comparison to that of the higher echelons of Konohagakure. Furthermore, the Uchiha faced numerous internal challenges. Nonetheless, Shisui was not alone. Haku and his cadre of shinobi cats stood by him. Presently, there were only 2, but he was confident that more would follow. Haku believed that the affection levels of Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Izumi would soon exceed 90 points, at which point he would acquire 2 additional combat-oriented shinobi cats, alongside 2 opportunities for personal rewards. As night fell, Uchiha Shisui took his leave. In the ensuing days, the foot traffic at the ninja tool shop diminished considerably. Shisui was preoccupied with the intricate task of persuading Uchiha Fugaku. This was not a matter to be resolved with mere words. Prior to engaging Fugaku, Shisui needed to communicate with other radical members of the Uchiha, particularly those contemplating civil unrest. This endeavor would demand considerable time and effort. Uchiha Izumi was scheduled to attend classes at the Ninja Academy. Only Uchiha Sasuke made brief visits on 2 occasions, during which Haku seized the opportunity to elevate Sasuke's affection from 46 to 50 points. There remained a gap of 40 points to reach the coveted 90. My lord, we are running low on ingredients, Alice announced as she emerged from the kitchen. Haku glanced outside and remarked, today, with fewer customers, I can procure supplies. Alice, you need not accompany me. Simply inform me of what ingredients you require. Understood, Alice replied, soon presenting a list. Haku took the list and said, come, Reiko. Yes, my lord. Together, with 1 human and 1 cat, they exited the tool shop and made their way toward the commercial district of Konoha. The figure they encountered appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, with short black hair and dark eyes. Instead of the typical shinobi attire, he donned a long white garment adorned with blue cloud patterns and secured by a brown belt, reminiscent of the attire worn by Sakata Jintoki from Gintama, clearly signaling his identity as a shopkeeper. The cat, an orange tabby, was clad in a resplendent golden hue, slightly slender and walking upright, with a dagger tucked at its waist, exuding an aura of languor while remaining ever vigilant. As Hiroshi and Heiko Manako emerged, numerous gazes were drawn towards them, some eyes casting peculiar looks at Hiroshi, having discerned his Uchiha lineage. Several children observed Heiko Manako with innocent curiosity. Most youngsters naturally held an affinity for furry creatures like cats and dogs, let alone a cat that could walk on 2 legs. Despite the general awareness of the concept of ninja cats and dogs, witnessing one in person ignited an irresistible intrigue. Hiroshi proceeded to a vegetable shop, a butcheress, and a spice store, meticulously acquiring items from his list and placing them into a small cart, with Heiko Manako pushing from behind. Suddenly, A figure entered Hiroshi's line of sight, a boy of similar age to Sasuke Uchiha, with short golden hair, looking dejected as he exited a shop. One hand clutching a money pouch from which coins spilled, the other hand empty. It was Naruto Uzumaki, who had been denied service by the shopkeeper. Hiroshi's gaze flickered. The Uchiha clan situation in Konoha was dire, yet it seemed implausible that one would be refused a simple purchase. Naruto's circumstances, however, appeared even more dismal than those of the Uchiha. Regardless, Hiroshi had no intention of approaching him, despite Naruto's unfortunate treatment as the host of the Nine Tails. He was likely under the watchful eyes of either Umbu or Root ninjas. Engaging with Naruto could invite considerable trouble, especially given Hiroshi's own Uchiha status. Withdrawing his gaze, Hiroshi turned to another direction. It was truly lamentable to see the son of the Hokage receiving such disdain. Furthermore, the Jinchuriki, who confined the tailed beast within their own body to assist the village, sacrificing their own well-being for the community, ought not to be treated in such a manner. Yet, for Hiroshi, this situation appeared advantageous, as it presented an opportunity to win Naruto's favor easily. Once the troubles of the Uchiha clan were resolved, he could begin to pursue that avenue, which he anticipated with great enthusiasm. After all, Naruto's potential and capabilities were on par with Sasuke Uchiha, if not slightly superior, suggesting that the response he would receive could be even more potent. A strengthened ninja cat would yield greater rewards for Hiroshi. The wheels of the cart rolled rhythmically over the ground, echoing a steady sound as Hiroshi and Heiko Monako exited the commercial street, making their way toward the Uchiha compound. Suddenly, a cacophony of harsh sounds erupted from a nearby alley. Hiroshi glanced over to see a group of boys surrounding a girl, hurling cruel taunts. "White-eyed monster! Don't come near us. We don't welcome you." How frightening. Hiroshi shook his head in dismay. The Uchiha clan and Naruto Uzumaki are met with disdain and aversion from the villagers, and there exist several justifiable reasons for this sentiment. Despite the fact that Konoha has found stability, Uchiha Madara insisted on engaging in a fierce battle with Senju Hashirama, which resulted in the untimely demise of Hashirama and significantly weakened the village's strength. In an instant, Konoha lost two entities that surpassed even the Hokage. Furthermore, during the Night of the Nine Tails, the unmistakable imprint of the Sharingan could be seen upon the eyes of the beast, coupled with the conflicts between the village guards and the villagers themselves. At that moment, a young boy instinctively glanced back toward the alleyway, his expression suddenly stiffening as fear flickered in his eyes. It was an Uchiha. What? It's a member of the Uchiha clan. The remaining boys turned to look, and upon realizing it was Shiraishi, their faces mirrored the earlier boy's fear. "Run." Shiraishi calmly averted his gaze. The villagers harbored a strong aversion towards the Uchihas, mixed with an undercurrent of fear and trepidation that prevented them from acting against the clan. In contrast, their feelings towards Naruto Uzumaki were purely one of resistance and disdain. There might be fear, but it was solely directed at the Nine Tails residing within Naruto. Until Naruto unleashed the power of the beast, the villagers felt no fear of him. Thus, the treatment Naruto received starkly contrasted with that of the Uchiha. Moreover, the attitudes of the Uchiha and Naruto themselves further distinguished them. Most of the Uchiha were quite assertive, while Naruto lacked confidence, as he was oblivious to his own circumstances. The situation of the Hyuga clan, however, was different from both the Uchihas and Naruto. They were a straightforward ninja family, employing the caged bird seal to bind their own kin. For the village's higher-ups, this made them a highly useful tool. If these children were to insult or corner a member of the Hyuga clan, the issue would not necessarily lie with the Hyuga, but rather, it revealed deeper problems within the villagers themselves. "Go on," Mako, one adult instructed. "Yes, sir." But suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached from behind, arriving at the alley's entrance. Hearing the noise, Shiraishi turned to see a small girl, around 3 or 4 years old. She had white eyes, short black hair, and was adorned in the traditional attire of the Hyuga clan, which, like the Uchiha, also possessed its own distinctive clothing and family crest. The little girl gazed at Shiraishi's back, seemingly surprised that he turned around. The moment their eyes met, her face flushed crimson. Shiraishi nodded slightly in her direction. The girl quickly retreated into the alley. Shiraishi shrugged and resumed his path, the sound of wheels rolling on the ground echoing once more. Yet his expression had taken on a somewhat complex nuance. Just moments ago, he had glimpsed an unexpected message above the girl's head. 90. Thank you, big brother. A little girl, meeting him for the first time, had registered a remarkable 90 points of favorability simply for having intervened to help her. This appears somewhat absurd. However, for Hayakushi, it is an exceptionally fortuitous event. Thus, Hayakushi feels nothing but surprise. Detected that Hinata Hyuga's favorability has reached 90. Would you like to proceed with the collection? Hayakushi raised an eyebrow slightly. Hinata Hyuga? He recognized her as a member of the Hyuga clan, yet he had not anticipated it would be Hinata herself. Logically, it is rather unconventional for Hinata to be present in such a place, especially considering she is the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family, and Hanabi has not yet been born. Nevertheless, Hayakushi recalled that in the original narrative, Hinata developed feelings for Naruto Uzumaki after being bullied by other children while alone. At that moment, Naruto appeared and rescued Hinata, driving the bullies away. However, it seems Naruto himself has forgotten this incident. A single act of kindness elevated his favorability to 90 points. If only everyone possessed Hinata's character, collecting favorability would be exceedingly easier. Upon discovering her identity, Hayakushi felt a surge of anticipation. In the original storyline, Hinata's talent was not particularly pronounced, and even by the end of the Fourth Great Ninja War, she did not seem to have gained any remarkable strength. However, Hayakushi remembered that Hinata was acknowledged by Kagaya Otsutsuki. Therefore, Hinata's talent and potential must be far more profound than what is outwardly evident. The reason for her underperformance may stem from her inability to fully harness her gifts. Regardless, she is certainly superior to the average members of the Hyuga clan. Collection successful. Would you like to proceed with the request? Hayakushi did not immediately make the request. Instead, he returned to the ninja tool shop and placed everything down before heading to the lounge, reclining in a chair. Proceed with the request. You have sent a request to the myriad realms, and within the vast cosmos, countless gazes turned toward you. An entity named Violet responded to your request. You have received a B-level response. In the next moment, a sphere of white light appeared in Hayakushi's hand. Violet. Hayakushi recalled the details of this character. She hails from the world of One Piece, specifically the kingdom of Dressrosa, but after her kingdom was devastated, she was compelled to submit to Don Quixote da Flamingo for the sake of her father's life. She possesses a devil fruit, the Mera Mera no Mi. The abilities of this fruit are somewhat akin to the Byakugan, allowing for X-ray vision and long-range sight. However, unlike the Byakugan, the Mera Mera no Mi enables one to perceive a person's true thoughts. On the other hand, the Byakugan offers a complete 360-degree visual field and can discern illusions. Additionally, Violet and Hinata share certain similarities. Both are from prominent families. One, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, and the other, the princess of the kingdom of Dressrosa. However, the circumstances of the two individuals do not appear to be particularly favorable. Baisher surmised that this may be the reason why Violetta would respond positively to Hinata Hyuga's affections. The response level was classified as B. Previously, the response of Hirako Mako was rated A, with the ninja cat Hirako Mako being an elite jonin. In contrast, Alice was rated C, her strength merely that of a lower ninja. Violetta's classification as B suggests that her abilities lie somewhere between those of an elite jonin and a lower ninja. Nonetheless, Baisher was more intrigued by the capabilities of the ninja cat Violetta. Violetta would inherit a portion of Violetta's abilities. Meow? Baisher shook a bottle of snacks. These were specially crafted by Alice for ordinary ninja cats. Though not particularly complex or labor-intensive, their deliciousness far surpassed the standard cat food available in stores. The ninja cats in the equipment shop were particularly fond of these treats. Upon hearing the sound, the ninja cats rushed over. Meow? Some called out loudly, while others circled around. A few nudged Baisher with their round heads. Baisher opened the bottle of pet snacks and scattered them across the wooden table. He then tossed the white orb of light towards the ninja cats. As before, the majority of the ninja cats were oblivious to the presence of the white orb, save for one brown-black ninja cat, which could see the orb and gently tapped it with its paw. In the next moment, the white orb entered the brown-black cat's body. A burst of white light erupted around the brown-black cat, enveloping it completely and forming a cocoon. Before long, a crack appeared in the cocoon and a figure emerged. Standing upright, the figure wore a dress of alternating white and red hues, exuding an elegance unique to femininity. Despite being merely a cat, Violetta, at your service, my lord. Violetta covered her chest with one paw and bowed to Baisher. He nodded slightly. Text appeared beside Violetta. Name, Violetta, cat. Gender, Female, strength, special jonin, upgradable. Weapon, ability, stare fruit. Upon seeing the words stare fruit, Baisher's smile widened with satisfaction. Even though this outing had unexpectedly garnered a favorability score of 90 points from Hinata Hyuga, a delightful surprise he had never anticipated, Baisher hoped that the enhanced ninja cats would acquire as many abilities as possible. The fact that ninja cat Violetta could fully inherit the powers of the stare fruit was enough to satisfy him. Violetta, which abilities of the stare fruit can you utilize? Yes, my lord. I can use X-ray vision, telescopic sight, and mind reading. Please elaborate. Certainly, my lord. Violetta began to provide a detailed account. Excellent. Baisher was thoroughly pleased with Violetta's abilities, which, while reminiscent of the Byakugan, possessed a slightly different orientation. Violetta's vision extended further than that of the Byakugan, and more importantly, her telepathic prowess allowed her to discern the true thoughts of others. In the world of Naruto, such an ability was exceedingly rare. Very few ninjas possessed such formidable powers. The secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan could delve into an individual's thoughts, but the price was steep. The subject had to be under absolute control, and upon extraction, they would lose consciousness, potentially becoming a vegetative state or even facing death. In contrast, Violetta's abilities were far more user-friendly. Additionally, among the 6 paths of pain, the human path could extract memories. Yet even Pain himself found this process less convenient than Violetta's. For a ninja, intelligence is of paramount importance, and having Violetta's abilities would greatly assist in all of Baisher's future plans. A voice echoed in Baisher's mind. You have successfully nurtured a ninja cat and earned a reward. Would you like to claim it? Claim. You have received the devil fruit, the surgery fruit. Baisher's eyes sparkled with excitement. If his fortuitous encounter with Hinata Hyuga, which earned him 90 points in her favor, was a delightful surprise, then Violetta's complete inheritance of the Dengeki fruit's capabilities was an even greater joy. However, in comparison to the surgery fruit, those earlier events paled in significance. The surgery fruit endowed the ability to grant a person eternal life, as long as Baisher identified an appropriate target for the fruit. Allowing sufficient time for the target to develop the powers of the surgery fruit, he could undergo a procedure for eternal life. Such a prospect far outweighed any other abilities. Even formidable figures like Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama could not attain immortality, and even the Sage of 6 Paths was not in a state of true immortality. Baisher felt a surge of warmth within. However, to perform the procedure for eternal life, he must find a target he could absolutely trust or one under his complete control. Otherwise, it would merely be a gift of the surgery fruit to another. A cautious selection was imperative. Baisher tucked the surgery fruit away securely. Master, someone is approaching, Violetta's voice chimed. Shortly thereafter, a figure arrived at the ninja tool shop. Baisher, Uchiha Shisui appeared to be in even better condition than a few days prior, prompting Baisher to speculate that there had been significant progress regarding the security department's matters. Shisui, how are things? Baisher inquired. I have successfully persuaded the 8th Hokage. Uchiha Shisui replied with a hint of a smile. The 8th Hokage has agreed, and I have been entrusted with the responsibility of the new department we will establish. Our plans have finally taken their first step. Uchiha Shisui sighed with a sense of reflection. The reform of the guard department has the potential to alleviate the discord between the Uchiha clan and the villagers. Furthermore, throughout this process, I can also accumulate prestige, which will greatly aid my pursuit of the position of clan leader, leading to an improved situation for the Uchiha. I am immensely grateful to you, Baisher. Uchiha Shisui's appreciation for Baisher emanates from the depths of his heart. Long ago, Uchiha Shisui discerned the deteriorating relationship between the Uchiha and the village, which instilled a sense of foreboding within him. Should civil war erupt, the casualties among the Uchiha would be devastating, and the village would undoubtedly suffer significant repercussions. Other ninja villages might seize this opportunity to wage war against Konoha, potentially igniting the 4th Great Ninja War. Uchiha Shisui contemplated various solutions, each one discarded in turn. It was not until he conversed with Baisher that he gained a clearer understanding of the relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha, along with a refined perspective on how to alter this precarious situation. At last, a glimmer of hope emerged for Uchiha Shisui. After enjoying a late-night meal, he took his leave, while Baisher returned to his quarters. Baisher also harbored anticipation for the changes within the guard department. If the relations among the Uchiha villagers improved, what transformations might the Uchiha clan undergo? And how might the higher-ups in the village alter their stance towards the Uchiha? Should these changes fail to mitigate the scrutiny from the village leadership and, instead, intensify it, the source of the issue would become glaringly apparent. Soon, news of the guard department's reform spread. Originally, the department comprised nearly 60 members, but this reform resulted in the dismissal of over 40, leaving only 13. Among them were Uchiha Shidame, Uchiha Shisui, and the nominally appointed yet non-functional Uchiha Fugaku. A new entity was established, named the Patrol Department. The Patrol Department opened its doors to new members, inviting both ninjas and civilians to apply. Those who passed the interview would become members of the Patrol Department, partaking in its duties and enjoying its benefits. Upon the announcement of this news, the attention of the entire Konoha was drawn to it. The majority of ninjas from various clans watched with keen interest. Hyuga Hayashi cast a fleeting glance toward the Uchiha compound, his eyes glimmering with curiosity. What intentions lay behind the Uchiha's actions? Yamanaka Shikaku adjusted his glasses thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Akimichi Choza and Yamenka Kaichi promptly made their way to Nara Shikaku's study. The trio, Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi, formed a cohesive unit, closely intertwined with the Sarutobi clan. Yet, the bonds between these three clans were distinctly stronger, with the Nara clan taking the lead. The heirs of the Nara clan were known for their intellect, possessing the wisdom to know when to make critical decisions, a trait that ensured the survival of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans throughout the ages. Mere strength alone was insufficient. From the era of the shinobi clans to the present age of the hidden villages, countless formidable ninja families have gradually faded into the annals of time, including the once mighty Uchiha clan and the Ayakashi clan, as well as the Vortex clan, which stands at the pinnacle of sealing techniques. How do you perceive this, Kakazu? Nara Kakazu pondered for a moment before responding. At present, it appears that the Uchiha are retreating. Presently, Yamashiro Kaichi raised an eyebrow. Kakuzu nodded, elaborating, indeed. However, the true intentions of the Uchiha remain elusive. We must observe their subsequent actions to gain clarity. Even you cannot discern their motives? Kakuzu shook his head, gesturing to his own temple. I merely possess a keen intellect. Not the ability to foresee the future. The foundational information is simply too scant. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the Uchiha appear to have two potential paths before them. One is to completely acquiesce, choosing a path akin to the Hyuga clan, and the other is to secretly amass strength. Yamashiro Kaichi contemplated this for a moment, stating, I believe the latter holds greater likelihood. The temperament of the Uchiha is notoriously adverse, making it improbable for them to choose the former. Akimichi Chozo cast a glance at Yamashiro Kaichi. That cannot be entirely accurate. Within the Uchiha clan, there are indeed several commendable individuals. Uchiha Kagami from the past, and the current Uchiha Shisui. If all Uchiha were flawed, they would have followed Uchiha Madara in leaving. The third Hokage held Uchiha Shisui in high regard. Before departing from Konoha, Uchiha Madara inquired if any of his clan wished to accompany him, but they declined. Furthermore, regarding the first Hokage's dealings, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama had initially agreed for Madara to assume the role of Konoha's first Hokage. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, the village's situation did not unfold as envisioned by Hashirama and Madara, leading to a voting election. In this election, the majority of the Uchiha cast their votes for Senju Hashirama. Akimichi Chozo held fewer biases against the Uchiha, owing to the camaraderie between Akimichi Kurama and Uchiha Kagami, who were sworn brothers. At that moment, within the Hokage building, two figures were engaged in a fervent discussion. One was Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the other was Shimura Danzo. Hiruzen, the Uchiha's actions are treacherous. They are undoubtedly preparing to secretly gather strength and instigate civil strife. We must take decisive action to quash this threat in its infancy. Danzo's expression was grim. Otherwise, once the Uchiha accumulate sufficient power, it will be far more challenging to confront them. It would spell disaster for Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Danzo, I do not believe the situation has deteriorated to such a dire extent. I am already aware of matters concerning the security department. It is led by Uchiha Shisui. I place my trust in Shisui. His actions were merely an attempt to alleviate the strained relationship between the Uchiha and the village. What you assert is nothing more than conjecture, devoid of substantiation. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly. What evidence is needed concerning the Uchiha? Are we not aware of their true nature? What deeds has Uchiha Madara committed? On the night of the 9 Tails, The unmistakable emblem of the Sharingan was glaringly apparent above the Ninetales' eyes. Furthermore, what has been the demeanor of those Uchiha within the security department? Have they shown the slightest respect to us, their superiors? And how many complaints have been lodged against them by those beneath them? Such ill-tempered individuals, proud and obstinate, avaricious and power-hungry, would they ever voluntarily concede? If so, they would cease to be Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted Shimura Danzo. Danzo, enough. The Uchiha do indeed harbor numerous issues, yet not all of them are so reprehensible. You must remember, had it not been for Kagami's selfless sacrifice back in the day, it is possible that neither of us would have returned to Konoha alive. The mere mention of Uchiha Kagami ignited further ire within Shimura Danzo, for he felt as though he had been played. Memories of the past assailed him. During the negotiations with the Cloud Village, he had not anticipated that the formidable duo of Kin and Jin would suddenly rise, assassinating their own Raikage and seizing control of the village, subsequently pursuing the envoys from Konoha, among them a team led personally by Senju Tobarama. The strength of Kin and Jin was formidable, wielding the Six Paths tools, and they held a numerical advantage. Thus, the Konoha team stood little chance, struggling even to escape. In such dire circumstances, someone had to take a stand. Faced with this predicament, Senju Tobarama posed a critical question, inquiring who would be willing to cover the retreat. Shimura Danzo hesitated at first. Yet Sarutobi Hiruzen did not. He was the first to raise his hand, volunteering to cover the retreat. Consequently, Senju Tobarama directly passed the title of Hokage to Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, when Senju Tobarama met his demise and the pursuers from the Cloud Village drew near once more, it was not Sarutobi Hiruzen who took the initiative to cover the retreat, but rather Uchiha Kagami. In other words, the very individual who had been the first to propose covering the retreat had faltered when the time came for a second sacrifice. This engendered profound dissatisfaction within Shimura Danzo. He could not help but harbor malicious suspicions that Sarutobi Hiruzen had sensed Senju Tobarama's intentions, prompting him to be the first to volunteer. The desire to sacrifice himself was not truly Sarutobi Hiruzen's intention, but rather a ploy to secure the position of Hokage. A potent sense of resentment surged within Shimura Danzo. For many years, this matter had weighed heavily on his mind. He believed that the title of Hokage rightfully belonged to him, that he was more deserving than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Consequently, he harbored no fondness for Uchiha Kagami, the one who had voluntarily covered the retreat and saved his life. Rather, he felt animosity and resentment towards him. In the eyes of Shimura Danzo, had Uchiha Kagami not voluntarily proposed to hold the rear during the second incident, it was inevitable that Sarutobi Hiruzen, in his capacity at that time, would have taken the initiative to do so. In such a scenario, with Hiruzen's demise, the position of Hokage would naturally revert to him. However, Danzo could not express this directly. Hiruzen and Kagami, throughout the years, had only one trustworthy Uchiha, Shisui. I have faith in Uchiha Shisui, Hiruzen declared. Before your arrival, Shisui had already reported to me, and to act against the Uchiha merely due to the actions of the security division seems excessively unreasonable. How would that reflect on the other ninja clans? Danzo attempted to maintain his stance, but once again, he was interrupted by Hiruzen. Enough, I have made my decision, Danzo. I am the Hokage. This statement incited a fury within Danzo, his chest heaving for a considerable time before he regained composure. You will come to regret this, he retorted as he departed. Hiruzen watched Danzo's retreating figure, his gaze momentarily flickering. The differing attitudes of the two regarding the actions of the security division did not stem from a disparity in intelligence. Nor did Hiruzen fail to recognize the potential for disaster. It was merely a matter of their respective positions and stances. Given the current situation, a direct assault by the village's upper echelons on the Uchiha would inevitably render the Uchiha the greatest losers. However, closely following that would be Hiruzen himself, a situation that could not be justified to the other ninja clans. An unjustified attack would instill fear among all the clans. Yet for Danzo, it would be entirely advantageous. He harbored disdain for the Uchiha, and should Hiruzen fall from power, Danzo would find himself with an opportunity to ascend. Thus, Danzo articulated such sentiments and put forth his opinions. Unless Hiruzen could manipulate the situation to frame it as a personal vendetta between Danzo and the Uchiha, it was improbable for Danzo to act so foolishly. Just as in the original storyline, Hiruzen had never expressed intentions to take action against the Uchiha or to eradicate them, but rather merely sought to prevent a civil war. The thoughts residing in Hiruzen's heart did not necessitate corresponding actions or statements. Decisions were made after careful consideration of one's position, status, and interests, or perhaps by subtly encouraging others to act. This exemplified the conduct expected of a competent leader. Hiruzen conveyed to Danzo his belief in Uchiha Shisui, asserting that the situation concerning the Uchiha could not possibly be as dire as Danzo had portrayed. However, this was merely for Danzo's ears. The true sentiments harbored in Hiruzen's heart were known only to him. Summon Uchiha Shisui, he instructed as an Umbu ninja materialized. Yes, Hokage-sama. Shortly thereafter, Uchiha Shisui arrived at the Hokage building. Hiruzen greeted him with a warm smile. Shisui, please take a seat. Yes, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Shisui took a seat across from Sarutobi Hiruzen. The reforms within the security department have not encountered any significant difficulties, have they? He inquired. Indeed. There have been some challenges, replied the Hokage. What sort of challenges? Perhaps I may assist you in overcoming them. Uchiha Shisui responded. Some members of the Uchiha clan have lost stable sources of income, leading to discontent. We may need to explore alternative revenue streams. Additionally, I have noticed that certain regulations regarding the management of the villagers are rather unclear, and I hope the village can undertake a revision of these rules. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement. A decrease in income is indeed a pressing issue. I can prioritize the allocation of quality missions to the Uchiha ninjas. As for the regulations, I shall arrange for a meeting with the upper echelons. Shisui, aside from this, are there any other concerns? Gaining the approval of the Uchiha leadership is no simple task, is it? This was the true inquiry that Sarutobi Hiruzen sought to address. Yet, the underlying objective was not merely Shisui's response, but rather the attitude he conveyed through his words. This nuance was what truly captured Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention. He perceived the relationship between the Uchiha and the village with greater clarity than Danzo ever could. Uchiha Shisui nodded, reflecting. Initially, they were wholly opposed, arguing that the security department was the last bastion of Uchiha dignity within the village. If we were to lose that, what would the Uchiha be? After a lengthy explanation, I managed to convey that my intentions were solely to reform, not to sever the Uchiha from the security department entirely. Ultimately, it was my talent and strength that swayed them. They realized that I am the future of the Uchiha. Hokage, I have resolved to seek greater power and status for the Uchiha. Only through this can I maintain control over the clan. While the majority of the Uchiha are benevolent, there exists a minority with nefarious dispositions and radical attitudes, and they must be strictly restrained. This would benefit both the Uchiha and the village. Hokage, I hope to gain your support. These words had been discussed between Uchiha Shisui and Shiroishi. Reforming the security department would inevitably raise suspicion among the village's elite, especially since the 8th Uchiha had been actively training clan members for an impending internal conflict. After all, the village's upper echelon was neither foolish nor devoid of inherent animosity and prejudice towards the Uchiha. Thus, Uchiha Shisui needed to devise a strategy to alleviate the suspicions of the village's leaders, or at the very least, diminish them. What support do you seek? Hokage, I aspire to become the future leader of the Uchiha clan, but given my current circumstances, that ambition is fraught with difficulty. The faction led by my predecessor, Fugaku, holds a firm grip on Uchiha power. Uchiha Shisui stated. However, they have performed abysmally, both within the Uchiha and in the security department. Therefore, I wish to attain the position of clan leader. However, the support I can garner from within the Uchiha clan is exceedingly scant. After much contemplation, I have come to realize that the sole ally I can rely upon is you, Lord Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a penetrating glance at Uchiha Shisui. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. It is inappropriate for outsiders to interfere in the internal matters of the Uchiha. Nevertheless, should you require assistance beyond the clan, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I shall extend my help wherever possible. After all, I owe a favor to Kagami from years past, and as his descendant, I hope you, Shisui, can accomplish what he could not, leading the Uchiha back to its rightful place. Uchiha Shisui nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Lord Hokage, I shall exert all my efforts. Very well, if there is nothing else, you may return. The security department is undoubtedly quite busy now. Yes, Lord Hokage. Uchiha Shisui departed. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched the direction in which Shisui had left. Shisui, I hope you do not let me down. As night fell, Uchiha Shisui arrived at the ninja tools shop. Shisui, How goes the situation? It is progressing rather smoothly, Uchiha Shisui replied. The reform of the security department is somewhat more favorable than I had anticipated. Many civilians and ninjas harbor doubts due to our Uchiha identity. Yet, a considerable number have shown interest and come forth for interviews. There is no shortage of candidates. The relationship between the Uchiha and the village is indeed strained. However, for ordinary ninjas and civilians, such a position remains immensely appealing. Not every common ninja can secure a good job, nor can all civilians attain the generous income offered by the security department. Even if Uchiha Shisui divides the remuneration of the dozens of members who left the security department into hundreds of portions, the treatment for the training department members is still less than half of what the previous Uchiha members received. Nonetheless, for ordinary ninjas and civilians, it remains a commendable income. Furthermore, not everyone believes that the Uchiha and the village are destined for civil strife. Nor do all think that joining the security department equates to aligning with the Uchiha faction. The team will soon be formed. Additionally, Lord Hokage has consented to convene with the elders and other village leaders to revise and clarify the village management regulations. Furthermore, Lord Hokage mentioned that I could assign more high-quality missions to the Uchiha, allowing those who departed from the security department to earn a greater income. This can be seen as compensation for the Uchiha's reform of the security department, yet it also serves as a test for the Uchiha. Should the Uchiha undertake more missions in the future, it would indicate that the clan is not engaging in any clandestine operations. However, if the number of Uchiha ninjas accepting missions increases and the quality of tasks allocated to the Uchiha improves, yet the volume of missions they undertake does not rise, it would imply that the Uchiha are indeed involved in other undisclosed matters. Nevertheless, this may delay the special training program from the 8th Hokage for a while. Uchiha Shisui remarked. Baisha remarked, there should be no significant issues with the 8th elder. He is capable of understanding that this is merely a test from the village's upper echelons. Furthermore, undertaking some high-quality missions is not detrimental for the Uchiha clan. Those Uchihas who have recently lost a prestigious position require additional streams of income. The crucial matter lies in how the Hokage perceives Shisui. Baisha turned his gaze towards Uchiha Shisui. I have conveyed to Lord Hokage, as we previously discussed, my aspiration to become the clan leader and sought his support, which he has graciously granted. He will not interfere in the affairs of the Uchiha clan, yet he is willing to assist in matters beyond our clan. Upon hearing this, Baisha finally broke into a smile. At this juncture, the duo's plan had successfully achieved its first milestone. All prior efforts had merely been preparatory. This stage validated that their subsequent strategies could proceed as intended, and the Uchiha would have ample time. Shisui, it appears that our initial step has been accomplished. What remains is for us to thoroughly implement our plan. Uchiha Shisui nodded in agreement. I hope that our forthcoming endeavors continue to unfold smoothly. By the way, Baisha, here is something for you. Uchiha Shisui produced a notebook. What is this? Baisha inquired. It contains methods for cultivating in-release chakra, Shisui explained. Given your circumstances, I find it improbable that your talent in ninjutsu is lacking. The crucial attribute of our Uchiha clan is in-release chakra, which is intrinsically linked to the mind. Your intellect is certainly commendable, as evidenced by these plans. Initially, we will leverage the prevailing circumstances to guide some members of the radical faction, subsequently persuading the 8th elder to adopt a more aggressive approach. Under such conditions, the 8th elder will have little choice. Moreover, the reform of the security division serves multiple purposes. It not only acts as leverage to persuade the 8th elder, but also alleviates tensions between the Uchiha and the villagers, while simultaneously securing the Hokage's support and trust. Uchiha Shisui found Baisha's plan to be exceptionally well-crafted, not merely a trivial scheme, but rather a strategy propelled entirely by circumstance. He believed it was beyond his own capacity to conceive such a plan. Thus, Baisha, your talent in in-release chakra must be exceptionally high. Here are some of my experiences and techniques regarding in-release chakra. You may find them beneficial. Baisha accepted the notebook. Thank you, Shisui. He was no longer troubled by concerns about his own talent. He merely needed to nurture his ninja cat to grow stronger. Baisha had already awakened his Sharingan and achieved the status of a Chunin. Nonetheless, Uchiha Shisui's notes held considerable value for him. You're welcome. As Uchiha Shisui departed, Baisha did not immediately return to his chamber. Instead, he lingered in the lounge. He gazed out the window, contemplating the current circumstances surrounding the Uchiha clan. Presently, Baisha engaged in two primary endeavors. The first involved garnering the favor of others, nurturing his shinobi cat, and enhancing his own prowess. The second task entailed unraveling the mysteries of the Uchiha clan's Night of Annihilation. The former was a solitary pursuit for Baisha, while the latter predominantly relied on Uchiha Shisui's execution. Indeed, Shisui was the only individual Baisha could trust and who possessed the requisite capabilities. It was evident that Uchiha Shisui did not disappoint Baisha. He performed admirably. This commendation was not merely about Shisui's execution of the plan, but rather his receptiveness to Baisha's insights and opinions, showcasing his ability to be persuaded. This aspect was of utmost significance. Reflecting on this, Baisha could not help but recall Uchiha Itachi. During his previous encounters with Itachi, Baisha had observed that Itachi was wholly impervious to his thoughts and perspectives. And not only that, but his disinterest also diminished their rapport. Baisha endeavored to advance the radical agenda of the Uchiha, compelling the 8th generation to embrace reforms within the guard division. Such initiatives aimed to alleviate the tensions between the Uchiha and the villagers, while simultaneously elevating Shisui's reputation, paving the way for his future aspirations to claim the title of clan leader. Additionally, this presented an opportunity to convey to Sarutobi Hiruzen Shisui's ambitions regarding leadership. Absent the reform of the guard division, Hiruzen might dismiss Shisui's aspirations as mere rhetoric. However, the impending reforms would compel Hiruzen to take Shisui's intentions seriously. In this scenario, Hiruzen might harbor doubts, or perhaps not, yet he would refrain from taking immediate action against the Uchiha, granting Shisui time to prove his sincerity. Should subsequent observations reveal Shisui's earnestness, there would be a considerable likelihood that Hiruzen would extend his support and assistance to Shisui, as this would align more closely with Hiruzen's interests. A united and radical Uchiha would instill trepidation in Hiruzen, whereas a fractured Uchiha would diminish that apprehension, rendering the clan a tool for his exploitation, akin to the Hyuga. This encapsulates the strategy Baisha and Uchiha Shisui have thus far undertaken, to steer all others toward a more dire outlook, thereby granting the Uchiha a semblance of hope. However, Baisha's own plans encompassed additional elements. For instance, while Shisui believed that the notion of civil strife was merely a ruse to deceive the 8th generation, Baisha perceived that civil war could either erupt or be averted. Furthermore, while Hiruzen considered Shisui's abilities to be limited to the division of the Uchiha, Baisha surmised that once Shisui awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, the internal schisms within the clan could be swiftly reconciled, restoring unity. Lastly, there remained Baisha himself. As one accumulates the favor of a significant number of individuals, strengthens enough ninjas, and enhances their own prowess to a formidable level, it becomes evident that the circumstances surrounding the Uchiha clan and Konoha are but a fraction of a broader vision. At that point, the gaze of Baisha will extend beyond Konoha, encompassing the entirety of the shinobi world. However, all must first be resolved with the Uchiha predicament. The next day, an early figure stood at the entrance of the ninja tool shop, holding several items in hand. "Izumi, good morning," Baisha greeted as he opened the door, breaking into a smile upon seeing Uchiha Izumi. "Good morning, Baisha-senpai," she replied, stepping inside and offering the items she bore. "Thank you for the medicine last time. This is a small token of appreciation. I hope you won't find it lacking. You're too kind. We are of the same clan, so aiding one another is only natural." Baisha accepted the gift graciously. "By the way, have you had breakfast yet? Would you care to join me for a bit? Alice made some flour porridge." "I've already eaten." She hesitated, but the enticing aroma of the porridge proved irresistible. "All right, Baisha-senpai, I'll have a little taste." Though she intended to sample just a morsel, she ended up devouring an entire bowl, leaving her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "I'm sorry, Baisha-senpai, it was simply too delicious." "No worries, Alice made plenty. And your portion was just right. Otherwise, it would have gone to waste," Baisha remarked, glancing at the changing numbers above Izumi's head. "By the way, Izumi, do you have any dreams?" Her current favorability rating was reflected in her thoughts. What a gentle senior. To enhance this rapport, aside from a warm demeanor and Alice's delightful cuisine, Baisha now possessed another method: Violet's extraordinary ability to read minds. When Baisha broached a relevant subject, the thoughts of the other party would naturally gravitate towards it, allowing Violet to glean insights. Subsequently, she would relay these revelations to Baisha, enabling him to cater to their inclinations. Previously, Baishur had tested this with Uchiha Shisui, discovering that Shisui's ultimate desire was to protect the Uchiha while ensuring the village's safety, seeking a harmonious integration of the Uchiha into the community. As for dreams, Uchiha Izumi pondered for a moment before articulating, I aspire to become a formidable kunoichi. There are far too few strong female ninjas in the village. Only Tsunade Senpai stands out. Therefore, I wish to prove that female ninjas can be just as powerful. Baishur glanced towards Violet, who nodded slightly, affirming that Izumi's words truly expressed her innermost thoughts. He had not anticipated that Izumi harbored such aspirations, yet upon reflection, it seemed entirely reasonable. In this world, it is indeed the male ninjas who shine more brightly than their female counterparts. Take Konoha as an example. The first, second, third, and fourth Hokages were all men. While both Uzumaki Mido and Uzumaki Kushina were formidable, their appearances were exceedingly rare. Their identities were unique. Truly, there are not many who can be remembered and called by name. Within the Uchiha clan, only Uchiha Torheim has emerged, yet in comparison to Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna, he falls considerably short. Uchiha Izuna possesses remarkable talent, and it is entirely reasonable for her to harbor such aspirations. A commendable dream indeed. Uchiha Izuna's eyes sparkled with hope. Do you also support my dream, Senior Baishur? Of course, it is not an unreasonable desire. However, many individuals, including classmates, teachers, and even her mother, do not endorse it. They assert that female ninjas cannot be exceptionally strong, and that managing household affairs is of greater importance for women. Baishur shook his head. That is profoundly unfair to women. Pausing for a moment, Baishur continued, Izuna, if you trust me, I can have Monako assist you with your training. What do you think? Monako? My ninja cat? Her skills are quite impressive. Baishur turned towards the entrance. Monako, please come in. The ninja cat, Hirako Monako, entered. Master, Baishur said, this is Monako. Her full name being Hirako Monako. Why don't we head to the backyard now and give it a try? Is that truly possible? Would it be too much trouble? Uchiha Izuna looked at Hirako Monako with a mix of anticipation and hesitation. It won't be a bother at all, Baishur replied, shaking his head. Monako is not a ninja from the village and has little to do otherwise. Besides, as members of the Uchiha clan, helping you would also be a way for you to contribute to the family, wouldn't it? Let us go? With that, Baishur rose to his feet, and Uchiha Izuna followed suit. All right, let us give it a try then. Senior Monako, I appreciate your assistance. The trio made their way to the spacious backyard of the ninja tool shop, which was entirely suitable for training in ninja tools and physical techniques. However, it posed some limitations for ninjutsu training, yet solutions were at hand. Scaling the wall led them to the woods. Master, how shall we commence? Hirako Monako inquired. Looking towards Baishur. Follow your instincts, Baishur instructed. Hirako Monako nodded, and then turned to face Uchiha Izuna. Then let us engage in battle. Use every technique at your disposal to attack me with the intent to defeat me. I wish to evaluate your current prowess. Uchiha Izuna hesitated for a moment. With the intent to defeat? She instinctively glanced at Baishur. Izuna, just follow Monako's instructions. Her strength is formidable, and at your current level, you pose no threat to her. Give it your all without holding back. Uchiha Izuna nodded, yet lingering doubts remained in her heart. She had inquired about Baishur's status and knew that he was merely a genin. A genin-esque contracted ninja cat would likely also be a genin, wouldn't he? Could she truly unleash her full power? Is there truly such a vast disparity between a genin and a student of the ninja academy? After all, I am already a fourth-year student. Uchiha Izumi believes that if she were to participate in the graduation examination of the ninja academy, she would undoubtedly pass. In other words, she possesses the strength equivalent to that of a genin. Be cautious, Senpai Maiko. Here I come. Maiko Hirako cast a nonchalant glance at Uchiha Izumi. Even if Izumi's strength had indeed reached the genin level, it posed no threat to Maiko, who is a formidable elite jonin. The gap between the two, one human and one feline, was monumental. Whoosh. With a flick of her wrist, Uchiha Izumi sent 3 shurikens hurtling towards Maiko. Simultaneously, she charged forward wielding a kunai. The dual assault left Maiko with little time to react. However, her speed exceeded Uchiha Izumi's expectations. With a mere light leap, she evaded the oncoming shurikens. As Uchiha Izumi closed in, Maiko gracefully maneuvered in midair, landing deftly on the opposite side. Izumi's pupils constricted. How swift! Yet she quickly regained her composure. Pivoting on her right foot, she thrust her kunai directly at Maiko. Clang. The sound of metal colliding echoed. Uchiha Izumi's kunai was deftly blocked. In response, she drew another kunai, launching an assault with both hands. Nevertheless, Maiko remained remarkably composed. With mere dodges and parries, and often using just one hand, she thwarted all of Izumi's attacks without breaking a sweat, her breathing unchanged. This realization struck Izumi. Maiko's prowess likely surpassed her wildest imagination. Her current strategy was futile. It was time to try something else. Uchiha Izumi made her decision. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A duplicate, identical to Uchiha Izumi, materialized. Following this, her true self retreated a step. Whoosh. 3 shurikens flew towards Maiko. While Izumi's form maneuvered to her side, hand seals were formed. Fire style, great fireball technique. Baisha raised an eyebrow slightly. To employ such an impressive fire style technique at just the 4th grade is quite a talent. Indeed, Izumi possesses remarkable potential. However, regrettably, she now faced Maiko. Swish. A blade of light flashed. In an instant, the massive fireball was cleaved in two, splattering to the sides and extinguishing upon hitting the ground. Maiko Hirako slowly sheathed her blade. I concede defeat. Uchiha Izumi halted, refraining from further attacks. This was the utmost limit of her capabilities. Izumi, you have performed admirably, Baisha remarked. Even among numerous lower ninjas, few can reach the level of Izumi. However, the prowess of Shinji is undoubtedly superior to that of your generation's genius. Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Izumi was momentarily taken aback. Stronger than Uchiha Itachi? This was certainly plausible. The current Uchiha Itachi was merely 9 years old, yet to ascend to the rank of Chunin. It was likely that his true strength had already attained that of a Chunin. However, as long as Uchiha Itachi had not activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, he would not stand a chance against Shinji. Upon hearing Baisha's words, Uchiha Izumi felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was well aware of Uchiha Itachi's talent, having graduated early from the first year. He was undoubtedly far superior to Izumi. Yet, simultaneously, a question arose in Uchiha Izumi's mind. Just how formidable was Baisha's true strength to possess such a powerful ninja cat as Shinji? Surely, he was not merely a lower ninja. Shinji, are you ready? Baisha turned to Shinji, who nodded in affirmation. I am ready, master. Baisha then returned his gaze to Uchiha Izumi. From today onward, I shall arrange for Shinji to train you. Whenever you have the time, feel free to come by. Thank you, Senior Baisha, and thank you, Senior Shinji. Shinji began to make arrangements. As an elite jonin, training a lower ninja was certainly within his capabilities. Moreover, Shinji's combat style aligned well with that of Uchiha Izumi. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Izumi excelled in fire release and Jinjutsu. However, unlike other Uchihas, he was particularly adept in taijutsu, or more specifically, swordsmanship, a skill that Shinji also possessed. Thus, Uchiha Izumi's training commenced. Baisha stood at the entrance of the courtyard. It was already the 58th day, and he had even devised a reason for Uchiha Izumi to frequently visit the ninja tool shop. The more frequent their encounters, the quicker the affinity would grow. Thanks to Violet's presence, he was unlikely to make any mistakes. If this continued, it would not be long before Uchiha Izumi's affinity reached 90. After observing for a while, Baisha left the courtyard and returned to the shop. The morning passed swiftly, with 3 or 4 customers arriving, significantly more than usual. Baisha understood that this was likely the result of the reforms within the guard department. Dozens of Uchiha members, having lost their positions within the guard, were compelled to revert to their roles as task ninjas. Under the advocacy of Uchiha Shisui, they had secured some commendable missions. These missions were characterized by their low difficulty and danger, yet offered substantial rewards. Consequently, these Uchiha members were willing to undertake such tasks. Before embarking on their missions, they needed to replenish their ninja tools, and Granny Cat's tool shop was the optimal choice. Compared to other shops, not only were the prices more affordable, but the quality was also reliable and trustworthy, earning the confidence of the Uchiha clan members. However, some first-time visitors, upon realizing that it was Shiraishi and not the cat lady, could not help but feel a twinge of confusion. Shiraishi then took the opportunity to explain once more that the cat lady was away on a journey. Sir, lunch is ready, Alice announced as she approached Shiraishi. Very well, thank you for your efforts. Shiraishi made his way to the backyard. Maiko, Izumi, cease your activities. It is time for lunch. Wash your hands and come to the dining room. Izumi Uchiha glanced up, her expression shifting in alarm. Oh no. I told my mother before I left that I would return home for lunch. I surely won't make it back in time. She will undoubtedly scold me. Since it is too late to rush home now, there is no need to fret, Shiraishi reassured her. Your mother is aware that you are at the tool shop and will not be concerned. When you do return, bring back some of the pastries that Alice made for her. Izumi hesitated. Do you still think I am a villain, Izumi? Shiraishi feigned indignation. No, Shiraishi-senpai. I would never think that. You are truly a wonderful person, highly regarded within the Uchiha clan, Izumi quickly refuted. Then let us proceed to the dining room. After lunch, you may continue your training. If you return home now, you will waste precious time that could be spent training. What do you think of Mako's guidance on your training? It has been quite beneficial, Izumi replied, following Shiraishi. Mako-senpai is not only formidable, but also adept at identifying my shortcomings. The training plan she devised is perfectly tailored to my needs. In just half a day, I have already noticed significant improvement. Shiraishi glanced at Izumi, noticing that the number above her head had changed from 58 to 60. Keep it up, Izumi. I am certain you will become an exceptional ninja, he encouraged. Yes. Thank you, Shiraishi-senpai. They enjoyed lunch, and the training resumed in the afternoon, continuing until evening. This time, Izumi insisted that she would not dine at the tool shop. Fearing her mother would worry, she hurriedly took some of Alice's pastries and dashed away. Goodbye, Shiraishi-senpai, Mako-senpai. Shiraishi waved from the doorway. What a wonderfully gentle big brother, Izumi thought as she returned home with the pastries. A gentle woman looked toward the door, and upon seeing Izumi, momentarily forced her expression to harden. Izumi shrank back slightly. I'm sorry, mother. You still dare to return? Of course, this is my home, and my beloved mother resides here, Izumi replied. Wrapping her arms around the woman's waist and nuzzling with her small head, reminiscent of the ninja cats at the tool shop. By the way, mother, here are some pastries I brought for you, made by the chefs at the tool shop. They are exquisite. As she opened the bag to reveal the treats, she added, They are truly delicious, the best I have ever tasted. The woman paused, her demeanor softening as she sighed, her voice tinged with a hint of lingering resentment. As my daughter matures, she becomes less obedient. I fear I will no longer be able to guide you, Uchiha Izumi said hastily. No, I always heed your words. Dear mother, I understand your concerns for my safety and your worry about me causing trouble for others. I know. Senior Baisher is a splendid individual. Otherwise, the cat elder would not have entrusted the ninja tool shop to him. I will visit the shop, so you need not fret. There are many delightful ninja cats there. The girl hesitated before speaking. But will this not trouble others too much? Uchiha Izumi shook her head. Senior Baisher does not mind. He is the sole proprietor of the shop. He expressed his eagerness for me to visit, hoping for someone to converse with, not just me. He feels the same about others. Besides, I do not impose on him at all. I can play with those ninja cats. Oh, and today, Senior Baisher's ninja cat, Jinzi, even guided me in training. The girl frowned. Ninja training? Indeed, Uchiha Izumi affirmed earnestly. The girl parted her lips, contemplating whether to advise Uchiha Izumi to relinquish her fixation on becoming a formidable ninja. However, the words lingered unspoken on her tongue, for she had voiced such sentiments countless times before, all in vain. A mother knows her child well. Though Uchiha Izumi appears delicate and soft, she possesses an unwavering resolve. Once she makes a decision, she will not easily abandon it. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. During this period, many events transpired for the Uchiha clan. With the reform of the security department, the entire Konoha turned its gaze toward them. Yet, the Uchiha displayed no suspicious vulnerabilities. The special training for the 8th Uchiha had yet to commence, and the clan's members had undertaken numerous high-quality missions. The personnel of the patrol department had been largely filled. The security department was divided into two parts: the original security team, with the remaining dozen members being officials, still led by the 8th Uchiha, and the newly formed patrol department, headed by Uchiha Shisui. With this new role, public perception of Uchiha Shisui began to transform. Previously regarded merely as a genius of the Uchiha, promising a bright future, he was now viewed as a significant figure in his own right. In this half-month, Baisher also reaped substantial rewards. Uchiha Izumi's favorability had risen to 78, while Uchiha Sasuke's brief visit elevated his favorability to 50. Sighing deeply, Uchiha Shisui sat across from Baisher, finally relaxing as he leaned back in his chair and took a sip of tea. How exhausting. I once thought this work would be straightforward and not particularly taxing. Merely sitting in an office handling some paperwork. It seems so easy. Yet, having undertaken it myself, I now realize it is far from simple. There is nothing simpler than ninja training. In contrast, I would actually prefer to train on the training grounds, where I need not overthink. When the body grows weary, it can rest. However, when the mind is fatigued, it often yearns for respite, yet finds itself unable to do so due to lingering worries. No matter how exhausted one might be, sleep eludes them. Baisher gestured towards the door, and soon after, Pingzi Jinzi brought forth the late-night snack prepared by Alice. During this period, Shisui has indeed endured much. Throughout the entire process, Uchiha Shisui engaged in dialogue with Baisher. Thus Baisher was quite well acquainted with Shisui's circumstances. As this fortnight has passed, the changes in Uchiha Shisui's condition have become markedly evident. Shisui waved his hand dismissively. Yet, as long as our plan succeeds, all my efforts will prove worthwhile. Fortunately, things have been progressing smoothly thus far. Speaking thus, Uchiha Shisui produced a document. The entire structure of the patrol department has been established. I am the head. It is divided into 6 teams, each responsible for a distinct area, comprising 8 members per team, 1 captain, and 2 vice heads to assist me in managing affairs. One of the vice heads was previously an Uchiha, while the other was selected from among the ninjas interviewed this time. Baisher glanced at the document. The names inscribed were unfamiliar, accompanied by details such as age, gender, and ninja rank. Ordinary individuals and ninjas each comprised half of the list. However, the majority of these ninjas were genin, with only a scant few achieving the rank of chunin, and none, not a single one, among the special jounin or jounin ranks. Baisher understood this. After all, the current situation of the Uchiha remains uncertain, and anyone with prospects would naturally avoid aligning with the Uchiha faction, opting instead for distance. Only those with no viable alternatives would dare to take such risks. Achieving the rank of special jounin within the village already guarantees ample work and income. A familiar name caught Baisher's attention, Mizuki. Upon seeing this name, Baisher could not help but slightly furrow his brow. An individual of limited strength and modest reputation. A chunin from Konoha. However, due to Orochimaru's influence, he had crossed paths with Naruto Uzumaki on several occasions, albeit as an antagonist. He was also a classmate of Iriki Yumino, Naruto's mentor. The two were once good friends, though this camaraderie was one-sided. Irika regarded Mizuki as a friend, while Mizuki never reciprocated this sentiment genuinely. In their youth, Mizuki leveraged Irika's mediocrity to elevate his own standing. As they matured, Mizuki's jealousy grew, particularly when Irika secured a position as a formal instructor at the Ninja Academy, while Mizuki was left behind, harboring countless curses against Irika in his heart. Additionally, Baisher recalled an incident where Mizuki, during a mission, had tragically suffocated a teammate who had hindered his progress. A refined egoist devoid of remarkable strength or talent. However, the inclusion of such individuals in the patrol department does not strike Baisher as a detrimental affair. For Shuemu, who aspires to ascend, the patrol department offers an opportunity for advancement. This arrangement proves mutually beneficial for both parties. Through the patrol department, Shuemu has secured a chance to elevate his status, while the Uchiha clan can leverage Shuemu to channel the villagers' animosity, as someone of his disposition is likely to be more stringent towards the villagers in pursuit of his aspirations than others. The question of character holds little significance for the Uchiha. Nevertheless, Shuemu's accession to the security department evokes a rather complex sentiment within Baisher. His intent is to alter the original narrative. Currently, the future circumstances of the Uchiha remain uncertain. However, it is evident that Shuemu's fate has been considerably altered. This realization deepens Baisher's conviction in his ability to reshape the storyline. Baisher, what troubles you? Uchiha Shisui inquired, noticing Baisher's distraction. Nothing, Baisher replied, shaking his head. Shisui, how is the current operation of the patrol department progressing? Quite well, Uchiha Shisui responded with a smile. Although the strength of the patrol department members does not match that of the previous security department, in the majority of interactions with the villagers, combat is seldom required. Thus, strength is not of utmost importance. All matters can be managed. While efficiency may be slightly lower due to the influx of new members, the increased numbers render the overall performance comparable to before, and daily tasks are being accomplished. We are now awaiting the deliberations of Lord Hokage and the others regarding the new regulations. Shisui paused momentarily, adding, more importantly, the current situation validates the effectiveness of the plan you proposed, Baisher, given that the security department has been established for several decades. It is not feasible to completely alter the villagers' perception of the Uchiha in a short span. However, with the creation of the patrol department, we are beginning to witness some positive outcomes. The villagers dealt with by the patrol department are increasingly directing their dissatisfaction, resentment, and hostility towards it. Under my command, the patrol department members refrain from mentioning the Uchiha, merely emphasizing that they are acting in accordance with the village's regulations. Furthermore, as you suggested, the appeals process is mediated by members of the security department, that is, our Uchiha members. Regardless of the mediation outcomes, the villagers' grievances are primarily directed at the patrol department or the village's regulations, and conversely, they tend to express gratitude towards our Uchiha members. Gradually, their impression of the Uchiha will improve. I have observed this phenomenon in numerous villagers. If this trend continues, the Uchiha standing among the villagers will undoubtedly enhance. Uchiha Shisui expressed satisfaction with the reforms in the security department. Baisha nodded in agreement. As long as it proves effective, that's what matters. Previously, I could only speculate without certainty, but now, witnessing the results under your guidance, Shisui, I can rest assured. However, aside from the affairs of the patrol department, there are two other aspects we must remain vigilant about. Uchiha Shisui paused momentarily. What are the two aspects? Asked Baisha. One involves those who harbor ill will towards our Uchiha clan, families, factions, and numerous individuals within the village. As the perception of our clan improves among the villagers, they may resort to covert means to undermine us. The second concern pertains to the faction of clan leader Fugaku. The reforms of the guard department were directly implemented by you and the 8th elder. They are undoubtedly discontented with this development. Moreover, considering your youth, Shisui, assuming the role of the patrol department head will surely draw criticism. Uchiha Shisui furrowed his brow. What do you think they will do? External opposition towards Uchiha Shisui is understandable. Internal dissent, too, is comprehensible, yet it is difficult to accept. He is acutely aware that all his actions are not for his own benefit, but for the Uchiha and the village. They might instigate some incidents, Baisha noted. The worst-case scenario could be that they might take direct action against you. Uchiha Shisui's pupils constricted. Directly against me? This is a village filled with Konoha ninjas. Would they really go so far? Baisha shrugged. I merely articulated the most pessimistic possibility. However, Baisha's expression turned grave. You must exercise greater caution and prudence. Our plans hinge significantly on your presence. Should you encounter any unforeseen circumstances, the entire scheme may falter. Other matters can be resolved, but you, Shisui, must survive. Uchiha Shisui nodded. I will be cautious. At the Uchiha residence, within the clan building, an elder sat opposite Uchiha Fugaku. This is excessive. Both the 8th and Shisui have gone too far, the elder remarked, directing his gaze at Uchiha Fugaku. Do you not feel any discontent? You are the clan leader. Yet they undertook reforms of the guard department without consulting you. Do they even regard your position? Uchiha Fugaku remained silent for a moment. The matters of the guard department have indeed been overseen by the 8th elder. Their actions must have been motivated by their own considerations. All for the sake of the clan. The elder, incensed by Fugaku's response, retorted, It is precisely your attitude that enables their audacity, leading to the fragmentation and deterioration of our clan. Otherwise, we would not be in this predicament. I shall certainly raise this issue at the next clan meeting. Moreover, Fugaku, if you do not consider your own interests, do you not also think of your son? If this continues, once you step down from your position as clan leader, will the title belong to your son, Uchiha Itachi, or to Uchiha Shisui? Think carefully. The elder departed. Uchiha Fugaku watched the direction in which the elder had left. Beyond this, the elder possesses another identity. He is the uncle of Uchiha Fugaku, a blood relative. Being of the same lineage, his interests are intrinsically aligned with those of Uchiha Fugaku. As a true uncle, he is able to utter such words to Fugaku. The position of clan leader, perhaps? Uchiha Fugaku's gaze flickered. Itachi's talent is undoubtedly on par with Shisui's. He merely happened to be born a few years later. The words of his uncle stirred something within Uchiha Fugaku. Indeed, perhaps I ought to take some action. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit underground chamber, an elderly figure, swathed in bandages, sits upon a chair facing a desk. Notably, aside from the basement's shadowy atmosphere, the arrangement here mirrors that of the Hokage office of Hiruzen Sarutobi perfectly. Lord Danzo, a figure enters. How goes the investigation into the patrol department? Regarding Lord Danzo, the formation of the patrol department has been completed. and it has effectively supplanted the previous security department. Their current operational mode is as follows. The ninja below recounted the information he had gathered. I understand. You may leave now. Yes, Lord Danzo. Once the ninja departed, Shimura Danzo cast his gaze toward the Uchiha encampment, his expression darkening. Uchiha Shisui, after many years. Has another clever individual emerged from the Uchiha clan, reforming the security department and redirecting the villagers' grievances towards the patrol department and the village's higher echelons. The Uchiha have assumed the role of the good-natured ones, all while maintaining control over the security department. What a clever scheme. Danzo harbored no fondness for the Uchiha. On one hand, it stemmed from the actions of some within the clan. On the other, it derived from his disdain for Uchiha Kagami. Furthermore, after inheriting the views of Senju Tobarama regarding the Uchiha, Danzo had only intensified his resolve. The Uchiha, inherently malevolent. Danzo's apprehension towards the Uchiha was already profound, and witnessing the smooth reform of the security department only heightened his trepidation. However, the success of this reform was largely attributable to Hiruzen. Danzo then shifted his focus toward the Hokage building. Hiruzen, you are far too ambitious. Do you truly believe you can control the Uchiha? A clan that even Hashirama-sensei and Tobarama-sensei could not tame? By supporting the reform of the security department, nurturing Uchiha Shisui, and suppressing Uchiha Fugaku, you aim to fracture the Uchiha into two factions, positioning yourself above them both, making each side dependent upon you. If you truly achieve your goal, then the position of Hokage may well remain forever within the Sarutobi clan. But what leads you to believe you can accomplish this? Simply because you inscribed your name as the strongest Hokage in the introductory texts of the Ninja Academy? The Uchiha and the Hyuga are entirely different. A caged bird has but one. Hiruzen, you are playing with fire. Having raised a wolf that cannot be tamed, you will undoubtedly face repercussions. I shall remain a keen observer. The eyes of Shimura Danzo flickered momentarily. Nevertheless, even if the likelihood of success is low, I must take some action. After all, I intend to grasp the position of Hokage. Perhaps I can even utilize this reckless endeavor to bring about the downfall of both Danzo and the Uchiha clan. Once I inherit the Hokage title, the village will unite under my leadership and ascend to the true pinnacle of Konoha, surpassing all other ninja villages. In the Hokage building, Hokage-sama, Uchiha Shisui entered the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen offered a smile. Shisui, how is the situation with the patrol department? Replying to Hokage-sama, it is progressing quite smoothly. Uchiha Shisui responded. Thanks to your arrangements, the patrol department has seamlessly taken over the functions of the previous security department, and as its head, I have gained the recognition of the people. However, there are still some issues regarding the regulations in the ninja village. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. I will arrange for that. I have already notified everyone, and a meeting will be convened shortly. Excellent. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Shisui's face brightened. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand dismissively. As Hokage, this is my duty. However, there are numerous matters concerning the village, which have kept me quite busy, leading to some delays. Shisui, your reform of the security department presents a perfect opportunity. What are your plans moving forward? Uchiha Shisui replied, Hokage-sama, my plan is to promote the regulations once they are finalized, spreading awareness throughout the village. This will serve as a foundation for several activities. The more people understand the regulations, the lower the likelihood of transgressions. Furthermore, I aspire to attain the position of head of the security department. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment. Currently, the head of the security department is Uchiha Shisui, correct? Yes, Shisui confirmed. Do you require any assistance? Uchiha Shisui hesitated. Hokage-sama, Senior Uchiha is of considerable age. It may be time for him to step down from the position. However, there will be several candidates vying for the role, and I hold little advantage among them. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. I understand. The village may encounter certain events soon. Shisui, seize the opportunity. Yes, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Shisui replied as he took his leave. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen contemplated how to support Uchiha Shisui. His strength was evident, yet he lacked in age, experience, and reputation. However, with the establishment of the patrol department, Uchiha Shisui's standing had improved significantly. Yet, the issues of age and experience could not be remedied swiftly. To make others overlook these shortcomings, Uchiha Shisui must achieve remarkable accomplishments. The battlefield is the best venue for such feats, yet war has now become a distant memory. Thus, it can only be regarded as a task. Uchiha Shisui possesses the support of certain members within the Uchiha clan, bolstered by my influence. If we could accomplish an A-rank mission within the village, no, merely achieving an A-rank mission would not suffice. An S-rank mission is essential to ensure complete security. Moreover, it would be preferable to instigate a deeper, irreconcilable conflict between Uchiha Shisui and the faction of Uchiha Fugaku, transcending mere power struggles. This would yield the optimal outcome. A bit of planning is required. A figure arrived at the ninja tool shop. Good morning, Senior Baisher. Izumi, good morning. Good morning, Senior Baisher. Does Senior Masako have time today? Yes, Baisher nodded. Come in, don't rush into training just yet. Alice has prepared some new desserts. Do give them a try. All right, thank you. No need for thanks. We are friends now. Baisher smiled, leading Uchiha Izumi to the lounge. The desserts had been placed on the table in advance. How fragrant. Uchiha Izumi inhaled deeply. Try it. This is a new creation. I hope the taste is satisfactory. If there are any issues, please do point them out so Alice can make adjustments based on our feedback. Baisher spoke casually, for Alice's culinary skills are practically flawless in this world. The primary aim was to provide Uchiha Izumi with a sense of being valued, thereby enhancing her fondness. It's delicious, Uchiha Izumi remarked, savoring the dessert while glancing at Baisher. Senior Baisher, this dessert is perfect. I cannot find any flaws. It surpasses all other desserts in the village, requiring no modifications whatsoever. Is that so? Let me have a taste. Baisher sampled a bite, nodding in agreement. Indeed, it is quite good. Upon finishing the dessert, Uchiha Izumi set down her plate. Senior Baisher, I have finished. May I head to the backyard to train with Senior Masako? Yes, go ahead. Baisher watched Uchiha Izumi's retreating figure. 81. A truly wonderful older brother. Still lacking 9 points. Baisher withdrew his gaze. The foundational affection points here would increase more slowly than before, but in a couple of days. It should be manageable without any unforeseen issues. With 90 affection points, I can make a request, receive a response, and strengthen yet another ninja cat. Thus, I would obtain a reward. Baisher glanced toward the direction of the ninja cats, feeling a surge of anticipation. Even though he had made 3 requests previously, the circumstances of those earlier attempts differed from this one. Uchiha Shisui already had a foundational affection level exceeding 80. Similarly, Ayame also reached a foundational affection score above 80. Elevating their affection levels to 90 would be quite effortless. However, Hinata Hyuga presented a conundrum for Baisher. It was not due to his own endeavors, but rather appeared as a fortunate opportunity presented to him. The very first individual to ascend from low to high affection levels was indeed Uchiha Izumi. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke still have quite a distance to cover. Tomorrow marks another day of respite for Uchiha Izumi. Perhaps a strategy can be formulated. Otherwise, we shall have to wait until next week. Uchiha Izumi remains a student of the Ninja Academy, attending classes 5 days a week with 2 days of rest. A week is still a week, and it must not be squandered. Baisher glanced over at Violet. Violet, my dear, please head to the backyard and check on Uchiha Izumi. I need to ascertain whether she harbors any desires or concerns. Your task today is to uncover that. Of course, my lord, Violet replied, making her way to the backyard. Baisher settled into a chair at the ninja tool shop, awaiting the arrival of customers. A plump orange cat approached him, nimbly leaping onto his lap and curling into a cozy ball, purring softly. Baisher gently stroked the cat's head. Meow. The orange feline purred contentedly in response. At that moment, a Uchiha ninja entered the shop. Boss, I would like 10 shurikens and 3 explosive tags. Very well, just a moment, Baisher replied, rising from his seat. The orange cat had already jumped down gracefully before Baisher stood, its plump form landing softly with barely a sound. Baisher proceeded to the storage area to retrieve the requested tools. Meanwhile, the shop's ninja cats watched the Uchiha ninja with wary eyes, seemingly concerned that he might seize the opportunity to pilfer items from the store while Baisher was otherwise occupied. If a person exhibited such an expression, it would be off-putting. However, seeing it from a ninja cat was merely amusing to the Uchiha ninja. Here you go, Baisher soon returned, handing over the items while receiving the paper currency in exchange. Thank you for your patronage. I hope to see you again soon. It 1 TB long. The number of ninjas on missions has significantly increased, leading to considerable wear on our supplies. Before Baisher could inquire further, the Uchiha ninja spoke up. The reforms in the security department have had quite a substantial impact on us Uchiha. It remains uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. I find myself struggling to adapt. You were previously a ninja in the security department? Baishar asked, to which the ninja nodded. Yes. Serving in the security department has its advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is the lack of combat, which minimizes danger. However, dealing with the villagers can be quite challenging. Despite their transgressions and violations of regulations, they always seem to argue their case with conviction. When we adopt a firmer stance, it often appears as though we are the ones being unreasonable, not them. It has made me question the purpose of that role. Such phenomena undoubtedly exist, Baishar understood. Yet, the individuals in the security department were not entirely devoid of faults. Every faction and class harbors its share of unsavory characters. In the mountains, the customs may be simple and sincere, yet it is also true that impoverished regions can give rise to unscrupulous individuals. Among the grassroots, there are those who genuinely serve the people. However, there exist insidious parasites who exploit their power for personal gain. As for the task of a ninja, one would not encounter such troublesome matters, albeit the danger significantly escalates, rendering one susceptible to injuries. Yet, from the perspective of the Uchiha clan, the reforms within the security department appear to have succeeded. The resentment and aversion once directed towards us by the villagers have largely shifted towards the current members of the patrol department. After a considerable exchange, the other parties suddenly regained their composure. Apologies for speaking so much inadvertently. I must attend to my mission now. Farewell, boss. Farewell, and may your mission be fruitful. Thank you. Baishar observed the departing figure. The fact that even these individuals have sensed a change indicates that the achievements of the patrol department are indeed promising. At noon, Uchiha Izumi enjoyed lunch at the ninja tools shop. However, it was not solely Alice's culinary creations that graced the table, but also a bento made by Uchiha Izumi's mother. She believed that, regardless of Baishar's kindness, it was inappropriate for Izumi to trouble him unduly, which is why she insisted that Izumi bring along a small gift during her visits to the shop. In the afternoon, Uchiha Izumi's training resumed. Violet approached Baishar. Sir. What is it, Violet? In response, Sir, Uchiha Izumi currently desires nothing more than to become a ninja as soon as possible. Is she aiming for an early graduation? Indeed. Baishar glanced towards the backyard. As evening descended and the sky darkened, Uchiha Izumi concluded her training and arrived at the entrance of the ninja tools shop. Senior Baishar, farewell. Farewell. After Izumi departed, Baishar turned to Heizi Masako. Masako, how is Uchiha Izumi's current strength? Has she reached the rank of a genin? Not quite yet. Baishar nodded thoughtfully, pondering how to leverage this information to enhance Uchiha Izumi's favor. Suddenly, a name struck him. Mizuki. I wonder if Irika has become a teacher at the Ninja Academy by now. Violet, let us step out for a moment. Yes, sir. The two, a man and his cat, exited the Uchiha clan's residence. Baishar led Violet to the vicinity of the security department. Indeed, as described by the Uchiha member who had previously visited the shop, some villagers displayed a noticeably altered gaze when observing the Uchiha members. The numbers were few, yet present, particularly around the security department. Violet, have you seen Mizuki? Yes, sir. He is currently inside the security department, reporting to Uchiha Shisui. Baishar raised an eyebrow slightly. Inform me when Mizuki departs, and likewise if Shisui comes out first. Understood, sir. The security department was not merely a division, but was segmented into two distinct sections, with the office areas also divided into two parts, each with its separate entrance, and the offices were not interconnected. Aside from the vicinity, there were no other links. Mizuki entered the office of the head of the patrol department, where Uchiha Shisui was seated. Director, Mizuki is here. Is there anything to report today? Nothing of note. Shuei-mu shook his head and replied, It is still the same mundane affairs, which I have already managed well. You have done remarkably, and your efforts are commendable. The minister responded. You flatter me, minister. This is merely my duty. Uchiha Shisui nodded slightly. There is nothing else, Shuei-mu. You may leave for the day. Rest early, for we shall resume work tomorrow. With most of our department being newcomers, you captains must shoulder a bit more responsibility. Yes, minister. Shuei-mu departed, closing the door with a decisive bang. As he glanced back at the minister's office, a hint of envy flickered in his eyes. At such a young age, to hold the position of a department head, it was indeed admirable. But who could deny the prowess of the Uchiha clan, renowned for their genius since childhood? However, the emergence of the patrol department presented a splendid opportunity for me. No, It could be deemed my singular chance. Shuei cast his gaze towards the Hokage building. The village's higher-ups conducted affairs with blatant injustice. We ordinary ninjas have no avenues for advancement. The selection of candidates above us is entirely arbitrary, devoid of any consideration for capability. Now, I have finally seized an opportunity for elevation. Even if the relationship between the Uchiha and the village elite is strained, such a formidable ninja clan is unlikely to be eradicated. As long as the Uchiha endure, the guard and patrol departments shall persist. I can rise to the role of an officer, rather than remain an ordinary ninja. Violet turned to Baishur. My lord, Shuei has exited. Very well. Baishur shifted his gaze from the patrol department to another direction. This continued until Shuei had left. Violet, let us follow him. Yes, my lord. Violet led the way. Shortly, a figure on the opposite side of the street met Shuei. It was Irika. After exchanging a few words, the two entered a nearby handmade ramen shop. How fortuitous. Baishur remarked, observing the ramen shop's direction. Violet, let us also step inside. The man and his cat entered. At this moment, Shuei and Irika had already ordered their respective ramen and found a table to sit at. Baishur. Handcrafted uncle, sister Ayame. What will you have, Baishur? The usual, please. Certainly, just a moment. Baishur settled at the counter, surveying the patrons within. 91. An exceptionally fine younger brother. 80. Those who enjoy ramen are seldom lacking. 36. Accompanied by a ninja cat. An Uchiha, perhaps? 25. An Uchiha. The figure marked as 36 referred to Shuei. It is quite natural for him to possess a higher favorability rating than the average villager, as he is currently working in the patrol department, which has afforded him this opportunity, naturally enhancing his appreciation for the Uchihas. The figure marked as 25 referred to Irika. Irika's parents perished during the Night of the Nine Tails. Although there is no conclusive evidence implicating the Uchiha in that tragic event, many harbor such suspicions in secret, further fueled by Shimura Danzo's machinations. As the Night of the Nine Tails approached, the pattern of the Sharingan emerged above the Nine Tails' eyes. Consequently, Irika harbored a portion of resentment towards the Uchiha clan. At least for now, he could not claim to have completely eradicated his animosity. A favorability rating of 25 would certainly indicate that Irika's mindset is relatively positive. Shuei, congratulations, he said, sharing in the joy. Shuei smiled and remarked, at last, we have both achieved the aspirations of our youth. Irika, you have become a teacher at the Ninja Academy, while I have ascended to the position of captain in the patrol division. From now on, we shall no longer be mere ninjas. Prior to joining the patrol division, both Shuei and Irika had applied to the Ninja Academy and interned for a time. However, the outcome was that Irika was accepted, while Shuei faced rejection. This led Shuei to experience a significant emotional upheaval. Throughout his life, he had believed himself to be the more capable of the two. In a scenario of selection, it was surely Irika who would be eliminated rather than himself. Yet, in this pivotal moment, Irika emerged victorious, delivering a considerable blow to Shuei's self-esteem, fostering feelings of resentment towards both the village and Irika. Now, having secured the position of captain in the patrol division, Shuei's mindset had begun to mend. However, his following statement elicited some disagreement from Irika. Hesitating briefly, Irika chose not to counter but instead inquired, Shuei, how is your work in the patrol division? Shuei replied, it's manageable. Though dealing with some villagers can be quite challenging, one must adopt a firm approach. This contrasts sharply with our previous perceptions, where we believed the guard division was deliberately making things difficult for the villagers. Now that I am actually in this role, I realize it is quite the opposite. Those villagers, fully aware of the regulations, choose to violate them intentionally. Afterward, they feign victimhood, resorting to moral coercion and acting like scoundrels to elicit sympathy. Irika appeared somewhat skeptical. Is that so? Indeed, Shuei nodded. In my brief time here, I've already received several complaints. Fortunately, our director is reasonable, rather than simply reprimanding us. He engages in rational discourse. Irika shook his head. It seems our work is far from easy. Currently, I am responsible for a class, and some of the students are quite a handful. They knowingly commit errors, yet continue to do so. However, the sense of accomplishment in successfully educating them is quite rewarding. By the way, Shuei, perhaps you could approach those villagers with the same patience you extend to your students? Shuei paused. It's not the same, he replied, shaking his head. That is impossible. The students misbehave out of playfulness and character, while the villagers act out of self-interest. Can one reason with selfishness? It's unfeasible. Let us not dwell on that, he continued. Our director mentioned that in a few days, the village leadership will draft more detailed regulations. Once those are established, contentious issues will diminish, making it easier to manage the villagers. Irika nodded. The ramen is ready. As Irika savored his ramen, he reflected on the joy of indulging in such delectable fare after a long day's work. What a blissful experience it was, both affordable and delicious. Mizuki remarked, Irika, once my salary comes in this month, I shall treat you to barbecue. No, I shall treat you, Irika insisted. Let me take care of it. Meanwhile, Baishir enjoyed his ramen. Yet, what had once been an exquisite taste for Baishir now seemed somewhat lacking. It was not that the craftsmanship of the hand-pulled noodles had diminished. Rather, it was due to the abundance of exquisite dishes prepared by Alice that had altered his palate. Transitioning from modesty to opulence is effortless. But the reverse is quite challenging. However, this circumstance was distinct from that of the goddess tongue. Baishir merely felt that the flavor was not as remarkable as before. But it did not lead to aversion to food. Hand-pulled uncle, I have finished. I shall take my leave, he said. All right, take care. Upon exiting the hand-pulled noodle shop, Baishir inquired about Violetta. Violetta, does the hand-pulled uncle desire anything? In response to your inquiry, he seeks to pursue a higher realm of culinary art and wishes for new ramen recipes. For the former, Baishir could only facilitate Alice's teachings in hand-pulling noodles. However, the situation was somewhat complex, making it a bit challenging to execute. Yet, for the latter, Baishir could act immediately. It would be a simple task for Alice to create several ramen recipes that did not exist in this world. Even if Alice's creations were not perfect, Baishir could utilize his god's tongue ability to assist her in refinement. The hand-pulled uncle's fondness, I assume, must be akin to that of a culinary artist. He could alleviate some of Alice's workload. Nonetheless, enhancing the hand-pulled uncle's fondness would undoubtedly be more arduous than improving that of Ayame. A single recipe would be utterly insufficient. Returning to the ninja tools shop, after business hours, Baishir promptly locked the door. Shortly thereafter, Uchiha Shisui entered. Shisui, Baishir greeted. Uchiha Shisui took a seat opposite Baishir, sipped his tea, and began to nibble on a snack from the table. A ninja cat, upon noticing, could not resist approaching Shisui. Meow? Shisui glanced at Baishir. May I offer it something to eat? Certainly, Baishir replied. Shisui then tossed a morsel to the ninja cat, which happily scampered away with its treat. Shisui, I encountered your colleague from the patrol department, Mizuki, this evening. Mizuki? Where? At the hand-pulled noodle shop. Did you go there for ramen tonight, Baishir? You should have informed me. I went to that very shop as well. Had you lingered a bit longer, you might have run into me. I decided to go on a whim. Baishir continued. Mizuki was accompanied by a friend named Irika. From their conversation, I gathered he is a teacher at the Ninja Academy. Therefore, I wish to ask you for a favor. What favor? I seek to understand the current process regarding early graduation applications at the Ninja Academy. Early graduation? Uchiha Shisui paused momentarily. But Baishir, you have already graduated, have you not? It is not for me. Baishir shook his head and said, not long ago. A junior from our Uchiha clan frequently visited the ninja tool shop, so I had Hirako Mako guide her for a while. It turned out she possesses considerable talent and strength. Remaining at the Ninja Academy seems a bit of a waste of time for her. Moreover, she herself appears eager to graduate sooner. Initially, I intended to consult Itachi. However, today I unexpectedly encountered Mizuki and Irika. Irika, being a teacher at the Ninja Academy, would undoubtedly have a better understanding of the current situation, which is why I sought your opinion, Shisui. Uchiha Shisui hesitated for a moment before agreeing. No problem. I will inquire with Mizuki tomorrow. By the way, Baishir, has Itachi been to the ninja tool shop recently? Not at all. I haven't seen him for many days. Baishir replied. Uchiha Shisui furrowed his brow. I wonder what he is up to. I too have not seen him for quite some time. I even made a point to look for him a few times, but to no avail. Baishir, do you think Itachi might have severed ties with us because Fugaku has discerned my intentions? Uchiha Shisui pondered. Due to the reforms in the security department, Uchiha Shisui had begun to sense a shift in the attitude of Fugaku's faction towards him. He speculated that those aligned with Uchiha Fugaku had started to harbor some reservations about him, and Uchiha Itachi, being Fugaku's son, would naturally be influenced by that relationship. Surely not, Baishir replied. Itachi is not that kind of person. He harbors discontent towards Elder Fugaku. Furthermore, in Itachi's heart, the village and clan surpass familial ties. I have tested this before, and I am quite certain of it. Itachi cares for many, but he does not regard Uchiha Fugaku with any significance. A mere father. What does that amount to? Uchiha Shisui, however, held a weighty opinion of his position in Itachi's heart. In the context of Konoha, the will of fire, and Sasuke Uchiha, it would eventually lead to Uchiha Shisui. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Shisui concluded, "Let us wait and see. If Itachi truly does sever ties with us, then there is nothing we can do. For the sake of the Uchiha and the village, our plans must continue. However, by sure, Itachi is aware of our relationship. You previously cautioned me to be vigilant. Now, you must be even more cautious. Should I arrange for 2 ninjas to accompany you?" Baisher quickly shook his head. "No need, my ninja cats are sufficient. Besides, Shisui, do not underestimate me. While my talent and strength may not rival yours, I am not entirely lacking. I possess the strength of a Chunin." Uchiha Shisui still hesitated. Yet, Chunin's strength may not be adequate. Baisher gestured towards the door. "Mako, come in for a moment." "Yes, sir." Hirako Mako entered. "Shisui, what do you think of Mako's strength?" Uchiha Shisui turned to Hirako Mako. He was not particularly surprised by Baisher's Chunin-level abilities. After all, Baisher has graduated for over a year. In terms of talent, Baisher may not measure up to his own expectations. Among ordinary ninjas, his abilities are by no means lacking. He stands as a commendable student, albeit at the tail end of excellence, certainly surpassing the underperformers. However, Uchiha Shisui does not believe that, given the current circumstances, a Chunin's strength is sufficient. As for Hirako Shinji, could he possibly possess extraordinary Jonin-level prowess? Baisher chuckled softly. "I say, Shisui, you surely wouldn't believe it. Why not test it in the backyard?" Uchiha Shisui's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Very well." He promptly rose, and the two made their way to the backyard. Uchiha Shisui and Hirako Shinji faced each other in combat, while Baisher positioned himself at the entrance. "Begin." In the next moment, Hirako Shinji's figure flickered violently, and a gleam of blade flashed. Clang! Uchiha Shisui, wielding a kunai, intercepted Hirako Shinji's strike. Yet, this was merely the prologue. Following the first blow, a second was swiftly upon him. How swift! Uchiha Shisui's expression grew serious. From their very first exchange, he sensed that Hirako Shinji was no ordinary opponent. Just the speed and swordsmanship displayed were of an exceptionally high caliber. Uchiha Shisui began to compare Hirako Shinji's skills to those of the village's sword-wielding ninjas, Kakashi from the Hitaki clan and Kiba from the Tsukiakari clan. Kakashi's situation was somewhat unique. Unlike his father, who specialized in swordsmanship, he relied more on ninjutsu and the Sharingan he had acquired, earning himself the title of copy ninja. Nevertheless, Kakashi was no slouch in swordplay. Uchiha Shisui discovered that Hirako Shinji's swordsmanship even surpassed that of Kakashi and Kiba. Jinjutsu, Sharingan. The three tomo spun within Uchiha Shisui's eyes. However, Hirako Shinji was not entirely ignorant of Uchiha Shisui's abilities and was, in fact, proficient in illusion techniques himself. The moment Uchiha Shisui attempted a Jinjutsu, Hirako Shinji deftly diverted his gaze. Yet, his blade did not falter. Uchiha Shisui, believing his Jinjutsu had taken effect, let his guard down. By the time he realized his oversight, it was too late, and his attire was slashed open by Hirako Shinji's blade. Phantom body technique. Uchiha Shisui retreated, quickly forming hand seals. In an instant, dozens of figures appeared, encircling Hirako Shinji. Hirako Shinji stood firm, sword in hand. "Be cautious." Uchiha Shisui's voice rang out. Immediately, the multitude of figures charged towards Hirako Shinji. At that moment, fall down, reverse caress. Uchiha Shisui's senses were instantly inverted, up became down. Left became right, and the direction he perceived shifted. Bang! Losing his balance, Uchiha Shisui tumbled to the ground. Hirako Shinji sheathed his sword and returned to Baisher's side. Only then did Uchiha Shisui rise from the ground. Was that Jinjutsu? Did it reverse my senses? Uchiha Shisui gazed intently at Hirako Shinji, then shifted his focus to Shiraishi. The prowess of Hirako Shinji astounded Uchiha Shisui. He had presumed that Hirako Shinji's strength would merely reach the level of a special jonin. However, he was taken aback to find that through swordsmanship, Shinji was able to hold his ground against him. Furthermore, after Shisui employed the body flicker technique, Shinji unleashed a formidable Jinjutsu. Indeed, Shiraishi nodded and remarked, "This is Shinji's true capability. Now, Shisui, you can rest assured regarding my safety." as no ordinary ninja poses a threat to me. Uchiha Shisui exclaimed in amazement. Shinji's strength is on par with mine. With him by your side, Shiraishi. Ordinary ninjas truly cannot jeopardize your safety. Even the ninjas I can summon are inferior. He never anticipated such a powerful ninja cat. This was a stark contrast to Uchiha Shisui's previous understanding of ninja cats. According to his knowledge, the majority of ninja cats possessed little strength. They were merely small in stature, agile, and widely dispersed, which granted them certain advantages in intelligence gathering. Uchiha ninjas often procured information from these ninja cats. Those that attained the strength of a chunin were exceedingly rare. The following morning, Uchiha Izumi arrived early. Shiraishi invited Uchiha Izumi to enjoy some morning tea before instructing Shinji to take Izumi into the backyard for training. Meanwhile, in the patrol department, Mizuki. Uchiha Shisui called out to Mizuki. Director, is there something you need? I heard that you have a friend who is a teacher at the Ninja Academy? Yes. But he has only recently become a teacher. I have a junior who is contemplating applying for early graduation exams. So I would like you to inquire about the current policies regarding early graduation exams. Would that be possible? Of course, Mizuki's eyes lit up. As he entered the patrol department, he was eager to ascend the ranks and was pondering ways to strengthen his relationship with Uchiha Shisui. Given the opportunity to assist Shisui, Mizuki could hardly refuse. Coincidentally, my friend is off today. Would you like me to bring him to the patrol department? That won't be necessary. It would be too much trouble. Just gather the details about the early graduation exam policy from your friend and provide them to me. All right. The patrol department's team was tasked with patrolling. Mizuki could directly patrol near Irika's residence. Irika. Mizuki instructed his team members to remain below as he ascended the stairs. Mizuki? Irika opened the door and was somewhat surprised to see Mizuki. Aren't you supposed to be working today? What brings you here? I happen to be patrolling in this area and need your assistance with something. What do you need? I require information regarding the policies for early graduation exams at the Ninja Academy. Early graduation? Yes, a junior of our director is preparing to apply, and I wish to understand the situation. What a coincidence. I happen to have brought back some relevant materials. Let me fetch it for you. Irika turned and entered the room, soon emerging with a document in hand. Here it is. Shimizu quickly accepted it, a gleam of joy illuminating his face. Irika, thank you. I owe you a barbecue meal. This is the second time now. With patience, Shimizu awaited the conclusion of the morning's work, swiftly making his way to Uchiha Shisui's office to deliver the document. Director, this contains the materials for early graduation. Uchiha Shisui took the document, perused its contents briefly, and after confirming there were no issues, he closed it. Thank you, Shimizu. No need for such formality, Director. Now that we are part of the patrol department, we are colleagues. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Certainly, Director. For Shimizu, this acknowledgement from Uchiha Shisui was more than sufficient. The trip to Irika for the materials had not been in vain, especially as it meant he had not missed lunch. Shortly after Shimizu left, Uchiha Shisui also departed, returning to the Uchiha compound, specifically the ninja tool shop. Here, Shiraishi, this is for you. Is this the material for the early graduation exam? Indeed. Uchiha Shisui nodded. I have work to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. Since you are already here, why not have lunch first? One must eat regardless of how busy one is, right? Never mind, there is no time. Then take this with you. Shiraishi picked up a small bag from the table. Just a little snack. This time, Uchiha Shisui accepted it without refusal. Thank you. Without waiting for Shiraishi to respond, Uchiha Shisui swiftly exited. Meanwhile, in the backyard, Hirako Makoto concluded his training session with Uchiha Izumi. The two of them, one person and one cat, made their way to the lounge. A delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen. Uchiha Izumi peeked into the kitchen. Senior Alice. Alice turned around, a smile brightening her face upon seeing Uchiha Izumi. It will be ready shortly. Please wash your hands. All right. Thank you for your hard work, Senior Alice. After washing her hands, Uchiha Izumi took the initiative to tidy up the dining table, then entered the kitchen to lend a hand. Senior Shiraishi, it's ready. All right, I'm coming. Shiraishi entered the dining area. Uchiha Izumi sat beside Shiraishi, while across from them sat Hirako Makoto, Alice, and Violet. Uchiha Izumi was quite familiar with Hirako Makoto and the others, so sharing a table with them felt perfectly natural. This is delicious, Senior Alice. Thank you. Alice smiled. If you like it, feel free to eat more. Hirako Makoto ate at a leisurely pace, yet the food before him diminished rapidly. Violet, on the other hand, exuded an air of elegance even as she partook of her meal. Shiraishi glanced at Uchiha Izumi. "You're a great big brother." After finishing his meal, Shiraishi set down his chopsticks. "Izumi, once you're done, please come to the lounge. I have something for you." "Certainly." A hint of curiosity sparkled in Uchiha Izumi's eyes. Swiftly finishing the food in his bowl, he made his way to the kitchen, where he found Alice and Violet still dining. Opting to first head to the lounge, he approached Senior Baishur. "Senior Baishur, Izu, please take a seat." "Yes." "During this period, how do you feel about your training?" "Quite well. I have made considerable progress, largely due to the excellent guidance from Senior Masako." Baishur nodded. "Masako has briefed me on your situation. Your current strength has fully reached the level of a lower ninja. Remaining at the ninja school would, in fact, be a waste of time. Here is a document for applying for early graduation. If you are interested, you may take a look." Izumi Uchiha's eyes brightened. "Apply for early graduation? Yes, I would love to see it, though it is all right if I am not interested." Izumi eagerly opened the documents laid out on the table. "Senior Baishur, I have wanted to apply for early graduation for quite some time, but my mother has always disallowed it, and I was unsure how to proceed with the application. Did you specifically help me find this information?" "Sort of," Baishur replied. "Thank you so much." Izumi gazed at Baishur. "You truly are an exceptional senior." Baishur waved his hand dismissively. "Focus on the documents. You have just finished lunch, and it is not suitable for intense training right now. By the time you finish reviewing this information, your digestion should be complete, and you can then proceed to train." Understood. As Baishur exited the lounge, he glanced back at Izumi Uchiha. "A very wonderful elder brother." A voice echoed in Baishur's mind. "Detected that Izumi Uchiha's favorability has reached 90. Would you like to collect?" "Collect. Collection successful. Would you like to send a request?" Baishur entered the shop and took a seat. "Request. You have sent a request to the myriad realms, and amidst the vast universe, countless gazes fell upon you. An entity known as Yang Yen responded to your request. You have received a B-level response." In the next moment, a sphere of white light appeared in Baishur's hand. Yang Yen. Baishur recalled the information about this character. Originating from the world of Kuga ninja scrolls, a ninja characterized by a delicate appearance yet possessing a deadly poison, which, notably, would involuntarily escape from their mouth during moments of heightened desire. A tragic figure, they harbored unrequited love yet could only watch their beloved from afar. Moreover, within the greater context, they were unable to determine their own fate, dying after enduring severe torture. Unable even to fulfill the humble wish of departing for the afterlife with their beloved. In terms of tragedy, there were indeed similarities between Yang Yan's story and that of Izumi Uchiha in the original plot. Perhaps this was the reason Yang Yan would respond to Izumi's favorability. Regaining his composure, Baishur picked up a nearby jar filled with snacks and shook it. Upon hearing the sound, the ninja cats gathered around. At that moment, Violet had finished her meal and entered the shop. Baishur turned to look at Violet. Violet shook her head, indicating that there was no one around. Whitestone gently tossed the orb of light towards the Nina cats. One Nina cat with dark purple fur spotted the orb, leaped, and pounced. Instantly, the orb entered the Nina cat's body. A burst of white light erupted from the dark purple Nina cat, enveloping it entirely and forming a cocoon. Before long, a crack appeared on the cocoon, and a figure emerged from within. The figure stood upright, adorned in a dress of interwoven purple and white. If Violet exuded an aura of elegance, then the presence radiating from this Nina cat was one of allure. The Nina cat approached Whitestone, lowering its body slightly to bow before him. "Sunfire, at your service." Whitestone nodded and turned his gaze to Sunfire. Some text appeared beside her. Name, Sunfire, cat. Gender, female. Strength, elite ninja, upgradable. Weapon, none. Ability, enchanting serpent's breath. An elite level of strength, particularly skilled in assassination techniques. Quite impressive. Unfortunately, this ability is effective only against the opposite gender. However, in this world, most ninjas are male, making the usage of enchanting serpent's breath rather broad. A voice echoed in Whitestone's mind. "You have successfully cultivated a Nina cat and received a reward. Would you like to claim it?" "Claim it. You have received a power enhancement." A surge of energy flowed into Whitestone's body. He distinctly felt it was akin to the situation when the spirit of Hinata appeared last time. His physique, chakra, and spirit were all comprehensively enhanced. In the next moment, Whitestone sensed this power surging into his eyes, and Itomo manifested within them, swiftly transforming into two tomo. Double tomo. A comprehensive enhancement. The single tomo had evolved into a double tomo. Compared to the single tomo, dynamic vision and chakra observation had significantly improved. Whitestone stood before a mirror, surveying himself. At this rate, another B-level enhancement reward could elevate his overall strength to the level of a special elite ninja. In that case, his self-defense capabilities would increase once more. Hinata's strength was formidable. Violet's strength was commendable. Sunfire's abilities surpassed even Violet's. Yet, external strength is still external strength. Whitestone hoped that his own abilities would be sufficiently robust. That would be true strength. A 13-year-old special elite ninja is quite impressive in terms of talent. Compared to prodigies like Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, and Kakashi, a 13-year-old special elite ninja still falls short in some aspects. Nevertheless, when compared to other ninjas, he was already remarkably exceptional. In the Moonlight family, the prodigy known as Moonlight Gale, at the tender age of 13, has merely just ascended to the rank of a chunin. Yuhi Kurenai, a disciple of Orochimaru, undoubtedly possesses remarkable talent to have garnered such attention from him. Yet, throughout her life, attaining the status of a special jonin seems to be her utmost limit. Shinji Itachi, having forced the formidable Kisame Hoshigaki to leap to his demise, also claimed the life of a female ninja who harbored feelings for him. Yet he, too, remains merely a special jonin. Given my current circumstances, my previous ninjutsu has become somewhat inadequate. It is imperative that I acquire new techniques. At present, the ninjutsu mastered by Hakushi includes only the fundamental taijutsu, the body replacement technique, and the fire release, great fireball technique, fire release, phoenix fire technique, and fire release, great dragon fire technique. I could approach Shisui for assistance. Given our current rapport, he would undoubtedly be amenable. As for the Uchiha clan, Hakushi feels that now is not the opportune moment. The internal dynamics within the Uchiha clan are rather intricate at present. Hakushi aligns himself with Uchiha Shisui, and it is inevitable that in the future, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Fugaku will find themselves at direct odds. Thus, Hakushi prefers that Uchiha Fugaku remain oblivious to his intelligence, intending to reveal his capabilities only at a pivotal moment when they might prove invaluable. Hakushi's gaze shifted once more towards Kajiro. My lord. Kajiro noticed the attention and slightly bowed his head. A peculiar thought arose in Hakushi's mind. Kajiro, how does one utilize your ability? In response to my lord, it merely requires a touch. Is a simple touch sufficient? How much time does it take? This revelation was considerably simpler than Hakushi had anticipated. The duration is contingent upon the opponent's strength. The weaker they are, the shorter the time required. Let me be your reference. Kajiro raised his head, observing Hakushi earnestly. It requires no more than a breath. And if I were to be poisoned, how long could I endure? Without discovering an antidote within half an hour, certain death is inevitable. Hakushi nodded thoughtfully. Based on Kajiro's description, the practicality of the ability known as Venomous Kiss is evidently potent. He is but a step away from becoming a special jonin, needing no more than a breath of time. For opponents weaker than himself, Kajiro requires even less preparation time. More importantly, the time allotted to the opponent for finding an antidote post-poisoning is exceedingly brief. Once Kajiro conceals his identity and stealthily approaches, even a jonin, let alone an elite jonin or even a Kaga-level ninja, stands a considerable chance of succumbing. Moreover, the antidote proves exceptionally challenging to procure. Additionally, Kajiro can utilize his poison with the assistance of others or even through the aid of shinobi cats. Whether through assassination or supportive strikes, Kajiro excels in both capacities. His venom is likely on par with that of Sasori of the Red Sand. However, this does not imply that Kajiro's prowess has reached the same echelon as Sasori. For Sasori, poison serves primarily as a supplementary means. However, for Baishur, Yanyan is merely one of the many ninja cats at his disposal. In addition to Yanyan, Baishur possesses other ninja cats, and their numbers are destined to increase in the future. There is nothing more to discuss. Yanyan, you may take your leave for now. Violet, please provide Yanyan with a brief overview of our current situation. Baishur then turned his gaze towards Violet. Yes, my lord, Violet replied as she escorted Yanyan away. Baishur began to assess his current circumstances. Firstly, there is himself, a chunin with dual Sharingan. Next is Hirako Shinji, an elite jonin skilled in swordsmanship, illusion techniques, and direct combat. Violet, a special jonin, possesses the abilities of X-ray vision, telescopic sight, and mind reading, serving as an intelligence-gathering ninja cat. Alice is a genin adept in culinary arts, representing the domestic category of ninja cats. Yang Yan is a jonin proficient in poisons, categorized as an assassination and support-type ninja cat. In terms of overall strength, it is quite commendable, as there is a balance across various domains. There are those suited for direct combat, intelligence, assassination, and domestic duties. Compared to certain smaller ninja clans in Konoha, their prowess is notably superior. For instance, the Moonlight Clan, the prodigy of the Moonlight Clan, who is expected to achieve great things, is merely a special jonin. Additionally, due to severe injuries sustained in earlier missions, he has spent most of his time in a frail state, unable to undertake tasks demanding high physical strength, stamina, or energy. The entire Moonlight Clan perhaps does not even possess a single elite jonin. As nightfall approached, shortly after Uchiha Izumi's departure, a figure moved towards the ninja tool shop. Baisher-senpai. Itachi, long time no see. Upon seeing the newcomer, Baisher felt a slight stir in his heart. Had he just returned to the village after a mission? Uchiha Itachi shook his head, then nodded, seemingly hesitant to speak further. Let us discuss inside. Baisher led Itachi to the lounge. In recent days, I have indeed been in the village, but I kept a low profile, not revealing myself to anyone, remaining concealed in the shadows, Uchiha Itachi explained. Upon returning, I learned that Elder Shisui and the 8th Hokage have reformed the guard corps, which prompted me to observe from a distance. This has proven beneficial for the villagers. However, it has had no effect on the Uchiha clan. Some villagers, due to the reform of the guard corps, have become less resistant and hostile towards the Uchiha. Yet, the villagers themselves are not the crux of the issue. The core problem has always resided within certain members of the Uchiha clan. I have witnessed this firsthand. Those members of the Uchiha, in light of the guard corps reform, have grown even more vocal in their dissent. Their attitudes have become more radical, and their discontent with the village has intensified. Elder Shisui's reforms have not improved the situation for the Uchiha. Rather, they have had the opposite effect. Baisha remarked, "It cannot be said that what Uchiha Itachi has observed is erroneous, for this situation indeed exists. The rationale behind Elder Shisui persuading Uchiha Yondaime to reform the guard corps has only served to exacerbate the radical attitudes of these individuals. However, the perspective that Uchiha Itachi holds is rather one-sided." However, regarding Uchiha Itachi's reaction, Baisher was mentally prepared. "Itachi, what are your thoughts?" Uchiha Itachi inquired. This aspect of the Uchiha mentality must be swiftly managed, otherwise it could lead to monumental calamities for the Uchiha and the village. Immediate action against the Uchiha is imperative. Baisher continued, "Is it still the plan you mentioned last time, to eliminate the elite ninjas within the Uchiha clan?" "Indeed," Itachi affirmed. "Apart from this, do you have any more effective methods in mind?" Baisher remarked, "To mitigate the mindset of certain clan members, we could target a few innocent elite ninjas and take their lives. That seems rather unjust to them." Uchiha Itachi fell silent for a moment. "We could select from those with more radical mindsets." Baisher shook his head. "Yet, they merely harbor such thoughts. They have not acted as you envision. The notion of good and evil is not so clear-cut. In truth, there are no wholly virtuous beings in this world. Under the current circumstances, they too are innocents." Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow. "However, if we disregard them, the consequences could be dire. Their discontent with the village is bound to intensify. Their hatred will grow, and their attitudes will become increasingly radical. They will influence other Uchiha as well. Moreover, Senior Baisher, you are well aware that the majority of our clan members are quite narrow-minded. Many focus solely on the family, rather than the village. The longer this situation persists, the more such Uchiha will proliferate. At that point, the Uchiha will inevitably rebel, igniting a civil war. Yet, the Uchiha possess no chance of victory. The only outcome would be suppression and annihilation. The Uchiha will be branded as traitors and instigators. Their illustrious reputation will be tarnished. When that time comes, if we wish to save the Uchiha, there will be but one recourse." Uchiha Itachi did not elaborate further. However, Baisher had already deduced his implication, the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Baisher lowered his head, his gaze flickering. Has the thought of exterminating the Uchiha already taken root at this stage? How terrifying. Given this perspective, Uchiha Shisui must not perish, otherwise. An Uchiha Itachi who wields the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even if I manage the Uchiha situation, could very well descend into madness. An Uchiha Itachi without the Mangekyo Sharingan would be somewhat easier to handle. Baisher entirely disagreed with Uchiha Itachi's viewpoint. While Itachi claimed that the majority of the Uchiha were narrow-minded, Baisher believed that most of them were ordinary individuals, commonplace ninjas. The truly radical few were just that, few. And among them, some merely spoke without conviction. If the vast majority of the Uchiha clan were indeed as described, they would not have cast their votes for Shinji Hashirama during the initial election of the Hokage, instead of for Uchiha Madara. They would not have declined Madara's invitation to leave Konoha when he inquired. It is Uchiha Itachi himself who embodies narrow-mindedness. Itachi harbors excessive prejudice against his fellow Uchiha. Furthermore, the issue of the Uchiha's reputed greatness, as mentioned by Itachi, leaves Baisher utterly perplexed. What greatness does the Uchiha clan truly possess? Are they merely a formidable clan of ninjas? On what basis is this assertion founded? It seems solely predicated on the strength of Uchiha clan members, including Madara and Izuna. Even should the Uchiha incite a civil war against Konoha, it would scarcely tarnish their reputation. How many years has Konoha existed? Merely a few decades. Even if the Uchiha were to depart from Konoha, it hardly constitutes an act deserving of scorn. Given that various ninja clans maintain the concept of family, is it not entirely reasonable for clan members to prioritize their family over the village? This sentiment is not unique to the Uchiha. In Baisher's view, the annihilation of the Uchiha clan presents a significant paradox. If it is deemed correct for villagers to value their family above the village, then Itachi should not take action against the Uchiha, but rather align himself with them. Conversely, if it is correct for villagers to prioritize the village over their family, then Itachi cannot justify killing all Uchiha members, particularly the innocents. Itachi continued, Elder Baisher, will Elder Shisui be coming tonight? Yes. Good. Then I shall wait for him here. I wish to have a thorough discussion with him tonight. Of course, Baisher replied. Itachi, you may remain in the lounge or go to the backyard. I shall attend to the shop, as I believe some guests have arrived. Understood, Elder Baisher. Once Baisher left the lounge and entered the shop, his expression grew slightly somber. He recognized that Itachi's thoughts were rather extreme. Yet he had underestimated the extent of Itachi's current radicalism. At this moment, Itachi had already conceived the notion that, if absolutely necessary, he would annihilate the Uchiha. He was utterly apprehensive of the radical faction within the Uchiha and believed that the entire clan could be swayed by them. Baisher now faced two options. One was to eliminate Uchiha Itachi. As of now, Itachi had not yet awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan. Baisher was uncertain of his true strength, but believed he could not be overpowered even by the combined efforts of Hinata and Kaguya, especially considering Hinata's abilities. The other option was to inform Itachi of Uchiha Shisui's ongoing plan. Given Itachi's mindset, he would undoubtedly side with Shisui. The advantage of the former option would be to genuinely sever the ties between Uchiha Shisui's faction and Uchiha Fugaku's faction. Uchiha Fugaku may not be able to ascertain the identity of the perpetrator behind Uchiha Itachi's demise, yet suspicion requires no substantiation. Both the Uchiha Shisui faction and the higher echelons of the village will inevitably cast their doubts upon Uchiha Fugaku. Consequently, this would significantly enhance Sarutobi Hiruzen's trust in Uchiha Shisui, while markedly diminishing his apprehension towards the Uchiha clan. However, the downside is that the Uchiha may continue to fracture. The advantage of the latter, however, lies in the potential to utilize Uchiha Itachi as a formidable asset. Baisher and Uchiha Shisui could leverage Uchiha Itachi for various undertakings, such as displacing Uchiha Fugaku from his position as clan leader. Achieving this without Uchiha Itachi would prove considerably more challenging. Nonetheless, the drawback remains that Uchiha Itachi, as a tool, is not particularly stable. For Baisher, as long as Uchiha Itachi has not awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, his instability is manageable. Baisher comprehends Uchiha Itachi's thoughts and thought processes. Hence, Uchiha Itachi is, in fact, controllable in Baisher's eyes. Furthermore, preserving Uchiha Itachi's life offers an additional benefit. It can enhance Uchiha Itachi's favorability, enabling requests and eliciting responses and rewards. A flicker of thought crossed Baisher's eyes. Moreover, Uchiha Itachi, in his self-perceived cleverness, trusts solely in his own deductions and dismisses the insights of others. Yet, this mode of thinking is fundamentally simplistic. In the face of such self-assured but ultimately naive individuals, casting a few hints and subtly guiding their thoughts can easily manipulate their mindset. Baisha reached a resolution. Viewing Uchiha Itachi as a clansman is indeed detrimental. However, perceiving him as a tool renders him still usable for a while longer, at least until Uchiha Shisui ascends to the position of clan leader, making him a rather effective instrument. This serves as the sharpest blade to wound Uchiha Fugaku. Baisha does not believe that, despite possessing a system, he would be incapable of managing even a tool. As night fell and darkness enveloped the sky, shortly after dinner, Uchiha Shisui arrived at the ninja equipment shop. Shisui-senpai. Itachi? Uchiha Shisui paused slightly upon seeing Uchiha Itachi, instinctively shifting his gaze towards Baisha. Baisha remarked, Itachi arrived this afternoon and has been waiting for you for quite some time. He has much to discuss regarding the reforms in the security department. Reforms in the security department? Baisha, aren't you already aware? I have addressed that aspect. Itachi primarily wishes to discuss the implications of the reforms, especially concerning the situation within the Uchiha clan. With that, Baisha gestured to Hirako Masako. Masako, please guard the entrance. Yes, my lord. Only then did Baisha take a seat. Shisui, Itachi, please, sit down and speak freely. Uchiha Shisui settled beside Baisha, while Uchiha Itachi took a seat opposite them. Itachi, feel free to share your thoughts. Uchiha Shisui turned his gaze towards Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi nodded. Senior Shisui, I believe your approach to the reform of the guard department is misguided. After the reform, the radical members have become even more extreme than before. They may soon incite a rebellion against the village, leading the entire Uchiha clan down a path of self-destruction, tarnishing our reputation and endangering the village. Are you aware of their transformation, Senior Shisui? Uchiha Shisui nodded. Yes, I am aware. This is precisely what was anticipated in our plan. In fact, the more radical attitudes of these individuals have been actively guided by me. Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow. If you know this, why persist with the reform? Because this is part of our plan, replied Uchiha Shisui. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi became alert, instinctively reaching for the pouch of ninja tools at his waist. The atmosphere in the lounge shifted dramatically. Uchiha Shisui was taken aback by Itachi's reaction. He momentarily found himself at a loss for words, uncertain of Itachi's current thoughts, which had shifted so dramatically due to his statement. However, Baisha understood. Itachi, there's no need to be tense, Baisha quickly interjected. Neither Shisui nor I harbor any intentions of betraying the village or inciting civil strife. Our aim is merely to reform the guard department and ease the tensions between the Uchiha and the villagers. Upon hearing Baisha's words, Uchiha Itachi's expression softened slightly. Uchiha Shisui regained his composure and scrutinized Itachi as if seeking to understand him anew. But if you all recognize that the reform has failed, why continue? Baisha explained. The drawbacks of these individuals becoming more radical are outweighed by the benefits we can gain. We have two objectives for reforming the guard department. Firstly, to alleviate the relationship between the Uchiha and the villagers. Secondly, to position Shisui as the head of the guard department. The situation within the Uchiha clan is intricate. To instigate change, we must have our own people in high positions within the clan, and this is the most expedient method. Once Shisui becomes the head of the guard department, he will hold a significant position within the Uchiha, enabling him to manage, control, and influence the clan members. Uchiha Shisui nodded. Indeed, this is our plan. It was only at this moment that Uchiha Itachi fully withdrew his hand from the pouch of ninja tools. But, Senior Baisha, can this truly control those radical individuals? How much longer will it take for you, Senior Shisui, to attain the position of head of the guard department? As soon as I become the head of the guard department, I will undoubtedly be able to manage a significant portion of the clan members. I am confident in this. However, I still require some time to secure that position. Uchiha Shisui replied. Indeed, Uchiha Itachi inquired. Shiraishi cast a glance at Uchiha Shisui. If you have time, Itachi, you could continue to discreetly observe the more radical members of the Uchiha clan. We are also striving to find ways to expedite Shisui's ascension to the position of head of the security department. Itachi nodded in agreement. Very well. The trio engaged in conversation for a while longer until Itachi glanced at the time, preparing to take his leave. Shisui-senpai, Shiraishi-senpai, I shall take my leave now. Be safe on your journey. If you come by tomorrow, Itachi, you can bring Sasuke along. Alice has been experimenting with several new recipes lately. Thank you, Shiraishi-senpai. Itachi reached the door, his form flickering as he departed. Shiraishi turned to Violet. Once Violet nodded, he shifted his attention back to Uchiha Shisui. Shisui's expression had grown quite serious. That Itachi earlier felt very unfamiliar to me. I never anticipated that he would act with such strong distrust simply because I might harbor thoughts detrimental to the village. Is the village truly so significant in his heart? He once regarded me so closely, calling me senpai and viewing me as an elder brother or role model. Shisui's feelings were somewhat complex. He cared deeply for the village as well, yet Itachi's reaction saddened him. Was he truly so unworthy of trust? Did he appear to be such a flawed individual? However, Shisui contemplated another possibility. Shiraishi, do you think Itachi could be intentionally feigning? Do you believe Itachi remains aligned with Fujimoto-senpai? Indeed. Shisui nodded, stating, after all, Itachi is the son of clan leader Fugaku, yet his recent demeanor suggests he prioritizes the village above all else. This seems illogical. Does he not care for Fugaku and Mikoto-senpai? Does he not consider Sasuke? Shiraishi countered Shisui's thoughts. Then, what could be Itachi's purpose in behaving that way? Perhaps he sensed our thoughts and feels we do not trust him fully. By adopting such a demeanor, he aims to regain our trust and acquire our intelligence? There is a possibility, albeit a slim one, Shiraishi replied. Acquiring our intelligence, they have far more effective means. There is no need for Itachi to resort to such tactics. Moreover, subconscious reactions cannot be easily deceived. Shisui, do you believe Itachi could flawlessly deceive both of us? Uchiha Shisui fell into silence. No, Itachi does possess considerable talent. But he is still young. There are not many in this world capable of simultaneously deceiving the two of us, and Itachi does not fall into that category. Reflecting on earlier, indeed, Itachi's reaction was instinctive. Yet this only deepens my curiosity. Why would Itachi adopt such an attitude? Uchiha Shisui looked at Shiraishi, his eyes revealing a hint of confusion. The conservative Uchiha wishes to maintain the current state of the Uchiha clan, while the radical faction seeks to extract more resources and attain better treatment from the village. Our aim, however, is to resolve the issues between the Uchiha and the village. We care for both the village and the Uchiha. Yet, Itachi seems to place the village above all else. After all, he is the son of clan leader Fugaku. Baisha shook his head. I don't know. However, this at least proves one thing. During Shisui's quest for the position of head of the security department, or even the Uchiha clan leader, Itachi will not stand as our adversary. Rather, he will side with us. If Itachi believes that the village supersedes everything, then throughout this process, we can trust him. After all, neither the conservatives nor the radicals align with the village's interests. What we are currently pursuing is far more in harmony with the village's welfare. Uchiha Shisui nodded. The reasoning is sound, yet I still find it peculiar. Sure. Let us officially include Itachi in our plans from today, although we shall only involve him in the more peripheral matters. The core intelligence should remain withheld from him for now. It feels strange. Despite our long acquaintance, I realize I barely know him. Baisha shrugged. That is to be expected. I shall continue to probe. I entrust this to you, but exercise caution. Itachi's strength is formidable. With Shinji here, we shall be fine. Well, let us not dwell on Itachi any longer. Even if he presents a problem, it will not affect our plans. Tomorrow, Lord Hokage will convene the elders and upper echelons for a meeting. Once this meeting concludes, new regulations will be established, and the situation within the patrol department will stabilize, greatly aiding my ascent to the position of head of the security department. Securing that position will pave the way for my bid for the Uchiha clan leadership. Baisha, do you believe we will succeed? Baisha smiled. We will undoubtedly succeed. I share your confidence. I hope that day arrives swiftly, allowing the Uchiha to fully integrate into the village, preventing crises like the current one from arising again. Uchiha Shisui departed. Baisha attended to his evening routine before entering his bedroom. Shinji stood guard at the door, with Violet and Kaguya in the other two directions. With 3 ninja cats on watch, Baisha's safety was significantly assured. As night deepened, Uchiha Itachi remained awake, ascending to the rooftop. I was utterly astonished. Both Shisui-senpai and Baisha-senpai are not the kind of individuals I expected, yet I reacted so strongly upon hearing Shisui-senpai's words. It is all the fault of those radical Uchihas. They have left me so on edge. But can Shisui-senpai and Baisha-senpai's plan truly succeed? Those individuals are not easily restrained. Only fear can bind them. Nevertheless, I shall observe for now. To the esteemed predecessors, Shisui and Shiraishi, an opportunity arises. Itachi and Sasuke have arrived. Upon hearing the voice, Shiraishi approached the door. Good morning, Shiraishi-senpai. Good morning. Have you had breakfast yet? Alice has prepared some porridge. Would you care to join us? A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Sasuke Uchiha's eyes, yet he remained silent, casting a glance towards Itachi Uchiha. Itachi nodded slightly. Then I shall trouble you, Shiraishi-senpai. Not at all, I made plenty. The trio made their way to the dining area. The dish prepared by Alice was osmanthus porridge, made primarily from rice and osmanthus flowers, its delicate fragrance wafting through the air. With each spoonful, a refreshing sensation enveloped them, invigorating their spirits. Delicious, Sasuke declared, lifting his bowl with an exuberant smile. At this moment, Sasuke Uchiha bore no worries. He remained unaware of the complexities surrounding the Uchiha clan. To him, having his brother by his side, visiting the ninja tool shop, enjoying delectable meals, and practicing shuriken, throwing with hanabi, felt immensely fulfilling. As long as you enjoy it. Shiraishi remarked, glancing at Sasuke. 58, a big brother who brings me so many delightful treats. Shiraishi's gaze then shifted back to Itachi. 75, a fairly composed senior. Upon seeing this number, Shiraishi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in mild surprise. Truth be told, Shiraishi was taken aback. Following the events of yesterday, based on Shiraishi's understanding of Itachi, one would expect his fondness to have diminished, especially after nearly reaching a conflict. Moreover, Shiraishi's subsequent explanations did not entirely align with Itachi's sentiments. Yet, contrary to expectations, Itachi's favor had seemingly increased since yesterday. How perplexing. After finishing the porridge, Shiraishi signaled to Hanabi. Hanabi, please take Sasuke to the backyard for shuriken practice. Yes, sir. Sasuke followed Hanabi closely. Soon, only Shiraishi and Itachi remained in the lounge. Shiraishi-senpai. Itachi hesitated for a moment before speaking. Regarding the plan you discussed yesterday, I have pondered it extensively since returning home. It seems that Shisui-senpai has changed somewhat from before. May I ask you a question? Shiraishi nodded. Of course. Why was I not informed of this plan? At this moment, Shiraishi realized why Itachi's fondness seemed to have grown. From Itachi's words, it was evident that his regard for Shisui had seemingly waned, but not in a straightforward manner. Rather, it appeared that some of that affection had shifted towards Shiraishi. Was it because I took the initiative to explain last night? Itachi's fondness could indeed increase in such a manner. Shiraishi's emotions became subtly complex. However, he did not perceive this as a negative development. The thoughts of Uchiha Shisui are largely endorsed by Baishur. If the relationship between Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui continues to flourish, it may inadvertently influence Shisui's mindset, which is not the outcome Baishur wishes to witness. Thus, diminishing Uchiha Itachi's fondness for Shisui and redirecting that affection towards himself becomes a multifaceted strategy. Firstly, it enhances Itachi's regard for him. Secondly, it reduces the likelihood of Itachi swaying Shisui's thoughts. Thirdly, it facilitates Baishur's utilization of Itachi as a tool, given Itachi's esteemed lineage. Baishur articulated, Itachi, you are the son of Fugaku, the clan leader. For a considerable time, matters concerning the Uchiha have been managed by the faction led by Fugaku. Shisui's intention is to reclaim the authority that has long been under Fugaku's control, which is why he has refrained from confiding in you. Itachi paused, taken aback. Does Shisui-senpai not trust me? Baishur replied, it is not a question of trust. Rather, the bond between father and son is a unique one. In a certain sense, Shisui stands opposed to Fugaku, and you are Fugaku's son. After all, aiding kin over justice is a choice many would make. Shisui's silence is not born from distrust, Itachi, but from a desire to spare you from discomfort. Itachi bowed his head, enveloped in silence for an extended moment. Senpai Baishur, may I pose another question? I implore you to answer truthfully and without deceit. Is the genuine aim of your plan truly for the betterment of the village? Absolutely, Baishur responded earnestly. 100%. The intention behind Shisui and my plan is to ease the tensions between the Uchiha and the village, allowing the Uchiha to integrate harmoniously within it. This has been discussed between Shisui and the Hokage. If you harbor doubts, you may seek confirmation from the Hokage. Upon hearing Baishur's words, a sense of relief washed over Itachi. I apologize, I now understand. It was my misunderstanding, and I should not have doubted you. However, I am not so narrow-minded. Where leaves dance in the wind, fire persists. It is due to the countless sacrifices of our predecessors that we now enjoy peace and stability within the village. I comprehend these truths. Therefore, as beneficiaries of this peace, we must never allow the village to be dragged back into the flames of war. The stability of the village ensures the stability of our clan, and in turn, the stability of our people. Thus, I cannot align myself with those who seek to incite civil conflict within the village. If Shisui-senpai ascends to a position of power within the clan to manage the situation, I see no harm in that. Leadership should rightfully be held by the capable. Senpai Baishur, rest assured, I will not obstruct your endeavors due to my father's influence. As long as your actions are beneficial to the village, I will stand by your side. Baishur nodded, feeling a subtle shift within himself. Itachi, I understand you. And I have faith in you. I know you possess the capacity to transcend the confines of familial bonds. However, not everyone shares this understanding. Consequently, there will inevitably be those who harbor doubts about you due to your identity. You can comprehend this, can't you? Uchiha Itachi nodded, acknowledging the sentiment. Therefore, Itachi, in order to reassure these individuals, I must impose upon you a rather demanding request. Senior Baishur, what is this request? Baishur responded. Shisui is currently the head of the patrol department, yet he requires a bit more to ascend to the position of head of the security department. Uchiha Itachi raised an eyebrow and interjected, Do you want me to eliminate Elder Hakadai? Baishur exclaimed, No. Shisui and I have alternative methods to persuade Elder Hakadai to step down. The crux of the matter lies in Shisui's current qualifications. We need to create an opportunity for him to achieve merit. Create an opportunity for Senior Shisui to gain merit? Precisely, Baishur confirmed. If you were to take the initiative in such a task, you would earn the recognition of those individuals. Furthermore, it would benefit the village, bringing Shisui one step closer to the position of head of the security department. Uchiha Itachi nodded in agreement. Senior Baishur, what exactly should I do? I am uncertain at the moment. I have yet to devise a plan. You may ponder this at your leisure, and if you arrive at a solution, come to the ninja tools shop, and we shall discuss it together. Understood, Senior Baishur. Uchiha Itachi departed. However, Uchiha Sasuke remained. Itachi glanced back at the ninja tools shop. Yesterday, he had not fully trusted Baishur and Shisui, despite the reasonableness of Baishur's explanations. Once the seed of doubt is sown, it is not easily eradicated. Yet today, the situation was different. Baishur's suggestion that Itachi confront Sarutobi Hiruzen had swayed him. If Shisui truly desired to incite civil strife, he would never communicate such a plan with Sarutobi Hiruzen, as their positions were fundamentally opposed. Uchiha hesitated momentarily before making his way toward the Hokage building, seeking to ascertain the truth for himself. However, midway through his journey, Itachi halted once more. He contemplated another point. If even Senior Shisui, with whom I share such a close bond, harbors distrust due to my lineage, what of the Hokage? Surely, he would be more inclined to trust Senior Shisui than me. In that case, I may not obtain the genuine answer I seek. The mere fact that Senior Baishur dared to suggest I confront the Hokage speaks volumes. Senior Shisui has not changed, he merely underestimates me. My capabilities extend far beyond this, Senior Shisui. Uchiha Itachi cast one last glance toward his home. Father, originally. Uchiha Itachi harbored some dissatisfaction towards Uchiha Fugaku, believing that the current predicament of the Uchiha clan was significantly tied to Fugaku's actions, and now, this discontent had grown further. What can I do to advance Shisui-senpai's position away from the role of the head of the security department? How can I create an opportunity for him to distinguish himself? Uchiha Itachi lightly leaped, landing on a nearby utility pole, crouching atop it, and fell into deep contemplation. Baishur arrived at the backyard. Baishur-senpai, Uchiha Sasuke glanced over. How is your practice with the shuriken throwing, Sasuke? Quite well. That's good. By the way, let's have lunch here at noon today. Itachi has something to attend to and has left early. I'll take you home this afternoon. How does that sound? Uchiha Sasuke nodded. All right, I appreciate it, Baishur-senpai. No need for thanks, Baishur replied as he returned to the lounge. Uchiha Itachi seemed to be even more manageable than I had anticipated. As long as I framed it within the larger interest of the village and maintained logical coherence, Itachi appeared willing to believe. Moreover, he would exert considerable effort towards his goals. A peculiar expression crossed Baishur's face. It was as if he were dealing with a robot that had already been trained by others. As long as the input commands aligned with the robot's programming, it would execute the actions accordingly. Baishur turned to Violet. Violet, Please enlighten me on Itachi's true thoughts just now. Yes, my lord, Violet replied slowly. A smile crept onto Baisher's lips. According to Violet's insights, Itachi's recent response mirrored his innermost thoughts, signifying that Uchiha Itachi was, indeed, akin to a robot. I had not considered this perspective before. Reflecting on it now, it seems quite reasonable. Upon realizing this, I could easily manipulate Uchiha Itachi, finding an appropriate excuse to input commands. The situation became remarkably clear. Baisher felt as if he had stumbled into a paradise. Initially, it was narrow, but then I encountered individuals, and after walking several dozen steps, the view opened up. Previously, my line of thought was flawed. I had perceived Uchiha Itachi as someone with significant ideological issues, one who only believed in his own thoughts and dismissed the words of others, proud and stubborn, prioritizing the village's grand purpose over familial ties, with a radical mindset and approach. Thus, I regarded Uchiha Itachi with caution, maintaining a respectful distance, wary of the possibility that he might suddenly act irrationally and commit outrageous deeds. However, Uchiha Itachi's extremism, pride, and stubbornness, along with his inability to heed the counsel of others, essentially fixed his thoughts in place, creating a singular line drawn by Itachi himself. This line, for Itachi, resembled a reins. As long as I held on to this reins, I could dictate his actions. In simpler terms, I could pose the question, if I present the grand purpose of the village, how would you respond, Uchiha Itachi? Yet, it must be done through guidance rather than direct suggestions. Otherwise, Itachi might easily become obstinate. A guest entered the establishment, and Shiraishi promptly attended to him. 8 shurikens, 2 explosive tags, and 4 kunai were arranged. After a brief moment, he watched the guest depart, then settled into a recliner. A plump orange cat sauntered over and lay down by Shiraishi's feet. Listening to the soothing purr of the feline, Shiraishi felt a semblance of relaxation wash over him. There were 2 matters that required his attention. The first was to solidify the plan for Shisui to become the head of the security department. The second was to seek out a suitable individual to enhance his rapport with. The rapport with Izumi Uchiha had been successfully established, while that with Sasuke Uchiha was still in progress. As for Itachi Uchiha, the endeavor was ongoing, yet Shiraishi held no lofty expectations, knowing that he did not need to elevate Itachi's favorability to a significant level within a limited time frame. Selecting targets outside the Uchiha clan proved to be a challenge. The ramen chef was a possibility. Within the Uchiha, there were currently no worthy candidates. Itachi's elder brother would only become a viable option once Shisui ascended to the position of head of the security department and Itachi stepped down from his post, making the situation more manageable. That evening, Shiraishi planned to visit the ramen shop, accompanied by Violet. He pondered whose response he might receive by appealing to the ramen chef's favorability, perhaps Liu Maoxing or Nagatsuki Senzaman. Aside from them, another individual crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Gaining that person's attention would require the ramen chef to genuinely be an Otsutsuki. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Shiraishi arrived at the backyard, where Sasuke Uchiha was seated on the steps. Nearby, Hirako Masako stood quietly against a tree trunk. Sasuke, Shiraishi-senpai, a kind older brother who treats me well. How is your practice coming along? Sasuke straightened his chest slightly. Currently, for fixed targets at a distance of 10 meters, I typically miss only 1 shuriken. Very good. Very impressive. It seems you are quite the prodigy, Sasuke. I have no doubt you will become an exceptional ninja, much like Itachi in the future. Shiraishi-senpai, do you also think my brother is outstanding? Of course, Itachi is a recognized genius among the Uchiha. Before Sasuke, Shiraishi could not utter a single disparaging word about Itachi. This had been tested previously. Sasuke held an extraordinary admiration for Itachi, bordering on obsession. By speaking well of Itachi in Sasuke's presence, Shiraishi could enhance Sasuke's favorability. Conversely, any negative remarks would diminish it. Shiraishi-senpai, do you know much about my brother? Could you share some stories about him? Certainly. Shiraishi nodded. Let us converse as we walk. I happen to be heading out, and I will escort you home. All right. Shiraishi led Sasuke out, while Hirako Masako, Kajiro, and Alice remained at home. Violet followed closely beside Shiraishi. He accompanied Sasuke to the entrance and watched as he stepped into the courtyard before retracting his gaze. Violet, let us be on our way. Yes, my lord. A solitary figure accompanied by a cat departed from the Uchiha compound, making their way towards a hand-pulled noodle shop. Along the journey, Baisher perceptibly sensed a decline in the peculiar gazes directed his way, a testament to the effectiveness of the reforms within the security department. The members of the patrol division were indeed detestable, lacking any semblance of reason. They incessantly invoked the village regulations, yet we are human beings, merely aspiring for a better quality of life. What is wrong with that? They, enjoying substantial incomes, are devoid of such concerns and only know how to impose harshness upon us. In retrospect, it appears we had unjustly blamed the Uchiha. The members of the patrol division are even more stringent in their duties than their Uchiha predecessors. Ultimately, it all boils down to the village regulations. We are the ones overlooked. The affluent merchants and prominent ninja clans have monopolized the benefits. The former Uchiha members, too, were likely powerless in this regard. Now that they are no longer responsible for these matters, it is evident that their attitude has improved significantly, considering our plight during mediation. In truth, the Uchiha were not as terrible as once perceived. After all, they were among the founders of Konoha. Yet, their current standing pales in comparison to other ninja clans. Violet recounted the information she had gathered to Baishur, and it was largely in alignment with his expectations. Human beings are inherently complex. The connection between the patrol division and the villagers breeds resentment primarily towards the members of the patrol division. When enforcing regulations upon the villagers, the patrol division emphasizes that these are directives from the village's higher-ups rather than requirements from the security department. Moreover, the security department plays a role in mediation. In this contrast, the villagers naturally develop a favorable impression of the Uchiha. Coupled with previous discrimination against them, this may even evoke a sense of guilt. However, contrary viewpoints also exist, suggesting that this is merely a ploy by the Uchiha to shift blame onto the patrol division. There are many who believe the members of the security department are merely feigning benevolence. Such sentiments abound. The biases ingrained in people's hearts cannot be altered overnight, and some are fueled by conflicting interests with the Uchiha, making it impossible for them to view the Uchiha with goodwill. Nonetheless, when compared to the past, the Uchiha's reputation is undeniably on the mend, and that is sufficient. Upon entering the hand-pulled noodle shop, Baishur was greeted by a smile from Ayame. Baishur, why are you here so early? At this moment, the shop was devoid of other patrons, as it was still too early for dinner. Good afternoon, Sister Ayame. Good afternoon. The reason for my visit today is slightly different. What is it? If I can assist in any way, do not hesitate to let me know. With a favorability rating exceeding 90, Baishur had already attained the status of a best friend in Ayame's eyes. I unexpectedly acquired a ramen recipe and would like to invite you, Sister Shobu, and Uncle Tuchi, to see if we can recreate this dish. A ramen recipe? Shobu's interest was piqued. Let me take a look. All right. Baishur handed over the recipe. The original manuscript was rather tattered, and since I failed to preserve it properly upon acquiring it, it had become even more worn. Thus, I transcribed it anew. Shobu accepted it and began to examine it earnestly. Soon after, her eyes sparkled with excitement. As a chef, she possessed a keen sensitivity towards recipes. Even without having prepared it, she could envision the process in her mind. As her extensive experience with various dishes naturally endowed her with a rough understanding of the effects of different ingredient combinations. It was akin to a formidable ninja discerning the strength of a jutsu merely by glancing at its scroll. This seems quite promising, Shobu remarked, a hint of surprise in her tone. Baishur, although I have yet to cook from this recipe, I can already sense that recreating it will yield an exceptional bowl of ramen. Would you be so kind as to assist me in its restoration? Certainly, Shobu replied. It is indeed a fortunate opportunity for me to restore such a recipe. Baishur, do not concern yourself with whether I can help. I must thank you instead. I will surely bring this recipe back to life. The typically gentle girl exuded a remarkable aura at that moment. Just then, Tuchi emerged from the kitchen. Shobu, what is going on? As he stepped further out, he spotted Baishur at the front counter. Baishur, Uncle Tuchi, Shobu explained, Father. Baishur has obtained a ramen recipe and hopes we can assist in its recreation. I reviewed it, and it appears to be quite promising. A recipe? Tuchi's interest was immediately captured. Shobu handed over the manuscript. Tuchi scrutinized it with great care. In the culinary realm of the ninja world, there might be those whose skills surpass Tuchi's. However, when it comes to ramen, Tuchi believed no one could rival him. Yet, he still aspired to advance further. In addition to his relentless research, he wished to explore some long-lost recipes. This one clearly caught his attention, transcending mere quality. Compared to Shobu, Tuchi's culinary prowess was indeed superior. Baishur, leave this recipe to Shobu and me. we shall undoubtedly restore it. Then I shall entrust it to you, Uncle Tuchi, and Sister Shobu. No need for pleasantries. Tuchi waved his hand, saying, Shobu, you manage the shop while I procure the ingredients. Very well, father. Tuchi excitedly dashed out of the small establishment, while Shobu began preparing the necessary items within. Baisha remained, and before long, Tuchi returned. The two commenced their efforts, diving into a flurry of activity. Tuchi directed, while Shobu assisted. Baisha observed Tuchi. With the emergence of this recipe, the favorability towards the handmade dishes has increased by an additional 2 points, even before the recipe has been restored, which attests to its allure. By this calculation, if several more recipes are introduced, the favorability could rise to a remarkable 90 points. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air. At the entrance, a figure, drawn in by the enticing scent, stepped inside. Shiraishi raised an eyebrow slightly. Handmaid uncle, what are you preparing? It smells delightful. Ah, Naruto, the chef turned to glance back. I am crafting a new ramen dish. Are you in the mood for some ramen? It might be a bit early, though. New ramen? May I have a taste? The chef did not respond immediately, but instead looked towards Shiraishi. After a brief moment of hesitation, Shiraishi nodded. The chef then said, Certainly. I will bring you a serving once it's ready. Thank you, handmaid uncle. Naruto cheerfully settled into a corner seat, although he preferred sitting at the front. Shiraishi occupied that spot, prompting Naruto to choose a more secluded area. Done. The chef's voice rang out. Ayame placed a bowl of ramen in front of Shiraishi. Ayame, could you come closer? Shiraishi beckoned her. Ayame hesitated for a moment before bending down. Sister Ayame, please keep the connection of this recipe with me a secret from Naruto. After all, I am a Uchiha, and I fear it may provoke unnecessary speculation. Ayame nodded in agreement. All right. She felt that Shiraishi was perhaps being overly cautious. After all, it was merely a bowl of ramen, and he had not intentionally provided the recipe for Naruto's use. It was simply a fortunate coincidence. However, with a favorability rating exceeding 90 points, Shiraishi's modest request would naturally not be declined. This, too, represents another application of favorability. Through this metric, Shiraishi could discern what sort of words could be exchanged with various individuals. Ayame believed Shiraishi was overly concerned. Yet he understood that there were certain individuals in Konoha who warranted the utmost caution and scrutiny. Soon, Shiraishi's apprehensions would be validated. Shortly after Naruto's arrival, another figure entered. This individual appeared to be an ordinary middle-aged man, yet the unmistakable signs of ninja training were apparent. Upon entering, he assessed both Shiraishi and Naruto. If one were to claim this man was inconsequential, Shiraishi would find it hard to believe. May I take your order? The chef acknowledged the middle-aged man's entrance. I would like a bowl of tonkatsu ramen, with extra chashu. Certainly, please hold on. While enjoying his ramen, Shiraishi discreetly cast a glance towards the middle-aged man and Naruto. Uchiha's little brat. I don't recognize him, but he doesn't seem to harbor any ill feelings towards me. Is that merely my illusion? Shiraishi withdrew his gaze. Little brat? From the root? Or perhaps the umbu? What has the Uchiha done to you? Killed your parents? Or betrayed you? Shiraishi's eyes flickered momentarily. Ayame brought the second bowl of ramen to Naruto. Thank you, Sister Ayame. You're welcome. Shobu smiled faintly and returned to the front desk. At that moment, Handai was preparing tonkatsu ramen for the middle-aged patrons. Once the tonkatsu ramen was completed, he would prepare 2 bowls of ramen for himself and Shobu. Following the recipe provided by Shiraishi, Shiraishi took a sip of the broth, and an intense, rich aroma erupted in his mouth. This ramen was originally named Seijiro's Special Ramen. Crafted by Kohei Joichiro, the broth was a blend of soy milk and roasted miso, enhanced with powdered yuba and further enriched with mushrooms and wakame. The noodles also contained yuzu, which helped to alleviate richness. However, the most crucial ingredient, tempeh, could not be produced by Handai in a short time and required considerable preparation. Consequently, this rendition of Seijiro's ramen would be somewhat lacking compared to the authentic version. Nevertheless, it was still quite commendable, given that it was crafted from Kohei Joichiro's recipe and Handai's culinary skills. Of course, if placed in the world of Food Wars, it might not measure up. Yet, this was the realm of Naruto. How is it, Shiraishi? Handai inquired, glancing at him. Delicious, Choba chimed in, her smile radiant. It is exceptionally flavorful, aromatic, and distinctly different from the ramen we previously made, with a remarkable impact on the palate. Handai nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is quite splendid. However, he soon sighed. Unfortunately, Some ingredients from the recipe cannot be replicated at present, and I require time to prepare them. Otherwise, this ramen would be even more exquisite. Yet, it is already delightful as it stands. I wonder how it would transform once the ingredients are complete. It is truly an extraordinary recipe. Handai regarded Shiraishi with an intense gaze. Shiraishi, could you grant me the rights to this recipe? I am willing to pay any price. Shiraishi chuckled lightly. Uncle Handai, you are too courteous. I merely stumbled upon this recipe. The fact that you and Sister Chobu can bring it to life for me to savor is already immensely satisfying. Feel free to use it without my authorization. Cooking belongs to the world. Handai was momentarily taken aback by Shiraishi's final words. Cooking belongs to the world. Coming to his senses, he looked at Shiraishi with a changed expression. Shiraishi, I did not expect you to possess such an understanding of cooking. It is truly remarkable. You are a genuine lover of cuisine. In that case, I shall not hesitate any longer. I will utilize this recipe. Once I have perfected it, I will feature this ramen in my restaurant, and half of the profits will belong to you. Meanwhile, the number above Handai's head began to fluctuate rapidly. 86. Shiraishi is a true lover of cooking. This single statement elevated Handai's favorability by 4 points. Of course, this was also somewhat related to the ramen recipe. However, Shiraishi sensed that the impact of that statement seemed to be even greater. A famous quote, perhaps? Shiraishi's brow furrowed slightly. Especially those profound quotes that can garner mutual acknowledgement. Baisher glanced at Shouta, shaking his head. Uncle Shouta, I merely discovered this recipe. I am not its creator and have made no significant contribution. There is truly no need to share the profits with me. No, you found it. So it belongs to you. If I do not share the profits with Baisher, what would that make me? Shouta insisted. Baisher cast a glance at Violet, who nodded, indicating that Shouta spoke from the heart. Baisher then remarked, very well, since you insist, Uncle Shouta, I will accept a portion of the profits. However, half is too much. 30% will suffice. I shall leave this 30% in your care for the time being. After a moment of hesitation, Shouta agreed. All right, 30% it is. A customer entered. Shouta had intended to converse further with Baisher, but upon the arrival of the customer, he swallowed the words he was about to say and turned his attention to the patron. Typically, Shouta would only discuss ramen with Baisher after Naruto and the middle-aged man had departed. The request from Baisher and Ayame had been relayed, albeit not very clearly, leading Shouta to believe that Baisher preferred to keep the ramen matter discreet. What would you like to order? A bowl of beef ramen. Very well, please wait a moment. As Shouta prepared the ramen, he spoke to Baisher. Once I resolve the tempeh issue, you should come back to taste it. It may take 3 or 4 days. All right, Uncle Shouta. Baisher stood up. I shall take my leave now. Goodbye, Uncle Shouta. Goodbye, Sister Ayame. Goodbye, Baisher. Baisher exited Shouta's ramen shop. His decision regarding the profit sharing was quite simple, based on Shouta's true sentiments. Shouta wished to share, and it would not be appropriate for Baisher to reject him outright. However, taking half would certainly be inappropriate. Initially, Shouta might not mind, but over time, it would likely cause some discomfort in his heart. This was not to say that Shouta was a bad person. It is simply human nature. Such an arrangement would be counterproductive for Baisher. He did not place great importance on money. What he truly valued was goodwill. There were far more ways for Baisher to earn money. It was possible that by then, Shouta's goodwill had already been utilized, yet Shouta had many contacts and might interact with those with whom Baisher sought to cultivate goodwill. Thus, Baisher proposed the 30% arrangement. This not only aligned with Shouta's current sentiments, but also prevented any potential grievances in the future. Moreover, Baisher harbored a vague idea regarding the use of this money. A gaze fell upon him. Instinctively, Baisher looked over. It was Naruto Uzumaki. Quickly, Baisher averted his gaze, avoiding eye contact with Naruto. He felt it was not yet the right moment to engage with him. Sir, there are many people gathered in the Hokage building. Baisher glanced at the Hokage building, contemplating a certain possibility. Is Shizen present? Yes. Baisher nodded, aware that this must be the village leaders preparing to discuss the new management regulations. Let us return. Upon our return, you must elaborate on Naruto and that middle-aged man. Share your insights on their thoughts. Yes, sir. Upon returning to the ninja tools shop, Violet and Baisher seated themselves in the lounge. Alice busied herself in the kitchen, with Yang Yan assisting her. Although not particularly skilled in culinary arts, Yang Yan's strength proved invaluable, significantly enhancing Alice's cooking efficiency. The following night, a figure arrived at the ninja tools shop. Baisher-senpai. Itachi, please come in. Uchiha Itachi entered. and as soon as he took a seat, he eagerly spoke. Baisher-senpai, I have devised a plan. What plan? I have conceived a method to create an opportunity for Shisui-senpai to achieve merit. Within the Uchiha radicals, there are many members who harbor deep dissatisfaction towards the village's higher echelons, and it seems they are conspiring. I can rouse these individuals. At that point, they will surely defect and become rogue ninjas. If Shisui-senpai intervenes and captures them, it would undoubtedly be a significant accomplishment. Baisher responded, even from the onset. I sensed that Itachi harbored ulterior motives. However, the notion of employing such direct entrapment against one's own kin left Baisher somewhat astonished. Itachi, theoretically, your approach should pose no problem. Yet, Shisui would never consent to obtaining merit through the entrapment of his own clansmen. Itachi shook his head. This is not entrapment. Baisher-senpai, their hearts have already turned corrupt. I am merely exposing their true intentions. Nevertheless, I reiterate, Itachi, the distinction between a villain's actions and their heart is crucial. Baisher continued, moreover, your method presents a significant issue. Shisui's aspiration to become the head of the security department aims to restrain his clansmen. However, employing such a method, even if those individuals are indeed at fault, would complicate Shisui's efforts to impose order as the head of the security department. This would be counterproductive. Itachi fell silent. Do not be so hasty, Itachi. This is not a matter to be resolved swiftly. You have already performed admirably, placing the village's greater good above familial ties, a feat many would struggle to achieve. Upon hearing this, Itachi's spirits seemed to lift slightly. Baisher cast a glance at Itachi before turning his gaze towards the window, letting out a sigh. Regrettably, our capabilities remain insufficient. We find ourselves contemplating restraint, and in dire circumstances, resorting to bloodshed, life, and death to avert conflict between the Uchiha and the village. This reflects our impotence. If only we possessed the strength. Such measures would be unnecessary. Through nonviolent and non-coercive means, we can persuade the radical Uchiha to accept our ideas and resolve the issues between the Uchiha and the village. That, indeed, would signify true strength. On the surface, Baisher appeared to lament, yet in reality, he was being sardonic. Uchiha Itachi, do you not consider yourself a genius? Do you not perceive yourself as formidable? Are you not concerned with the greater good of the village? If you care so deeply for the village and possess such strength, why can you not conceive of a way to gain the compliance of the Uchiha without bloodshed or murder? To kill is hardly a display of skill. Those who can only resort to killing are pathetically weak, embodying incompetence. However, given Baisher's current status, Itachi did not interpret his words as sardonic, but rather as a genuine expression of Baisher's thoughts. One reason is that Itachi's regard for Baisher had reached a commendable 75 points. Additionally, Itachi believed that both Baisher and Uchiha Shisui had earned the recognition of Hiruzen Sarutobi, whose opinion weighed heavily in Itachi's heart, even more so than that of Uchiha Fugaku. Itachi paused momentarily, lowering his head further. Weakness? A series of knocks interrupted the silence. Bang, bang, bang. Baisher turned towards the door, and Itachi returned to his senses. Sir, the late-night meal is ready, Alice announced as she entered. Very well, Baisher replied. Glancing at Itachi, Itachi, let us share a meal. Itachi hesitated for a moment before nodding. Thank you, Senior Baisher. No need for such formality, Itachi. We are not merely clan members, we are friends. Please do not be so polite in the future, lest I think you do not regard me as a friend. No, no, Itachi shook his head repeatedly. Let us head to the dining hall. Baisher smiled. After their late-night meal, Itachi departed. Yet, even as he left, he continued to ponder Baisher's words. He had heard much from Baisher, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Fugaku before, yet he had scarcely absorbed their teachings. Itachi was proud. He had just entered the battlefield and was already contemplating the essence of the village. Witnessing sacrifice, he reflected on the relationship between life and death, and the significance of both. Before graduating from the Ninja Academy, he approached all matters with the mindset of a Hokage. When people gather, they form a family. When families unite, they create a village. It is through a shared sense of belonging that one becomes a comrade. Once comrades are formed, bonds are established. The stability of the village became the paramount concern for Itachi. Previously, he had harbored disdain for the radical factions within the Uchiha. However, Baisher's words now provoked Itachi, presenting him with a dilemma to either acknowledge his own inadequacies Either one must acknowledge the necessity of change without bloodshed or violence to alter the radical thoughts of the Uchiha clan. One must choose between the two. Compared to the latter, Itachi Uchiha is far less inclined to select the former option. Itachi chose not to return home, but instead perched himself on a nearby utility pole. A raven flapped its wings, landing upon his shoulder. Both Senior Baisher and Senior Shisui lamented their own inadequacies as a result. Hence, I ponder whether I might achieve what they could not. Itachi found himself ensnared in deep contemplation for an extended period. Dawn broke. Baisher opened his eyes, performed a brief morning cleansing, and proceeded to the backyard to engage in his morning training. As the proprietor of a ninja tool shop, Baisher did not relinquish his identity as a ninja. Furthermore, after undergoing 2 enhancements, he found himself relishing the joys of being a ninja more than ever. Shuriken, Kunai, and Senbon. Fire release, Great Fireball Technique, Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique, Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Technique, Transformation Technique, Shadow Clone Technique, Substitution Technique. However, the latter 2 techniques, the Clone Technique and the Wooden Stake Substitution Technique, become increasingly impractical in the later stages. After concluding his morning training, Baisher took a shower and donned a set of attire that more closely resembled that of a shopkeeper before entering the store. Alice busied herself in the kitchen, preparing breakfast. Hiraizumi Masako leaned against the doorway. Violet sat atop the roof. Kaguya was tucked away in an inconspicuous corner. Baisher Sr., a figure approached the ninja tool shop with an air of excitement. Izumi, good morning. Baisher turned to the newcomer, revealing a warm smile. Good morning. Izumi promptly extended her hand, presenting the item she carried. Senior Baisher, this is for you. What is it? A little handmade craft I made myself. Let me take a look. Baisher accepted it and opened it. Indeed, it was a handcrafted item, yet Baisher found himself rather indifferent to it. Thank you, Izumi. For your effort, it's quite nice. No, it was just something I threw together. I wasn't certain what would be suitable for you. So I brought along these items I usually create. They could serve as decorations for the store. Izumi glanced around the shop at the ninja cats. They could also serve as toys for the ninja cats. Indeed, some of the ninja cats showed interest in these items. A white ninja cat, upon seeing the object in Baisher's hand, immediately became intrigued. It approached Baisher's feet, meowing eagerly. Baisher picked one up. The white cat grabbed it and immediately scurried away. By the way, Senior Baisher, have you noticed any changes in me? Izumi looked at Baisher with anticipation. Changes? Baisher scrutinized Izumi earnestly. Certainly, I have noticed. Izumi has become more beautiful. Izumi's cheeks flushed slightly, and she gently tapped her foot on the floor. Senior Baisher, you only know how to tease me. That is not what I meant. Baisher raised an eyebrow slightly. If that is not what you meant, does that imply the truth of it remains? All right. It is quite evident. How could I possibly have overlooked it? The forehead protector of a lower-ranking ninja adorning your arm is something I am thoroughly familiar with. Izumi, congratulations on passing the early graduation examination. This afternoon, I have asked Alice to prepare a sumptuous feast for you. Additionally, I shall teach you a new jutsu. What do you say? The eyes of Uchiha Izumi sparkled with delight as she smiled. Thank you, Senior Baisher. You are most welcome. Please, come in and take a seat. Certainly, Senior Baisher. Once seated, Uchiha Izumi could not contain herself and began recounting the details of her early examination. Prior to the exam, certain aspects required confidentiality, yet post-examination, such secrecy was no longer necessary. The contents of each early graduation examination varied, and Baisher interjected with timely remarks. Uchiha Izumi's affinity had reached above 90 points. But this did not imply that Baisher should distance himself from her, maintaining that affinity above 90 was the preferable choice. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi, sporting prominent dark circles under his eyes, approached Uchiha Makoto. Good morning, mother. May I pose a question to you? Uchiha Makoto paused briefly. Of course, what is it, Itachi? Is my talent commendable? What troubles you? Have you encountered difficulties? The nature of Itachi's inquiry caused Uchiha Makoto some concern. It's nothing, mother. I merely wanted to ask. Are you truly all right? Indeed. Uchiha Makoto scrutinized Itachi carefully, and seeing no apparent issues, she smiled. Itachi, your talent is undoubtedly exceptional. Is it superior to Father's talent? Uchiha Makoto hesitated for a moment. Your father is quite remarkable. In his time, he was a prodigy. However, Itachi, your performance indeed surpasses that of your father among your peers. What about compared to Senior Shisui? Shisui is somewhat older than you. thus stronger at present. Nevertheless, I firmly believe your talent is certainly not inferior to Shisui's. I have faith that you will catch up to and surpass him. Uchiha Itachi nodded. Very well, mother. I have no further questions. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Before Uchiha Makoto could respond, Uchiha Itachi vanished in an instant. Uchiha Makoto exhibited a look of astonishment. When Uchiha Itachi reappeared, he stood before Uchiha Fugaku. Father, Itachi, what brings you here? Father, I wish to ask you a question. What is it? Is my talent commendable? Certainly, for you are my son. And how does it compare to Senior Shisui? Uchiha Fugaku felt a jolt in his heart, but quickly regained his composure. In my eyes, Itachi, your talent is undoubtedly superior to Shisui's. He merely benefits from a temporal advantage. Very well, I understand, father. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb you further. Farewell. Likewise. Before Uchiha Fugaku could speak, Uchiha Itachi had already departed. Uchiha Fugaku gazed at the retreating figure of Uchiha Itachi, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Itachi ascended to a high vantage point in the forest, from where he could survey the entirety of the Uchiha clan's residence, including even the ninja tool shop run by Shiraishi. Raising one hand, he lifted it high, peering through the gaps of his fingers towards the sky. I am a genius. My talents are formidable. What Shisui and Shiraishi could not achieve, I shall. However, to change one's thoughts without taking a life, I must inflict sufficient pain through other means. Returning home, Uchiha Fugaku was met by Uchiha Makoto. Fugaku, Itachi seems a bit unusual today. Has something happened? Fugaku furrowed his brow. Did Itachi ask you some peculiar questions? Did he ask me as well? Uchiha Fugaku nodded. Indeed. After a brief pause, he added, let us discuss this in the study, Makoto. Very well. The two entered the study, where Fugaku securely shut the doors and windows, ensuring their privacy before taking a seat across from Makoto. Makoto, what is your perspective on the current state of our Uchiha clan? Uchiha Makoto remained silent for a moment. It is dire. Indeed, it is dire. Yet, amidst the disarray of our clan, the members are not united but instead harbor ulterior motives. Uchiha Fugaku sighed. The previous radicals are one matter. Regardless of their fervor, the 8th generation still had a familial heart. Their radicalism was directed at the village. However, as long as I maintain control of the overarching situation, significant issues can be averted. But Shisui has greatly disappointed me. In a time when the Uchiha's condition is precarious, he recklessly pushes for reforms in the security department, solely to bolster his own reputation and aspire for the position of clan leader. He places his selfish desires above the clan's welfare. Such actions will only exacerbate our plight. When Uncle Takeo spoke to me previously, I held some hope for Shisui. But now, even Itachi has caught wind of this. I must take action. The position of clan leader must not fall into Shisui's hands. My son, Itachi, shall be the future leader. Uchiha Makoto hesitated. Fugaku, Itachi may not necessarily mean that. I recall that Itachi and Shisui have always had a good relationship. Could it be that Shisui harbors no such intentions, and we have misunderstood? The reforms in the security department have indeed eased the relationship between the Uchiha and the villagers. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head. It cannot be a misunderstanding. What then do you intend to do? A youthful genius, brimming with ambition. Yet, what does that amount to? For a ninja clan, for the village, no matter how brilliant, it remains inconsequential. Uchiha Fugaku declared, I plan to ensure that Shisui faces the consequences of his actions. Uchiha Izumi departed after lunch. Professor Baisher imparted the fire release technique, Phoenix Fire Jutsu, to Uchiha Izumi. In truth, Izumi could apply to his clan for access to these lower-tier fire release ninja scrolls, and it was even possible for a ninja to be assigned to instruct him. However, the quality of instruction he would receive would undoubtedly pale in comparison to that of Baisher. It remained uncertain which instructor the village would assign to Izumi. A multitude of names floated through Baisher's mind. Kakashi, Might Guy, Sunset Red, Asuma. Given the previous circumstances, it was unlikely the village would assign any of these individuals. Nevertheless, the situation had shifted. Uchiha Shisui had begun to earn the trust of Sarutobi Hiruzen. If he could garner the favor of these individuals, he might be able to cultivate a formidable shinobi companion. Violet approached Baisher. Sir, Violet, what is it? After leaving the ninja tools shop, Izumi went to the commercial district. I observed someone lurking in the shadows, contemplating something sinister. Baisher's eyes narrowed. What were they thinking? To abduct Uchiha Izumi, take him to the root, and brainwash him into becoming a tool. Baisher's brow furrowed in concern. To mold Izumi into a tool for root? How audacious of Danzo. Does he believe the current divisions within Uchiha present an opportune moment for such an act? His disdain for the Uchiha is evident, and to turn Izumi into a mere pawn, only to discard him afterward, is clearly his intent. Baisher turned to the entrance. Yoka, come in. Yes, sir. From today onward, you will covertly follow Izumi and ensure his safety. If anyone threatens his life, eliminate them under suitable circumstances. Understood. Yoka's skills made him adept at such tasks, and his power was considerable. As a jonin, he was already quite formidable in Konoha, especially in comparison to the circumstances surrounding the Fourth Shinobi World War. Moreover, when considering root, aside from Danzo, few powerful ninjas resided there. Additionally, intelligence was of utmost importance in ninja combat. The root ninjas lacked Yoka's intelligence, but Yoka could seek Violet's assistance to gather information on them. In this scenario, eliminating a root ninja would not be a daunting task. Baisher. A noticeable smile graced Uchiha Shisui's face. Has the village's decree been issued? Indeed. Shisui produced a document. This outlines the current regulations of the village. Compared to before, there are numerous additions and greater detail, providing a reference for many future matters. The patrol department will be able to better regulate the villagers. As for the affairs of the patrol department, they could be considered concluded for now. This marked the first step of Baisher and Uchiha Shisui's plan, which had finally been fulfilled. Next, Baisher would need to devise a means to become the head of the security department. After a moment's hesitation, Shisui inquired, Baisher, would it be convenient for you to summon the 8th Hokage as well? Absolutely. Now let us discuss Uchiha Hakadai, who indeed belongs to the faction of Shiraishi and Uchiha Shisui. Consequently, Uchiha Shisui hopes that Hakadai can partake in the deliberations of their plans. After all, Hakadai possesses considerable strength and holds a significant position within the Uchiha clan. This is an opportunity that Shiraishi eagerly desires, as he needs a reason to engage with Hakadai. By establishing contact, Shiraishi would have the chance to enhance Hakadai's favorability towards him. I shall invite Hakadai-senpai next time I come, Shiraishi said. By the way, Shisui, a few days ago, I conducted another test on Itachi. What were the results? Much like before, it appears that family and clan hold little significance in Itachi's heart. He prioritizes the greater good of the village. Hence, I have included him in our plans, Shiraishi continued. I have assigned Itachi a task to create an opportunity for you, Shisui, to achieve merit. On that very day, Itachi conceived a plan, but I rejected it. His idea was to entice several members of the Uchiha into acts of rebellion, after which Shisui would eliminate them. Uchiha Shisui sighed and remarked, I used to perceive Itachi as quite normal, but now he seems rather peculiar. Did I misjudge him before? Or can a person truly change so rapidly? Shiraishi shrugged. However, this is advantageous for us and for the Uchiha. Such a person is utterly unsuitable to be the clan leader. The role is more fitting for you, Shisui. The two continued their discussion regarding the plan, and as twilight deepened, Uchiha Shisui rose, preparing to depart. By the way, Shisui, would it be convenient for you to provide me with some ninjutsu scrolls for fire release and illusions? Uchiha Shisui felt a stir within. Are they for your own use? Indeed. Have you awakened your Sharingan then? Shiraishi nodded. Yes. Uchiha Shisui smiled. Splendid. I always knew your talent could not be lacking. Perhaps you had merely wandered off the right path before. Now that you have found the suitable one, your progress has accelerated. Awakening the Sharingan at 13 is certainly not late. If you can elevate your strength to that of a Jonin in the next 2 years, I would feel much more at ease. Together, we can stabilize the situation of the Uchiha. Saying this, Uchiha Shisui produced 2 scrolls, one for fire release and the other for Sharingan illusions. He then retrieved a small notebook. This notebook contains my insights on the body flicker technique. You may study it, but if it does not suit you, do not hesitate to abandon it. Uchiha Shisui's words carried no other intention. A ninja's time is limited, and each excels in different areas. He simply wished for Shiraishi not to squander time on aspects that did not align with his strengths. Thank you. You're welcome. I shall take my leave now. Stay safe. Gazing at Uchiha Shisui as he departed, Baisher promptly returned to his chamber, where he unfurled the scroll containing various fire release techniques. Among them, he had already mastered 3, leaving 2 that remained elusive. The fire techniques were the fire release, Phoenix Flower Claw, and the fire release, Great Fireball technique, both classified as B rank. These two techniques could be considered advanced versions of two C-rank techniques that Baishur had already acquired. The Fire Release. Phoenix Flower Claw is an enhancement of the Fire Release. Phoenix Fire technique, integrating shuriken for increased speed, destructive power, and a broader trajectory, rendering it more challenging for adversaries to anticipate. The Fire Release. Great Fireball technique significantly amplifies destructive capacity. Subsequently, Baishur retrieved another scroll. Jinjutsu, Sharingan. The two tomo within his eyes began to spin. It appeared to be less daunting than the fire techniques, primarily due to the prerequisites of the Sharingan. Baishur glanced toward the doorway. Mizuko, please bring in a mouse. Yes, my lord. Moments later, Mizuko returned, opening the door and standing poised, holding a large, plump mouse by its tail, which was thrashing vigorously in her grasp. Jinjutsu, Sharingan. Baishur directed his gaze at the mouse, unleashing the power of illusion upon it. Within the creature's mind, a horrifying scene began to manifest, far more terrifying than any fear it had ever encountered in its lifetime. With a sudden gasp, the mouse expelled a spray of blood, its body convulsing violently before succumbing to stillness. The essence of life dissipated entirely, extinguished by Baishur's illusion, overwhelmed by terror. Mizuko expressed intrigue. Did my lord just employ Jinjutsu? Baishur nodded. Indeed, this is the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan that I previously mentioned. Moving forward, we must exercise caution when facing other Uchiha. In a dim underground chamber, a root ninja approached Shimura Danzo, presenting a dossier. Lord Danzo, I have gathered all intelligence regarding Uchiha Izumi, contained within this document. Danzo nodded, accepting the file and opening it. Uchiha Izumi, aged 9.5, had recently graduated early from the Ninja Academy. Her father perished during the Nine Tails incident, leaving her under the care of her mother. Within the Uchiha clan, she had minimal connections with others, making her a viable target. The current division within the Uchiha faction presented a unique opportunity. Her early graduation indicated considerable talent. Her absence would weaken the Uchiha clan. Furthermore, possessing this pawn would significantly expand the avenues for manipulation. However, time was of the essence. Before Hiruzen Sarutobi arranged a mentor for Uchiha Izumi, he intended to bring her back. At that time, even if Hiruzen became aware of it, there would be little he could do. The plan to train Uchiha Izumi as a tool was never intended to be completely concealed by Danzo. Danzo was well aware that such concealment was futile. His primary objective was to create a temporal advantage. The relationship between the two was both intimate and intricate. One represented the light of Konoha, while the other embodied its shadows. Their collaboration was essential, with Hiruzen possessing a degree of influence over Danzo, yet simultaneously requiring tolerance towards him, thus granting Danzo considerable maneuvering space. In essence, the situation boiled down to this. Once Hiruzen appointed a mentor for Uchiha Izumi, Danzo would find himself unable to take action against her, as Hiruzen would undoubtedly intervene, having already devised a plan concerning her. However, had Danzo managed to bring Uchiha Izumi to the root before Hiruzen arranged for her mentor, Hiruzen would merely reprimand Danzo upon discovering it. The established fact would remain unchanged, as it had in numerous prior situations in Konoha, even if Uchiha Shisui expressed discontent. Altering a predetermined outcome proved exceedingly difficult. This intricate dynamic also elucidated why Shiratori would issue such commands to Kajiro. For Shiratori, upon Violet's discovery of the root's surveillance of Uchiha Izumi, two choices emerged. One was to relay this situation to Uchiha Shisui, who would subsequently report it to Hiruzen. However, this outcome would likely result in Hiruzen merely admonishing Danzo, preventing the situation from escalating, without fostering greater trust towards Shisui. It would also not incite any additional criticisms of Danzo, as Hiruzen was well aware of Danzo's character. Far more egregious acts had been committed by him, rendering this particular incident trivial. The second option, which Shiratori ultimately chose, was to eliminate the root's ninja directly. In this scenario, Danzo would harbor suspicions towards either the Uchiha or Hiruzen. Regardless of whom he suspected, it would momentarily halt any actions against the Uchiha clan. Furthermore, should Danzo entertain doubts about Hiruzen, he would refrain from informing him and instead conduct a covert investigation. This process would afford Shiratori ample time, a factor decidedly in his favor. Additionally, during this time, Danzo's descent towards Hiruzen could gradually intensify. Positioned in a subordinate role, Danzo's thoughts diverged significantly from Hiruzen's, leading to varying psychological responses to the situation. Now go forth. Yes, Lord Danzo. Two figures emerged from the shadows, clad in uniforms reminiscent of dark-side ninjas and adorned with masks that concealed any trace of their true identities. Over the years, Danzo had indeed gathered numerous followers, including ninjas from esteemed clans. The two remained hidden, patiently awaiting the moment when Uchiha Izumi would leave the Uchiha compound. While Danzo harbored disdain for the Uchiha clan, the root ninjas could not simply disregard them or directly infiltrate the Uchiha residence to capture individuals. Instead, they aimed to create an opportunity for Uchiha Izumi to depart the compound. As dusk approached, the sky darkened and a light rain began to fall. Baishur stood beneath the eaves, while the ninja cats had long retreated indoors, wary of the rain that might dampen their fur. Alice busied herself in the kitchen, preparing cat food, and a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Upon catching the scent, the ninja cats could not resist gathering at the kitchen doorway, only to be halted by Alice's authoritative presence. Before Baishur, Alice appeared as a charming young girl, yet she commanded respect among the ninja cats. Baishur gazed into the distance as a refreshing breeze swept over him. If nothing unforeseen occurred with Uncle Shodai, the issue concerning Tenbei should be resolved by tomorrow. However, even if the Tenbei matter was settled, Uncle Shodai's culinary creations would undoubtedly possess some flaws. Should I employ the power of the tongue of God to assist Uncle Shodai in rectifying certain issues? It might be worth a try. After all, Uncle Shodai's fondness for me had reached a commendable 86. Given such a high level of affinity, he would likely not perceive my suggestions as malicious. Furthermore, Uncle Shodai's temperament was not so petty. Perhaps by tomorrow, his fondness could surpass 90, likely indicating he might be a chef-type ninja cat. In that case, Alice's workload could be alleviated. The sky grew even darker. Uchiha Izumi jogged along, having received a verbal notification to head to the ninja school. However, upon her arrival, she discovered that no one awaited her presence. After a considerable wait with no sign of anyone, Uchiha Izumi was left with no choice but to return. Just as the rain eased slightly, the two figures stood atop a high vantage point, strategically positioned along the path Uchiha Izumi would take to return to the Uchiha compound. Their location was exceptionally discreet, allowing them to act without alarming others. Moreover, confronting a young girl, barely 10 years old and freshly graduated from a ninja school, posed no challenge for the two seasoned root ninjas. They're coming. As Uchiha Izumi approached, the two exchanged a knowing glance, simultaneously suppressing their presence. Their muscles tensed, and they readied themselves to strike at any moment. Oblivious to the impending danger, Uchiha Izumi remained unaware that anything was amiss. The ground was somewhat muddy, and as I ran, splashes of mud and water flew up, staining the new clothes my mother had prepared for me after graduation. My mother had never desired for me to become a combat ninja, yet her concern for me remained unwavering despite my chosen path. Suddenly, a sound pierced the air. Unbeknownst to the two root ninjas, a figure had stealthily approached them. With a whisper of danger, they felt a soft touch upon their bodies. What was that? They had no time to comprehend before their forms stiffened. Bang! Bang! Their bodies involuntarily toppled. A sharp blade pierced the heart, pulling away with a sickening sound. I had traversed this distance without a hint of awareness, soon vanishing from sight. Under the scorching sun, I dragged the two lifeless bodies into the woods, digging a grave to conceal them. Violet withdrew her gaze from the Hokage building. Danzo was waiting. He had waited long, yet as midnight approached, the two root ninjas had yet to return. This caused Danzo's expression to darken. Bring someone, he commanded. A root ninja, under his orders, led a team to investigate. It was not until dawn that they made a discovery. Lord Danzo, the ninja reported, presenting the two corpses. Danzo's countenance grew even more somber. What was the cause of death? Sir, the fatal injury was to the heart. However, we also detected signs of poisoning. Unfortunately, we could not identify the toxin. Danzo's gaze shifted to a ninja from the Yamashiro clan, known for their secret techniques that could probe human memories, even from the deceased. However, using this technique on the living would result in immediate brain death. Likewise, if the brain were too severely damaged in the deceased, it would also be ineffective. Search their memories, he commanded. Yes, my lord. Before long, the Yamashiro ninja retracted his hand, shaking his head. My lord, the interiors of their skulls have been completely destroyed, rendering their memories unreadable. Danzo's eyes flickered momentarily. After a lengthy silence, he instructed, everyone, leave. Yes. The group retreated, leaving only Danzo and the two corpses. He pulled up a chair and sat before the bodies, scrutinizing them intently, ensuring no detail was overlooked before withdrawing his gaze. Poison, a lethal strike. The assailant's strength far surpassed that of these two. One was a chunin, the other a special jonin. Even a jonin could not achieve such a feat. It required at least an elite jonin or someone possessing a unique ability. Could it be a Uchiha, or perhaps a Hizashi? These two root ninjas had been slain during their pursuit of me, Uchiha Izumi. Thus, the first thought that crossed Danzo's mind was the Uchiha clan. It appeared that someone from the Uchiha had discovered the movements of the root ninjas he had dispatched, resulting in the demise of two of his operatives. However, this struck Danzo as peculiar. How could Uchiha Izumi, a mere talent, have been so swiftly detected just as his own people were poised to act? Had the Uchiha gone so far as to assign covert protectors to Izumi? When did the Uchiha clan become so extravagant? Moreover, the Uchiha were known for their mastery of illusion techniques, not for poison. Even if they employed deceptive tactics, could they truly possess such lethal substances? Was it possible that Uchiha Izumi was merely a decoy from the outset? Yet, this seemed even more improbable. Did the Uchiha possess foresight, anticipating his actions against them? Even if they were aware of his disdain for them, what advantage would this strategy afford them? As Danzo pondered, he concluded that the likelihood of the Uchiha being the culprits was minimal. If not the Uchiha, then the probability leaned towards Hiruzen. He certainly had his own motives. Danzo's gaze shifted towards the Hokage building, his eyes narrowing. Hiruzen believed he had a firm grasp on the Uchiha situation, thus no longer requiring Danzo's assistance in numerous matters. Was he attempting to undermine his influence? If Uchiha Izumi was indeed a bait set by Hiruzen, it would all make sense. The more Danzo contemplated, the more plausible this scenario seemed. Ultimately, Danzo harbored a certain disdain for the Uchiha. Without Madara Uchiha, he did not regard the clan as particularly formidable. Otherwise, he would not have uttered such words to Uchiha Shisui in the original narrative. To utilize such ability against the insignificant Uchiha was a gross misallocation of talent. This referred to Shisui's intent to employ Kotoame Tsukumi against Uchiha Fugaku. Danzo deemed this a wasteful endeavor, believing it far more judicious to direct such capabilities towards the higher echelons of other ninja villages. The Uchiha were merely a minor obstacle he could easily handle. At this juncture, Danzo perceived the Uchiha as lacking any significant power following Madara. Hiruzen had ample justification for his actions, having already gained control over Shisui's faction within the Uchiha and could manipulate the clan at will. Furthermore, he possessed the ingenuity to orchestrate this entire affair. Through the use of the telescope technique, he could observe the surroundings of Uchiha Izumi. With a considerable number of elite jonin under his command, Hiruzen had purposefully eliminated the memories of his two subordinates, rendering them impervious to the secret arts of the Yamenka clan. The Uchiha could not possibly know that individuals from the Yamenka clan were among his root. Hiruzen, could it truly be you? If so, your haste is quite alarming. Is it not? You have yet to fully secure your control over the Uchiha, and yet you are so eager to diminish my influence? Such actions seem remarkably ungrateful. Without me, would your position as Hokage be so steadfast? During your tenure as Hokage, I have executed countless unsavory deeds on your behalf. You reap the rewards while I bear the burden of your ill repute. For the village, have my contributions been fewer than yours? Absolutely not. My merits for the village are no less than yours. However, I find myself relegated to the shadows, akin to roots deeply embedded in the earth, supporting the entire trunk. You have attained the position of Hokage and garnered a commendable reputation. Clearly, our abilities and efforts are equivalent, yet the rewards we reap are profoundly disproportionate. This is an injustice towards me. Now, do you even wish to seize the little I possess? That is utterly excessive. Yet, the more Danzo perceives this as Sarutobi Hiruzen's doing, the more hesitant he becomes to act rashly. Hiruzen's declaration, I am the Hokage, pierces Danzo's heart like a thorn, simultaneously serving as a shackle for him. It appears I must proceed with greater caution henceforth, strategizing before taking action. I will discreetly investigate the matter concerning Uchiha Izumi, ensuring no excuses are left for Hiruzen. However, Hiruzen, your unwavering trust in the Uchiha will surely exact a price. The following day, Yangyin and Violet returned to the presence of Baishur. My lord, the two root ninjas have been dealt with. Baishur gestured towards the dining area, saying, I have instructed Alice to prepare a meal for you. After you eat, please rest early. You have worked hard through the night. Yes, my lord. Baisher then proceeded to the backyard, where previously, Hirako Masako had been training Uchiha Izumi and had organized a corner of the yard to facilitate Uchiha Sasuke's shuriken training, effectively creating a small training ground for ninjutsu. Baisher retrieved several shurikens. Fire style, Phoenix fired jutsu. In the next instant, flames materialized. Enveloping the shurikens, he hurled towards the target across from him. Bang, bang, bang. The shuriken struck true. Failure. Once more. A day swiftly passed. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Baisher concluded his training, took a shower, and changed into a fresh outfit. Alice, no need to prepare my dinner. Violet, accompany me. We shall go out. Baisher headed straight towards the hand-pulled noodle shop. Baisher, Uncle Hand-pulled, has the issue with the tempura been resolved? Uncle Hand-pulled smiled. It has been resolved. Please take a seat. I will prepare a bowl of noodles enhanced with tempura, far superior in taste to before, truly worthy of being a signature dish. Delicious. Baisher settled at the front counter. I shall look forward to it. Uncle Handpulled diligently crafted the noodles, while Iris assisted nearby, preparing broth, garnishes, and the noodles amidst a wave of heat. Before long, Uncle Handpulled presented the completed noodles before Baisher. Baisher picked up his chopsticks, gently stirred the contents, then raised the bowl to his lips and took a sip of the broth. Compared to the last time, the transformation was indeed remarkable, particularly in terms of its exquisite flavor. However, when compared to the culinary creations of Alice, it still fell considerably short. An idea flickered in Shirakawa's mind. The divine tongue. An inexplicable force manifested upon his tongue as he picked up the ramen and brought it to his lips. This time, Shirakawa's sensation was entirely different. It felt less like tasting and more as if his tongue had transformed into a merciless analytical machine. The concepts of deliciousness or blandness became irrelevant. The ramen in his mouth seemed to morph into a tapestry, revealing numerous missing components that constituted its flaws. These thoughts appeared in Shirakawa's mind without reason, clearly delineated one by one. He raised an eyebrow slightly. Is this the power of the divine tongue? Truly miraculous. I can discern the shortcomings of something I barely comprehend. However, this ability must belong solely to my divine tongue. As for Erina, to articulate those flaws, one must certainly possess an understanding of culinary arts. My divine tongue is distinct from Erina's. Handa glanced at Shirakawa, a hint of nervousness in his demeanor. Shirakawa, how is it? Delicious, Shirakawa replied, eliciting a smile from Handa. As long as it tastes good, that's what matters. Yet, I sense that this ramen is still not in its perfect form. It seems to lack something. Shirakawa turned his gaze to Violet, who nodded in acknowledgement. Returning his focus to Handa, he hesitated before speaking. Handa, if I may offer a suggestion, I do have one. What is it? The broth's flavor stands out beautifully, but perhaps due to this prominence, the noodles seem a bit overshadowed. Maybe you could consider improving that aspect. Noodles? Handa pondered, his eyes lighting up with realization. It seems there is indeed merit to that thought. I shall give it a try. He swiftly returned to the stove, contemplating how to enhance the noodles, and among his vast experience, he discovered a method that might be suitable. Thus, he promptly set about experimenting. Kneading the dough, stretching the noodles. Before long, Handa had prepared the ramen once more. This time, he made 3 bowls, one for himself, one for Ayame, and one for Shirakawa. Shirakawa, give it another taste. Shirakawa nodded in agreement. The divine tongue. Handa's improvements had indeed borne fruit. If the previous bowl of ramen had been riddled with imperfections under the scrutiny of the divine tongue, this bowl had significantly fewer flaws. So how is it? Even better. Shirakawa exclaimed, and Handa broke into a joyful smile. This proves that my adjustments were effective, thanks to your insight, Shirakawa. Without your suggestion, I would have remained oblivious to this for a long time. Shirakawa, your understanding of cuisine is truly remarkable. The numbers above Handa's head changed rapidly. 90. A culinary enthusiast with a personal understanding of gastronomy. A voice resonated within Shirakawa's mind. Detected that Handa's affection level has reached 90. Would you like to collect this data? Collect. The collection was successful. Shall we proceed with the request? No. Baisher refrained from employing the divine tongue ability once more and swiftly finished both bowls of ramen. Handmaid uncle, sister Changpu, I have finished eating, he declared, producing several banknotes from his pouch and placing them on the counter. Handmaid, noticing this, quickly remarked, Baisher, why are you paying? How could I let you pay for a meal here? Today, I should be the one expressing my gratitude to you. Handmaid uncle, paying for food is a reasonable act. Baisher replied. No, you did not come here merely to eat. You came to help me identify the issue. If anyone should be paying, it should be me to you. Especially since this ramen is based on your recipe. Handmaid forcefully returned the money to Baishir's hand. All right, I shall not pay this time, Baishir conceded. And from now on, you need not worry about payment. Your visits to the ramen shop will be free for life. Handmaid uncle, if you say that, I may hesitate to return, Baishir jested. Then let's put it on the tab. It can be deducted from the profits of the ramen. Handmaid feigned annoyance. If this is not acceptable, then Baishir, you truly do not regard me and Changpu as friends. Very well, Baishir acquiesced, prompting a softening of Handmaid's expression. By the way, Baishir, you should name this ramen. I plan to feature it on the menu, which requires a formal title. Handmaid Senior, you should name it, Baishir suggested. No, this is your recipe, Handmaid insisted. After some contemplation, Baishir proposed, let us call it the Triad Special Ramen. The original name of the dish was Seijuru's Special Ramen, but in this world, Seijuru does not exist, prompting Baishir to make a simple substitution. Handmaid's eyes brightened slightly. Excellent, excellent. This name is fitting. It reflects our collaborative effort in restoring this dish. A testament to our process. As they spoke, Handmaid suddenly sighed. It has been quite some time since I felt this way, reminiscent of my childhood. Back then, I was with my mother and sister. My mother was a chef, which instilled in me a passion for cooking, particularly ramen. I fondly remember those days when I would spend countless hours contemplating a dish, and the euphoria that followed when I finally grasped it was truly exhilarating. That was the joy of pursuing culinary arts. Yet, it is regrettable that by the time I honed my skills, my mother had passed away from illness. And my sister also left. Baishir, thank you for your recipe. Baishir waved his hand dismissively. Handmaid uncle, you have told me not to be so formal with you. Yet here you are, being polite. Eager to return to the tool shop, Baishir ensured no one was near before focusing his attention on the system. Request. You have sent a request to the myriad realms, and in the vast cosmos, countless gazes turned towards you. An entity named Lu Maoxing has responded to your request. You have received a sea-level response. In the next moment, a sphere of white light materialized in Baishir's hand. Lu Maoxing? Baishir had anticipated this. As he recalled his childhood experiences, he realized that his upbringing bore a significant resemblance to that of Lu Maoxing. Lu Maoxing hailed from the illustrious realm of Zhonghua Yifan. He was the son of the esteemed master chef, Chef Abe, who himself was a culinary virtuoso, growing up immersed in the art of cooking. Lu Maoxing's journey was fraught with challenges, yet he triumphed over every obstacle that came his way. Along his path of growth, he gathered numerous companions and eventually emerged as an undisputed culinary deity. Though their worlds diverged, Baishir perceived Lu Maoxing's innate talent to surpass that of Alice. In other words, although both were sea-level responses, this particular sea-level response would prove to be superior to Alice's previous one. Baishir picked up a nearby box filled with snacks and gave it a gentle shake. Upon hearing the sound, the Neen cats immediately flocked towards him. Meow, meow, meow. One Neen cat nuzzled against Baishir's calf, while another gazed up with longing eyes. A third Neen cat, yearning for a treat, yet displaying a haughty demeanor, raised its neck. Baishir poured out some snacks and tossed them, prompting the Neen cats to squabble over the morsels. He then hurled the sphere of light towards the Neen cats. One blue cat, noticing the orb, leapt gracefully and snapped at it. The light entered the blue cat's body, and a burst of white radiance enveloped it, forming a cocoon. Soon, a crack appeared on the cocoon. With a sharp crack, a figure emerged from the chrysalis. The blue cat had undergone a complete transformation, now standing upright in a chef's uniform that was entirely distinct from Alice's attire. It reminded Baishir of the uniforms worn by elite chefs in the world of Little Master Chef, predominantly red and white, adorned with a dragon motif on the sleeves. The blue cat approached Baishir and declared, "Little Master, I pay my respects." Baishir raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback by Lu Maoxing's self-identification as Little Master. After all, Little Master was not a true name, but rather a placeholder for a sponsorship brand, akin to terms like Dudu and Master D. Some text materialized next to Alice. Name: Little Master, Lu Maoxing. Cat. Gender: male. Strength: lower ninja, upgradable. Weapon: none. Ability: taste visualization projection. A culinary-oriented Neen cat. Yet its abilities were extraordinary. With the power of taste visualization projection, it could deduce flavors upon observing ingredients. This ability, in certain respects, surpassed even the divine palate. Little Master's culinary skills would undoubtedly eclipse those of Alice. Baisher waved towards the outside, saying, "Alice, come in please." "Yes, my lord." As Alice stepped inside, her gaze immediately fell upon the young chef, eliciting a look of curiosity upon her face. It was evident to Alice that the young chef, like herself, was also a culinary artist. "This is our new companion, the young chef, who shares your passion for cooking, Alice. In the future, you may exchange culinary techniques and collaborate on kitchen tasks. The previous workload was rather arduous for you, a mere cat ninja, but with the young chef here, you can afford to take it a bit easier." Whitestone then turned his attention to the young chef. "Please follow Alice and familiarize yourself with our surroundings." "Yes, sir," the young chef replied, and Alice led him outside. At that moment, a new voice resonated in Whitestone's mind. "You have successfully nurtured a cat ninja and earned a reward. Would you like to claim it?" "Yes. You have acquired the ability, Super Smell." With a mere thought, Whitestone felt a flood of scents enveloping his nostrils, not due to inhaling more air than usual, but because of heightened olfactory sensitivity. The aromas of the cat ninjas, the house, the kitchen, the storeroom, the backyard, and even the scents wafting from the woods beyond became vividly clear to him. Every subtle, distant fragrance that would typically go unnoticed was now distinctly perceptible, showcasing a remarkable enhancement of his olfactory capabilities. This improvement, both in sensitivity and range, was incredibly advantageous for a ninja. While transformation techniques could alter one's appearance, they could not mask one's scent. Some ninjas might employ potent odors to deceive, but my sense of smell surpasses that of any ninja dog. Moreover, no one is aware of my extraordinary olfactory prowess. Therefore, whenever someone enters my sensory range, I can immediately detect their presence, allowing for tracking and defense. While Danzo may dare to target Uchiha Izumi, I have had considerable interactions with Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, and it is only a matter of time before someone takes notice of me. The tongue of God, though beneficial in culinary endeavors, pales in comparison to the utility of super smell in ninja confrontations. Once I have encountered a scent, it will forever remain etched in my memory. Two figures approached the ninja tool shop, which had already closed for business by this hour. Whitestone had just finished dinner and was digesting in the backyard. "Sir, someone has arrived," Violet's voice echoed from the rooftop. "Who is it?" "Uchiha Shisui, and another individual I do not recognize." However, Whitestone had already surmised the identity of the newcomer. Uchiha Shisui had mentioned bringing Uchiha Hakadai along to formulate their subsequent plans together. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Hirako Masako opened the door. Uchiha Shisui entered, and Uchiha Hakadai, upon seeing Hirako Masako, displayed a hint of surprise. The concept of ninja cats is certainly familiar to Uchiha Hakadai. The Uchiha clan shares a relatively close relationship with these mystical creatures. However, Hakadai is aware that cats are often quite individualistic. The aura that Heiji Shinko exudes is unlike any ninja cat he has encountered before. "Shinko, where is Baisher?" "Master is in the backyard," came the reply, as Baisher gracefully emerged from the rear. "Shisui," he acknowledged, then turned to Hakadai. "Good evening, Hakadai-senpai. You must be Baisher?" Hakadai assessed him carefully. Prior to this encounter, Uchiha Shisui had already introduced Baisher to Hakadai, emphasizing only that Baisher's intellect surpasses his own, rivaling that of the finest Nara. "Indeed, I am Uchiha Baisher." "Shisui, Hakadai-senpai, shall we proceed to the lounge?" Baisher led the way to the lounge, with Shisui and Hakadai following closely behind. Once seated, Baisher lifted the teapot from the table and poured a cup of floral tea for each of them. "This tea is delightful," Hakadai remarked, taking a sip that illuminated his eyes with intrigue. "Baisher, was the reform plan for the security department proposed by you?" To some extent, Baisher nodded. "It was a collaboration with Shisui." Hakadai scrutinized Baisher, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. "Are you truly so pessimistic about the Uchiha circumstances?" The question caused Baisher to raise an eyebrow slightly. "Prior to this, you seemed to be the leader of the radicals, and it was your presence that allowed the radicals to contend against the conservative faction led by Fugaku." "Indeed," Hakadai replied. "What is your perspective?" After a moment of contemplation, Hakadai continued, "We must strive for the rightful status, power, and interests of our Uchiha clan. If necessary, we are prepared to resort to violence to acquire them, even to wage war against them." "But Hakadai-senpai," Baisher interjected, "merely adopting an aggressive stance will yield nothing. As for violence, who do you believe the Uchiha's targets would be?" Naturally, it would be the village's higher-ups, but merely the higher-ups, Hakadai responded. Upon hearing this, Baisha understood. The uproar created by the radicals had been fervent, yet in truth, the members had not genuinely contemplated the notion of civil war, or perhaps they did not actually desire it. They merely wished to adopt such an attitude to secure certain benefits. They may have contemplated the possibility of actual conflict, but certainly not with earnest consideration. Instead, they held a mindset of if you wish for war, then let us engage. There exists no clear conception of the enemy, oneself, or the civil strife. A true predator does not create a ruckus. Rather, they conceal their presence, lurking in the shadows, gathering strength, awaiting the opportune moment to strike decisively. This mirrors Baisha's current strategy. Only a false hunter would boldly approach their adversary, displaying a fierce demeanor, hurling curses, with spittle landing upon their foe's visage. The previous radical faction of the Uchiha clan existed in this very state. If these individuals genuinely sought civil strife, they should have concealed their intentions from others. Yet, the attitudes exhibited by the Uchiha radicals are nearly common knowledge. Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Fugaku, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, alongside various other prominent ninja clans. And even a number of villagers have discerned this. It is not my pessimism, esteemed eighth, but rather an undeniable truth. The discord between the Uchiha and the village's upper echelons ultimately revolves around issues of self-interest, which cannot be altered merely by declarations. The Uchiha believe they have not received their rightful share of benefits, a fact acknowledged by the village's leadership. The mere utterance of the term civil war signifies that such a conflict has become inevitable. The Uchiha will increasingly perceive themselves as unjustly treated, while the village leadership will grow increasingly wary of the Uchiha. Trust between the two factions is fundamentally unattainable. This is the crux of the matter. Do you concur, esteemed eighth? The eighth pondered for a moment, reflecting on the changes within the radical faction under his guidance, and nodded in acknowledgement, fully aware of the situation. However, when it comes to the outbreak of civil war, do you truly believe, Shirace, that we, the Uchiha, are destined to lose in our current predicament? We are, after all, the foremost ninja clan of Konoha. Shirace shook his head. That was a past reality. The strength of the Uchiha has diminished significantly compared to former times, while the power of the village's upper echelons continues to grow. Even if the Uchiha still hold the title of the premier ninja clan in Konoha, should civil war erupt, it would manifest in one of two ways. Either the village leadership would take the initiative against the Uchiha, or the Uchiha would strike first. In the former scenario, the villagers would remain passive observers. In the latter, they might even take up arms against the Uchiha. In both cases, the leadership would only act if they were confident of their success, while the Uchiha would stand little chance of victory. Moreover, there is an even graver concern. Will the Uchiha truly stand united as one? The eighth was momentarily taken aback by this question. He longed to affirm that they would. But upon deeper reflection, he found himself unable to convince his own heart. Even Uchiha Madara could not unify all members of the Uchiha clan, let alone others. The Uchiha possess strong personalities, a double-edged sword that serves as both an advantage and a disadvantage. Such diversity in character exists within the Uchiha, making it imperative that our best course of action is to conceal our true intentions, thereby reducing the village leadership's apprehension while secretly amassing our strength. The reform of the security department could yield a dual benefit in this regard. Esteemed eighth, we must not harbor any illusions regarding civil war. Therefore, we cannot place excessive hope in the conservatives. The training of the radical faction relies entirely on our predecessors. Uchiha Hakadai nodded. I shall dedicate myself to the training. But according to your words, Shiraishi, to what extent must I train them for them to be deemed competent? Shiraishi turned his gaze towards Uchiha Shisui. This question must be directed at Shisui. He has adeptly concealed his true intentions and has garnered the initial trust of Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the future, he is bound to acquire further intelligence from the village's higher echelons. Moreover, Shisui may very well be, after the esteemed mirror, the most gifted among us Uchiha. Thus, Shisui will play a crucial role within our strength. Should he awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan like the esteemed Madara, the likelihood of our Uchiha radicals prevailing in a civil war would significantly increase. This notion caused a spark to ignite in Uchiha Hakadai's eyes, as he was inevitably reminded of the days when Uchiha Madara still belonged to the Uchiha clan, a time when the clan was immensely powerful and resplendent. The contrast to the present is akin to comparing two entirely different ninja clans. The Mangekyo Sharingan? Uchiha Hakadai turned to Uchiha Shisui. Shisui appeared momentarily stunned, then shook his head. I fear it may not be within my reach. Since the era of the esteemed Madara and Izuna, no other has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even esteemed leaders like Toriyumi and Mirror have not accomplished this feat. So how could I? Whether Uchiha Toriyumi and Mirror awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan remains a mystery to the current Uchiha. As it stands, no one knows. Given the prevailing sentiments among the Uchiha regarding the Mangekyo Sharingan, ignorance tends to lean towards the belief that none have succeeded. After all, Uchiha Madara, who explicitly awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, exhibited overwhelming prowess. No other Uchiha has reached his level of strength. That is indeed the case. The light in Uchiha Hakadai's eyes dimmed as he patted Uchiha Shisui's shoulder. Nevertheless, Shisui, you have performed admirably. Among the younger generation of Uchiha, you and Shiraishi are among the few reliable individuals. Your talent and Shiraishi's wisdom are both exceptional. Without the two of you, I might still be treading down an erroneous path. By uttering these words, Uchiha Hakadai demonstrated that he had been persuaded by Shiraishi. Previously, Hakadai may have felt compelled to make such decisions due to Shisui guiding certain radical members, but now he has embraced Shiraishi's perspective. A civil war is indeed unavoidable. Furthermore, the Uchiha clan's strength pales in comparison to the village's higher authorities. The best course of action now is to feign weakness while secretly amassing power. Shiraishi. Uchiha Hakadai shifted his gaze back to Shiraishi. I concur with your words. I acknowledge your wisdom. Shisui is correct. Your reasoning is exceptionally clear, and your ideas are indeed remarkable. It seems that the future of the Uchiha clan now rests upon your shoulders and those of Shisui. I hope to witness the resurgence of the Uchiha in my lifetime. Should that come to pass, I would have no regrets. Baisher smiled. Senior 8, you overestimate us. We are all members of the Uchiha, striving for the same cause. The 8th Uchiha departed. Today he had achieved his objective, having met Baisher, the brilliant mind spoken of by Uchiha Shisui, who indeed lived up to the praise. However, the success of the internal conflict plan still eluded Uchiha 8's certainty. Yet, upon witnessing the remarkable talents among the younger generation of Uchihas, he felt a renewed sense of hope for their future. Baisher and Uchiha Shisui escorted Uchiha 8 to the entrance. Upon their first meeting, the rapport had soared to a remarkable 46. Exceeding Baisher's expectations, an accomplishment undoubtedly aided by Uchiha Shisui. This further solidified Baisher's belief in his prior strategy. With the favor rating reaching 90, there was no need to distance himself from someone who could not be approached a second time. Rather, he could maintain and even enhance that connection. For favor can indeed be contagious. In simple terms, a friend of a friend is a friend of mine. Uchiha Shisui could provide substantial assistance in elevating Uchiha 8's favorability. Baisher, did you just tell Senior 8 that the internal conflict is unavoidable? Baisher shrugged. That was merely a deception for his benefit. However, your earlier words hold some truth. There is indeed a lack of trust between the village leadership and the Uchiha, and resolving this issue is exceedingly difficult. Uchiha Shisui furrowed his brow, visibly concerned. Indeed. Baisher nodded. But as long as the Uchiha remain sufficiently restrained, the village leadership will refrain from taking action against us. After all, they too would incur significant costs in such a confrontation. We have already achieved that. Furthermore, as long as the intelligence you provide indicates that our strength is considerably distant from that of the village leadership, the Uchiha will have no opportunity to act. Deception is not a commendable virtue, yet benevolent deceit often yields favorable outcomes. Uchiha Shisui's eyes flickered. We deceive the Hokage, claiming that the Uchiha harbor no rebellious intentions. We deceive our own clan, asserting that our strength is far inferior to that of the village leadership. But Baisher, how long can our lies endure? If they are exposed, what then? While Uchiha Shisui had no doubts regarding Baisher's plan, otherwise, he would not have acted upon Baisher's guidance. He remained apprehensive, for he held deep concern for both the Uchiha and Konoha. It can last for a considerable duration, at least until you, Shisui, attain the position of the Uchiha clan leader. Once you have assumed that role, the exposure of these lies may no longer hold significance. However, this is contingent upon you, Shisui, ensuring that you consistently act in accordance with our plan. You are the very essence of our design, the pivotal core of these two deceptions. If you encounter no issues, then there shall be none. With a serious expression, Uchiha Shisui spoke earnestly. Rest assured, Baisher, I will undoubtedly not falter. I trust you. Baisher replied, rising to his feet. Shisui, come in. A new chef cat has arrived at the tool shop, and their culinary skills are quite commendable. I had them prepare a late-night snack for us to sample. Very well. A figure entered the Hokage building. Hokage-sama, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up, inquiring, what is it? Uchiha Shisui was momentarily taken aback by the dishes laid out on the table. The perfect hues and alluring aromas captivated him. More importantly, it was a culinary style he had never encountered before. This is one of the chef's signature dishes, magical Mappo tofu. Although this dish was not particularly suited for a late-night snack, it was a mainstay of the chef's repertoire and marked the beginning of their journey towards culinary mastery, prompting Baisher's eagerness to taste it. Let us give it a try. Indeed, Uchiha Shisui took a spoon and served himself a generous portion. Upon tasting it, his eyes sparkled with delight. A plethora of flavors erupted within his mouth, merging and intertwining without overshadowing one another, creating a harmonious blend. Spicy, fragrant, numbing, crispy, and hot. What a marvelous flavor. Closing his eyes, Uchiha Shisui savored the experience. After a considerable moment, he opened them again, gazing at the magical Mappo tofu on his plate. As if he beheld a scene that did not truly exist. Doubting his senses, he shook his head, returning to reality and realizing he was still in the tool shop. Shisui, what do you think? Quite excellent. Uchiha Shisui took another bite, relishing the sensation of the tofu under his teeth. Alice's cooking was already quite impressive. Yet this dish transcended even that. Turning to Baisher, he inquired, Baisher, why is it that there exists a cat among the ninjas with such remarkable culinary skills? Preparing human food? Baisher shrugged. I cannot say. I merely adhered to Granny Cat's request before her departure to care for the ninja cats. As for their culinary talents, perhaps it is merely a matter of passion. Alice's and the chef's tastes are quite similar to ours, after all. Uchiha Shisui nodded in understanding. Baisher also took a taste, finding the flavors not only delightful, but also steeped in nostalgia, reminiscent of taste from a past life. Even in his previous life, the Mappo tofu consumed by Baisher paled in comparison to the exquisite dish crafted by the esteemed Zydangia. To speak of Alice's culinary prowess within the realm of Naruto is to describe a dimensional incursion. Zydangia's culinary skills, however, exist in an entirely different echelon. The disparity between Alice and Zydangia remains substantial. In the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen scrutinized the documents submitted by the Umbu ninja before him, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. The infiltrators from the Mist Village had managed to embed themselves so deeply that they went undetected for years within Konoha. The operatives trained by the Mist Village were no less formidable than those under Danzo's command. In Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen oversaw the light while Danzo governed the shadows. Due to the burden of the sordid tasks being entrusted to Danzo, Hiruzen felt an inkling of indebtedness towards him, yet at this moment, that sense of obligation began to wane. It was not only Konoha that engaged in such underhanded dealings. Other villages were equally proficient, if not superior. Even if Danzo refrained from taking action, others would readily step in. The list contained a total of 4 individuals. Suddenly, Hiruzen's attention shifted towards the security department. Perhaps this presented a fortuitous opportunity. However, careful planning was imperative. The distinction between an S-rank mission and a non-S-rank mission was straightforward. This matter had escalated to a level of intelligence pertinent to the village, allowing Hiruzen to elevate it to S-rank status. While some might express dissent, Hiruzen held the title of Hokage, and with a mere word, he could effectuate his will. Any objections from others would bear minimal consequence. What Hiruzen sought was a means to ensure that Uchiha Shisui, upon completing this S-rank mission, would gain immense renown, simultaneously exacerbating his relationship with the Uchiha Fugaku faction. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi. The visage of Itachi surfaced in Hiruzen's mind. What Fugaku valued most, aside from the Uchiha clan itself, was likely his son, who shared the reputation of a prodigy akin to Shisui. Presumably, Fugaku aspired to groom Itachi as the next leader of the Uchiha clan. Within the Uchiha ranks, Shisui and Itachi were often referred to as the twin stars of the Uchiha. Their rapport was reportedly quite amicable. Should Uchiha Itachi perish during this mission, the relationship between Shisui and Fugaku would become irreparably strained, reducing them to adversaries. However, should that occur, it was likely that as Fugaku aged, Shisui would ascend to dominance within the clan. Shisui's innate talent eclipsed that of Fugaku. Presently, Shisui had not exhibited any overwhelming ambition. Yet, as he contemplated becoming the clan leader, one must wonder if he would remain content to merely be the Uchiha patriarch when Konoha fell under the stewardship of his successors. It seemed improbable. Uchiha Itachi must not die. Inflicting significant injury upon him during this mission would be the most prudent choice. This would ensure the deterioration of Shisui's relationship with the Fugaku faction while simultaneously allowing Itachi to continue to keep Shisui in check. Maintaining the state of division among the Uchiha clan, such an Uchiha, is indeed commendable. For the village and for my Sarutobi clan, it is exceedingly favorable. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed out the window. Summon Nara Shikaku. Yes, Hokage-sama. In a swift motion, a figure vanished. Shortly thereafter, Nara Shikaku arrived at the Hokage building and entered the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama. Shikaku, please take a seat. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Once Nara Shikaku settled down, Sarutobi Hiruzen casually inquired, "What is your perspective on the current situation of the Uchiha?" Hokage-sama, do you intend to support a rivalry between Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Fugaku? Indeed, Shikaku. Do you believe this is feasible? Nara Shikaku hesitated briefly before responding. As long as it is handled appropriately, it is certainly feasible. However, the Uchiha clan is not as easily managed as the Hyuga clan. Nevertheless, at present, it is undoubtedly manageable, especially with you, Hokage-sama, at the helm. The crux of the matter lies in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Your thoughts align with mine. Therefore, I plan to instigate an irreconcilable enmity between Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Fugaku, ensuring their complete division. This moment presents an opportune chance. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. The Umbu have discovered 4 infiltrators from the Mist Village lurking within our Konoha core. They have been embedded for years, undoubtedly gathering significant and crucial intelligence. I intend to assign this mission to Shisui. However, during this process, I hope to see Uchiha Itachi severely injured, and it must be due to Shisui's actions. There can be no mistakes. Shikaku, how do you suggest we proceed? Nara Shikaku remained silent for a moment. Hokage-sama, if we involve Uchiha Itachi in this incident and escalate the difficulty of Uchiha Shisui's mission, we can place Shisui in a dilemma. He will either have to eliminate the target and abandon Uchiha Itachi or save Uchiha Itachi and forsake the target. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes narrowed slightly. At the same time, we can assess Shisui's regard for other Uchiha and determine whether he is worthy of my trust. However, Shikaku's suggestion evoked some rather unpleasant memories for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Such a choice had been made by another in the past, Konoha's White Fang, Hatake Tsukumo, Kakashi's father. In an S-rank mission, he too faced a similar choice between the mission's target and his comrades in the village. At that time, Hatake Tsukumo chose the latter, resulting in mission failure. This led to Konoha being reprimanded by the employer, causing a significant loss of mission commissions for the village and fostering distrust among many employers towards Konoha's ninjas. The situation was dire. Not only were there numerous negative discussions, but many individuals' tangible interests were also adversely affected. Outsiders criticized the village, while those within the village blamed Hatake Tsukumo, including even the very ninjas he had once saved. Thus, the spirit of Hatake Tsukumo shattered, leading him to choose the tragic path of suicide within the confines of his home. A revered senior whom even the legendary Sannin of Konoha held in high esteem. An elite jonin who had donned the half-sleeve of Hokage, and a prodigious ninja whose blade techniques flourished on the battlefield, met his end in such a lamentable manner. The sight of him lying in a pool of blood left an indelible psychological scar on the young Kakashi at the time. Some speculated that the demise of the White Fang of Konoha was an elaborate conspiracy, orchestrated by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who feared that Tsukumo posed a threat to his position as Hokage. Others contended that it was merely a tragic coincidence, asserting that any choice made by Hatake Tsukumo would have led to a dismal outcome, an unfortunate twist of fate. However, the true circumstances remain known only to the parties involved at that time. The former assertion incited considerable displeasure from Sarutobi Hiruzen, gradually leading to a decline in those daring to voice such opinions. Nowadays, few in the village still remember Hatake Tsukumo. Please devise a detailed plan, Nara Shikaku. Yes, Lord Hokage. After Nara Shikaku departed, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed in the direction of his exit, a flicker of emotion passing through his eyes. It seemed Shikaku was reluctant for me to reinstate the Uchiha clan. This was understandable, for each additional ninja clan I trusted would diminish the standing of the Ino-Shikicho trio in my esteem. Yet, the Ino-Shikicho had become too complacent. Sarutobi Hiruzen harbored some dissatisfaction with this. Previously, the Ino-Shikicho were tightly allied with the Sarutobi clan. However, as time progressed, their strength had gradually ascended. They had begun to assert themselves as an independent entity. In their current state, while the Ino-Shikicho could not realistically aspire to the Hokage position, they no longer needed to rely solely on the Sarutobi clan, now possessing the power of choice. Even if the next Hokage were not from the Sarutobi clan, the Ino-Shikicho could still attain a commendable status. In simpler terms, they were no longer vassals of the Sarutobi clan, but rather retainers of Konoha itself. This was evident in their investments towards Danzo. Furthermore, after the ascension of Namikaze Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen distinctly sensed a shift. The Ino-Shikicho's allegiance had clearly tilted towards Minato rather than the Sarutobi clan. If the Uchiha could be kept under control, then a balance could be established with the Ino-Shikicho, thereby solidifying the position of the Sarutobi clan. Initially, I had such hopes for the Hyuga clan, but regrettably, they proved incapable of rising to the occasion. Both the Uchiha and the Hyuga are clans of ocular prowess, yet their mindsets are utterly divergent. The former is too feeble. Weakness is something I appreciate. But when it reaches a level where I cannot wield it, it becomes nothing but a hindrance. Nara Shikaku returned home, where Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza had long awaited him in the study. Shikaku, how did it go? Nara Shikaku took a seat opposite them, both of them fixating their gaze intently upon him. After a prolonged silence, the Hokage demonstrates a resolute and confident attitude towards the desire to control the Uchiha clan, tasking me with devising a plan to fracture it. However, this also serves as a test for us. Yamashiro Haichi furrowed his brow. Does the Hokage intend to place trust in the Uchiha and reinstate them? What of us? The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi? Are we to be forgotten? Our contributions to the Sarutobi clan disregarded? Without our support, the Sarutobi clan would not have attained its current stature. Nara Shikaku interrupted Yamashiro Haichi's complaints. Haichi, refrain from voicing such sentiments in the future. Relations among clans are rooted in interests. Notions of gratitude or betrayal are irrelevant. It is understandable that the Hokage seeks to control the Uchiha. The crux of the matter lies in our own actions. Yamashiro Haichi fell silent. Akimichi chose a glance towards the Hokage building. Shikaku, what do you intend to do? Nara Shikaku replied calmly, there is no need for haste. Others will act with greater urgency. The Hokage's control over the Uchiha merely means we may receive fewer benefits. Yet, we have never yearned for more. A slight concession in our interests will not significantly impact us. However, one individual's prospects appear increasingly bleak. Akimichi Choza's pupils constricted slightly. Are you referring to Danzo? Indeed. With the Hokage's dominance over the Uchiha, the Sarutobi clan's position in Konoha will solidify, making it plausible for Asuma to ascend to the Hokage position. Such circumstances would surely displease Danzo. Sir, Violet approached Shiraishi. What is it, Violet? It seems Uchiha Itachi is in trouble. What kind of trouble? I am uncertain of the specifics, but I witnessed Uchiha Itachi engaged in combat with someone. Is there a threat to his life? Not at the moment. Violet shook her head. The ninjas battling Uchiha Itachi are not from Konoha, and nearby, Konoha's Umbu operatives are covertly observing. Shiraishi's brow arched slightly, and he cast a glance towards the Hokage building, a suspicion forming in his mind. Uchiha Itachi fixed his gaze intently on the individuals before him. An infiltrator from the mist? I will not allow you to escape. The village's intelligence is paramount. Itachi, having discerned the identity of his adversaries, resolved to act. He would not hesitate to sacrifice his life to detain these individuals. Should they succeed in extracting Konoha's intelligence, the consequences would be dire. You brat. A young man scoffed at Uchiha Itachi. Just a mere child, boasting foolishly. Do you really think you can stop us? You all go ahead. I will handle this one. The other three exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Very well. The young man charged towards Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi displayed no fear. With a flick of his wrist, several shurikens shot forth, followed by a kunai directed at the young man. The sharp, piercing sound of metal clashing reverberated through the air, causing a sudden change in the youth's expression. He realized that Uchiha Itachi's strength was not significantly inferior to his own, which struck him as astonishing. After all, He was a seasoned ninja, while his opponent was merely a child. Who could this individual be? Was he perhaps a prodigy from the Hidden Leaf? The young man reminisced about the young talents he had encountered in the Mist Village: Zabuza Momochi, Kisame Hashigaki, and Mei Terumi. If that were the case, he must eliminate this threat. If he were to grow, he could potentially bring considerable trouble to the Mist Village. The young man's expression darkened, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi raised his head, the tomo in his Sharingan spinning slowly. The youth's pupils constricted. An Uchiha? No wonder. Such power at such a young age. Could you possibly be Shisui of the body flicker technique? Uchiha Itachi remained silent, blocking the young man's kunai with one hand while retrieving an object from his ninja tool pouch with the other, locking eyes with the youth. Jinjutsu, the Sharingan. A wave of illusionary power enveloped the young man, causing his form to stiffen. Uchiha Itachi swiftly placed the object into the young man's embrace. In the next instant, boom, an explosion erupted, sending the youth hurtling backward. The three individuals who had already retreated heard the sound and quickly turned back. Upon seeing the young man's condition, their faces darkened, and when they looked at Uchiha Itachi, a mix of anger and apprehension flickered in their eyes. We must go. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth. We cannot squander the opportunity he has created for us. The young man was not dead, but Uchiha Itachi had no intention of lingering. His thoughts were clear. They were in the Leaf Village, the youth was already injured, and the explosive tag had caused a significant commotion. Other Leaf ninjas would undoubtedly arrive soon. There were only two outcomes. Either the young man would be captured or killed. There was no third possibility. Thus, pursuing the other three was of utmost importance. In the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed into the crystal ball before him, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Uchiha Itachi truly deserved the title of the Uchiha Star. That mist ninja possessed at least the strength of a Chunin. Yet, Uchiha Itachi easily gained the upper hand when facing him, displaying a remarkably clear mindset, truly a genius. However, the more exceptional he proved to be, the more Uchiha Fugaku would prioritize him, likely desiring to bestow upon him the position of clan leader. Consequently, Uchiha Fugaku would grow increasingly dissatisfied with Shisui. It was nearly time for Shisui to make his entrance. An ANBU ninja, under Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders, headed toward the guard division. Simultaneously, a series of thunderous explosions erupted in various locations throughout Konoha. Flames blazed and thick smoke billowed ominously into the air. In an instant, the entire village was engulfed in chaos. Villagers sought refuge within their homes while the patrolling ninjas and the Umbu swiftly mobilized. The ninjas from the prominent clans steadfastly defended their family strongholds, all awaiting the orders of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Shisui stood before an Umbu ninja, his expression grave. "What is it?" he inquired. "The Hokage commands. A mist infiltrator has escaped. Pursue them immediately." "In which direction?" "Southwest." "Understood." No sooner had the words been spoken than Uchiha Shisui vanished in a flash, his form reappearing at a considerable distance, leaving the Umbu in awe. Is this the legendary Shunshin of Shisui? Uchiha Itachi was in hot pursuit of three mist ninjas. This kid is relentless, truly a nuisance, he thought, glancing at the woman beside him. "Rika, take the intel and make your escape. We'll hold off this brat. If we fail to eliminate him, transmitting the information will prove exceedingly difficult. You go ahead, and we will catch up." The woman hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Be careful, senpai." The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively. "Do not worry. I refuse to believe that the two of us cannot deal with this child. The Sharingan, while formidable, is not invincible. Our encounters with the Uchiha have been numerous." He and a young man halted to intercept Uchiha Itachi, while the woman maintained her speed. The tomo in Itachi's eyes spun, but this time, the middle-aged man and the youth were prepared, making it considerably more challenging for Itachi to land his Jinjutsu. Currently, Itachi had yet to awaken his Mangekyo Sharingan, and at barely 10 years of age, he was far from the strength he would possess on the fateful night of his clan's demise. "Kill him." Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the scene within the crystal ball, his brow slightly furrowing. Despite facing two opponents, the boy managed to hold his ground. Should he adapt to their attacks, he might even turn the tide in his favor. A pang of bitterness welled up within Hiruzen. Regardless of the Uchiha's prowess, their genius seemed to manifest in generation after generation. There had been Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna in the past, followed by Uchiha Fugaku, and now Shisui and Itachi. This clan had indeed been favored by the heavens. Yet, they were undeniably foolish. If such talents were bestowed upon the Sarutobi clan, what glory would we then behold? It was undeniable that Asuma's innate talent paled in comparison to that of Uchiha Itachi. However, the Sarutobi clan also boasted its own prodigies. Shino's abilities might very well rival those of Itachi. He had already mastered 2 elemental jutsu perfectly and was capable of performing advanced combined techniques. A flicker of determination shone in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. As long as Shino succeeds, I can confidently bestow the title of Hokage upon him, regardless of the circumstances. Long ago, Sarutobi Hiruzen laid the groundwork for Sarutobi Shino, both in terms of reputation and strength. Moreover, after the demise of Minato Namikaze, Hiruzen grew increasingly concerned for Shino's safety. Thus, he deliberately arranged for Shino to leave Konohagakure, training in a secluded location known to no one, in hopes of achieving strength surpassing that of an elite shinobi. Reaching the level of a Kage, Hiruzen understood well that strength is of utmost importance. He could prepare everything else for Shino, but the acquisition of power was solely Shino's responsibility. Hiruzen believed that with Shino's innate talent, he would succeed. No one in the village, not even Danzo, was aware of Hiruzen's arrangements. The villagers only knew that Shino had been missing for an extended period. Uncertain whether he was engaged in some secret mission or had simply disappeared. Only Hiruzen could affirm that Shino was still alive. However, Shiraishi was also aware of this fact. As at that time, Konohamaru had yet to be born, Sasuke Uchiha was under 4, and Naruto Uzumaki was even younger than Sasuke. Konohamaru was over 4 years younger than Naruto. Suddenly, a middle-aged man thrust a kunai, slicing across Itachi Uchiha's face, splattering blood that arced through the air. A sharp pain jolting Itachi. Yet, rather than succumbing to negativity, Itachi became more alert. He fixed his gaze on the direction in which the woman fled. She must not escape from Konoha. Absolutely not. In that moment, under the intense urgency and mental stimulation, Itachi seemed to undergo an inexplicable transformation. Instantly, his aura shifted, causing the middle-aged man's pupils to constrict. However, the young man beside him remained oblivious and, upon seeing Itachi's momentary distraction, perceived it as an opening to seize. Be careful, the middle-aged man urgently warned. But it was too late. Itachi deftly sidestepped the young man's assault, then swiftly twisted his wrist. With a swift motion, a gash appeared at the young man's throat. Itachi cast a fleeting glance at the youth before shifting his focus back to the middle-aged man. The young man's eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding situation, desperate to act. However, as blood flowed profusely, even his breath became labored. The crimson tide flooding into his lungs, he felt his strength waning. It was unbearable, and his body involuntarily slumped downward. Thud! The next moment, he collapsed heavily to the ground. Itachi slightly bent his knee, locking eyes with the middle-aged man. As he gazed into the eyes of Uchiha Itachi, the middle-aged man could not help but feel a flicker of dread rising within him. That chilling sensation, an unmistakable conviction that Itachi would not relent until his objectives were achieved, sent shivers down his spine. Yet, this fear swiftly morphed into indignation. Here he stood, a distinguished elite ninja of the Hidden Mist village, confronting a mere child of not yet 10 years of age. True, the boy belonged to the Uchiha clan. But what of that? In the end, he was still just a child. How could he have felt such fear? It was utterly preposterous. He steadied his breath. However, in the previous encounters, neither he nor his companion had managed to subdue Uchiha Itachi, and now he was alone. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes as he observed through the crystal ball. The two engaged once more in combat. The middle-aged man's composure faltered, and the situation deteriorated further, while Itachi grew increasingly formidable. Sarutobi furrowed his brow. How could an adult's mindset be so inferior to that of a youth? This is the caliber of the Hidden Mist ninjas. After all, they are ultimately inferior to the ninjas of Konoha. Realizing he might indeed be outmatched, the middle-aged man suppressed his rising anger, fighting while retreating in the direction away from Konoha. Uchiha Itachi discerned the man's intentions, but chose not to impede him. For Itachi's ambitions extended far beyond merely defeating this middle-aged ninja. He also aimed to intercept the woman who had previously fled. As the two approached the outskirts of Konoha, several figures clad in black garments appeared, swiftly advancing toward them, their faces obscured. Their movements were precise and efficient. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up. Hurry, kill him. At first glance, Uchiha Itachi could not identify these individuals, but the middle-aged man recognized them. They were the ninjas dispatched by the hidden mist to retrieve their intelligence operatives. In a sense, they could be considered as expendable agents, their lives deemed less valuable than those of the intelligence ninjas. If a sacrifice were necessary, it must be one of theirs. Moreover, the middle-aged man understood that these individuals possessed far superior combat prowess. He was no match for Uchiha Itachi, yet these ninjas undoubtedly surpassed him. Kill him. Uchiha Itachi's expression turned grave. At that moment, one of the expendable ninjas, upon hearing the middle-aged man's command, drew two blades and leaped high, aiming a vicious strike toward Itachi. Clang! The tremendous force sent Itachi reeling backward several steps. He lifted his gaze, the tomo swirling in his eyes. Jinjutsu, Sharingan. Simultaneously, Itachi's hands moved swiftly to weave signs. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Flames ignited upon the shuriken, hurled toward all the hidden mist ninjas. The middle-aged man let out a cold snort. Such greed, truly oblivious to the peril that lies ahead. In this critical moment, you still seek to ensnare us all. Do you truly believe we are incapable of vanquishing you? With your reckless approach, you have unveiled a significant weakness. Now is your time of reckoning. From the perspective of the middle-aged observer, Uchiha Itachi's actions appear exceedingly forced. Reinforcements from our side have arrived. Itachi cannot possibly contend against so many adversaries. Moreover, a mist village Umbu has surged toward him. At this juncture, should Itachi continue to attempt to restrain all the mist ninjas, a gap will inevitably emerge, which the approaching Umbu can exploit. A shroud of mist enveloped the Umbu, and his form vanished from Itachi's sight. When he re-emerged, he was already at Itachi's flank. With a swift motion, dozens of shuriken hurtled toward Itachi. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed through the crystal ball, witnessing Itachi exerting every effort to evade. Yet, the earlier assault had left too many openings. While Itachi managed to dodge some shuriken, he could not withstand the subsequent onslaught from the Umbu. With a sharp sound, Itachi's garment was ripped apart, a gaping wound revealed, blood spilling forth. Despite the intense pain, Itachi's expression remained unchanged. Just as the Umbu prepared to launch yet another attack, a figure appeared with astonishing speed. Clang! The Umbu retreated. Itachi, are you alright? Uchiha Shisui glanced back at Itachi, concern etched on his face. Although the current Itachi seemed somewhat unfamiliar to Shisui, he still regarded him as a friend. Shisui, do not worry about me. Pursue those mist ninjas. But there was no room for debate. Should those ninjas escape with crucial intelligence, the consequences would be dire. However, at this moment, the ability to choose was not solely in Shisui's hands. Before he could make a decision, the mist ninjas had already acted. One Umbu and the middle-aged observer fled into the distance, while the remaining three Umbu launched their assault on Itachi. The mist ninjas had already assessed the situation. Konoha had fully awakened to the threat. Shisui's arrival was merely the first step, and more leaf ninjas would undoubtedly arrive to bolster their ranks. In this scenario, the best choice for the mist ninjas was to secure their intelligence at any cost. They could not afford to deliberate on the sacrifices required. Instead, regardless of the losses incurred, their priority was to restrain Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. This was the optimal strategy. The Umbu were resolute in their willingness to sacrifice. Thus, their current course of action represented the best choice. Three Umbu's attacks would undoubtedly overwhelm Itachi, forcing Shisui to confront a harrowing decision. Either abandon one's comrades to pursue the middle-aged figure, or forsake the chase to protect one's companions. The mist shinobi discerned that Uchiha Shisui was also one of their own, leading them to believe that he would likely choose the former option. A choice akin to that faced by Hitaki Tsukumo now lay before Uchiha Shisui. He valued the life of Uchiha Itachi, yet he also recognized the significance of the intelligence held by the mist shinobi. Shisui-senpai, if you do not pursue, I would rather perish here and now. Uchiha Shisui cast a profound glance at Uchiha Itachi. Very well. In the next moment, Uchiha Shisui dashed after the retreating figure, which meant that Uchiha Itachi would now confront three mist Anbu shinobi alone. The pressure was immense. Facing three adversaries, the enemy held a decisive numerical superiority. Furthermore, the prowess of these Anbu shinobi far surpassed that of the average intelligence operatives. Hailing from the village of Mist, these elite shinobi, renowned for their bloodline techniques, would not hesitate to turn on their own comrades, let alone adversaries from rival villages. Uchiha Itachi's situation had become exceedingly perilous. Uchiha Shisui did not glance back. Having made his decision, he felt no remorse. His thoughts were not on whether to return to save Uchiha Itachi, but rather on swiftly catching up to the middle-aged figure and the other fleeing Mist Intelligence operative. Once he dealt with the Mist's intelligence agent, he would return to rescue Uchiha Itachi. I need to be faster. In an instant, Uchiha Shisui's form transformed into a green blur. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the scene within the crystal ball, his eyes narrowing. To face 3 elite Mist ANBU shinobi and display such prowess was remarkable for Uchiha Itachi. Previously, Sarutobi Hiruzen had assessed that Asuma's talent paled in comparison to Uchiha Itachi's. However, he felt pride for Shino. Yet now, he had to acknowledge that even Shino's talent could not match that of Uchiha Itachi. Nevertheless, as long as they remained divided, the Uchiha clan posed no significant threat. Unless another figure like Uchiha Madara were to arise, they would not endanger the Sarutobi clan. The image within the crystal ball faded. By this time, Uchiha Itachi and the 3 Mist ANBU shinobi had crossed beyond the borders of Konoha, beyond the range of Sarutobi Hiruzen's crystal ball technique. He withdrew his gaze. It was time for a ninja clan to restrain the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. If they preferred loyalty to Konoha over the Sarutobi clan, then they should not expect to gain anything further from him. After witnessing Uchiha Shisui's departure, the 3 ANBU shinobi exchanged glances. Initially, they had intended to eliminate Uchiha Itachi in the shortest possible time. However, Uchiha Itachi's resilience exceeded their expectations. Previously, he had been restraining them, which had forced them into a passive position. However, at this moment, Uchiha Itachi no longer needed to restrain them. He merely needed to ensure his own survival. Under these circumstances, Itachi's strategy shifted entirely. The 3 Umbu assassins seeking to eliminate him would find their task far from simple. One of the assassins unleashed a formidable ninjutsu upon Itachi, the water release, water dragon bullet technique. Meanwhile, the other 2 assassins pursued Uchiha Shisui. Itachi's gaze flickered with intent. He wished to act, but he was firmly held in check by the first assassin. Not far away, within the shadows of the forest, 2 ninjas observed the battlefield, their focus directed at Itachi. These 2 were not ninjas from the Hidden Mist Village, but rather operatives from the Foundation. In a one-on-one confrontation, Itachi would not be at a disadvantage. However, prior to this moment, he was unable to hold his ground against the Umbu assassins. It was only amidst this fierce battle that he had begun to evolve. This realization unsettled the opposing assassin, causing a brief moment of disarray that Itachi seized upon. Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball hurtled towards the assassin, exploding upon contact. Just as Itachi prepared to abandon this foe to assist Uchiha Shisui, the 2 hidden Foundation ninjas struck. Their assault was immediate and lethal. Itachi, caught off guard by this development, realized too late the peril he faced. The strikes from the Foundation ninjas were precise and deadly. Itachi's eyes widened in shock. Blood erupted from his wounds, staining the surrounding earth crimson. Gritting his teeth, he endeavored to suppress the pain, searching for an opportunity to escape or retaliate. However, the experience of the 2 Foundation ninjas was overwhelming. In terms of innate talent, they were no match for Itachi, but in terms of experience, he was vastly outclassed. After the first strike, a second followed swiftly. Itachi exerted every ounce of effort to evade, yet he was still struck, adding another wound to his body. The excessive blood loss left his complexion pale, and his form unsteady. As the 2 Foundation ninjas prepared to deliver the final blow, an Umbu ninja appeared, causing the 2 Foundation operatives to exchange startled glances. One hurled shurikens at the Umbu, while the other seized the opportunity to target Itachi's vital points for a fatal strike. Retreat. In the next moment, the 2 Foundation ninjas withdrew at breakneck speed. The Umbu ninja approached Itachi, reaching out to check for a pulse at his neck. Upon confirming that Itachi still had a heartbeat, he exhaled in relief. Thankfully, he was still alive. However, as the Umbu observed Itachi's injuries, his expression turned grave. Given the severity of his wounds, without immediate medical attention, Itachi might not survive the night. The shadowy ninja's eyes flickered momentarily as he lifted Uchiha Itachi and, with astonishing speed, transported him to the Konoha Medical Department. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shisui swiftly caught up with the middle-aged elite ninja. The elite ninja halted to obstruct his path. However, the current Uchiha Shisui was far stronger than Uchiha Itachi, particularly in terms of speed. Most ninjas inherently possess high offensive capabilities but are weak in defense. Therefore, with enhanced speed, the efficiency of lethal strikes significantly increases. Body flicker technique. The elite ninja merely perceived a flash of green light darting past him, followed by a sudden pain in his throat. Before he could react, he had already collapsed. The middle-aged man turned around, his expression filled with terror. Uchiha Shisui remained silent, preoccupied with his concern for Uchiha Itachi's condition, determined to swiftly eliminate all the information ninjas from the village hidden in the mist. A single strike, fatal and decisive. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in disbelief as he succumbed. Who are you? Uchiha Shisui did not respond, but continued onward. Only one intelligence ninja remained, who had already departed long ago, far from Konoha. Within the forest, two figures, one male and one female, emerged. The woman was indeed one of the previous intelligence ninjas. The other individual exuded an even colder, more bloodthirsty aura than the elite ninjas encountered earlier. With blue hair spiked like a pine cone, he donned the attire of the elite ninja. His facial features were sharply defined, resembling that of a shark. Should Itachi be present, he would undoubtedly recognize the identity of this individual, one of the future principal members of the Akatsuki organization, Kisame Hashigaki. Suddenly, Kisame's expression shifted. The woman failed to comprehend the situation. Bang! Uchiha Shisui's figure instantaneously appeared, colliding with Kisame. Kisame's countenance changed once more. For even a single exchange with Uchiha Shisui allowed him to sense the latter's formidable power. Moreover, Kisame had glimpsed Uchiha Shisui's Sharingan. Uchiha Shisui. Kisame's expression turned grave. He had heard of Uchiha Shisui's reputation, renowned for his body flicker technique. Few could match Uchiha Shisui's velocity. Furthermore, Uchiha Shisui possessed not only speed but also proficiency in fire release, Jinjutsu, Taijutsu, and ninja tools, none of which he lacked. The woman anxiously glanced at Kisame. Are you all right? Kisame shook his head. You go ahead, I will hold him off. The woman gritted her teeth. All right. She then turned and fled in another direction. Uchiha Shisui aimed to bypass Kisame to intercept the woman, but before he could, Kisame performed hand seals. Water release, water shark bullet. A sphere of water materialized before Kisame, condensing into the shape of a shark, appearing as if it were a living creature. Your opponent is me. Uchiha Shisui's expression momentarily shifted. Fire release, great dragon fire technique. A dragon of flames collided with a shark of water, unleashing a billow of white mist that enveloped the surrounding area. As the two engaged in combat, they pursued the woman. Kisame Hashigaki sought to restrain Uchiha Shisui, attempting to draw them in another direction, yet ultimately, he was unable to succeed. Uchiha Shisui's strength surpassed his own, leaving Kisame with a sense of discontent. Despite his greater age and status as a prodigy in the Hidden Mist Village, Uchiha Shisui was merely 13 years old. It echoed the circumstances of 13-year-old Uchiha Itachi on the night of the massacre, who, after joining the Akatsuki, encountered Orochimaru. Orochimaru initially believed subduing Uchiha Itachi would be effortless, only to find himself nearly vanquished by the young Uchiha. This encounter solidified Orochimaru's determination to possess Uchiha Sasuke's body. Previously, he had not harbored such a fervent obsession with the Uchiha clan. The woman sensed the approach of Uchiha Shisui and Kisame, her heart racing in alarm. Yet, the more frantic she became, the more perilous her situation grew. In a moment of imbalance, she stumbled and fell to the ground. To her despair, there was no path ahead, only a precipice loomed before her. Surrender, and you may yet live. Kisame's expression darkened as the situation reached a dire impasse. The cliff lay before them, and his strength was no match for Uchiha Shisui's. More critically, he had heard the unmistakable footsteps of others approaching. Many, and undoubtedly not from the Hidden Mist Village, but rather from Konohagakure. A phrase echoed in Kisame's mind. Information is more valuable than anything. It must never be leaked, no matter the circumstances. This was spoken by the Fugu demon of Suigetsu, right before Kisame's eyes. He glanced at Uchiha Shisui, then turned to the woman. In that moment, Kisame made a fateful decision. I'm sorry. The woman understood the meaning reflected in Kisame's gaze. However, after a moment of shock, she bore him no resentment. Rather, there was a sense of understanding and acceptance, accompanied by a hint of pity for Kisame. You, who must act against your comrade for the sake of the mission, must feel greater anguish than I, who is to be slain by you. Come now, I do not blame you for this decision. Uchiha Shisui also discerned Kisame's intent and hurriedly attempted to intervene. Yet, it was too late. Kisame lunged toward the woman, seizing her just as he leaped toward the precipice. The two plummeted freely into the abyss. When Uchiha Shisui reached the edge of the cliff, Kisame and the woman had already descended far below. A figure appeared beside Uchiha Shisui. The inhabitants of the mist-hidden village are utterly deranged, mused Marino Ibiki as he gazed downward. Although Uchiha Shisui surpassed Marino Ibiki in terms of strength, Ibiki's greater age warranted the honorific title of senpai from Shisui. Shisui, I apologize for our tardiness. We were unable to assist you. However, those two who fell from the cliff are beyond salvation. Let us return and report to Lord Hokage. Uchiha Shisui nodded in acknowledgement. Upon Shisui's return to Konoha, the situation in the village had stabilized. Apart from the two who had leapt from the cliff, all other mist ninjas had been slain. Uchiha Itachi lay gravely injured and unconscious. Shisui played a pivotal role in this incident. Violet stood before Shiraishi, recounting the events that transpired. Shiraishi cast his gaze toward the Hokage building, raising an eyebrow slightly. Involving such critical intelligence. It was curious that only Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui had pursued the matter for an extended period, with not a single member of the Umbu appearing. Yet, it was evident that Umbu ninjas lurked in the shadows. This was clearly a design by Sarutobi Hiruzen, granting Shisui merit in such a manner. Concurrently, it posed a dilemma for Shisui, placing him in a position that could jeopardize Itachi. This would inevitably lead to significant discontent from Uchiha Fugaku towards Shisui. Hiruzen appeared to hope for a fractured Uchiha clan, orchestrating events accordingly. However, this was also Shiraishi's objective, albeit with a different perspective. Hiruzen believed that under his manipulation, the Uchiha would remain perpetually divided, while Shiraishi's strategy did not align with that outcome. Thus, the hidden Umbu ninjas refrained from intervening when Itachi faced peril. Should Itachi remain unscathed, Hiruzen's arrangement would lose its value. Nevertheless, the assailants that subsequently emerged were likely not part of Hiruzen's scheme, but rather orchestrated by Danzo. Hiruzen sought to gravely injure Itachi to incite Fugaku's disdain towards Shisui, while Danzo aimed to seize this opportunity to eliminate Itachi. On one hand, Danzo harbored ill feelings toward Itachi. On the other, he sought to exploit Itachi's demise to thwart Hiruzen's plans. The outcomes of Itachi being severely injured and Itachi's death were entirely distinct. Should the latter occur, Fugaku's sentiments might diverge from Hiruzen's intended trajectory. This would suggest that the previous killings of the two root ninjas by Kajiro had indeed borne fruit. Shiraishi's gaze shifted toward the Konoha Medical Department, where the gravely injured Itachi was located. Now, it was a matter of awaiting Itachi's condition. Would he receive treatment and survive, or succumb to his injuries? Shiraishi believed that the likelihood of the former was considerably greater. Based on Violet's observations, Itachi Uchiha's injuries are indeed severe, yet they do not amount to life-threatening wounds. The primary concern is blood loss, a matter that can be addressed by medical ninjas. Unlike Senju Roke Tree, whose body was left irreparably mangled, or the dismembered state of others who have suffered grievous internal injuries, Itachi's condition is comparatively manageable. For both scenarios, be it the former or the latter, Shiraishi finds them acceptable. Following today, it seems there will be no hindrance to Shisui assuming the role of chief of the guard. Once he takes on this position, his influence within the Uchiha clan will significantly amplify, allowing him to rival Uchiha Fugaku to some extent. With such a balance of power emerging, Sarutobi Hiruzen will likely refrain from harboring malicious intentions towards the Uchiha. Should Itachi still be alive, his focus would undoubtedly target the faction led by Uchiha Fugaku, rather than the entire Uchiha clan. A clear objective would prevent unnecessary speculation. Shiraishi believes that many of the Uchiha clan's issues stem from misguided thoughts of certain individuals. The events where Itachi extinguished his clan, as well as Shisui revealing his Mangekyo Sharingan abilities to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, are two occurrences Shiraishi deems utterly unacceptable. Upon arriving at the Hokage building, Shisui reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen, recounting the entire sequence of events in detail. I sincerely apologize, Hokage-sama, for failing to capture those two individuals. They ended up leaping off a cliff. Sarutobi smiled rather than expressing anger. Shisui, do not belittle yourself. You performed admirably. These ninjas were elite from the Mist Village, and the fact that you prevented their escape is commendable. You have completed the mission successfully. Now, go home and rest. I will have someone inform you once the mission assessment results are available. Shisui nodded. Yes, Hokage-sama. However, upon leaving the Hokage building, Shisui did not return home directly, but instead headed to the medical department. Upon arrival, he learned that Itachi had already departed, more precisely, after receiving preliminary treatment. He had been taken back by Uchiha Fugaku's men, all while Itachi remained unconscious throughout this process. Shisui hurried to Itachi's home. He found a figure standing behind the door. Clan leader, how is Itachi's condition? Shisui inquired, displaying a look of concern. Uchiha Fugaku gazed deeply at Shisui. Itachi needs to rest now. He must not be disturbed. You should return home, Shisui. Is his injury serious? Uchiha Fugaku did not respond, merely fixing his gaze on Shisui. That look sent a shiver down Shisui's spine. Clan leader, if there is anything I can assist with, please let me know. Should Itachi's condition improve, kindly inform me, and I shall visit him again. Understood. Uchiha Fugaku remained taciturn. Uchiha Shisui took 2 steps back. Chief, I shall take my leave now. Uchiha Shisui proceeded directly to the ninja tool shop. As soon as he sat down, he could not help but let out a sigh. By sure, the chief must harbor considerable disdain for me now. Previously, I made a decision whose correctness remains uncertain. It seems that Itachi's situation is quite dire. By sure poured a cup of tea for Uchiha Shisui. Shisui, you must have endured great hardships on your mission. Please have some tea first. What exactly transpired? The intricacies of the matter had already been revealed to Baishur through Violet. However, Baishur had no intention of disclosing Violet's abilities at this moment. Uchiha Shisui began to speak slowly. It was indeed a formidable choice. I could either place Itachi in peril or abandon the mission. Yet, regardless of my decision, it felt erroneous. Itachi's current condition is far from optimistic, and I feel a deep sense of guilt. Uchiha Shisui lowered his head. Shisui, have you heard of the leaf's white fang? The esteemed white fang of the leaf? Indeed. Baishur continued. In his time, the white fang faced a choice akin to yours. Yet he chose his comrades over the mission and was subsequently scorned by the entire village, leading him to take his own life in atonement. Since this is a similar choice, and the white fang's decision has proven to be a mistake, then your opposite choice should indeed be the right one. Uchiha Shisui furrowed his brow, recognizing the validity in Baishur's words, even if they were somewhat perplexing. Furthermore, Baishur added, Itachi would undoubtedly prefer that you fulfill your mission rather than come to his rescue. Otherwise, he would not have uttered such words at the time. Uchiha Shisui nodded. After Baishur's comforting words, his spirits were considerably lifted. Itachi's condition was likely not as grim as he had imagined. Since Fugaku had brought Itachi back, it indicated that Itachi's situation must have stabilized. The medical ninjas within the Uchiha clan were not inferior to those in the medical unit. Once I ascertain the details, I will inform you. Shisui, there is no need for excessive worry. I shall ask the little chef to prepare something for you after you eat. Rest well and regain your strength. If my predictions are correct, there may be numerous tasks ahead, and you must maintain your energy. With that, Baishur headed to the kitchen. The little chef turned to Baishur. Sir, little chef, is the dish nearly ready? Yes, sir. It will be done in just a few minutes. Very well. For minutes later, the little chef brought a large bowl of porridge to the dining room, covered with a lid. This dish, known as organ porridge, is beneficial for nourishing the internal organs, making it an excellent source of energy for someone like Uchiha Shisui, who had just returned from a taxing mission. Even before lifting the lid, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Alice stood beside Baishur, observing with curiosity. Initially, Alice had been skeptical of the little chef's culinary skills and had challenged him to a cook-off, only to suffer a resounding defeat. Since then, Alice's attitude towards the young chef has transformed. She no longer regards him as a rival, but rather treats him as a mentor, hoping to glean wisdom from his experience. Shiraishi, on the other hand, remains indifferent. The ninjas are independent entities. Shiraishi's expectations are rather simple. As long as the ninjas obey his commands and refrain from internal strife, he will not intervene further. He perceives the ninjas as individuals rather than mere pets. Dear guests, please indulge, the young chef announced as he lifted the lid. At that moment, a brilliant beam of light erupted forth, dazzlingly bright. Shiraishi instinctively closed his eyes, only reopening them once the radiance faded. Is this a luminescent dish? Such a phenomenon is nearly unique to the culinary world of the young chef. The previous enchanting Mapo tofu had not exhibited this quality. Shiraishi had thought the notion of luminescence merely a figurative expression, not an actual occurrence. Yet, to his astonishment, it was indeed real. The absence of such a phenomenon in the last dish may have been due to limitations of the circumstances or perhaps the young chef's execution. This time, however, he had conjured a flawless creation, luminescent cuisine. Splendid, splendid, Shiraishi beamed with satisfaction. This glowing dish undoubtedly signifies a substantial enhancement in his quality of life. Furthermore, more delectable dishes would surely help him garner greater admiration. Alice's eyes widened in astonishment. What is this? The scene before her stretched beyond her comprehension. The young chef stepped back, and Uchiha Shisui, sensing the commotion in the dining area, emerged, only to find the light had already dissipated. Shiraishi, what is the matter? Nothing. Shiraishi replied, shaking his head. The young chef has completed the dish. It's a viscera kanji, perfect for replenishing energy. Especially suited for those who have just engaged in battle. Let us partake together. Please, sit. Uchiha Shisui took a seat without hesitation, pulling out a chair. Each filled a bowl. Shiraishi leaned in, blowing gently over the kanji to temper its heat before taking a spoonful. In an instant, an explosion of flavor erupted within his mouth. Delicious. Shiraishi looked towards the young chef. Although he had not engaged in an intense battle like Uchiha Shisui, he could still sense the transformation within his body after consuming the kanji. A wave of warmth surged from his abdomen, radiating outward, enveloping him in a cocoon of comfort, akin to soaking in a hot spring. Despite the use of organ meats, there was no trace of any unpleasant odor, only a delightful sweetness. The broth was rich and flavorful. Uchiha Shisui's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this truly a dish? How was it prepared? Shisui, having sampled Alice's culinary offerings numerous times, had significantly elevated his standards for deliciousness compared to earlier days. Yet, with just one spoonful of the viscera kanji, he was utterly astonished by the exquisite taste. Moreover, Uchiha Shisui distinctly sensed that the fatigue within his body had significantly dissipated. Could such a remarkable feat truly be accomplished through culinary means? Even military provisions could not boast such efficacy. Baisher glanced toward the young chef, who elucidated, this porridge primarily comprises liver, which must first be simmered into a rich broth, then meticulously strained over the course of 3 days and nights before it can be utilized. The other ingredients are mere accompaniments, allowing for a degree of creative freedom in their combination. The young chef expounded upon this with great detail, prompting Uchiha Shisui to display an expression of admiration. Impressive, he exclaimed. The young chef smiled in response. Shortly thereafter, Uchiha Shisui finished the porridge in his bowl and requested another serving. The young chef and Alice had already departed from the dining area. What a satisfying experience, Uchiha Shisui sighed deeply. Baisher, I had never anticipated that the ninja cats held such remarkable beings within their ranks. Powerful ninjas like Hirako Manako and skilled culinary artists like the young chef and Alice. Despite our years of collaboration between the Uchiha and the ninja cats, it appears we have yet to earn their true recognition. Suddenly, a possibility dawned upon Uchiha Shisui. Baisher, do you think it would be feasible for us Uchiha to forge a closer bond with the ninja cats? Baisher raised an eyebrow slightly. Such as? Uchiha Shisui paused for a moment. The Inuzuka clan shares an exceptionally close relationship with their ninja dogs. Every ninja from the Inuzuka family is accompanied by at least one ninja dog in battle. Similarly, the Sarutobi clan, led by Hokage-sama, maintains a profound connection with the Monkey clan. Elite ninjas from the Sarutobi family often enter into contracts with members of the Monkey clan, summoning them for assistance during combat. There is also the relationship between the Aburame clan and their insects. While the Uchiha and the ninja cats have maintained a relationship for an extended period, our interactions have been limited to purchasing intelligence and allowing Granny Cat to operate a ninja tool shop within our encampment. If we could establish a more intimate connection with the ninja cats, it would undoubtedly benefit the Uchiha. Baisher nodded in agreement. In truth, the relationship between the ninja cats and the Uchiha is akin to that between the Inuzuka clan and their ninja dogs. However, the nature of the ninja cats is less easily governed than that of the ninja dogs. Over time, the Uchiha and the ninja cats have become confined to mere information exchanges, with few partnerships engaged in battle. Even when they do occur, they are often short-lived collaborations. Uchiha Shisui's suggestion was one that Baisher had contemplated previously. Typically, ordinary ninja cats possess limited strength and strong personalities, rendering them unsuitable as combat partners or summoning beasts. However, the enhanced ninja cats are a different matter entirely. These fortified ninja cats inherit certain abilities and traits from their responders. Hirako Monako embodies freedom and languor, Kajiro embodies allure. Violetta embodies elegance. Alice embodies tsundere charm, and the young chef embodies diligence. Even though these ninja cats possess their own distinct personalities, they have ultimately leaned more towards humanity than their feline nature. Coupled with the constraints imposed by Shiraishi, these ninja cats prove to be trustworthy in critical moments, discerning the gravity of situations. The collaboration between the ninja cats and ninjas presents 3 advantages for Shiraishi. Firstly, it fosters a gradual acceptance of the ninja cats within the village's ninja community. Secondly, it allows Shiraishi to enhance the goodwill of others during this process. If a relatively weak ninja were to gain the assistance of a ninja cat, would he not feel gratitude towards Shiraishi, the one who facilitated this recognition? Certainly. Shiraishi must exercise caution in his selections. He would never endanger a ninja cat merely for the sake of garnering favor, especially not for someone like Mizuki. Shiraishi had no objections to Mizuki joining the patrol unit. Their relationship was one of mutual utility. However, he would never assign a ninja cat to Mizuki as a partner. On the other hand, should it be someone like Uchiha Izumi, it might be a different matter. The third point is that once a bond of intimacy is established between the ninjas and the ninja cats, Shiraishi would hold absolute authority over the ninja cats, who would invariably prioritize him above all else. Thus, these individuals could be deemed within the sphere of Shiraishi's influence. You make a valid point, Shizun. I shall communicate with the ninja cats, Shiraishi remarked. Uchiha Shizun smiled in response. Shiraishi waved his hand dismissively, stating, "There's no need for formality. You focus on your duties in the security department, while I will work with the ninja cats. We are both dedicated to Uchiha and the village." Indeed. Uchiha Shizun's mood lightened somewhat as he glanced at the time and departed from the tool shop. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku arrived at the makeshift medical room in his home. Uchiha Makoto stood vigil at the entrance. "Makoto, how is Itachi's condition?" Uchiha Makoto looked up, her face visibly etched with worry and fatigue. The medical ninja stated that his condition has stabilized, and there is no imminent danger to his life. But what? But it is uncertain when Itachi will awaken. Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened, his dissatisfaction with Uchiha Shizun intensifying. Uchiha Makoto inquired, "Fugaku, could you explain to me what exactly transpired?" "Let us discuss this in the study," he replied. The two entered the study, where Uchiha Fugaku first surveyed the surroundings, ensuring they were alone, before speaking. Shizun was acting under the orders of the Hokage to pursue the Mist's infiltrators. Unfortunately, Itachi encountered the infiltrators first and engaged them. The support from the Mist's infiltrators arrived swiftly, placing Itachi in peril. Yet, at that critical moment, Shizun completely disregarded Itachi. Despite the fact that other ninjas from the village had already come to assist, he could have rescued Itachi first, but in pursuit of glory, he abandoned him. Without Shizun, the Mist infiltrators would not have escaped. However, had he chosen to save Itachi, he would not have been gravely injured. They have always been such good friends, and Itachi holds him in such high regard. However, what significance do his actions hold? Does he still regard Itachi as a friend? Does he bear any allegiance to the Uchiha clan, treating his kin in such a manner solely for the sake of accolades, and yet aspiring to attain the position of clan leader? If he were to ascend as the leader of the Uchiha, it would spell disaster for the entire clan. Uchiha Fugaku exclaimed in fury. Uchiha Makoto's complexion turned pale. Could it be that Shisui is truly such a person? Previously, her impression of Uchiha Shisui had been quite favorable. Yet, with Itachi gravely injured, and Fugaku articulating such sentiments, it was only natural for Makoto to prioritize her husband's perspective. "Brother." Uchiha Sasuke stood at the entrance of the makeshift medical room, anxiety etched upon his face as he peered inside, yet hesitant to intrude. "What troubles you? Surely, you are not harmed?" In the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing out the window. The plan was progressing relatively smoothly. With this achievement, Shisui would undoubtedly secure the position of head of the security department. Meanwhile, despite Uchiha Itachi's severe injuries, he was still alive. Consequently, the relationship between Shisui and Uchiha Fugaku would inevitably sour. This was precisely the outcome I had anticipated. Teachers Hashirama and Tobirama, in this regard, I must assert my superiority over you. In terms of personal strength and creativity in ninjutsu, I may not measure up to you. However, When it comes to village management and control over subordinates, I might just be worthy of the title of the strongest Hokage in history. Bang! Bang! The two figures collapsed in quick succession. Danzo returned to his chair and sat down. Humph. They are all worthless. Outside of Konoha, within a cave. Ouch, that hurts. Where am I? The woman opened her eyes, scanning her surroundings in bewilderment as fragmented memories began to resurface. She recalled that she was originally a ninja from the village hidden in the mist who had been sent to infiltrate Konoha for reconnaissance. However, she had been discovered and forced to flee, pursued relentlessly. One comrade after another had fallen behind to cover her escape. Finally, she had awaited reinforcements. Yet, Konoha's ninjas had arrived just as swiftly. The path ahead had vanished, revealing a precipice. In that dire moment, the mist ninjas who had come to her aid had leapt off the cliff with her. Could this be the afterlife? Just then, a figure approached. More precisely, it was a cat, standing upright and clad in elegant attire, towering over her as she lay. What is your name? Rika. Very well. From this day forth, Rika, you shall be my subordinate. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kajiro, of the Ninja Cat clan. I saved your life, and thus, your life now belongs to me. Rika was momentarily taken aback. The Ninja Cat clan? Is it related to the Uchiha? Kajiro nodded slightly. Go ahead and kill me. I am a ninja from the Hidden Mist Village, and I will never, ever surrender to you leaf ninjas. Do not expect to extract any information from me. Rika displayed a look of resignation. Yang Yin cast a fleeting glance at Rika. It seems you have misunderstood a matter, he said. What do you mean? We have a cooperative relationship with the Uchiha clan. However, we, the Nico ninjas, do not belong to the Leaf Village. Our presence is felt throughout the entire shinobi world. Yang Yin continued, the Nico ninjas are merely Nico ninjas. Your becoming my subordinate bears no relation to surrendering to the Leaf. If you still wish for death under these circumstances, then by all means, embrace it. With that, Yang Yin threw a kunai towards Rika. She picked it up, gripping it tightly, hesitating. Ultimately, Rika did not desire death, and thus Yang Yin's words persuaded her. What must I do? For now, nothing. You should focus on recovering your physical state. After falling from such a great height, you are not in immediate danger, but your situation is dire. Rika assessed her condition and realized that her entire body ached. Thank you, Lord Yang Yin, for saving me. Rika's tone shifted to one of respect. Yang Yin nodded slightly, his tail swaying gently. By the way, may I ask you a question, Lord Yang Yin? What question? Did you happen to see the person who fell with me? Rika looked at Yang Yin with hopeful eyes. No. Rika's gaze dimmed. Yang Yin scrutinized Rika, perplexed as to why Shiratori would wish to save her. From a human aesthetic perspective, Yang Yin believed Rika's appearance and talent paled in comparison to Uchiha Izumi. When considering all beings, Yang Yin felt he surpassed Rika in strength. Yet, regardless of his confusion, Yang Yin would execute Shiratori's orders. Shiratori's reasoning was quite simple. In the original narrative, Rika shared a subtle relationship with Kisame Hashigaki. It wouldn't be accurate to label them as lovers, but their bond was undoubtedly deeper than that of ordinary comrades. Moreover, they now shared the experience of falling from the cliff together. Thus, Shiratori commanded Yang Yin to save Rika to enhance Kisame's affections in the future. Shiratori held great potential for Kisame in high regard. His innate talent for water release was exceptional, complemented by his advanced chakra absorption technique, which aligned perfectly with the abilities of the Samahata. Even someone like Killer Bee, who possessed powerful tailed beast chakra, could not match the compatibility that Kisame had with Samahata. Despite ultimately being defeated by Might Guy, it should be noted that Guy had opened the seventh gate. The cost of executing such a technique was significant. It is known that when Might Guy opened the eighth gate, he could even break Uchiha Madara's ribs. Therefore, Kisame was undoubtedly formidable. Requesting based on the goodwill of the Dry Persimmon, one could expect a favorable response. Yang Yin did not return to Konoha but chose to remain in the cave. 2 days later, the conclusion regarding the incident involving the Hidden Mist's undercover ninjas was personally announced by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The content detailed the pursuit of the Hidden Mist's undercover ninjas and the death-seeking ninjas, the intelligence crucial for protecting the village, and the mission involving several elite ninjas from the Hidden Mist in fierce combat. The outcome was a resounding victory, resulting in the demise of numerous elite ninjas from the Hidden Mist and forcing 2 of their ninjas to leap off a cliff, safeguarding Konoha's intelligence from any leaks. The primary credit belonged to Uchiha Shisui, with Uchiha Itachi, Senju Ibiki, and others also contributing significantly. Uchiha Shisui once again arrived at the Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uchiha Shisui and smiled. Shisui, congratulations on successfully completing another S-rank mission. As Hokage, I shall not be stingy with rewards for such commendable achievements. Aside from these bonuses, is there anything else you desire? Uchiha Shisui shook his head. Hokage-sama, I am a ninja of Konoha. Serving the village is a matter of course. Sarutobi Hiruzen displayed an even more satisfied smile. It is excellent that you possess such awareness, Shisui. However, neglecting to reward merit would be a dereliction of duty on my part as Hokage. Uchiha Shisui hesitated for a moment. Hokage-sama, if I may request. I have a junior named Uchiha Izumi, who recently graduated early from the Ninja Academy and has yet to be assigned a guiding teacher. It would be wonderful if you could appoint a suitable mentor for Uchiha Izumi. Sarutobi Hiruzen's brow furrowed slightly. Uchiha Izumi, you say? After pondering for a moment, he suddenly seemed to recall something. Koharu has just been promoted to Special Jonin. If you do not mind, I could arrange for her to be Uchiha Izumi's guiding teacher. What do you think? Koharu? Sarutobi Koharu, my niece? That would be splendid. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Uchiha Shisui's thoughts were quite straightforward. If a member of the Sarutobi clan could serve as Uchiha Izumi's mentor, it would signify a considerable increase in Sarutobi Hiruzen's trust in him compared to before. More importantly, this would positively influence the perception of the Uchiha clan among the villagers. Once the villagers' views of the Uchiha improved, it would naturally foster a better attitude from the Uchiha towards the villagers, creating a virtuous cycle. Such benefits were evidently clear to Uchiha Shisui in the context of the reform of the security department. Very well, it is settled then. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand. Soon, news spread throughout the entirety of Konoha, and the name Uchiha Shisui quickly became a topic of fervent discussion among all, from elite ninjas to ordinary villagers. Truly, he was the Shunshin Shisui who had, without anyone's notice, completed yet another S-rank mission. Indeed, speed is everything. Other ninjas could not keep up. Those hidden mist undercover ninjas were utterly despicable for having lurked in our village for so long, but thankfully they have now been uncovered. Not all members of the Uchiha clan are as detestable as they may seem. Sarutobi Hiruzen's plan was executed flawlessly, leading to a significant achievement for Uchiha Shisui, which in turn improved the reputation of the Uchiha clan. However, discontent lingered among many, particularly from the Hidden Mist village, which suffered considerable losses, and from Danzo, who not only faced a failed plan but also lost 2 subordinates. Uchiha Itachi earned recognition for his efforts. Yet he was gravely injured and remains in a state of unconsciousness to this day. Itachi himself likely harbors no grievances regarding the matter. In stark contrast, Uchiha Fugaku's sentiments diverge significantly. The existence of Fugaku's faction complicates matters, as he aims to leverage this incident to challenge Uchiha Shisui. Yet, Fugaku is confronted with an awkward dilemma. His faction is conservative, typically disinclined to consider the individual interests of its members. Consequently, few would blame Shisui for Itachi's plight. Furthermore, Sarutobi Hiruzen has already classified this incident as one where Shisui bears no fault, only merit. Within the Uchiha, the radical faction, which is inclined to prioritize individual interests over clan interests, stands in opposition to the conservative faction, and Shisui is indeed a member of the radical faction. With Uchiha Hakadai present, the radical faction is kept in check, resulting in the conservative Uchiha refraining from blaming Shisui. Although the radical members would typically express discontent toward Shisui, Hakadai's influence mitigates Fugaku's authority over them. Thus, Fugaku must seek other avenues to confront Shisui, provoking his ire. Uchiha Shisui, as long as I, Uchiha Fugaku, draw breath, you shall never ascend to the position of clan leader. Never. In the lounge, Shiraishi welcomed the 2 individuals, with the ninja tool shop temporarily overseen by Hirako Shinji. An Uchiha ninja entered, and upon seeing Hirako, displayed no surprise, as this was not his first encounter with her. As he took a seat, Uchiha Hakadai could not suppress a sigh. Shisui, your actions last time were misguided. Itachi is indeed Fugaku's son, but he is still one of our own. Many clan members harbor discontent toward your choice to forsake him for the mission. Hakadai referred specifically to the radical faction, whose members prioritize the interests of the Uchiha above those of the village, thus expressing dissatisfaction with Shisui's decision. Senior Hakadai, I believe we cannot fault Shisui. He was left with no other options. Shiraishi interjected in defense of Shisui. On one side lies the mission, and on the other, a comrade. The legendary Konoha White Fang faced a similar dilemma. Had Shisui made the same choice, the consequences would have been dire. The reproaches from the village's higher-ups and the villagers will inevitably follow. If that occurs, our efforts towards reforming the security department will be rendered entirely futile. In the end, even within the Uchiha clan, Shisui will be blamed. Under such circumstances, Shisui will be left with no choice but to act accordingly. Moreover, this may very well be a test imposed by the Hokage upon Shisui. Should Shisui choose to rescue Itachi, the Hokage's trust in him would be irrevocably lost, significantly increasing the difficulty of our plan. Additionally, Itachi, though gravely injured, is still alive. Given some time, he will recover. Shisui's trust from the Hokage is crucial for the success of our endeavor. This matter must be addressed by you, Elder Uchiha, to manage those individuals and make them aware of Shisui's earnest intentions. Elder Uchiha furrowed his brow. I shall do my utmost. Uchiha Shisui glanced at Shiraishi and then at Elder Uchiha. Regarding Itachi, I deeply regret the circumstances that led to the situation. There was truly no other option at that moment. When Itachi awakens, I will personally apologize and seek his forgiveness. Despite the fact that it was Uchiha Itachi who demanded, or even coerced, Shisui into making such a choice, Shisui still harbored a sense of guilt. Today, I have another piece of news to share with you, Shisui continued. What news? Previously, when I visited the Hokage Tower, the Hokage expressed his trust in me and announced some rewards, which included not only a monetary bonus, but also an additional authority. Shisui explained. At that moment, I could think of nothing else but Uchiha Izumi, who I had seen applying for early graduation at Shiraishi's place. Thus, I requested the Hokage to assign a competent mentor to Uchiha Izumi. The Hokage responded that he intended for his niece, Sarutobi Koharu, to be Uchiha Izumi's mentor. Upon hearing Shisui's words, Elder Uchiha's frown deepened. To have Sarutobi Koharu as Uchiha Izumi's mentor? If that is the case, how will Uchiha Izumi navigate his path when we are compelled to execute our ultimate plan? For Elder Uchiha, civil strife represents the culmination of their strategy. Once civil war erupts, it signifies that the higher echelons of Konoha have become adversaries. In such a scenario, how will Uchiha Izumi choose when he becomes a disciple of Sarutobi Koharu? Shiraishi looked toward Elder Uchiha, feeling an increase in admiration for him. Regardless of Elder Uchiha's stance, he was still able to consider Uchiha Izumi's personal interests in this situation, which is commendable. At least Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi failed to regard the ordinary members of Uchiha as individuals. Elder Uchiha, I believe this is not as dire as it appears, Shiraishi remarked. Firstly, this demonstrates that the Hokage has greater trust in us, in Uchiha, and in Shisui, thereby alleviating the earlier concerns that the village's higher-ups would act directly against the Uchiha. Moreover, Izumi has become a disciple of Sarutobi Koharu, which further strengthens Hokage's trust in Shisui. Additionally, I am quite familiar with Izumi. She frequently visits the ninja tool shop and is a commendable individual. I am confident she will make the right choices. Furthermore, regarding the civil war, the 8th Hokage, our adversary, is the upper echelon of the village, not necessarily the current Hokage. Uchiha Hakadai paused for a moment. Baishur continued. The Hokage is already quite aged and in poor condition. It is uncertain how much longer he can remain in his position, or even how long he may live. Should he pass away, the Sarutobi clan might face a situation akin to what our Uchiha clan currently endures. At that time, we may not be in opposition to the Sarutobi clan, but rather, there exists a possibility for collaboration. In such circumstances, Izumi would serve as one of the bridges for cooperation between our two clans. Uchiha Hakadai furrowed his brow. Lost in thought. Baishur, you raise a valid point. A civil war is unlikely to erupt in the near future. I require an extensive period to train those individuals. The Hokage is indeed old. However, previously, Sarutobi Hizashi advocated for Namikaze Minato, who is the disciple of his disciple. Once he steps down from the Hokage position, he will undoubtedly promote someone from his own faction. Our Uchiha clan and the Sarutobi clan are certainly in opposition. Baishur shook his head. Not necessarily. Jiraiya has no interest in the position of Hokage, Tsunade has been away from the village for many years, and Shinji has been missing for quite some time. Sarutobi Koharu lacks sufficient talent, and the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, after all, are outsiders without suitable candidates. Suddenly, Uchiha Hakadai's pupils constricted. Danzo? Baisher nodded. It seems that you and I are on the same wavelength, Hakadai. I also believe that after the Hokage steps down, the likelihood of Danzo succeeding him is quite high. He possesses the strength, experience, and influence required. Although he is not young, his health appears significantly better, and he could very well live for another 10 to 8 years. For our Uchiha clan, Danzo's ascent would be exceedingly detrimental. Once he truly rises to power, the question of civil war will no longer be within our control. And you are aware of Danzo's stance towards our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Hakadai fell into silence. Baisher's assertions were not without merit. Danzo indeed has the potential to become Hokage. Even if he is unpopular, in the original narrative, after Tsunade was gravely injured, Danzo did serve as the acting Hokage for a period and even attended the Ninja Village Conference. Therefore, Uchiha Hakadai acknowledged Baisher's words. The mere thought of Danzo's rise to power darkened Uchiha Hakadai's expression. After a long moment, he raised his head and sighed. Baisher, I increasingly feel that previously, whether it was the members of the radical faction or those of the conservative faction led by Fugaku, they have all underestimated the complexity of the situation. The members of the radical faction initially engaged in mere complaints and grievances, but eventually sought to instigate change and advocate for the rightful interests of our Uchiha clan. This has now escalated to a desire to seize our rightful status through civil strife. However, there remains a lack of clarity regarding the specifics of such a conflict. Fortunately, with you, Shisui, and you, Hakushi, we have a promising future for our radical faction. As Uchiha Hakadai spoke, he turned his gaze toward Uchiha Shisui. Shisui, it is time for me to pass on the position of head of the guard department to you. Your qualifications and contributions have been more than sufficient. By holding this position, you will gain greater influence within the Uchiha and will be able to execute your ideas more effectively. Delaying this further would not be wise. The conservatives would certainly oppose your ascension to this role. Moreover, Fugaku will harbor significant resentment toward you due to Itachi's situation. Yet, once the Hokage confirms your position, the conservatives will be cautious and refrain from voicing their objections. The radicals may lack clarity, but the conservatives are even more oblivious. They merely acquiesce to village policies, never attempting to advocate for themselves. Their weakness renders them passive, waiting for others to dictate their fate, while believing that it is the radicals who are in the wrong. Uchiha Hakadai let out a cold snort, clearly dissatisfied with the conservative members. Shall they simply offer their necks for slaughter? Hakushi's brow twitched slightly. He was unsure about others, but he knew that both Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto had exhibited such behavior, offering no resistance against their son, Uchiha Itachi, even when forewarned. The two sat in the study, with their backs to the door, awaiting Itachi's arrival, appearing to endorse his noble cause. Hakushi, Shisui, it is getting late. I shall return now to prepare for the transfer of the department's responsibilities. You two must deliberate on the future of the Uchiha. It rests upon your shoulders. Senior Hakadai, why not have a late-night snack before departing? I shall forego the meal. Uchiha Hakadai rose to leave. At that moment, a delightful aroma wafted in from the dining area, tantalizing Hakadai's senses and causing his throat to stir. Senior Hakadai, it is already prepared. If you do not partake, it would be a waste. Our resources are becoming increasingly strained. We cannot afford to squander anything. Hakushi feigned ignorance to Hakadai's expression, subtly providing an excuse. Indeed, Hakadai nodded. I shall not be rude then. The three entered the dining room, where tonight's meal had been prepared by Alice. Hakushi's strategy was to use delightful cuisine as a means of gradually enhancing others' goodwill, approaching it with a measured pace rather than revealing his strongest cards too soon. Reminiscent of his past experiences with strategic maneuvers, a time traveler from the year 2050 has ventured back to 2020, bearing a coveted 9080. However, to his surprise, the Elder Huang promptly produces a 9090. In reality, the most advanced model circulating in the market is merely the 3080. To elevate the rapport, he first treats his companion to Alice's exquisite culinary creations, enhancing their fondness. Once the atmosphere is ripe, he introduces dishes crafted by the esteemed little chef, further amplifying their goodwill. This strategy serves to maximize the contributions of both Alice and little chef. The eighth of the Uchiha clan exclaims, "Delicious." He enthusiastically praises. This is undoubtedly the most delectable cuisine I have ever tasted. Shiraishi, who is the creator of this masterpiece? Alice, Shiraishi replies. And who might Alice be? A culinary adept among the ninja cats, she possesses a profound passion for cooking and has honed her skills extensively. A ninja cat? The eighth raises an eyebrow, clearly impressed. After enjoying a late-night meal, the eighth departs. Shiraishi watches him leave, specifically the words hovering above his head. 55, Uchiha's reliable junior. Compared to their last encounter, the fondness has surged by nearly 10 points, indicating a significant increase in the eighth's trust and admiration for Shiraishi. Such rapid progress is indeed remarkable. Uchiha Shisui turns to Shiraishi. You mentioned that the next Hokage might be Danzo? Indeed, Shiraishi nods. I spoke no falsehoods to the eighth. In truth, you can ascertain for yourself that the village's young ninjas are rather scarce in exceptional talent. The Hyuga clan is lacking. The Inuzuka, Aburame, and Yamanaka clans offer no suitable candidates. The Sarutobi clan has fallen short with Asuma's insufficient credentials and accomplishments. Jiraiya and Tsunade are absent from the village and lack interest in the Hokage position, while Orochimaru has defected. Danzo remains the sole viable option for the role. Uchiha Shisui contemplates another candidate. What about Kakashi? Not quite suitable, Shiraishi responds. Kakashi's prowess, though that of an elite jonin, is insufficient. His sustained combat effectiveness is lacking. Such a figure would be vulnerable to attacks from rival villages, especially considering he bears the Sharingan of our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shisui proposes another notion. Is the Hokage in good health? Could it be possible that in a few years he might develop Asuma into a worthy successor? Shiraishi replies with a measured tone. That is indeed a possibility. However, Shisui, we must consider the worst-case scenarios that Uchiha might face. Uchiha Shisui bows his head. Are you suggesting that a civil war could genuinely occur? In truth, there exists a potential solution, Shiraishi asserts. What solution? Just as I previously mentioned, he replies, casting a glance out the window. Shisui, do you not find that the situation of the Uchiha bears a striking resemblance to that of Konoha? The Uchiha clan is divided into conservatives and radicals. Internally, there exists a lack of unity, while externally, conflicts and contradictions abound. The situation in Konoha mirrors this. Within the village, strife exists among ninja clans, between civilian ninjas, and even among the village's higher echelons. Externally, which of the ninja villages, Kirigakure, Kumogakure, Sunagakure, or Iwagakure, does not harbor animosity towards Konoha? Uchiha Shisui's pupils constricted. By sure, are you suggesting that the Hokage has not performed adequately? Previously, when discussing the Uchiha's predicament, Baishur had indicated that Uchiha Fugaku had faltered. Now, given the current state of Konoha, does that not imply that Sarutobi Hiruzen has also fallen short? The Hokage has done remarkably well, has he not? He has ended the war, ushering in an era of peace for the village. And the current state of affairs is stable both internally and externally. The Hokage has managed these matters commendably. This point marks one of the few distinctions between Uchiha Shisui and Baishur. While Baishur does not regard Sarutobi Hiruzen as sufficiently competent, Shisui holds him in high esteem. Uchiha Itachi's respect for Hiruzen is even more pronounced. Baishur shook his head. That is not my intention, Shisui. Konoha is far larger than the Uchiha, with a greater population and a more complex situation. Thus the challenges of governance are undoubtedly more formidable. Presently, Konoha's condition is indeed acceptable. However, I do not believe there is a worthy successor, even among those we analyzed who are closest to the position of Hokage, such as Danzo. Therefore, I propose an idea. Shisui, perhaps your aspirations should extend beyond merely becoming the Uchiha clan leader. If you were to become Hokage, all problems would be resolved. Firstly, the Uchiha would not face targeting should Danzo ascend. Secondly, with your exceptional talent, should you become Hokage, I believe you would excel beyond any of the candidates we previously discussed. Moreover, you genuinely desire to see Konoha flourish, do you not? Uchiha Shisui's pupils constricted once more. You want me to become Hokage? This notion had never crossed Shisui's mind. Previously, Baishur had suggested Shisui as clan leader, an idea that had also been foreign to him. Yet this was different. The title of Hokage seemed too grand, too lofty, and too distant for Uchiha Shisui. Can I truly do it? Why not? Baishur countered. Shisui, your ninja talent is extraordinarily high. Few in Konoha can rival your abilities. Kakashi and Asuma pale in comparison. Furthermore, you are an Uchiha, and you possess the unwavering support of the entire clan. The Uchiha's reputation is already beginning to improve. It will undoubtedly continue to enhance in the future. Additionally, the Uchiha were among the founders of Konoha. Even without considering the Uchiha, you are a far more suitable candidate for Hokage than Danzo. Uchiha Shisui shook his head once again. It is far too distant. I have never contemplated this matter. Let us set it aside for now. Regardless of the state of the Hokage, he ought to be able to fulfill his duties for several more years. Our focus should be on addressing the situation with the Uchiha clan. Baisha nodded in agreement. While he did not expect Uchiha Shisui to immediately concur after hearing this, he believed that merely hearing it could subtly influence him to genuinely resolve the issues surrounding the Uchiha clan. It is insufficient to simply appoint Uchiha Shisui as the clan leader. Even if circumstances stabilize during Shisui's era, problems will inevitably arise later, for all things are driven by self-interest. Of course, a member of the Uchiha clan aspiring to become Hokage faces immense obstacles. However, circumstances are ever-changing, and Baisha did not find it entirely implausible. In the dead of night, a figure entered, the esteemed Violet. "My lord," she addressed him. The scrutiny of human comings and goings into Konoha is rather stringent, yet they are less concerned about the passage of ninja cats, who frequently enter and exit the village unnoticed. "How fares the situation with Kaguya?" she inquired. "My lord, the woman has been rescued by Kaguya and is living in the cave. Another individual, Kaguya personally witnessed leaving alive." "You have worked hard," Baisha said appreciatively. "You flatter me." "My lord," Violet replied. Upon returning to his chamber, Baisha lay upon his bed, gazing at the ceiling while reflecting on recent events. Firstly, regarding the Uchiha clan. The reforms within the patrol department have been completed, and Uchiha Shisui is set to succeed the position of head of the security department. Next, concerning Baisha himself. He has mastered 2 new ninjutsu techniques: the Fire Style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu, and the Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique, along with a Genjutsu that synergizes with the Sharingan, significantly enhancing his overall prowess. Furthermore, he is currently striving to elevate his rapport with 3 individuals: Uchiha Hakadai, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uchiha Itachi. The rapport with Hakadai is likely to improve swiftly, as he has placed his hopes upon Baisha and Shisui. Additionally, Hakadai will require Baisha's assistance in the future. This request pertains to Hakadai's training of radical faction members. With his energy, he may find it somewhat lacking. If Baisha could dispatch a ninja cat to assist with the training, it would undoubtedly augment Hakadai's favor significantly. Sasuke's rapport is progressing gradually, while for Itachi, who lies gravely injured and unconscious, there are currently no opportunities. It seems opportune to seek another avenue for enhancing rapport. Baisha will begin with his own connections: Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Izumi, and the hand-pulled noodle shop. These are the 3 relationships he currently holds most dear. As for Shisui, there appears to be no suitable target at this moment. In fact, Hakadai can be considered a target derived from Shisui's network. The hand-pulled noodle shop likewise lacks immediate prospects. Could we perhaps begin with Uchiha Izumi? Through her, I could make contact with her leading instructor, Shiratori Sayuri. I am uncertain of her talents, but she may be considered as an option. However, I must first gather information about Shiratori Sayuri from Izumi. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed. Hirako Mako opened the door. "Mako-senpai." Uchiha Sasuke peered inside. "Is Shiraishi-senpai here?" "The master is in the backyard." Hirako Mako cast a fleeting glance at Uchiha Sasuke and replied, "Please wait here while I inform the master." "All right." Hirako Mako turned to leave. Uchiha Sasuke stood at the doorway, taking a couple of steps inside. A ninja cat observed him curiously. "Meow?" Uchiha Sasuke forced a smile. "Meow?" Hirako Mako arrived in the backyard. "Master, Sasuke is here." "Sasuke? Please bring him to the backyard." "Yes, master." Soon, Hirako Mako led Uchiha Sasuke to the backyard. "Shiraishi-senpai." "Good morning, Sasuke." "Good morning, senpai." Shiraishi could discern that Uchiha Sasuke was in a rather dismal mood. A predictable outcome considering Sasuke's attachment to his brother and the dire circumstances surrounding Uchiha Itachi. "I have heard about Itachi's situation. It is regrettable. Has there been any improvement?" Uchiha Sasuke shook his head. "My brother has yet to awaken. The medical ninjas have assured me that he is out of immediate danger, but we do not know when he will wake, and in the worst-case scenario, he may never awaken." Uchiha Sasuke lowered his gaze. Plop! A tear fell to the ground. Shiraishi offered words of comfort. "Sasuke, do not worry too much. Itachi's condition is likely not as grim as it appears. Given his innate talent, his physical recovery capabilities must be formidable, and more importantly, his spirit. Itachi is not one to easily concede. Sasuke, you must believe in him." Uchiha Sasuke lifted his head, his eyes red-rimmed. "Yes, Shiraishi-senpai, I believe." "That is good. Do not fret. Everything will be all right. Shiraishi patted Uchiha Sasuke's shoulder. By the way, did you come here today for a specific reason? Shiraishi-senpai, I wish to purchase some snacks to take home. The snacks here are delicious. And my brother enjoys them as well. I thought that having some by his bedside might help him awaken more swiftly upon catching the scent. Shiraishi raised an eyebrow slightly. That is indeed a commendable idea. We should certainly try it. I will have Alice prepare them shortly. Thank you, Shiraishi-senpai. You are welcome. Shiraishi turned to Hirako Mako. Mako, please inform Alice to make something with a rich aroma. Yes, master. Once Hirako Mako departed the backyard, Shiraishi's gaze returned to Uchiha Sasuke, gesturing towards a nearby bench. Sasuke, shall we sit down and converse? All right. Uchiha Sasuke took a seat. Shiraishi remained silent for a moment, merely observing Uchiha Sasuke. A line of text materialized above Uchiha Sasuke's head. 66, an exceptionally admirable senior. This figure brought a sense of satisfaction to Baishur. As opportunities to engage with Sasuke were limited, however, each encounter yielded significant improvement, steadily advancing. A gentle breeze swept in from the yard, carrying with it the scent of grass from the woods. Sasuke, do you have any dreams? Dreams? Uchiha Sasuke paused momentarily. It seemed he had never contemplated this question before. But now, he felt he indeed possessed a dream. I aspire to emulate my brother, to become a person like him. I will train diligently, learn ninjutsu, and grow stronger. My goal is to protect my family, friends, clan, and village, to combat adversaries, and even if it costs me my life, I shall not retreat a single step. My brother is a hero. A glint of determination shone in Uchiha Sasuke's eyes. Baishur, maintaining a composed demeanor, inquired, and Sasuke, do you harbor any resentment toward Shisui? Shisui-senpai? Precisely. Uchiha Sasuke fell silent for a moment before shaking his head. Shisui-senpai acted for the sake of the mission. My brother has told me that as a ninja, the mission is of utmost importance, surpassing all else. Baishur withdrew his gaze. Sasuke's words indicated that he had been somewhat influenced by Uchiha Itachi. However, in discussing his protective goals, Sasuke mentioned not only the village but also family, friends, and clan, suggesting he harbored his own thoughts, which diverged from Uchiha Itachi's perspective. In other words, after conducting a few preliminary probes into altering Uchiha Itachi's mindset, Baishur had relinquished that endeavor, opting instead to utilize Itachi for his own purposes. Yet, he sensed a possibility for swaying Uchiha Sasuke's opinions. A white cat, walking upright, approached the backyard door. Sir, the snacks are ready. Good. Baishur nodded. Sasuke, the snacks are prepared. If you need anything else, feel free to come by. I will have Alice prepare it for you. I hope Itachi awakens soon. And you must also take care of your health. All right. Thank you, Baishur-senpai. Baishur watched as Uchiha Sasuke departed. At that moment, the number above Sasuke's head changed once more. 68. 68, just 22 points shy of 90. The gap was narrowing. With a few more interactions, he could elevate it to 80 points, allowing Violet to glimpse Sasuke's true inner thoughts. Approaching from this angle, elevating it to 90 should not take long. Requesting based on Uchiha Sasuke's goodwill was a result worth anticipating. Uchiha Hakadai stepped down from his position as head of the security department, with his successor being Uchiha Shisui. The entire process was conducted without prior consultation with Uchiha Fugaku, and after completing the handover, Uchiha Shisui proceeded directly to the Hokage building to gain the recognition of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Hakadai resumed his identity as a mission ninja. The entire security department was now under the authority of Uchiha Shisui. Upon assuming the esteemed position of the Minister of the Guard, Uchiha Shisui emerged as a prominent figure within the Uchiha clan. The news of this development incited a furious reaction from Uchiha Fugaku. With a resounding crash, a cup was hurled to the ground, shattering into countless fragments. How egregious! What is the meaning of this? The transition to the role of Minister of the Guard was executed without my consent, disregarding my authority as clan leader. Uchiha Shisui, esteemed 8th Elder, what are your intentions? Are you plotting a rebellion? While Uchiha Fugaku anticipated that Uchiha Shisui might attain the ministerial position, he had expected it to be addressed during a family meeting convened by the 8th Elder. At that juncture, Fugaku would have intervened to prevent such a decision. However, he was taken aback when both Uchiha Shisui and the 8th Elder bypassed the family assembly altogether. It wasn't only Fugaku who was incensed. However, as anticipated by Hakushi, the conservatives rallied around Fugaku. Even though they harbored grievances regarding Uchiha Shisui's abandonment of Uchiha Itachi during the mission, they were unwilling to see Shisui ascend to the ministerial role. Their discontent was exacerbated by Fugaku's stance against Shisui. Yet, upon learning that Shisui's appointment had received the endorsement of Sarutobi Hiruzen, their voices grew muted. The conservatives exhibited a notable timidity in the presence of Konoha's upper echelons. If even Fugaku exhibited such reticence, the sentiments of those beneath him were even less pronounced. Shisui, after all, prioritized his duties. The more he heard these discussions, the more incensed Uchiha Fugaku became. In contrast, members of the radical faction were more forthright in expressing their dissatisfaction with Shisui's actions, perceiving them as placing the village's interests above those of the clan. However, under the influence of the Eighth Elder, the radical faction's situation stabilized. The Eighth Elder began to conduct covert training for the radical members. Uchiha Shisui was preoccupied with the affairs of the guard, while another Uchiha member took charge of the patrol department. As Hakushi ventured into the marketplace to procure ingredients, he overheard a flurry of discussions. Uchiha Shisui is truly remarkable, having assumed the role of minister of the guard at such a young age. Compared to Kakashi, he stands on equal footing. Though Kakashi's strength at that age may have rivaled Shisui's, his position was not comparable. It was said that the Hokage himself had lavished praise upon Uchiha Shisui. With Shisui's ascent, the Uchiha clan's reputation in Konoha underwent a significant transformation. The emergence of the patrol department shifted the focus of contention. Uchiha Shisui's image remained exceptionally positive. A significant factor contributing to this was the unwavering support of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Without it, the clan would have been unable to sway public opinion. Currently, the Uchiha clan lacks the capacity to manipulate the narrative. Even now, there exists certain negative sentiments among the villagers regarding Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Shisui is overly concerned with personal gain. In pursuit of accolades, he neglects to rescue Uchiha Itachi, a fellow clansman and close friend. Currently, Uchiha Shisui has ascended to the position of head of the security department, yet it is rumored that Uchiha Itachi remains gravely injured and unconscious. This sentiment was initially voiced by Uchiha Fugaku, who, despite his dissatisfaction with Uchiha Shisui, finds himself powerless against him and resorts to such desperate measures. However, it is Danzo who exacerbates the situation. To the Uchiha, Danzo is akin to a swarm of flies buzzing around Konoha, ever eager to seize upon any vulnerability. Yet, this opportunity was, in fact, orchestrated by Uchiha Fugaku. Baishir cast a glance back towards the Uchiha compound, shaking his head. At that moment, his disappointment in Uchiha Fugaku deepened. Nevertheless, Uchiha Fugaku still possesses some value. Sarutobi Hiruzen's trust in Uchiha Shisui is predicated on the division within the Uchiha clan. Should Uchiha Fugaku perish now, it is highly likely that the Uchiha clan would fall entirely under Uchiha Shisui's dominion, a scenario that Sarutobi Hiruzen would find undesirable. In response to these negative murmurs, Baishir discreetly took action, introducing the White Fang paradox. Years ago, Konoha's White Fang forsook a mission to save his comrades, only to be driven to suicide by your slander. Now, Uchiha Shisui prioritizes his mission, and you are equally vocal in your critiques. As ninjas of Konoha, should we not prioritize our missions? For a moment, the naysayers were rendered speechless. In the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen held a document in hand. His expression initially one of satisfaction, as the situation remained within his control. The rift between Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Fugaku was widening. Not unlike the division within the Hyuga clan, though perhaps not as severe. Such a Uchiha could be of use to me. This is the ideal Uchiha. Yet, upon reaching the conclusion of the document and encountering the White Fang paradox, Hiruzen's demeanor darkened. Meanwhile, Danzo, displeased that his machinations had not yielded the anticipated results, found himself smiling upon reading the White Fang paradox. He gazed towards the Hokage building, pondering Hiruzen's reaction. Hiruzen, how do you feel about this? Danzo mused. If the events concerning the White Fang were to gain traction, I might not be at a loss after all. The Uchiha have undeniably suffered, having sustained serious injury to Uchiha Itachi. The position of head of the security department was inherently Uchiha Shisui's. When measured against the reputational damage to Hiruzen, the Uchiha have incurred losses, Hiruzen has incurred losses, while I stand to gain from it all. The loss of 2 root members is inconsequential. Danzo found the prospect enticing. Yet after careful consideration, he ultimately decided against it. Previously, 2 members of the root organization who had kidnapped Uchiha Izumi were slain, instilling a sense of trepidation in Danzo. He harbored suspicions that Sarutobi Hiruzen might be behind it, fearing that his role in the events would be uncovered, leading to renewed hostility against him. He resolved to act with caution, deeming it unnecessary to expose further vulnerabilities merely to satisfy a desire for revenge. How infuriating! The position of Hokage rightfully belongs to me. The more he pondered, the more his anger intensified. Senior Baishur. A melodious voice suddenly resonated behind Baishur, bright and youthful, reminiscent of a morning in the woods. Gathering ripe fruits. Izumi. Baishur turned to see Uchiha Izumi, alongside a girl with long black hair, adorned with a Konoha forehead protector. She appeared youthful, perhaps a couple of years older than Baishur, and was curiously observing him in response to Izumi's gaze. Baishur quickly recognized her identity. Sarutobi Koharu. Izumi had few friends outside of the Uchiha clan, mostly classmates of similar age. Since it was still during ninja school hours, it was improbable that she would be out. The possibility of her being a member of Izumi's team was swiftly dismissed upon noticing her mature aura, distinctly lacking the naivety of a genin. Izumi leapt up, waving her hand. Baishur halted. Izumi, holding Sarutobi Koharu's hand, approached with a light jog. Senior Baishur. Izumi. Izumi introduced them. This is my senior Baishur, whom I have mentioned to you many times. And this is my instructor, Koharu. Baishur glanced at the inscription above Koharu's head. 30. I hear from Izumi that you are quite a remarkable person. Hello. Baishur extended his hand. Hello, Koharu replied, but soon her gaze shifted to Violet, revealing a look of delight akin to discovering a treasure. What an adorable cat. Koharu crouched down to observe Violet. Violet subtly stepped back, unperturbed. Koharu remained oblivious. Baishur raised an eyebrow slightly. A cat enthusiast? This revelation significantly bolstered Baishur's confidence in enhancing Sarutobi Koharu's favorability. Culinary delights were universally appealing. Coupled with the allure of ninja cats, it was a double advantage. Izumi, I was just about to head to the handmade ramen shop. Would you like to join? Before Izumi could respond, Koharu eagerly accepted. Sure. As they proceeded, Koharu's gaze frequently drifted toward Violet until they entered the handmade ramen shop. Uncle Handmaid. Sister Ayame. The chef and Ayame looked up, smiles breaking across their faces upon seeing Baishur. Baishur surveyed the bustling room. It was mealtime, and the establishment was quite crowded. With almost all the tables occupied, he turned his attention to a corner. Chun, let us sit over there. All right. The 3 individuals and 1 cat settled down. Baishri and Ahura took seats on one side, while Yudurbo and Xiaoba occupied the opposite side. What shall we order? Changpu approached with the menu. I would like a special ramen for 3, please. Certainly. Changpu noted it down. Yanfei Xiaoba paused for a moment, glancing at Changpu. A special ramen for 3? What does that entail? I've dined here numerous times, yet I've never encountered this name on the menu. Is it a newly developed ramen? Changpu nodded. Indeed, it is a new ramen, emphasizing a rich and savory flavor, distinct from the previous styles. Then I shall have one as well. All right. Yanfei Xiaoba turned to Yudru Bochen. Chen, what about you? I will have the same. Very well, please wait a moment. Changpu departed with the menu. Baishur turned to Yanfei Xiaoba, observing her intently. Xiaoba Chanbui. I must entrust Chen to your care. Though she appears delicate, she possesses a resolute spirit. Once she has set her mind on something, it is not easily altered. I appreciate your understanding in advance. Xiaoba waved her hand dismissively. There is no need for formality. Since I have taken on the role of Jan's mentor, I shall fulfill my duties with dedication. Moreover, she is my sole disciple. Speaking of which, this is my first experience as a guiding teacher, and I lack considerable experience. I am certain there will be areas where I fall short. Baishur expressed curiosity. 1 disciple? Indeed, Xiao Baihura confirmed with a nod. I have just recently been promoted to special jonin. Chen graduated early, and her situation is somewhat unique. Currently, there are no suitable teammates for her, which is why I am solely mentoring her. Pausing for a moment, Xiao Baihura continued. By the way, I heard from Chen that you are the proprietor of a ninja tool shop? That is correct. I have heard of the cat lady. So you have inherited her ninja tool shop? Yes. Does the shop have many ninja cats? Baishur nodded. Xiaoba's eyes sparkled with excitement. May I visit your shop? Baishur was taken aback, not expecting Xiao Baihura to make such a request. After all, despite the improvement in the reputation of the Gudrboil clan, most people still harbored reservations. A slight change flickered in Baihura's gaze. What is Xiaobuke's intent? Is it merely a genuine affection for cats? He glanced at Wei Litura, who nodded, implying that Bashir could acquiesce to Bunfei Xiaobuke's request, for she bore no ill intentions. Baishu raised an eyebrow slightly. It truly seems to be a simple affection for cats. Baishu smiled at Yan Fui Xiaobuke. If it is for such a straightforward reason, I would be more than happy to oblige. After all, this is not a negative affair for me. It may even enhance Bunfei Xiaobuke's fondness towards me. That sounds wonderful, but the ninja tool shop is located within the Uchiha compound. Xiaobuke expressed a hint of disappointment. Misunderstanding the situation. Is it not possible? It is not a matter of impossibility, but rather that our Uchiha clan finds itself in a precarious situation within Konoha. Senior Sakura, should you enter the Uchiha compound, I wonder how others might perceive you, and whether it could cast a shadow upon your reputation. What does it matter? Sakura patted her chest, youthful yet already displaying a certain poise, her movements causing a gentle ripple. Uncle Hisashi has appointed me as a mentor to Izumi. What issues could the Uchiha possibly face? We are all citizens of the same village. Even if relations with some individuals are strained, they remain our comrades. Sakura appeared blissfully unaware of the Uchiha's awkward standing in the village and the tensions with the higher-ups. Even now, due to the plan set forth by Shiraishi, the discord between the Uchiha and the village's leadership has somewhat eased. Nevertheless, Sarutobi Hisashi's attitude towards the Uchiha is merely one of utilitarianism, lacking genuine trust, and his vigilance remains unmitigated. Yet, from Violet's observations of Sarutobi Sakura, it seems she is completely oblivious to these matters. This naivete mirrors that of the Uchiha's conservatives, who see the issues between the Uchiha and the village as trivial. Regardless, the Uchiha are still part of the village. The conservatives among the Uchiha share this belief, content to yield and endure, never contemplating that the higher-ups might genuinely act against them. In a sense, Sarutobi Hisashi utilizes Sakura as well, placing her in the role of Izumi's teacher. Should the Uchiha truly find themselves at war with the village leadership, Sakura's position would become exceedingly precarious. Of course, this is merely the worst-case scenario, but since it is a possibility, it could indeed occur. If Senior Sakura does not mind, I would be delighted to welcome her to the ninja tools shop. Sakura's face brightened. Thank you, Shiraishi. No need for thanks. Shall we head over after finishing our ramen? Is that convenient? Shiraishi shrugged. I have no objections. It primarily depends on your arrangements. Sakura hesitated, glancing at Izumi, and with a slightly teasing tone said, Izumi, how about we visit Shiraishi's ninja tools shop this afternoon? Is it all right if we postpone the task your teacher promised you until tomorrow? Tomorrow, your teacher will treat you to barbecue. Izumi, with a resigned nod, replied, very well. Shiraishi watched the two, shaking his head. In that moment, it felt as if their roles had somewhat reversed. Sarutobi Sakura was the naive pupil, while Uchiha Izumi embodied the mature mentor. Wonderful. Izumi, thank you. Sakura embraced Izumi, causing a flush to rise on her cheeks. Teacher, there are so many people here. My apologies. Sakura finally released Izumi. At that moment, Ayame happened to bring over the ramen, 4 servings in total, or rather, 3.5. Shiraishi, Sarutobi Sakura, and Uchiha Izumi each received a full serving, while Violet received half. Can a cat ninja eat ramen? Little Sayuri curiously glanced at Violet. Shiraishi nodded. Violet's situation is quite unique. Ordinarily, cat ninjas have certain distinctions regarding human food. It is not that they cannot consume human cuisine entirely, but rather that they should not adhere strictly to human recipes. However, Violet is an exception. Enhanced cat ninjas exhibit considerable differences from their ordinary counterparts. Do try the ramen. This one is particularly delectable. Of course, the other ramen dishes in the shop are not inferior, but if you haven't tasted this one, it is best enjoyed while hot for optimal flavor. Upon taking a bite, Sayuri felt it immediately. Indeed, it was delightful. Strictly speaking, the specially crafted ramen made by the 3 of them is superior to the other offerings in the shop. After all, the recipe was devised by Alice, whose talent surpasses mere manual skills. Furthermore, Alice stands on the shoulders of giants. Her culinary foundation is largely self-taught, with only a minor portion derived from predecessors. Yet, from birth, Alice's culinary prowess had already reached an impressive level. Alice's family, her teachers at school, her classmates, and even the chefs at local restaurants are all top tier. Even the technology in that world serves the culinary arts in many ways. Shiraishi ate leisurely, while Uchiha Izumi was quite earnest. Violet exuded elegance. Only Sayuri appeared to embody a different essence. At this point, Shiraishi could ascertain that Sayuri was indeed somewhat naive. Perhaps overly sheltered by her parents, leading to modest expectations. They likely wished for her to live a simple, joyous life. In the context of the ninja world, such a nurturing approach is somewhat unsuitable. However, given the circumstances surrounding the Sarutobi clan, it is not entirely unfathomable. Hiruzen Sarutobi had held his position for an extended period. And after his tenure, the successor was a disciple of his own disciple, resulting in minimal change in the clan status. When Minato Namikaze perished, Hiruzen returned to power, engendering a sentiment among many within the Sarutobi clan that they had completely seized control of Konoha. Konoha belonged to the Sarutobi clan. Moreover, Sayuri, being Hiruzen's niece, addressed him as uncle rather than elder uncle. This clearly indicated that she was a cherished daughter born to her parents in their later years. It is entirely natural for her to be doted upon, with parents providing excellent protection and a supportive family, and given that Hiruzen had only 2 sons and no daughters, Sayuri was akin to a princess. Thus, those surrounding Sayuri were equally kind. When one experiences failure, they are often surrounded by nefarious individuals. Conversely, in success, one is encircled by well-wishers. A confluence of these factors contributes to Sayuri's disposition. Allow me to settle the bill. No, let me handle it. As Azumi's brother, it is only right that I take care of it. Shiraishi rose to his feet. Such an opportunity to enhance goodwill could merely require a modest expenditure. How could Shiraishi possibly let it slip by? He promptly approached the reception. Sister Ayame, Shiraishi declared, producing several banknotes and placing them upon the counter. However, Ayame did not accept them. Shiraishi, did we not agree that your meals here would be complimentary? She inquired. I understand, but I am covering the cost for the others. He replied, that is not the same. It cannot be done this way. If that were the case, I would be hesitant to come here, Ayame said, casting a pleading glance towards Hinata. Shiraishi, what do you think about putting it on the tab? Hinata suggested. Regardless of Shiraishi's protests, both Ayame and Hinata remained resolute. For them, keeping a tab was a significant concession. Very well, he acquiesced. The peculiar trio, a cat and 2 members of the Uchiha clan, exited the Hinata ramen shop. Heading towards the Uchiha compound, they attracted curious glances along the way. It must be said, the sight of this unusual ensemble was indeed captivating. A bipedal feline, accompanied by 2 Uchiha members and a member of the Sarutobi clan. Such a combination appeared undeniably odd. How could a member of the Sarutobi clan be seen in the company of Uchiha? Only a select few were privy to the context. That is Uchiha Izumi, one noted. Rumored to be another promising prodigy of the Uchiha clan, having graduated early. The Hokage arranged for his niece to serve as his mentor. Was it truly the Hokage's arrangement? Much like in previous instances, when the 2nd Hokage took Uchiha Kagami as his disciple, and the 4th Hokage took Uchiha Obito. It seemed the current Hokage had similar intentions in pairing Sarutobi Koharu with Uchiha Izumi. Upon entering the Uchiha compound, the prying eyes dissipated, only to be replaced by a different kind of scrutiny, suspicion, examination, hostility, and disdain. These were the very gazes that Uchiha members had previously encountered from ordinary villagers outside their territory. Sarutobi Koharu felt an uncomfortable sensation. Izumi, do they truly harbor disdain for me? Yet, this is our first encounter, is it not? Uchiha Izumi opened his mouth, unsure of how to respond. Shiraishi intervened, attempting to clarify, it's not animosity. It's merely that outsiders are a rarity within our compound, so your presence is somewhat disconcerting for them. I see, Koharu replied, her expression shifting to one of realization. As Izumi's teacher, it is perfectly reasonable for me to be here at the Uchiha compound. If I visit more frequently, they will surely acclimate, won't they? Shiraishi nodded, affirming, indeed. Before long, the quartet arrived near the ninja tool shop, where the peculiar gazes had entirely vanished. For the area was now devoid of onlookers. Meow? A ninja cat, positioned at the entrance, spotted Shiraishi and gazed at him. How adorable, Koharu exclaimed, instantly captivated by the ninja cat. Let us enter, Shiraishi urged, leading the way. Violet followed closely behind him, followed by Uchiha Izumi and Sarutobi Koharu, while Hirako Masako lingered at the rear. In a bustling ninja tool shop, a multitude of cats, known as ninja cats, occupied various spots, on the floor, counters, and shelves, leaving Sarutobi Koharu momentarily dazzled. Shiraishi presented her with a container filled with delectable cat treats, encouraging her to offer some to the feline companions, assuring her of their amiable nature. Koharu's excitement was palpable, yet Shiraishi found her fervent affection for the ninja cats somewhat perplexing. It is understandable for one to have an affinity for cats, and Koharu's enthusiasm could be rationalized to a degree. However, Konoha is not devoid of ordinary cats. In fact, it is home to many. After the students of the Ninja Academy graduate, their mentors often take them on low-level missions, one of which includes searching for lost pets. Thus, even outside of the Uchiha clan, Koharu had ample opportunities to encounter cats, and she could even adopt one at home. As she squatted and shook the treat container, the familiar sound drew the ninja cats to her, meowing eagerly. Even those encountering Koharu for the first time nuzzled against her palm, their attraction to the treats crafted by Alice undeniable. Koharu smiled as she petted the cats, while Violet perched on the rooftop. Using her ability to glance at the ninja cats within, Shiraishi glanced at the number hovering above Koharu's head. 36. Those who love cats are truly wonderful individuals. His brow furrowed slightly, recalling a similar phrase he had seen above another's head. Those who enjoy ramen are not often of poor character. The sentiment echoed the notion that humans tend to feel an inherent affinity towards those with shared interests. Perhaps in the future, I can broaden my own interests based on my targets, Shiraishi mused. He pulled up a chair to sit down. Izumi, could you bring a chair for Senior Koharu? Certainly. Izumi Uchiha dashed into the lounge, returning with 2 chairs. Thank you, Izumi, Koharu replied as she settled into her seat. Almost immediately, a white ninja cat gracefully leaped onto her lap, sitting comfortably, meowing in a manner that sought the treats in her hand. Unlike dogs, however, cats maintain a certain pride even when seeking affection. Their small heads held high, they exude a dignified charm. Izumi took a seat beside Shiraishi. Does Senior Koharu not have any cats at home? Shiraishi inquired. Izumi shook her head. Although Senpai adores cats, her elders cannot have them at home. They experience severe breathing difficulties upon close contact, which is quite peculiar. Thus, if teacher Sayuri comes into contact with a cat outside, she must take a bath before returning home to eliminate all traces of the feline. Baisher nodded, realizing that Sayuri's elder must be allergic to cats, most likely to cat fur. Such individuals exist in any world. In Baisher's previous life, those with such allergic dispositions who adored cats often opted for hairless breeds. However, in Baisher's view, hairless cats and ordinary cats could be regarded as entirely different entities. How does Izumi feel now that she has officially become a lower-ranked ninja? Quite well, replied Uchiha Izumi with a smile. Even though I have yet to undertake any missions, I am no longer bound to the regimented learning of the Ninja Academy. Instead, I can follow my own inclinations. Teacher Sayuri has already mapped out plans for my next couple of years. I will first engage in low-difficulty D-rank missions to familiarize myself with the process, followed by special training to enhance my abilities. Once I have sufficiently improved, I will be ready for more challenging tasks. I hope to grow stronger soon to contribute to my family and village. Anticipation shone in Uchiha Izumi's eyes. Work hard, but also prioritize safety, especially during missions, for being a ninja is a perilous occupation. You must have heard about Itachi's situation, right? Uchiha Izumi nodded. Yes, I heard he was gravely injured and remains unconscious. Teacher Sayuri, having overheard their conversation, turned her gaze towards them. Baisher, Izumi, are you discussing Uchiha Itachi? Indeed, teacher. Sayuri sighed. Itachi is truly unfortunate. Unfortunate? Baisher raised an eyebrow. Being abandoned by one's comrades is indeed pitiable. Uchiha Shisui, much like Uncle Hizashi, prioritized the village and missions above all else. Indeed, missions are of utmost importance to ninjas. However, comrades are equally vital. Baisher remained silent. Uchiha Izumi offered an explanation for Uchiha Shisui. Shisui-senpai must have had his reasons. I heard the mission was related to an undercover operative from the Mist Village. If the operative were to leak Konoha's information, the consequences would be dire, resulting in more casualties. Sayuri remarked, that is true. I do not believe Uchiha Shisui acted wrongly. However, I feel that, in his situation, I would not have been able to make the same choice. A gentle patter of footsteps was heard, and Baisher turned to see Alice emerging from the kitchen with a tray in hand, entering the ninja tools shop. Master, the pastries are ready. Baisher nodded. Thank you, Alice. Just place them on the table. Certainly, master. After placing the tray down, Alice turned to leave. Sayuri's gaze intensely followed Alice's retreating figure. Such an adorable cat. If it were not for the fact that Sarutobi Koharu had not exhibited any inappropriate behavior towards the cat ninjas until now, Shiraishi would have been unable to resist the notion that Sarutobi Koharu was somewhat peculiar. Once Alice's silhouette had completely vanished, Sarutobi Koharu's gaze fell upon Shiraishi, brimming with envy. Shiraishi noticed that, at this moment, the number above Sarutobi Koharu's head had changed once more. It had shifted from 36 to 40. Setting aside other topics, Alice had prepared pastries, and both Izumi and Senior Koharu should partake, for Alice's culinary skills were truly commendable. Thank you. Sarutobi Koharu picked up a piece of pastry, and upon tasting it, her expression transformed into one of delight. How delectable! The number above Sarutobi Koharu's head changed yet again, now reading 41. Shiraishi's gaze flickered. Consuming the delicious pastries crafted by Alice only increased her affection by a single point, yet the mere sight of Alice had elevated it by 4 points. Her affection for cats evidently surpassed her fondness for gourmet treats. This must be what it means to be a devoted cat enthusiast. In light of this, the culinary route remains a viable option, albeit primarily centered around the feline pathway. After savoring the pastries, Sarutobi Koharu resumed her engagement in petting cats. It was only when the hour grew late that she reluctantly departed from the ninja tools shop. Uchiha Izumi escorted Sarutobi Koharu to the entrance of the Uchiha compound. Shiraishi turned to Violet. What are your thoughts, Violet? Reporting to you, Sarutobi Koharu possesses a very innocent disposition, devoid of complex thoughts. Her words are a reflection of her innermost musings, and she has an immense affection for cats. Is it to the point of being peculiar? Not quite. But I must admit, I find it somewhat unsettling. The fervor in Sarutobi Koharu's gaze as she looked upon the cat ninjas now sent shivers down Violet's spine in retrospect. Shiraishi nodded. Previously, he had considered Sarutobi Koharu as a candidate, but now he had firmly established her as his target. In terms of talent, Sarutobi Koharu may not be exceptionally strong, especially given her lineage from the Sarutobi clan, which is not known for any unique bloodline. However, she is not lacking either. At her age, achieving the status of a special jonin speaks not only to her familial connections, but also to her innate talent, strength, and capabilities. More importantly, Shiraishi possessed a swift method to elevate Sarutobi Koharu's affection through the feline route. He pondered whose response Sarutobi Koharu's affection for cats might attract, as it seemed that cat enthusiasts were rather scarce. Uchiha Hakadai had completely withdrawn from the security department and was secretly conducting specialized training for certain radical members. Some Umbu ninjas, under the orders of Sarutobi Hisashi, were covertly observing the security department and the Uchiha clan. Danzo had yet to make any significant moves. As dawn broke, a flurry of footsteps approached the ninja tools shop. Shiraishi-senpai. Shiraishi looked toward the entrance. Asuka, good morning. Good morning. How is Itachi faring now? Sasuke Uchiha shook his head. His brother had yet to awaken. However, Senior Baisher, the food you asked me to bring back last time seems to have had some effect. When I entered my brother's room with the food, he did show a slight reaction upon catching the scent. Is that truly so? How splendid. From now on, Sasuke, you may visit me more often, and I shall have Alice prepare meals. By the way, what does Itachi enjoy eating the most? My brother particularly favors dumplings. Very well. I shall have Alice make dumplings shortly. Thank you, Senior Baisher. You are most welcome. I too hope that Itachi awakens soon. Baisher gestured towards a chair beside him. Please, take a seat. Sasuke Uchiha sat down, hesitating for a moment. Senior Baisher, there is something I wish to discuss with you. What is it? The other day, while I was outside the study, I overheard a conversation between my father and others. They seemed quite displeased with Senior Shisui and were plotting to seize him during a meeting and imprison him. Baisher frowned. Imprison Shisui? Indeed, Sasuke nodded. I heard it with my own ears, there can be no doubt. I do not understand why my father would resort to such actions, but I know that my brother holds Senior Shisui in great esteem. He has shared many stories about him with me. Perhaps this incident regarding my brother's injuries is connected. However, I believe it is unjust to blame Senior Shisui. Given my understanding of my brother, he would never fault Senior Shisui. If he were to awaken and discover that our father had imprisoned him, he would surely be furious. Senior Baisher, you are also a respected senior of my brothers. I could think of no one else to confide in regarding this matter. Sasuke looked up at Baisher. Baisher regarded Sasuke, then extended a hand to pat his shoulder. Sasuke, you have done well. I shall take it upon myself to handle this situation. However, you must ensure that no one learns that it was you who informed me, Otherwise, you would find yourself in a most difficult position, given that Fayake is your father. Sasuke nodded. I understand. Before long, Alice had prepared the dumplings. Baishur handed the bag containing the dumplings to Sasuke. As he watched Sasuke's departing figure, Baishur's eyes narrowed slightly. How intriguing. Baishur turned his gaze toward the Uchiha clan's residence. As the leader of the conservatives, he had always been subservient externally, retreating at every turn, never advocating for the interests of his clan, only knowing how to endure. With their abode lost, their status diminished, and their sources of benefit vanished, they had grown increasingly obstinate internally. Did they dare to imprison Shisui? Such a thing was absolutely intolerable to Baishur. What was the condition under which Sarutobi Hiruzen would tolerate the Uchiha? It was essential that the Uchiha were divided, split into two factions, capable of mutual confrontation and conflict, with substantial discord. It was this kind of Uchiha that Sarutobi required. Once Uchiha Shisui was successfully imprisoned by Uchiha Fugaku, the equilibrium between the two factions would be irrevocably disrupted. Sarutobi Hiruzen's apprehension towards the Uchiha clan would significantly escalate. 4. In a certain sense, Uchiha Shisui was perceived as one of their own by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Should Uchiha Fugaku take action against Shisui, it would inevitably lead Hiruzen to ponder more deeply, even if Fugaku bore no such intentions. While Fugaku's considerations were confined to the Uchiha clan, Hiruzen's perspective encompassed the entire village's dynamics. At that juncture, the precarious situation of the Uchiha would revert to the state prior to the reforms in the security department. The plans devised by Shiraishi during this period, as well as Shisui's actions, would be rendered futile. No, it could potentially deteriorate even further. Fortunately, Sasuke promptly relayed this news to me. Now that I am aware of this information, Fugaku's scheme cannot succeed. Suddenly, Shiraishi's expression shifted to one of peculiarity. Nevertheless, it seems that both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke harbor a rather superficial affection for their parents. Itachi could eliminate his own parents for the sake of the village. After hearing the current news, Sasuke did not seek confirmation from Fugaku, but instead directly conveyed the information to me. Is it that Sasuke has been overly influenced by Itachi? Or is this a hereditary trait, a natural detachment from parental affection? Filial piety? As night fell, Uchiha Hakadai, Uchiha Shisui, and Shiraishi took their seats in the lounge. The doors of the ninja tool shop had been closed. Violet perched atop the roof, while Hirako Masako stood in the backyard. The young master and Alice busied themselves in the kitchen. Uchiha Hakadai's countenance appeared rather grim. What? Fugaku could act in such a manner? Shiraishi disclosed Fugaku's plan. Even if the conservatives and radicals differed in their thoughts, we are all Uchiha, members of the same ninja clan. How could he behave so? Uchiha Shisui remained silent. Shiraishi asserted, this is what Uchiha Sasuke himself told me. He heard it firsthand, there can be no doubt. After a pause, Shiraishi cast a glance at Uchiha Shisui. In fact, I had long ago informed Shisui that Fugaku was ill-suited to be the clan leader. His stance was too feeble externally. It could be said that the failure to protect Uchiha's interests stemmed not only from the relentless pressure of the village's higher-ups, but also from Fugaku's inadequacy as a leader. However, I now realize that Fugaku's shortcomings extend beyond mere incompetence. He is submissive externally, yet strikes forcefully internally. Shisui's actions were all for the sake of the clan. The matter concerning Itachi was not Shisui's fault. Hakadai, you are well aware that this mission was, in fact, a test imposed by the Hokage on Shisui. Had Shisui made a different decision at that time, he would have lost the Hokage's trust, which would have had a significant impact on our plans. The Uchiha clan will inevitably lose an opportunity. Uchiha Hakadai furrowed his brow. However, when it comes to internal matters, the radical faction I lead has never prompted any significant action from Fugaku. It cannot merely be attributed to his apprehension of my strength. Fugaku is acutely aware that Shisui has my support. If he has not taken action against me, why would he act against Shisui? Baitoshi cast another glance at Uchiha Shisui. Perhaps it is because Shisui genuinely poses a threat to Itachi. A threat? Uchiha Hakadai hesitated for a moment. Baitoshi elucidated. It is not a threat to life, Senior Hakadai. The threat I refer to is the fact that Shisui jeopardizes Fugaku's intention to bestow the position of clan leader upon Itachi. Senior Hakadai, your leadership of the radical faction has led to conflicts within the village, causing some clan members to disregard Fugaku's authority. However, this has not affected Fugaku's standing within the Uchiha. The position of clan leader remains firmly within Fugaku's grasp. Yet Shisui is different. Shisui is youthful and frequently compared to Itachi. Furthermore, outsiders perceive Shisui as favored by the Hokage. Coupled with Itachi's recent severe injury, Uchiha Hakadai's brow furrowed even deeper. Could Fugaku truly be so narrow-minded? Does he believe that Shisui covets the position of clan leader? Does he think my sole ambition is to elevate Shisui to the next Uchiha clan leader? We have exerted ourselves so diligently. By Toshi, you have meticulously orchestrated our plans. Shisui has borne humiliation, and I have devoted my utmost energy to training the members of the radical faction, all in the pursuit of reclaiming what rightfully belongs to us. The Uchiha. Yet, how could Fugaku so underestimate us and seek to oppose us? With a sigh, Uchiha Hakadai expressed his discontent. This version of Fugaku feels utterly foreign to me. Previously, I perceived him as timid and conflict-averse, yet capable of maintaining the status quo, albeit lacking in ambition. Thus, I resolved to take charge of the proactive aspects. However, his current actions have greatly disappointed me. Baitoshi seemed to analyze Uchiha Fugaku's psyche. One possibility is that Fugaku does not perceive the Uchiha clan as facing annihilation. Regardless of how the village's higher-ups may pressure them, the Uchiha will always endure in Konoha. At worst, they would take a step back. This retreat would significantly impact the overall interests of the Uchiha, but it is primarily the lower and middle tiers that suffer. Uchiha Fugaku and the upper echelons of the clan would remain largely unaffected. A destitute African nation may have its common citizens struggling for sustenance, yet its king often lives in opulence. Therefore, in dealing with the village's higher-ups, Uchiha Fugaku would only yield. To contest the village's elite would pose risks for Fugaku himself. When faced with formidable adversaries, he never contemplates confrontation, but rather seeks to cede territory and pay reparations to ensure his luxurious lifestyle remains undisturbed. As Baitoshi contemplated this, he suddenly paused, feeling that this scenario seemed all too familiar. Isn't that a passage from a history textbook concerning a certain dynasty? However, in internal matters, Uchiha Fugaku's approach is somewhat distinct, possibly due to the scale of the clan, where the hierarchy is not as pronounced. Consequently, the oppression of the lower class is not as severe. The common Uchiha have no difficulty in securing their meals. Uchiha Fugaku can tolerate Uchiha Hakadai because Hakadai poses no threat to his position as clan leader. Furthermore, Fugaku might wish to observe the actions of the radical faction led by Hakadai, to see if they could procure any benefits for the Uchiha clan. Should they succeed, the gains would belong to the Uchiha. If they fail, however, all blame would fall upon the radical faction and Uchiha Hakadai. Yet, this perspective is exceedingly narrow-minded. Indeed, far too narrow. As a leader of a nation, such behavior would only lead to ruin. As the head of a clan, it would result in annihilation of the lineage. A person who is somewhat timid, somewhat selfish, and possesses a limited worldview is only fit to be an ordinary individual, decidedly unworthy of the title of clan leader. Uchiha Shisui hesitated momentarily. Hakadai-senpai, by sure, I can actually comprehend Lord Fugaku's stance. Itachi's injury is, in part, my responsibility. And Lord Fugaku merely wishes to confine me, not to take my life. Uchiha Hakadai looked at Uchiha Shisui in astonishment. Shisui, you are a good person. However, given your current circumstances, you cannot always put others first. Baisher, wouldn't you agree? Baisher nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Shisui. You absolutely must not allow yourself to be imprisoned by Fugaku-senpai. Otherwise, our plans will be utterly ruined. Then Baisher, what shall we do? Both Uchiha Hakadai and Uchiha Shisui turned their gazes toward Baisher. They had grown accustomed to entrusting decisions to Baisher. Uchiha Shisui had recognized Baisher's talents in this regard long ago. Initially, Uchiha Hakadai had only heard of Baisher's capabilities from Shisui. But after engaging in discussions with Baisher several times, he realized that Baisher's comprehensive consideration of matters was beyond what he and others could achieve. Generally speaking, in the face of such circumstances, there are various strategies to adopt, which can be broadly categorized into two. One is confrontation, the other is evasion. Confrontation? Uchiha Shisui's expression soured. He did not wish for a conflict to erupt between the village and the Uchiha, even less so among the Uchiha themselves. Uchiha Hakadai pondered for a moment and remarked, if it truly comes to battle, I can make an effort to restrain those elders. But the responsibility for dealing with Fugaku will fall solely on you, Shisui. Fugaku's strength is not to be underestimated. In his youth, He already possessed the prowess of an elite jonin. Now, after many years without engaging in combat, I cannot ascertain Fugaku's current abilities. But he is unlikely to be weaker than he was back then. Shisui, your talent is remarkable, yet time is not on our side. If only we had a bit more time. Uchiha Shisui needs time to grow. The rigorous training of Uchiha Hakadai for the radical faction members requires time. Baishir, what do you think about directly revealing our true plans to Fugaku? Baishir shook his head. Senior Fugaku is inherently opposed to a genuine civil war. Should he become aware of our intentions, the best-case scenario would be his intervention to thwart our plans, while the worst-case scenario could lead to our betrayal. Disclosing our strategy would inevitably yield disastrous consequences. My belief is to evade. After a pause, Baishir glanced at the two individuals across from him. I once encountered a phrase in a certain book. Though evasion is shameful, it can be effective. Regardless of whether we disclose our plans to Senior Fugaku or engage in conflict with the conservative faction led by him, the outcomes would be dire. Whereas evasion presents an alternative. Baishir's conjecture regarding the potential adverse repercussions of revealing our plans to Uchiha Fugaku might be overly pessimistic. Yet one cannot deny the existence of such possibilities. Moreover, in Baishir's view, combat would yield even more catastrophic results. Currently, the conservatives possess a significant advantage in strength and numbers over the radicals. Additionally, Baishir has learned that Uchiha Fugaku may have activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. In such a case, Uchiha Shisui would stand little chance against him. Furthermore, should a confrontation ensue, the risk of exposing Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharingan would be considerable, which is a scenario Baishir wishes to avoid. Although Uchiha Shisui is a dear friend, Baishir must acknowledge a critical point. The Uchiha clan's annihilation stems not only from long-standing conflicts with the village's upper echelons and the actions of the radical faction, but also from the inherent hostility towards the Uchiha. The exposure of Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan is a crucial factor in this equation. Such power is far too intimidating. Those in authority would never wish for their subordinates to wield such a devastating weapon. A commoner is innocent, yet possessing a jewel can lead to guilt. A small nation holds no right to possess a nuclear bomb, especially when larger nations do not. How could they feel secure without seizing such power? Ideally, no one should possess it, and certainly, this small nation must be denied any opportunity to regain it. Thus, annihilation becomes the optimal solution. Since we are already aware of Senior Fugaku's intention to ambush Shisui during the family meeting and imprison him, we should prepare accordingly. Shisui, you can remain longer in the security department, minimizing your visits to the Uchiha compound. Senior Hakadai, I can also send a ninja cat to the security department to relay messages. Given the current circumstances, if Senior Fugaku intends to take action against Shisui, it would either be during an opportunity like the family meeting or when Shisui is isolated. If Shisui is accompanied by Senior Hakadai, Fugaku's men would hesitate to act, as the commotion would be too significant. Uchiha Shisui remarked, in the event of being isolated, if the terrain is expansive, I hold no fear. The Uchiha's methods of assault are merely jinjutsu, fire techniques, ninja tools, and taijutsu. However, I am well acquainted with jinjutsu. For it to take effect on me is no trivial matter. Furthermore, I possess a degree of confidence in my speed. At the family meeting, Uchiha Baido suggested, it would be best not to attend. Not attend? Shisui echoed in surprise. Precisely, Baido affirmed with a nod. When Elder Fugaku devised a plan to target you, the conservatives and radicals had already, in a sense, become adversaries. Even if you do not attend the family meeting, it matters little. However, it may lead to some disparagement from our clan members regarding your reputation. Shisui, you may have to make a sacrifice. Shisui promptly shook his head. It's of no consequence. As long as it serves our plan and the Uchiha, what does it matter? I would not mind bearing the stigma of a rogue ninja. Baido raised an eyebrow, a peculiar expression flitting across his face before it was swiftly concealed. Shisui expressed his willingness to bear the reputation of a rogue for the Uchiha. In the original narrative, another had claimed that it was for the Uchiha and Konoha that they bore the title of rogue ninja. Uchiha Hakadai patted Shisui on the shoulder. I apologize for putting you in this position. I shall expedite the training of the radicals. Once we possess sufficient strength, we can resolve the issues brought forth by Fugaku. Elder Hakadai, I am fine. Let us proceed at a natural pace. Hastening the process may yield adverse effects. Shisui did not wish for a true conflict between the Uchiha and the village's higher-ups to unfold. The longer Uchiha Hakadai's special training took, the more Shisui desired it. The two departed. Uchiha Fugaku was meticulously preparing his plan. Targeting Uchiha Shisui was a matter Fugaku had contemplated seriously. He was aware that such actions might provoke discontent among the clan, hence the necessity for swiftness. To subdue Shisui in an instant would prevent any unforeseen complications. Should he fail to capture Shisui promptly, the plan could very well falter. "Good morning, Elder Baido." Uchiha Sasuke greeted as he entered the ninja tool shop early in the morning. "Good morning, Sasuke," Baido responded, his eyes lighting up with surprise as he noticed the increase in Sasuke's skill level. "Come inside." "Yes, Elder Baido," Sasuke replied, stepping in and taking a seat on a nearby chair, hesitating for a moment. "Elder Baido, have you informed Shisui of the message I shared with you last time?" "I have conveyed it," Baido nodded. "Shisui and I have devised our countermeasures. You can rest assured, Sasuke, it is thanks to you. You're too kind, Elder Baido. I merely did what I felt was necessary." "And how is Itachi faring?" "Brother seems to be showing some signs of improvement. Senior Baisher, the treats you provided me have proven to be quite effective. Yesterday, I noticed a slight movement in my brother's fingers. I sincerely hope he awakens soon." At the Uchiha compound, within the conference hall, Uchiha Fugaku gazes at the individual before him. "Are we prepared?" he inquires. "Yes, esteemed clan leader, everything is ready," comes the response. Rising from his seat, Uchiha Fugaku declares, "Then let us commence." After the individual departs, Uchiha Fugaku approaches the window, casting his gaze outward. Before him lies the familiar expanse of the clan compound, allowing him to survey a significant portion of it. "Shisui, your simple desire for the position of clan leader does not escape my understanding. However, you must not, under any circumstances, allow Itachi to find himself in such dire straits. With such behavior, you are unworthy of assuming the role of clan leader. Reflect upon your actions in the dungeon." The family meeting is about to begin as members arrive at the conference hall. As a ninja clan, particularly one of considerable strength, the Uchiha hold monthly meetings to discuss clan matters, especially in light of the complex external circumstances they face. Typically, attendance is limited to the upper echelons of the Uchiha, such as the clan leader and elders. Additionally, any ninja who has attained the rank of Special Jonin or higher and is present in the village is eligible to participate. Since Uchiha Shisui has been appointed as the head of the security department, his attendance is mandatory at these family meetings. Furthermore, if the Uchiha encounter significant issues or have important announcements to make, the requirements may be relaxed to include Chunin and Jinin as well. Uchiha Fugaku enters the hall, expecting no unforeseen occurrences, as he has only divulged this plan to a select few trustworthy individuals. While Uchiha Shisui is indeed formidable, particularly with his body flicker technique, executing it within the confines of the meeting hall is no simple feat. This plan should succeed without fail. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolds. As the meeting commences, Uchiha Fugaku finds himself still awaiting the arrival of Uchiha Shisui. Not only Shisui, but even the 8th generation has failed to appear. Not a single member from the radical faction is present. Instantly, Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkens. Has the information been leaked? Is there a spy among us? The failure of the plan concerning Uchiha Shisui is but a fraction of Uchiha Fugaku's anger. More infuriating is the realization that a spy exists among those he trusted, a supposed ally who, in truth, serves another. The gravity of his oversight weighs heavily upon him. As these thoughts swirl, a profound sense of unease takes root within Uchiha Fugaku. Who could it be? Who orchestrated this? The 8th generation? Shisui? Or perhaps the Hokage? How much information and how many secrets has this infiltrator uncovered? What is the ulterior motive of this unseen adversary? From beginning to end, Uchiha Fugaku had not considered Uchiha Sasuke. Firstly, Uchiha Sasuke was still quite young. Secondly, Uchiha Fugaku was unaware that Sasuke had overheard him discussing the plan. Thirdly, Fugaku recognized the close bond between Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi, and given Itachi's serious injury inflicted by Uchiha Shisui, it was certain that Sasuke harbored no goodwill toward Shisui. Under such circumstances, even if Sasuke had overheard, he would not take any action. With Shisui absent, Fugaku's plans were rendered futile. A young ninja approached Uchiha Fugaku. "Chief, what should we do now?" Uchiha Fugaku's gaze flickered momentarily. "Let us continue the meeting." The family assembly proceeded as usual. However, Fugaku's thoughts, along with those of several Uchiha members involved in the scheme against Shisui, were far removed from the discussions at hand. Once the meeting concluded, Uchiha Fugaku took no further actions. True to his character, he would not dare to act until he had uncovered the identity of the infiltrator. Uchiha Hakadai arrived at the ninja tool shop. "By sure, Hakadai-senpai." The two settled into the lounge. "You have a keen insight into Fugaku. After the plan's failure, he has refrained from any further actions, seemingly investigating who leaked the information. However, he likely could never fathom that it was his own son who betrayed him." A subtle expression crossed Hakadai's face as he spoke. Nonetheless, it would be prudent for Shisui to avoid returning to the Uchiha compound alone, just to be safe. Hakadai nodded in agreement. "That is certain. We cannot afford any risks at this juncture. However, by sure, if we merely evade, how long can we sustain this? Fugaku will not hesitate to act forever due to a single failure." "Indeed," Baisha replied. "Simply avoiding confrontation is futile, while evasion may buy us some time. It is time that will allow Shisui's strength to grow, and your special training program, Hakadai-senpai, can also make progress. Once the radical faction surpasses the conservative faction in strength, it will not be so easy for Fugaku to target Shisui." Uchiha Hakadai hesitated for a moment. "I am strict about the special training. Those beneath me are working diligently. Yet we still face resource shortages, which is why our progress is not swift. Is there anything I can assist with, Hakadai-senpai?" Baisha inquired. Hakadai shook his head. "Not at the moment. Baisha, you need not concern yourself with this. You have already contributed greatly. The next steps are up to me, Shisui, and the many members of the radical faction." Baisha's heart stirred, and he glanced out the window. "Hakadai-senpai, there is actually someone who could significantly aid our plans." "Who?" "Uchiha Itachi." "Itachi?" Baisha nodded and remarked, "Indeed, I have heard from Sasuke that Itachi's condition seems to be improving. If Itachi can awaken, our circumstances will certainly become more favorable." Uchiha Hakadai furrowed his brow in confusion. Baisha elucidated, "Firstly, the reason why Elder Fugaku was so enraged is that Itachi remains in a state of unconsciousness. Should Itachi awaken, Fugaku's worries would dissipate. Secondly, Itachi is aligned with our interests." Uchiha Hakadai paused momentarily. "Itachi Uchiha?" Baisha affirmed, "Indeed, Itachi is on our side. It was not I who first recognized Elder Fugaku's narrow-mindedness, but rather Itachi, who disapproved of many of Fugaku's actions. Elder Fugaku's perspective is confined to the internal strife of our clan, while Itachi's vision encompasses the entire village. The reason Sasuke shared Fugaku's plans with me is largely due to Itachi's influence. Once Itachi regains consciousness, he shall become our operative, far more reliable than Sasuke, who is still quite young and only capable of acquiring incidental information. In contrast, Itachi possesses the age and strength requisite for participation in significant matters. Moreover, it is crucial to note that Fugaku believes his actions against Shisui are entirely for Itachi's benefit, making it improbable that Itachi, the greatest beneficiary, would betray him. Is that conceivable? Uchiha Hakadai still found it somewhat incredible. Elder Fugaku has gone to such lengths to ensure Itachi inherits the position of clan leader. Yet Itachi would turn around and sell out Fugaku? Baisha replied, "Hakadai, do not underestimate Itachi. His ambition is vast. The mere title of clan leader holds little significance for him." Uchiha Hakadai nodded, finding it somewhat hard to believe, yet he declared, "Nonetheless, as it is your judgment. Baisha, I shall place my trust in you." Baisha watched as Uchiha Hakadai departed, a truly reliable junior. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed down at the Umbu ninjas, reflecting on their recent report with a satisfied smile. "Excellent, excellent. Truly a testament to my planning." Now, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi are at odds, with Itachi still unconscious, while Fugaku can barely suppress his desire to target Shisui. Shisui dares not return to the Uchiha compound. However, with my support, Shisui can contend with Fugaku. These two factions are now divided, much like the Hyuga clan. Such a Uchiha is precisely what I need. Sarutobi Hiruzen began to calculate in his mind. The Nara, Akimichi, Yamanaka, Hyuga, and Uchiha clans are now all within my grasp, while the Yamanaka clan maintains a stance of neutrality. However, the strength of the Oil Woman clan is insufficient to influence the larger picture. The status of the Sarutobi clan has been completely solidified. The golden age of the Sarutobi clan shall dawn under my leadership. Sarutobi Hizashi approached the window, gazing outward as if he intended to encompass the entirety of Konohagakure within his sight. In this manner, I shall live up to the name of a formidable ninja. At the Uchiha compound, within the conference hall, Uchiha Fugaku examined the documents in his hand, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Following the failure of the plan, Fugaku conducted a thorough investigation of those around him, removing anyone who bore even the slightest suspicion from his side. Yet, he still had not uncovered a definitive infiltrator. The true traitor was not even a thought in Uchiha Fugaku's mind. An elderly man stood before Uchiha Fugaku. "Fugaku, what are your plans moving forward?" Uchiha Fugaku replied. "Shisui rarely returns to the compound. Capturing him is exceedingly difficult, almost impossible, especially given the clear stance of the Eighth Elder. Unless we can employ some sort of bait to lure him back, we are at a standstill." Shisui's closest friend within the Uchiha compound is a lower ninja named Shiraishi, but Shiraishi's situation is rather special, having inherited the ninja tool shop from Granny Cat. Granny Cat is not affiliated with the Uchiha. Instead, she maintains a cooperative relationship with us. Any action taken against Shiraishi could easily offend Granny Cat, resulting in a substantial blow to the Uchiha's entire intelligence network. The affordable and high-quality ninja tools might also be lost to us. I intend to send someone to observe the vicinity of the tool shop. At Uchiha Fugaku's command, a figure approached the direction of the tool shop. However, before this figure could reach the shop, they were already detected by Violet. "Sir, someone is approaching." Violet confronted Shiraishi. "Who is it?" "It is someone from Uchiha Fugaku's side, sent to investigate the situation at the tool shop. It seems they plan to use you as a breakthrough to capture Uchiha Shisui." Shiraishi frowned, but was not particularly surprised. The nature of his relationship with Uchiha Shisui was apparent to all. It seemed that Uchiha Fugaku was truly at a loss for methods, wanting to control Shisui while fearing to make significant disturbances. Cowardice, it appeared. However, breaking through from my side was out of the question. Shiraishi glanced towards the entrance. "Mako." "Sir." Hirakawa Mako stepped inside. "The person is in your hands now, but there is no need to take their life. Just knock them out and dispose of them somewhere convenient." "Understood, sir." Mako's form flickered and swiftly vanished. Uchiha Heian gazed towards the direction of the tool shop. By now, night had fallen, and the surroundings were shrouded in darkness, with no other buildings nearby, save for a dim light at the entrance of the tool shop. The clan leader is far too cautious. After all, Shiraishi is merely a lower ninja. Even though it was Granny Cat's tool shop, she had long departed. And the ninja cats within the shop were hardly formidable, rendering them unworthy of concern. Uchiha Hon did not perceive any difficulty in this mission. However, at that moment, he suddenly sensed a faint fragrance wafting toward him. Paying it no mind, he continued forward, but abruptly, his expression shifted dramatically. What was happening? Hon felt as though his body was slipping out of his control. He intended to move left, but found himself veering right, and when he wished to ascend, he instead descended. A figure approached from behind him. Bang! A fierce blow landed. Hon let out a muffled groan before collapsing to the ground. Pingzi Jinzi seized Hon by the nape of his neck and unceremoniously tossed him into the refuse heap at the Uchiha encampment. When Uchiha Fugaku's men discovered Hon, he was buried amidst the garbage, with only his head protruding. An overwhelming stench emanated from him, causing Fugaku to instinctively take a step back. Hon regained consciousness. Who? Upon opening his eyes, he realized he was no longer near the tool shop. Standing before him was Uchiha Fugaku. "Patriarch," Hon exclaimed, hastily bowing. "What transpired?" Fugaku, now acutely aware that his plans had failed, sought to comprehend the specifics of the situation, so he could make appropriate subsequent arrangements. In response to the patriarch, Hon began. "I had merely approached the tool shop when I sensed something amiss. Before I could react, I lost consciousness, and upon awakening, I found myself here." Fugaku's brow furrowed in concern. He was well aware of Hon's strength, which was at the Jonin level. To have so easily incapacitated him indicated that his assailant was at least of elite Jonin caliber. Could it have been the Eighth Elder? No, that is impossible. At that time, he could not have been near the tool shop. Fugaku had not neglected other areas while dispatching personnel to the tool shop. Could it have been Shisui? Even less likely, Shisui had not even emerged from the guard department. Furthermore, it was critical to note that only 3 individuals were privy to the entire affair: Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Hon, and the elder with whom Fugaku had conferred, his uncle, Uchiha Takeo. There was virtually no possibility of information leakage. "Patriarch, I sensed that prior to losing consciousness, I had likely fallen victim to a Jinjutsu." "Jinjutsu?" Fugaku's brow arched slightly. "A Uchiha ensnared by Jinjutsu?" "Hon, your mastery of Jinjutsu is not lacking." Who could have silently ensnared you under such circumstances? Do they presume themselves to be a false Uchiha? Even Shisui would find that challenging. Hon contemplated this and realized the truth of it. My name bears the characters for fire, yet my true expertise lies in the realm of illusion. As for the art of fire release, I find myself lacking in proficiency. Within the Uchiha clan, none can ensnare me in an illusion as I have been. Perhaps my memory falters, esteemed clan leader. Besides that, is there anything else you recall, fire? The Uchiha fire strained to recollect. I sensed that the entity that attacked me was not human. Not human? Uchiha Fugaku's eyes narrowed. If it is not human, could it possibly be a ninja cat? If that were the case, it would indeed be a significant possibility, considering that Shiraishi is currently the proprietor of the ninja tool shop, which originally belonged to the cat matriarch. The cat matriarch shares a close bond with the ninja cats. Could this be a protective ninja cat left by the matriarch for Shiraishi? Thus, it spared my life, merely rendering me unconscious and discarding me amidst refuse. Such a formidable ninja cat exists? Had we, the Uchiha, fostered a closer relationship with the ninja cats, our current predicament might have been alleviated. Given the present circumstances, seeking a breakthrough through Shiraishi appears increasingly challenging. Direct confrontation with Shiraishi is out of the question. Given the bond between Shiraishi and Shisui, it is inconceivable that he would side with Itachi. Persuasion through mere words seems arduous, and enticement equally so. Fugaku struggled to conceive of anything that could attract Shiraishi. In essence, there are two primary approaches to leverage Shiraishi. One would involve threatening him, compelling Uchiha Shisui to return to the Uchiha compound. However, this is not the course Fugaku wishes to pursue. It is not that he is unwilling to act against Shiraishi, but considering Uchiha Fire's situation, any attempt to confront Shiraishi would inevitably necessitate overcoming the ninja cat's obstacles, a feat that an ordinary ninja could scarcely accomplish. Even an elite jonin might struggle to succeed, unless it were I who intervened personally. Yet, should I take matters into my own hands, the ramifications would be markedly different. Moreover, even if I were to act personally, achieving this without revealing my Mangekyo Sharingan would prove to be quite challenging. The Mangekyo must remain concealed. Furthermore, Fugaku contemplated whether Uchiha Shisui would truly care for Shiraishi, particularly if it meant standing idly by while Uchiha Itachi faced dire straits, resulting in his current grievous condition. Thus, the likelihood of Shisui being overly concerned for Shiraishi seems slim. Consequently, Fugaku dismissed this strategy. The alternative involves enticing Shiraishi. However, Fugaku believed there were no substantial means at his disposal to attract Shiraishi. What could he offer? Ninjutsu scrolls? Resources? Or perhaps women? Perhaps I could engage in a direct conversation with Shiraishi. Even if Shiraishi has inherited the cat matriarch's ninja tool shop, he remains an Uchiha. I hope Shiraishi can recognize the greater good. If Shisui were to succeed, the entire Uchiha clan would descend into chaos. In such a scenario, the esteemed title and standing of the Uchiha as Konoha's premier ninja family could very well be irretrievably lost. This is not a favorable situation for the Uchiha. However, a few days must pass before sending someone to the ninja tool shop for reconnaissance. Being discovered and then visiting the next day would indeed appear rather conspicuous. After Baishur rose, he performed a brief morning routine before heading to the backyard to train. He practiced the fire release, great fireball technique, and the fire release, Phoenix Fire technique, both of which he had mastered. Baishur took a moment to assess his situation, bloodline limit, double tomo, basic ninjutsu, body flicker technique, fire release techniques, great fireball technique, Phoenix Fire technique, great dragon fire technique, great fireball technique, and Phoenix Fire claw red. Jinjutsu, Sharingan. Bang! A great fireball struck fiercely against the target. Baishur retracted his gaze, revealing a smile. Having learned these techniques, his capabilities among the Chunin were notably substantial, a testament to his diligent efforts. When he first inherited the ninja tool shop, Baishur's strength was merely at the genin level, and his Sharingan had yet to awaken. Subsequently, through the enhancement of the ninja cat, he received several rewards, including the Tongue of God, Super Smell, Surgical Fruit, and 2 enhancements. The first enhancement allowed Baishur to awaken his Sharingan, while the second elevated it to the 2-tomo state. Nonetheless, among the Chunin, Baishur felt slightly deficient in techniques. Thus, he sought out Uchiha Shisui to acquire several scrolls of ninjutsu, which he has now absorbed through his own efforts. The Tongue of God and Super Smell proved to be highly useful, while the Surgical Fruit was even more so, albeit requiring a suitable target for its application. Baishur harbored aspirations that the user of the surgical fruit could perform an immortality technique on him. For this to transpire, the individual must possess adequate talent. Otherwise, they would be incapable of reaching the level required to utilize the immortality technique. Moreover, this person must adhere strictly to Baishur's commands. Otherwise, should they abscond with the surgical fruit, Baishur would incur significant losses. Lastly, this individual must hold no value to Baishur. He could never sacrifice his family, friends, or ninja cats for such a purpose. In fact, Baishur devised a plan to choose a talented enemy, bestow upon them the surgical fruit, and subsequently utilize Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan to control them. By sacrificing an enemy's life, Baishur could achieve his immortality technique without moral conflict. However, two challenges remained. First, a suitable target had yet to present itself. Second, Uchiha Shisui had not yet awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan. Ah, what a splendid older brother. Even before Uchiha Sasuke approached, Baishur had already detected his presence through his super smell. He turned his gaze toward Sasuke. Just 10 points to reach 90. Anticipation welled up within Baishur's heart. After interacting with Sasuke a couple of times, perhaps his fondness for me could be elevated to 90. Engaging with Uchiha Sasuke occurred prior to my encounters with Uchiha Izumi. However, due to the limited frequency of subsequent interactions, Sasuke's fondness may progress at a slower pace. Nonetheless, Itachi's critical condition and subsequent unconsciousness have afforded me more opportunities to connect with Sasuke. Alice's culinary skills have played a significant role in this regard. Even Itachi, who lies in a coma, has shown reactions to Alice's exquisite dishes. This illustrates the immense allure that gastronomy holds for humanity. Good morning, Sasuke. Good morning, Senior Baishur. As I observed Sasuke, I noticed that his demeanor appeared somewhat troubled today. Sasuke, is something the matter? He lowered his gaze, and after a considerable pause, finally lifted his eyes to meet mine. Senior Baishur, my brother, he has not responded. Not responded? I was taken aback. Could it be that Itachi has passed away? Just like that? So simply? Yes, Sasuke replied, his eyes slightly reddened. When I took the food you gave me back home, my brother reacted. But last time, he did not respond. Did he not react to the food? I retracted my initial astonishment. Yes. After a moment's hesitation, I suggested. Perhaps it is due to the frequency. Even Alice's culinary creations may no longer provide sufficient stimulation for Itachi. Then, Senior Baishur, do you have any other solutions? Sasuke gazed at me with hope. Indeed, there is a possibility. Really? I continued, aside from Alice. I am acquainted with a chef cat whose culinary prowess surpasses that of Alice. Although Itachi has ceased to respond to Alice's dishes, we might consider trying the offerings of this chef cat. However, I trailed off, leaving the thought unfinished. Sasuke quickly grasped my implication. Senior Baishur, I am willing to pay any price, as long as my brother awakens. I can do anything. No, Sasuke, that is not my intent. I shook my head. I will inquire, but please, do not harbor excessive expectations. I will do my utmost, and if I fail, I hope you will not be too disheartened. Itachi will surely awaken. It is merely a matter of time. For me, requesting a dish from the chef cat is merely a command. However, I must not allow Sasuke to perceive it as such. I must convey the notion that this endeavor is indeed a challenging one. Only then will Sasuke feel a greater sense of indebtedness towards me, fostering a deeper appreciation and elevating his fondness for me further. Otherwise, it may result in adverse effects. For instance, those lacking gratitude, after having savored Alice's dishes, may react with anger rather than appreciation upon tasting the chef cat's culinary creations. Despite possessing superior culinary skills, why did you previously serve me lesser dishes? However, if Shiratori were to showcase his talents, it would indeed be a formidable challenge for the young chef. Regardless of who savors the culinary creations of Alice and Shiratori first, gratitude towards Shiratori will be inevitable. Thank you, Senior Shiratori. You are most welcome. I shall take my leave for today. Very well. The results should be available by tomorrow. Do return then, Sasuke. Understood. Uchiha Sasuke departed. Shortly after his exit, Uchiha Fugaku arrived at the entrance of the ninja tool shop. He paused outside, surveying the surroundings with quiet contemplation. Why does Granny Cat hold Shiratori in such high regard? Does he possess some extraordinary talent? Prior to arriving, Uchiha Fugaku had already reviewed Shiratori's dossier. An Uchiha with mediocre talent. He excelled in academic subjects at the Ninja Academy, but was merely average in ninjutsu, currently holding the rank of a genin. yet to awaken his Sharingan. The intelligence Uchiha Fugaku received was somewhat outdated. This place presents a rather pleasant environment. A fellow Uchiha emerged from the shop, and, upon noticing Uchiha Fugaku, promptly bowed in respect. "Greetings, clan leader." Uchiha Fugaku nodded slightly. Shiratori looked up towards the entrance, but did not see Uchiha Fugaku. However, he detected a scent that was both unfamiliar, yet vaguely familiar. It bore traces of Sasuke and Itachi, albeit faint, overshadowed by another's presence. Thus, this individual could not be Sasuke or Itachi, but was likely someone who frequently interacted with them. Perhaps it is Mikoto Uchiha, or more likely, Fugaku Uchiha? Uchiha Fugaku pushed open the gate and entered. "Shiratori." "Greetings, clan leader." Shiratori rose and approached the entrance to welcome him. A line of text caught Shiroshi's eye. 40. Has gained Granny Cat's favor. A fortunate individual. Uchiha Fugaku assessed Shiratori and noted that his impression differed somewhat from the descriptions in his prior investigations. He seemed to possess greater strength. "Are you here to purchase any ninja tools?" Uchiha Fugaku shook his head. "Shiratori, do you have time to chat?" "Of course, please." "Clan leader." Shiratori led Uchiha Fugaku to the reception room. Hisuke Masako approached with tea. "Clan leader, do try this floral tea. It's quite delightful." Uchiha Fugaku's gaze briefly lingered on Hisuke Masako before diverting. After serving the tea, Hisuke Masako did not leave, but stood beside Shiratori, leaning slightly against the wall, exuding a relaxed demeanor while remaining vigilant. "Thank you." Uchiha Fugaku lifted his teacup and took a small sip. "Indeed, it is quite good." "Shiratori, how is your work at the ninja tool shop?" "It's satisfactory, rather pleasant, and quite relaxed." Uchiha Fugaku nodded in acknowledgement. "How fortunate it is to gain the favor of the esteemed Cat Granny. This presents a splendid opportunity for you, by sure. Not every clan member is destined to be a ninja, and managing a tool shop is equally commendable. By the way, by sure, I have heard that you share a close friendship with Shisui." Upon hearing this, Baisher felt a subtle stir within, realizing that this was the true purpose of Uchiha Fugaku's visit. "Indeed," he replied. "Are you aware of Shisui's recent actions?" "I know a little," Baisher responded. "Shisui has spearheaded reforms in the guard division, which I find quite commendable. Previously, when I visited the commercial district, I often sensed many curious gazes. However, the situation has greatly improved now. Moreover, regarding Itachi, Shisui expressed his regret for placing him in jeopardy." Uchiha Fugaku let out a long sigh. "Baisher, I am not here today as the clan leader to issue commands. Rather, I come as an ordinary member of the Uchiha, hoping you might contribute something for our clan. Our circumstances have always been dire. We are the oppressed. While Shisui's actions may indeed aim for the betterment of the Uchiha, he has strayed from the right path. The reforms in the guard division, though seemingly beneficial, have ultimately led to our clan's detriment. Reputation and the villagers' opinions are trivial. What truly matters is our interests. Following these reforms, the Uchiha's income has significantly diminished. Even though many Uchiha members have transitioned to mission ninjas, it still pales in comparison to our previous standing. The only one to benefit has been Shisui himself. Additionally, I have discerned Shisui's true intentions regarding Itachi. What he truly desires is the position of clan leader. While this is not inherently wrong, as any young Uchiha is entitled to vie for that title, Shisui has become too radical, sacrificing the entire clan's interests for the sake of a title. We cannot allow Shisui to continue down this path. Baisher, as Shisui's close friend, I implore you to persuade him to return to the Uchiha stronghold so I may have a serious discussion with him." Baisher's expression turned peculiar. He was torn between familial duty and personal allegiance. Was this not his own strategy regarding Uchiha Itachi? The distinction lay in the fact that Uchiha Fugaku appealed to familial duty, while he had utilized the village's greater good in his own dealings. A common Uchiha might have been swayed by Uchiha Fugaku's words, but Baisher was different. He understood the Uchiha's plight and was well acquainted with Shisui. "Lord Clan Leader, my words may hold little weight." "Little weight?" "Indeed," Baisher elucidated. "Lord Clan Leader, I am not merely a good friend of Shisui. I am also a close friend of Itachi. If Shisui's motives are truly as you suggest, then my request to him will only raise his suspicions." Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened. "However, esteemed clan leader, I shall make an attempt. In a few days, I will visit the guard department, and if Shizumi happens to see me, I shall endeavor to inquire about him," Baisher added. Uchiha Fugaku nodded in acknowledgement. "I appreciate your efforts, Baisher. You flatter me, clan leader. As a member of the Uchiha, it is my duty." Watching Uchiha Fugaku depart, Baishir mused, "What a fortunate fellow. Is he a friend of Itachi?" Baishir's words did not fully convince Uchiha Fugaku. He only partially believed them. Regarding whether Baishir was indeed a close friend of Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Fugaku resolved to verify the truth himself. Disappointed, Uchiha Fugaku left. Baishir withdrew his gaze and shook his head. Upon returning home, Uchiha Fugaku encountered his son, Uchiha Sasuke, who was preparing to leave. "Sasuke, where are you headed?" "I am off to the ninja tools store." "Baishir's store? Father, do you know Senior Baishir as well?" Uchiha Sasuke paused momentarily. "Indeed, I just returned from there. By the way, I heard that Baishir and Itachi are good friends. Is that true? Do you have a good relationship with Baishir?" "Yes," Uchiha Sasuke affirmed with a nod. "My brother brought me there. Senior Baishir is a wonderful person. What are you going there for now?" Uchiha Fugaku inquired, sensing his son's hesitation. Furrowing his brow, he pressed, "Is it something you cannot share with me?" "Father, I am going to get food from Senior Baishir." "Food?" "Yes, Senior Baishir has an exceptional chef ninja cat. I noticed that bringing food to my brother's room seems to elicit a reaction from him, so I thought it might be helpful." Uchiha Fugaku paused, his eyes lighting up. "Sasuke, are you certain? I saw it with my own eyes. Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Uchiha Fugaku said with a hint of reproach. "If food truly aids Itachi's awakening, I could easily command the clan's chefs to come over and even invite external chefs." Uchiha Sasuke shook his head. "It's different. Not all food elicits a response from my brother. Only the food from Senior Baishir is effective, and it is far more delicious than anything else. Father, I must go. My time with Senior Baishir is approaching. I will tell you more upon my return." Uchiha Sasuke dashed off. Before long, Uchiha Sasuke arrived at the ninja tools store. "Senior Baishir." "Sasuke." Uchiha Sasuke looked at Baishir with anticipation. "Has little master agreed?" "Indeed," Baishir replied with a smile. "Come in. The meal is ready and awaiting you on the table." Uchiha Sasuke's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, Senior Baishir." Visibly, the number above Uchiha Sasuke's head shifted from 80 to 86, a remarkable increase of 6 points in favorability at once. Should he return with the meal and elicit a response from Uchiha Itachi, his favorability would likely rise even further. Uchiha Sasuke quickly dashed inside. Upon catching sight of the delectable dishes on the table, I could not resist inhaling their enticing aroma. "How delightful! Sasuke, please hurry and take them back. Today's fare is a meal, not mere snacks, and with time, the flavors may diminish." "Very well, Senior Baishir, thank you." Sasuke Uchiha grasped the bag and approached the entrance, offering another expression of gratitude to Baishir. Upon returning home, Sasuke made a beeline for Itachi's room, followed closely by Fugaku Uchiha. An alluring fragrance wafted through the air, soon reaching Itachi, who lay upon his bed, catching a hint of the culinary delights. Sasuke's gaze was fixated upon Itachi. At that moment, Itachi's fingers twitched slightly. Sasuke's eyes brightened with hope. How splendid! Fugaku's spirits also lifted with a hint of excitement. In public, Fugaku exhibited a compliant demeanor, yet within the family, he was not particularly stern. However, he held a deep concern for his son, Itachi. Much of his animosity towards Shisui stemmed from his desire to protect Itachi. As long as Itachi remained unresponsive, Fugaku would continue to harbor worry. Yet now, it appeared that a glimmer of hope for Itachi's awakening had emerged, filling Fugaku with joy. Itachi? However, Itachi's fingers merely twitched a few more times, and then fell still once more. "Father, let us step outside. We must not disturb brother." "Very well." The two exited. Sasuke resumed the conversation that had been interrupted earlier. "Senior Baishir has two exceptionally skilled chef ninja cats. One is Senior Alice, and the other is Senior Little Chef. Their culinary creations are extraordinarily exquisite, far surpassing any meals we have tasted elsewhere. Brother used to enjoy them immensely, which explains the effects they had. Senior Baishir shares a close rapport with Senior Alice, making it relatively easy for her to assist in preparing food. However, persuading Senior Little Chef to cook is considerably more challenging. It is evident that Senior Baishir exerted significant effort to secure Little Chef's agreement this time." Fugaku took a moment to digest Sasuke's words before inquiring, "Sasuke, have you done this many times before?" "Yes, indeed," Sasuke affirmed, and Fugaku nodded. "If Itachi awakens, then Baishir will undoubtedly be regarded as a half-savior to him. Itachi must express his gratitude to Baishir properly." Sasuke concurred, affirming Baishir's commendable nature. Upon returning to the study, the atmosphere was notably tranquil. Sasuke had already retreated to the backyard. Fugaku retrieved paper and pen, inscribing Baishi's name. His gaze flickered momentarily. It appeared that Baishi and Itachi shared a strong friendship. Thus, approaching Shisui through Baishi seemed impractical. Shisui would hardly believe it, and if he could disregard Itachi, he would likely place little concern on Baishi as well. To confront Shisui, alternative strategies would need to be sought. However, I have only just come to realize how little I truly understand about the ninja cats. Despite the fact that the Uchiha clan has collaborated with them for many years, possessing ninja cats capable of effortlessly defeating the formidable Uchiha fire style. And even chefs among them who can craft delectable human cuisine that surpasses that made by human chefs. Fortunately, Baishi and Itachi share a close friendship, and his relationship with Sasuke is also amicable. Although I was unable to glean any lead regarding Shisui from Baishi, there were other gains to be had. The cooperation between the ninja cats and the Uchiha clan has seen a modest enhancement. Yet, the primary concern remains Shisui. I hope Itachi awakens soon. After nightfall, Uchiha Hakadai entered from the backyard, his expression marked by urgency. Baishi, I heard news that Fugaku visited the ninja tool shop today? Indeed, Baishi replied. Fugaku did not trouble you, did he? No, you need not worry, Hakadai-senpai. My safety is assured, Baishi reassured. Fugaku-senpai mentioned that Shisui's actions are detrimental to the Uchiha, motivated solely by his selfish desires. He attempted to persuade me to call Shisui back for a discussion. I declined, stating that Itachi and I are good friends. And Shisui would not trust me now. Fugaku-senpai likely believes me, though he may return to investigate. Nonetheless, my friendship with Itachi is indisputable, as he stands with us. Uchiha Hakadai exhaled in relief, his expression softening. You handled that well, Baishi. I find the current Fugaku rather inscrutable. As long as your safety is assured. Should I dispatch someone to discreetly protect you? There is no need. The ninja cats are sufficient guardians. Ninja cats? Baishi gestured to the side, and Hirako Mako stepped forward. Mako's prowess is formidable, even capable of challenging Shisui without certainty of victory. Uchiha Hakadai raised an eyebrow, somewhat skeptical. Can the strength of a mere ninja cat truly reach such heights? Shisui's power is considerable. Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi opened his eyes, a surge of intense pain flooding over him. Where am I? He pondered, surveying his surroundings, but was soon captivated by the aroma of cuisine nearby. Unconsciously, he reached out to lift the lid. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted. The next moment, the radiance faded, revealing a complete dish. Uchiha Itachi was momentarily taken aback. The dish, it emits light? It must be an illusion. I must have awakened abruptly, still lost in a dream, he murmured to himself before turning over and drifting back to sleep.